Shi Yang returned home only to inherit a crumbling mining company burdened with 3 billion yuan in debt. A small iron mine, worthless on the surface, and enemies circling like vultures. Everyone waited for his downfall. But fate wasn't so simple. Ding! Super Mine Owner System activated. With a system that could scan, concentrate, and control her veins, Shi Yang would no longer be the lamb waiting for slaughter, he would become the butcher. From bankrupt miner to resource tycoon, from fighting off local bullies to crushing international blockades, his rise would shake the entire industry. Reporters asked, "Mr. Qi, how many mines do you actually own?" Shi Yang only laughed. "I lost count. Iron, manganese, chromium, titanium, even gold, the world's resources, now belong to me. Mom, sister, I'm back." As soon as Qi Yang's voice fell, a little girl rushed out of the room, a little lowly who looked 12 or 13 years old. "Brother, you are back." "Well, brother is back." Qi Yang said loudly and happily, "Little sister, do you miss me?" "Think." Qi said with a sweet smile, "Brother, do you want to buy me a present?" I bought it, it's in the suitcase." At this time, a woman came out. Seeing this woman, Shi Yang almost shed tears. Shi Yang knows that since his father passed away, his mother has been supporting the family. This seemingly harmonious scene is actually full of fantasy. Overnight, Shi Yang seemed to have traveled to a parallel world. After a few days of research, Shi Yang discovered that human relationships in this world are basically the same as before. However, a big change has taken place. First, he inherited a mine. A mine with a mining license. Not black mine. There is also a reason for the emphasis on black mines. After decades of opening up, the huge Chinese dynasty adopted the original method of mining during World War II when mining. A country that can put an aircraft carrier in the sea and even send a space station to the sky without any advanced mining methods. The big reason for this is because of other countries' technology blockade against the Celestial dynasty. Although the Celestial dynasty possessed a vast expanse of land and extremely rich mine resources, they were unable to exploit them. As a result, there will be an extremely huge market for ownership. This market is extremely large, so as long as the Chinese government is under a technical blockade, and the Chinese government cannot produce mines that meet the market, it needs to import. At this time, the Celestial dynasty is like a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. More importantly, in this way, the development of the Celestial dynasty can be greatly restricted. Those capitalists who are mainly engaged in the mining industry have already regarded China as a cash machine. Everything about mining is strictly blocked by the Celestial dynasty. Apart from mining, everything else seems to have changed little. In high-tech industries, all countries have tacitly implemented a technological blockade against the Celestial Empire. However, mining has become the biggest stumbling block for the huge Chinese dynasty to go further. What Shi Yang inherited was a company with a mining license. It is also one of the few existing private companies with a mining license. Mining licenses in this world are different from those in previous worlds. In the past, an area was demarcated, but in this world, only companies with mining licenses are eligible to apply for bids for proven mines, or to apply for their own proven mines. Because now the country has stopped the review of mining licenses. That is to say, since then, there are as many companies with mining qualifications as there are. The only way for others to mine legally is to buy other mining companies. But Shi Yang's company has this qualification certificate. Of course, in the whole country, the mines opened by his family are also at the bottom. Because, his family has only discovered a small iron mine over the years. However, his family could not afford the mines discovered by the relevant departments. The most important thing is that some time ago, I bought a mine with great difficulty. I wanted to bring it back to life, but as a result, not many mines have been collected so far. For this mine, their family owed a full 3 billion yuan. If a large amount of iron ore has not been mined in the next 1 or 2 months, then the company is estimated to go bankrupt. Of course, Shi Yang also knows that there are already countless people who are eyeing him. Those wealthy bigwigs may be able to make a lot of money if they get his mining license. Even before he came back, Someone couldn't wait to find him and wanted to forcibly buy the business he inherited to obtain a mining license. Ding, the super mine owner system is turned on. Due to an error in the transmission process, the time is a few days late. In order to compensate the host, a newbie will be given a lucky draw. It can be regarded as coming, hurry up and draw a lottery. During this period of time, Shi Yang originally thought that it was impossible for him to have the golden finger of welfare. However, I didn't expect that at this juncture, it suddenly appeared again. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting physical enhancement. Physical strengthening. Although it wasn't what Shi Yang wanted the most, but the gift pack for beginners was almost there. System, what is your function? Due to errors in the transmission process, the current system energy can only support the use of scanning and concentration functions. What is your current scan range? After hearing Shi Yang's words, the system quickly gave an answer. At this moment, the scanning range of the system is 1 kilometer from the center of the circle, and the depth can reach 500 meters. Such an answer is very happy for Shi Yang. At present, judging from the technology of the Celestial Dynasty, the level that can be achieved is far lower than this level. More importantly, its accuracy rate is far ahead. For such a result, Shi Yang is quite satisfied. With such a function, no accident, I can become the largest mine owner in the Celestial Dynasty in a short period of time. He will become a useful person to the nation and society. He will become a person that the king can no longer imagine. Shi Yang's mine is on a mountain about 10 kilometers away from his home. Located at the foot of Huatai Mountain, there is a cement road jointly built by their family and another mine to get there. After lunch, Shi Yang didn't care about rest at all, and drove directly to the mine quickly. Dee. At this moment, a horn sounded from behind Shi Yang's car. Before Shi Yang could react, the other party had passed Shi Yang's car and even gave him the middle finger. Shi Yang naturally recognized the other party, this man, and the eldest son of another family who jointly built the road with his own family. Driving so fast, rushing to reincarnate, Mr. Heat, I will give you a first floor. Obviously, although the two can be regarded as neighbors, the relationship between the two is not very good. After all, peers are also enemies. If the opponent still dares to continue provoking, Shi Yang doesn't mind using the centralized function of the system to let them know the consequences. Soon, Shi Yang came to his family's mine. The entire mine seemed a little deserted, and there was hardly a single person in sight. Because this new mine has not produced any output, the mine can only take time to stop and dismiss the miners. There is only one relative of Shi Yang guarding the entire mine. Shi Yang, you are here. Seeing Shi Yang coming, a middle-aged man walked out of the duty room. I'll come to the mine to have a look. Shi Delong sighed slightly. Shi Yang, are you going to sell this company next time, or continue to operate? Hearing Shi Delong's words, Shi Yang said firmly, of course it will continue to operate. This is my father's hard work. Now that he is gone, I can't let his hard work go to waste. Shi Yang, it's best if we can continue to operate. If it doesn't work, let's transfer it. Hey, under the current situation, I don't think it can be sold for a good price. Shi Delong sighed. How? Shi Yang asked curiously. Although it is impossible for him to sell it, he is still a little curious. After all, as long as he has a mining license, it can be sold for hundreds of millions, not to mention that he still has a mine. It's not the mine of the Sun family. They have raised a large group of thugs in the past 2 years. As long as workers come, they will join in the fun. Their family should also spy on my mining license. Now that this thing is not promulgated, those people who are devoted to the mining industry all want to get all those certificates in their hands. Get rid of all competitors. I'll go to the mine to have a look around. You don't need to accompany me as you are busy with your work. Shi Yang said to Shi Delong. Shi Delong naturally wouldn't object to the boss's words. Okay, but you have to pay attention to safety, don't go to the mine, it's dangerous inside. I know. After finishing speaking, Shi Yang walked directly into the mine. System, scan the iron ore. Hearing Shi Yang's words, the system's scanning function was instantly turned on. Soon, a huge three-dimensional image appeared in front of Qi Yang. Of course, only Qi Yang can see this image. The whole image looks translucent, and only in the center of the translucent image, there are some Lin Qi's red, dark red, light red, and other things. These are all the iron ore in this area. Through simple analysis, Qi Yang found that there was only a small vein of poor quality under the mine he bought. As for the Sun family next door, the mine veins are indeed extremely prosperous. High quality, large storage capacity, very scary. What a piece of shit luck. However, since I offended Lao Tzu, you can just wait until the end. A total of 6.66 million tons of iron ore were found within the scanning range. 6.66 million tons. This is 666. The system is the darkest technology in the world. In a simple minute, all the mines with a radius of 1 kilometer and a depth of 500 meters are well known. However, the real black technology is only now beginning to show. Gather all iron ore. With Qi Yang's order, all the iron ore in the previous exploration range have all appeared 1 or 2 meters below his own mine. Next, it is even necessary to remove the soil layer within 2 meters above to be able to open pit mining. The main output of this mine is hematite. As we all know, the main component of iron ore is hematite. Although the main component of hematite is iron oxide, it contains a lot of harmful substances such as phosphorus and sulfur. Of course, there are many rocks and gravel in it. However, when the system gathers these iron ores, it will screen them. Many of the impurities are directly filtered out. As long as these mines can be gathered, their Sun family, wait to eat shit. After finishing everything, Qi Yang looked at the sky and it seemed that it was getting late, so he went home directly. When he got home, Qi Yang called the miners directly to inform them that they were going to resume work. The next day arrived in a blink of an eye, but when it was time to resume work, not many workers came. Most people didn't choose to come. Of course, Qi Yang had already expected such a thing. Boss, you are here. Because once back to work, Qi Yang will be the real boss, and Xi Delong can call him easily. Without too many pleasantries, Qi Yang just got to know the senior management of these mines. Boss, do you want to go down the well yourself? Seeing Qi Yang wearing the miner's overalls and mining cap, the miner squad leader asked curiously. With the current technology, it is dangerous to go down the mine. Therefore, almost no boss will go down to the mine by himself. Of course, today is the first day, I will go down with you. Qi Yang said calmly. After getting ready, a group of people went into the mine. Old Yang, don't worry about the previous submines, start digging under my feet today. After walking not far, Qi Yang suddenly stopped and said to the foreman. Dig from here? The foreman was startled, looked at Qi Yang, and felt that Qi Yang was not joking, so he nodded. No way, who made him the boss? Come here, everyone, and mine along here. There is no advanced technology, basically relying on manual work. However, under the leadership of the foreman, everyone soon cleared out and started mining. After a while, the excavated stones, gravel, and soil were transported out bit by human-powered carts on the rails. Out of the mine. Not long after the mining started, a miner suddenly shouted. It's like discovering a new continent. After hearing his words, many people present quickly surrounded him. Boss, according to my opinion, there is likely to be a vein of ore under here, and the appearance is extraordinary. After watching carefully for a while, the foreman said seriously to Qi Yang. Qi Yang just smiled slightly, he naturally knew this. Everyone work harder, dig for me, and I will give you a big red envelope at the end of the month. As a miner, seeing such veins is already very exciting. Coupled with Qi Yang's money offensive, it is exhausting to work one by one. After several cars of waste were sent out, redness appeared in front of his eyes. These are all iron ore. The foreman held a small piece of ore in his hand and looked very excited. Boss, these seem to be of extremely high quality, and the purity must be above 60%. The purity is more than 60%, and the price of such mineral powder has reached about 700 yuan in the previous life. Under the current situation of China, the price has reached more than 1,000 tons. Where is this iron mine? This is clearly full of money. This can no longer be regarded as opening a high-level mine vein, it is simply digging money. For a while, everyone was extremely excited. Although Qi Yang knew for a long time that such a result would definitely happen, when he saw this scene, he was still excited by Yi Wang. When such high-quality iron ore was mined, everyone seemed to be on a stimulant for a while, and worked harder one by one. In a short time, a carload of iron ore was sent out of the mine. Qi Delong, who was guarding the mine mouth, ran over excitedly after receiving the news. Everyone present couldn't hide their excitement. Boss, I didn't expect that we would win the big lottery with the first shovel at the start of construction. It's a good start. This is more than a good start, it is simply a money printing machine. This carload of money is constantly transported from the inside to the outside. Just after lunch, things in the mine were on the right track, so Qi Yang planned to go to the city to start selling the mine. But before they left, they saw an off-road vehicle galloping towards them. Taking a closer look, it was the car of the grandson who gave him the middle finger yesterday. Sure enough, the off-roader stopped not far in front of Qi Yang. Sun Wei walked down with 3 strong men. Soon he walked in front of Qi Yang, and saw that Sun Wei had a gloomy face. Qi Yang, it seems that your mine is still going to start work? The two families were at odds with each other in the first place, and now the intention of his coming was obvious, so Qi Yang naturally would not be ignorant. I don't care if I start the job or not, this is my chassis, I feel like get out. Qi Yang's face turned hard, and he said coldly. His eyes instantly became extremely cold, and he said without a trace of emotion. Yo, Mr. Qi is a new official. Don't be so angry. Today, grandson, I came here to discuss business with Mr. Qi with full sincerity. Regarding Qi Yang's attitude, Sun Wei's eyes flashed coldly, but he still said calmly. However, before Sun Wei finished speaking, Qi Yang looked at him with contempt, and mocked with disdain, go away. Sun Wei's face gradually turned ugly, but in order to save a few $100 million, he decided to persuade Qi Yang himself. To get Qi Yang's mining license, if you don't buy it from Qi Yang, you can only wait a few months later, when his side officially goes bankrupt, and then buy it from the court. However, at that time, there will be many competitors, and even if you get it, you will have to spend several $100 million more. President Qi, don't give birth. I said, get out. Facing Sun Wei's words, Qi Yang said indifferently. Sun Wei's family is not a good person, and he was spoiled, so naturally he does not have the temperament of his father. After being rolled out one after another by Qi Yang, his complexion became extremely ugly. You Dogecoin, I'm giving you face, it's just your mine, waiting, ouch. Boom. Pass. Before Sun Wei finished speaking, he flew out directly. Qi Yang's seemingly ordinary kick actually sent him flying 5 or 6 meters. What? Hiss. Sun Wei was directly kicked out, and the 3 thugs couldn't help gasping. This guy is also a trainer. Damn it, you dared to attack Mr. Sun. One of the strong men with flower arms rushed over directly. Sun Wei can be regarded as his food and clothing parents. No matter what happened this time, he had to take action. If it was before, Qi Yang would definitely not be able to beat this person. But the novice gift pack for physique enhancement is really not covered, and it's easy to solve him. Just when the fist was about to greet him, Qi Yang made a violent move and pinched it in his hand. Immediately afterwards, so hard. What? Suddenly, a sharp pain filled the strong man's heart. At this moment, his bones seemed to be broken, and he couldn't help but yelled. Qi Yan was very disdainful in his heart. Sun Wei's face was extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a fly in his heart. He was very uncomfortable, and he was stunned for a long time. In the end, he forced out a few words, Qi Yang, today's business is endless. Humph, you came to my place to make trouble, believe it or not, I will call the police now. Qi Yang said softly. At this moment, Sun Wei happened to see a cart of ore being transported out of the underground mine, and was shocked. Sun Wei never expected that Qi Yang would dig out such a good mine. If this mine vein is big enough, then Qi Yang will not be able to close down. Thinking of this, his complexion became ugly. Even the mood of finding high-quality ore veins in my own mine a few days ago was broken. Shi Yang glanced at Sunway, as if to say, I'm very lucky, I got off to a good start on the first day. You've got your wishful thinking overturned, you have the ability to bite me. At this moment, Sunway's cell phone rang suddenly. I took it out and picked it up quickly. At this time, the call from the mine. If there is no serious matter, I will definitely not contact him. As soon as he answered the phone, Sunway's face became dark and Chilean. What? How is this possible? Experts in the province eat shit. Shit, I'll go back right away. After hanging up the phone, Sunway hurriedly rushed into the car and hurried back. Shi Yang naturally knew why Sunway was in such a hurry. Of course, it was the large ore vein discovered a few days ago. After the iron ore on the surface was dug away, all the rest were stones and soil. Well, a big vein flew away. And flew to Shi Yang's own mine. Seeing Sunway running away in embarrassment, Shi Yang couldn't help laughing. If you dare to offend Lao Tzu and want Lao Tzu to close the door, you should close the door first. At the beginning, the system scanned 6.66 million tons of iron ore, but now all these iron ore are gathered in his mine. Wait for all to be dug out, let alone 6 billion. Then set a small goal first and transfer him 10 billion. Boss, what happened just now? At this moment, Shi Delong ran over from a distance, probably heard something. Shi Yang said with a smile, it's nothing, it's just a few mad dogs, I've already chased them away. Mad dog? Shi Delong looked around and found that there was no sign of a dog, but there were some tire marks, and he had some guesses in his heart. Just as he was about to say something, Shi Yang's voice came again. You should worry more about the mine. I'm going to the city. Don't worry, I'm in the mine. After Shi Yang left the mine, he drove directly to the city. These private companies with mining licenses have developed mines, and they have no smelters, so they can only sell them to large companies for smelting. This time, Shi Yang's destination is the largest steel group in Huatai City, Taiyue Iron and Steel Group. About 2 hours later, Shi Yang finally arrived at the high-tech zone of Huatai City, Taiyue Iron and Steel Group. Taiyue Iron and Steel Group is a super-large steel enterprise with an annual output of about 1 million tons of various steel products. Under such circumstances, their group needs more than 3 million tons of iron ore alone every year. Shi Yang's mine, obviously, is small in scale and has a high debt ratio, so coming here is pure luck. If you are unlucky, you can only go to other smaller companies. Of course, no matter what the situation is, one thing is certain, that is, there will be no mine that cannot be sold. Boming, I'm at the gate of your group now. Shi Yang called from a place not far from the gate of Taiyue. For a big company like Taiyue Group, idlers and others are naturally unable to enter. And Shi Yang didn't contact their group procurement personnel in advance, so it was impossible to get in. Fortunately, Shi Yang has a buddy. His father is the middle-level leader of Taiyue Group, and he was arranged to join him just a year ago. After a while of pleasantries, we finally got to the point. Li Boming said, your boy can be regarded as not going to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing, so tell me, what's the matter? After Shi Yang heard this, he didn't beat around the bush and said directly, you know, my family has a mine, and my son inherited his father's business. Now he is a man who owns a mine. He was lucky and opened a very good vein. Picked up some samples. While speaking, Shi Yang took out a small bag, and inside the bag was the ore that had just been mined. Working in such a company, I am afraid that even the sweeping ant has some understanding of mines, let alone the management. After reading it, Li Boming said happily, okay, although I haven't tested it yet, but based on my experience, the taste is not low. The grade of this iron ore is definitely nothing to say. I am looking for a buyer now. I am here this time to ask you to help me contact the purchasing department. Li Boming showed embarrassment. After all, he has only been in this group for more than a year. However, after pondering for a while, he still said, I happen to know a purchasing manager, let me take you there to try. However, the matter was just as Li Boming was worried about. Although the purchasing manager took a good look at the ore for his sake, he finally rejected it because the output was too low. However, just as Shi Yang had just walked out of the office, a deep voice suddenly came. Xiao Yang, why are you here? Uncle Wang, why are you here? Shi Yang was also taken aback when he saw the middle-aged man, and asked unconsciously. P.S. This book focuses on mining. If you like it, please give me a little flower and give a review ticket. If you have any comments, feel free to ask. Boss Wang. Boss Wang. The manager of the purchasing department and Li Boming also looked for the reputation. After seeing the middle-aged man, they greeted him quickly. Xiao Yang, didn't Shuya tell you that I am the general manager of Taiwei Group? The middle-aged man was also slightly taken aback when he saw Qi Yang's expression. Shuya never mentioned this to me. Qi Yang touched his forehead and said. The last time I went to her house with Wang Shuya, all the men in the family gave him the majesty of being in a high position for a long time, but, unexpectedly, her second uncle was actually the general manager of Taiwei Iron and Steel Group. Ha ha ha, girl, come talk with me in the office. Okay. Qi Yang responded, turned to look at Li Boming and said, I'll buy you a drink another day. After a while, Qi Yang and Mr. Wang returned to his general manager's office on the top floor. Xiaoyang, what is your main purpose for coming here this time? Seeing that Wang Jiangwo got straight to the point, Qi Yang explained the situation. Wang Jiangwo pondered and said, Xiao Wang, your scale is too small and the quantity is too small, but since you are Shiya's friend, there is no problem. Wang Jiangwo seemed to trust Qi Yang so much that he called his secretary directly without even looking at the samples. When the secretary comes in, let him take Qi Yang to purchase the general manager over there. Because Wang Jiangwo greeted them, naturally there would be no problems along the way. In addition, the general manager of the procurement side was also very happy after seeing the samples brought by Qi Yang. After all, these iron ores are really good. The only downside is that the production capacity can't keep up. After inquiring about Qi Yang's output, the two parties directly signed a purchase contract of 100,000 tons according to the market price. 1,000 yuan per ton, exactly 100 million. After leaving Taiwei Iron and Steel Group, Qi Yan was very happy to see the two big red seals on the contract. With an iron ore contract of 100,000 tons in hand, although it is impossible to pay off the debt, there is no doubt that it will bring him a period of time. And during this time, Qi Yang is sure to complete the small goal of 10 billion. After arriving at the mine the next day, Qi Yang learned that about 50 tons of iron ore were unearthed yesterday. Of course, this is far from enough. The reason for this is obviously that there are not enough manpower, and the mining and transportation are not advanced enough. Therefore, recruiting must be on the agenda. Now, speeding up mining is the most important thing. Qi Yang can't wait to extract thousands of tons of iron ore every day. Now, the market of the Celestial Dynasty is like a bottomless pit. Even if tens of thousands of tons of iron ore can be mined every day, it is nothing more than a gap between the teeth for the huge market. Boss, you came here so early today. Qi Delong had been guarding the side of the mine, and when he saw Qi Yang, he hurried over. He never expected that Qi Yang would come here so early. Uncle, we must quickly recruit people. As long as there are workers who are familiar with the mining process, we will recruit them. I want as many as I want. When there are more people, I will be divided into 2 shifts, 24 hours a day. Of course, the cafeteria is 24 hours a day, without affecting the progress of mining. You can eat at any time when you are hungry, and go to eat at any time. Tell everyone work harder in the early stage, and when the company has passed this difficult period, we will definitely expand our scale in the future. The workers went to work one after another. As the boss, Qi Yang held a morning meeting for the second time. There are 2 main points to be announced. The first point is to recruit people. There are introductions from acquaintances. In addition, some disciplines and precautions are announced. After those words were finished, Qi Yang pondered for a while, and then continued to speak. By the way, next we will record everyone's working hours, and the part that exceeds 8 hours a day will be paid as overtime, and the wages for overtime work will be doubled. Qi Yang feels that in this world, there is no money that can stimulate these employees more. Talking about ideals with employees is obviously unrealistic. They don't want to eat. So money is king. As long as you do more, you will get more money. He doesn't believe that everyone is not working hard. Boss Qi is mighty. Don't worry, even if I die, my second dog will die in the mine. Don't die in the mine, we still have to work overtime. Whether money is money or not is not the point. The main thing is that we are all farmers, so we like to endure hardship. Let me tell you, whoever competes with Taiju for overtime work, I will be in a hurry with him. After hearing Qi Yang's words, those miners seemed to go crazy one by one. One by one rushing to work overtime. After the miners started working, the foreman drove to Qi Yang. Boss, according to the mining situation yesterday and my many years of mining experience, we must have mined a larger vein, and it is very close to the surface. I suggest that you invite a prospecting expert to come and explore. If that is the case, it can be mined in the open pit. Hearing his words, Qi Yang also felt a little bit emotional. These experienced miners are much better than ordinary miners. The situation here, Qi Yang is naturally clear. Those mines are indeed very close to the surface. As long as the nearby 2 or 3 meters of land are removed, the bottom is full of high-grade hematite. Because, the reason why these hematites appear there is entirely due to Qi Yang. That being the case, there is no need for exploration in natural years. Certainly more accurate than those prospectors knew. I don't need those exploration teams for this, just prepare for open-pit mining. Hearing that the boss Qi Yang said so, it is naturally impossible for other people to have a little opinion, and they all moved quickly. Open-pit mining, it's too powerful. If it's really open-pit mining, then the mine will really make a fortune. All of a sudden, the people in the mine talked and discussed fiercely. Mining equipment is not good, but excavator technology is still available. Soon, several high-achieving students from a mysterious Blue Flight Academy started to work. I have to say that Blue Flight's top students are different, but in just one morning, everyone piled up truckloads of dirt according to Qi Yang's request. Not far away, Sunway looked at Qi Yang's mine with a gloomy expression. Since yesterday, his entire mine has not mined a little bit of ore, not even a bit of iron-containing slag was found. On the contrary, Qi Yang's movements became more and more serious. However, when they learned that Qi Yang and the others were going to open-pit mining, they still smiled without writing. I cursed in my heart, idiot. You know, open-pit mining is impossible in this area. Being able to find a vein in the mine is already considered a great luck. Open-pit mining, 9 out of 10 will be stones. Sunway has obviously determined that it is impossible to dig out the mine. Of course, Qi Yang doesn't care what he thinks. Sunway is so forced that he deserves to die. Qi Yang is still directing the excavator to run crazily. At this moment, suddenly, everyone became excited. Hematite came out. The whole earth turned red. Boss, our guess is correct. It's really iron ore, all of which are high-grade hematite. The foreman, who is in his 50s, seems to be a child at this moment, dancing around. After getting the confirmation from the foreman, there were instant shouts and ups and downs, and everyone was extremely excited. Open-pit mining had great advantages in previous lives. Not only fast, high productivity, but also high cost, safe and reliable and so on. What's more, in today's world, mine mining and open-pit mining are very different. The difference is extremely huge. Mine mining, dozens of tons of ore a day yesterday. If it is open-pit mining, the same manpower, at least 1 million tons of ore can be produced. It can even reach the terrifying figure of 2 million tons. Of course, without Qi Yang's orders, the foreman had already started to organize the miners and started the mining career. At noon today, all the cafeterias on the mine had extra meals, including a lot of chicken, duck, pork, beef, and mutton. In the words of Qi Yang, you will have the strength to work when you are full. What's more, there is such a happy event today. In the blink of an eye, 1 day passed, and in one afternoon, the mine produced 150 tons of ore. In just half a day, it produced 3 times as much as yesterday. This made Qi Yang very happy. Early the next morning, Qi Yang dared to go to the mine again. Theoretically, as the boss of the mine, in fact, there is no need to go to the mine frequently, but today is different. Taiyue Group will send several heavy trucks to pull the mine today. This is the first delivery, so we have to pay attention. However, when he was about to reach the mine, Shi Yang found that the road ahead was blocked. The road here was not very wide, but now it was completely blocked by several heavy trucks. Even if you think about it with your knees, you know that someone must be doing something on purpose. And this person, besides his good neighbor, Sunway, who else can there be? At this time, there were naturally many miners around here, and after seeing this scene, everyone was very angry. They can all recognize it. This is obviously the mine car of the Sun family. Uncle, this is our territory. Ask someone to bring the excavator to me. All these cars are in the ground. Shi Yang said coldly. His grandson's family, I'm determined this time, even the Jade Emperor can't keep him. Hearing Shi Yang's words, Shi Delong gasped. Shi Yang's tone was not small. After hearing Shi Yang's words, the other miners were very excited. Push. Overthrow them. Bah, I really think I'm awesome. Damn Chow, fuck him to death. All of a sudden, the miners shouted. A few minutes later, an excavator came over. If these heavy trucks were loaded into the mine, the excavator might really have nothing to do with him, but now that the truck is empty, wouldn't it be at the mercy of others? Sure enough, under the huge force of the excavator, the big truck was directly pushed off the concrete road and fell into the ground next to it. Apparently, no one expected that Shi Yang would not play the cards logically, but directly pushed the heavy cart out. Not far away, Sunway, who was looking at this side with a telescope, turned purple all over. He hurriedly took his thugs and rushed over by car. However, by the time he came over, 2 heavy trucks had already been pushed out and overturned in the ground next to them. The damage was heavy. Stop! Stop! Seeing that his last heavy truck had been targeted by the excavator, Sunway shouted quickly. Shi Yang, you are so brave, you dare to push my truck? Shi Yang looked at the distraught Sunway, and said coldly, this is Lao Tzu's territory, put away your little tricks, or you will be overwhelmed. Keep pushing. Hearing Shi Yang's words, bursts of black smoke burst out from the excavator. Sunway was so angry by Shi Yang's behavior that his face turned livid, and even started to turn purple, as if 10 yuan turned into 5 yuan. You? Sunway trembled angrily. This, Shi Yang, this is a society ruled by law. You are too lawless. Go ahead and beat them to death. If something goes wrong, I will be responsible. Hearing Sunway's words, those thugs rushed up. What are you still doing in a daze, copycats? Seeing this situation, Shi Delong shouted loudly. Those miners reacted immediately, and one by one picked up shovels or something as weapons. This is Shi Yang's territory, and Shi Yang's people are everywhere. Looking at these people, Sunway's expression turned extremely ugly. Since raising a group of thugs, the whole person is used to showing off his might, but with a few thugs and hundreds of miners on the face, it is impossible to have any chance of winning. Immediately, he was so frightened that he backed up again and then ran away rolling and crawling. However, how could Shi Yang let him get what he wanted? Before he had run far, Shi Yang appeared beside him with a brisk walk. Don't hit me. Thinking of the kick Shi Yang kicked yesterday, Sunway trembled. Snapped. With a crisp voice, Shi Yang slapped Sunway hard on the face. It won't be so simple next time, get lost. Shi Yang actually didn't care too much about Sunway, a small shrimp. He wasn't even a stumbling block. After Shi Yang finished speaking, he was going to turn around and leave, but when he saw Sunway staring at him fiercely, Shi Yang's expression did not change, and he just greeted him with a kick. Okay, stop fighting, let them go. Shi Yang turned around and saw that the thugs had been knocked to the ground and were still being beaten, so he said. This is a society governed by the rule of law, and if the fight continues, I'm afraid it will kill people. Oh, what a ride. Boss, I'm so overwhelmed by you, you just slapped Sunway, what a relief. Look at him, he still dares to show off his power, he doesn't know how to live or die. Looking at the miners, Shi Yang smiled slightly and said, okay, everyone, get ready, Taiyue Iron and Steel's truck will come to pull the ore in a while. After hearing Shi Yang's words, the workers soon began to work, and the machine was already running. After a while, a number of heavy trucks drove along the concrete road to the foot of Huatai Mountain. After a while, a young man got off the heavy truck. Shi Yang recognized this man at a glance. He was his buddy, Li Boming. Shi Yang, I didn't expect me to come here, Li Boming said with a smile. Naturally, Shi Yang didn't expect that. After all, Li Boming was in an office, so he had nothing to do with the purchasing department. I really didn't expect it to be you. Why? I can't sit in the office anymore. Want to come out for a walk? Fuck you, Li Boming said with a smile. You said it was a coincidence. I was promoted yesterday and sat in the position of head of the procurement department. Then you won the contract of 100,000 tons, and I was in charge. Hearing Li Boming's words, Shi Yang showed a smile. I've been promoted, so I have to treat you. You are mining now. You are the real deal. You have a mine at home, and you still need a little supervisor from me to treat you? No, you must invite me, Li Boming also said with a smile. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and then got to the point. Let's talk later, let's get down to business first. This is Mr. Zhang. Come over to your mine to have a look. Hearing what Li Boming said, Shi Yang turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s. Boss Chi, hello, my name is Zhang Yiming. After the two exchanged a brief exchange and shook hands, Mr. Zhang said, Boss Chi, I want to take a look at your ore first, is that okay? Of course, this way please. Afterwards, the group went to the place where the ore was piled up. At this moment, all the ore that has been mined in the past 2 or 3 days has been piled up here, and it looks like 300 to 500 tons by visual inspection. These ores are all high-grade ores with good quality. As an expert in this field, Zhang Gong can naturally see it. After seeing the ore, Zhang Gong walked up quickly, grabbed a piece of ore, and looked at it carefully. After a while, another piece of ore was grabbed. So back and forth several times. Zhang Gong seemed extremely excited, as if he had discovered a peerless treasure. Boss Chi, I have been dealing with ores for almost 20 years, and I have never seen such a good ore before. Seeing Zhang Gong's excited look, Shi Yang was also taken aback. Unexpectedly, the system is so powerful. Ha, so to speak, it's my luck, everyone follow me to see the situation of ore mining. After speaking, Shi Yang took those people to his mining area. At this time, all the soil on the hillside had been dug up, and it was all red when it entered the target. It's incredible, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I really couldn't believe that there would be such a high-grade open-pit mine in Huatai City. It's really incredible. If there is an open-pit coal mine, maybe everyone will not be so excited. After all, in the north of Huatai City, Datong City is basically all open-pit coal mines. However, the open-pit hematite really surprised them. With such a large area and such fineness, it is probably the first case in China. Li Boming recovered from the shock. Shi Yang, you made a fortune this time, you mine boss, don't forget about me. In less than an hour, all the mined ore had been loaded onto the heavy truck. 3 or 2 days of hard mining is nothing more than a few trucks. Regarding this, Shi Yang naturally knows that his scale is too small. Li Boming naturally also discovered this, and said to Shi Yang, you must increase the production capacity of this mine. The current output is just a drop in the bucket for Taiyue. That's right, our Danawotai City in Taiyue already needs tens of thousands of tons of iron ore every day, and the expansion of production capacity will definitely be able to eat it. Zhang Gong also said with a smile. After sending Li Boming and the others away, Shi Yang went home to rest. When he was about to go to bed at night, Li Boming called. Shi Yang, let me tell you, it's developed. We took your mine back for inspection. None of the mines had a grade lower than 65%, and some even reached 68%. I can skip it. Ha, it seems that I want less. Is it because I need tens of dollars per ton for such a mine? Li Boming laughed when he heard Shi Yang's words. Now the price is not low, more than 1,000 tons, hundreds of tons a day, and hundreds of thousands of stable income, let's be content. Hearing his words, Shi Yang didn't take it seriously, it's only a few 100,000. I owe 3 billion in debt now. If it continues like this, it will take me 30 years to pay it back. Ha, it's still not enough. I'll go. You owe 3 billion yuan in debt. Even if your family's previous mine was in recession, you wouldn't know that much money. Li Boming was also taken aback when he heard Qi Yang's words. What was the size of my house before? Look at what it is now, and operate normally. Qi Yang said indifferently. And at this moment, in a large factory not far from Qi Yang, a fat man who looked like Roshan was lying on the sofa in the office. But at this moment, a woman who looked a bit charming was lying under his huge belly, doing back and forth movements. Boom! Suddenly, the door was pushed open. The fat man's face suddenly darkened. You're looking for death. The fat man looked coldly at the young man who opened the door. Yes, sorry, boss. At this time, the woman raised her head, swallowed the white substance in her mouth, and said with a cold face, Mr. Liu is so powerful today, you interrupt Mr. Wan's elegance, believe it or not. Hearing what the woman said, the fat man patted her on the head, motioning for her to go out. The woman walked out obediently. However, after going out, his face instantly became disgusted. Humph, old guy who can't get hard without taking medicine. If it wasn't for money, I would never touch you in this life. The thing is so small that you can't even find it. You can't even take medicine for a minute. It's disgusting. Nausea. But at this moment, in the office, the fat man looked at the young man coldly. Give me a reasonable explanation. Hearing Fatty's words, the young man quickly said, the Chi family's mine has not only resumed work, but also directly contacted the Taiwei group. Of course, Qi Yang didn't know all this. After spending half a day in the mine the next day, Qi Yang felt that everything was on the right track, so he decided to take a look around to see which mines were good. However, as soon as Qi Yang left the factory, he saw a Mercedes-Benz off-road vehicle rushing over, followed by 3 Wuling cars, and then stopped in front of Qi Yang. Qi Yang's face turned cold. Who are these people? Don't they know that this is his territory? Wuling was the first to open it, and a dozen strong men walked out, all dressed in black. One of the strong men walked over and opened the Mercedes-Benz door. Immediately afterwards, a big fat man weighing more than 300 caddies came out of the car. Full of style, smoking a cigar, the oil is shiny and cool. After coming down, he ignored Qi Yang directly, but set his eyes on the mine behind Qi Yang. The eyes are full of greedy color. After reading it, the fat man turned his attention to Qi Yang, and said with a smile on his face, no wonder Brother Qi was unwilling to sell the company to me a while ago, so there is such a high-quality mine. It doesn't seem like it's your business, does it? Qi Yang said flatly. Seeing Qi Yang's attitude, the burly man who just opened the door for the fat man's face darkened, and shouted, Boy, how are you talking? Oh? Mr. Liu, is that how your people talk? Hearing Qi Yang's words, the fat man turned his head and glared at the strong man. The strong man slapped himself twice. Boss Qi, are you satisfied? Qi Yang just glanced at him indifferently, and said directly to him, I don't like to beat around the bush, Mr. Liu, let's get straight to the point. If you want to buy a company, then it goes without saying. Boss Qi, you're really cool. I like dealing with cool people. Fatty Liu said, of course I'm here to discuss cooperation. Oh? That's really embarrassing, I don't plan to cooperate with anyone recently. Fatty Liu smiled grimly, Boss Qi, why bother talking so hard? I think the mines you have mined are very good, why don't you sell these mines to us, and I will pay this price. While speaking, Fatty Liu made a gesture. Qi Yang chuckled. This guy said it was the price, although it was a bit higher than the previous mines. However, it was more than 100 yuan lower than the price he sold to Taiwei. Don't underestimate the more than 100 yuan. Even if the production capacity is not up now, tens of thousands of yuan will be lost every day. Hee, Mr. Liu, are you joking? Hearing what Qi Yang said, Fatty Liu naturally knew that Qi Yang was not satisfied with the price. So Fatty Liu added another 100 yuan. With such an addition, the price is almost the same as Taiwei's price, which is considered fair. But Qi Yang still shook his head, now his price is still lower than Taiwei's. A gloomy look flashed in Fatty Liu's eyes, but he still lost and added another 100. The current price is considered high for iron ore. However, Qi Yang did not believe in the character of Fatty Liu. This guy is no good. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, my mine can't be sold casually now, there are special sales targets. Boy, go to the whole Huatai city to inquire about the mine that Wei Xiong Tian wants to buy, which one dares to refuse, are you tired of working? These words are obviously threatening Qi Yang. Fatty Lu didn't look too good looking at Qi Yang, he was planning to play tricks this time. As long as Qi Yang gets into the trap, he will be able to get his family's company sooner or later. But I didn't expect that Qi Yang would not pay the high price he paid at all. Fatty Lu turned around suddenly and gave the strong man two big mouths. Now if his plan is to be implemented, Qi Yang must be satisfied first. The strong man got two big mouths, but he didn't say anything, he just lowered his head. Qi Yang didn't feel much about this scene, after all, what's so interesting about a dog biting a dog? Boss Qi, if this is the case, I'll add another 50, which is enough sincerity. Fatty Lu gritted his teeth, pretending to be embarrassed. Qi Yang said, Boss Lu, I don't mean to bargain with you. I really don't want to sell. I already have regular customers. Hearing Qi Yang's words, Fatty Lu's complexion suddenly changed, and his tone became tough in an instant. Boss Qi, calling you the boss is to give you face. It doesn't matter if you repeatedly refute my face, Mr. Lu, but you can't refute my face from Xiongtian Mining. In Mrs. Hua, no one will give us face. Xiongtian Mining is notorious in Huatai City. There are definitely a lot of things that are forced to buy and sell. In addition, a group of big hands were kept in captivity. This is not the same as those cowards of the Sun family, their big hands are all Lianjiazi. Fatty Lu brought more than a dozen people this time, obviously because he wanted it, and if he couldn't be soft, he would come hard. I'm so frightened, I don't want to eat what you say. This is on my territory. Since there is nothing to talk about, you guys go away, so I won't give it away. Boy, what are you talking about? Although Qi Yang hadn't taken the bait yet, Fatty Lu didn't want to wait any longer and showed his true nature. When the strong man next to him heard it, he kicked it hard. Thinking about it, he was still angry about what happened just now, and he seemed extremely furious. Obviously, he was ruthless. However, the current Qi Yang is no ordinary person. Physical fitness is not a bit better than ordinary people. Just when the strong man's leg was about to kick Qi Yang raised his foot and kicked. The burly man was kicked out by Qi Yang and rolled several meters. Hiss. Seeing this scene, all the people present unconsciously gasped. No matter what this strong man said, he was a full 200 caddies, but he was kicked and flew out by Qi Yang. How could Qi Yang of ordinary stature burst out with such strength? The other strong men quickly reacted and punched them. After all, they were all blood-licking from the knife edge, no matter how big the scene was, they had to react quickly. Humph! Qi Yang snorted coldly, and directly took the fist of the first person in his hand. Suddenly, the strong man hurried, and a huge force came. Before he reacted, he felt as if his bones were about to shatter. But at this moment, Qi Yang's other hand had already been raised, and he slammed it down. Click! With a sound, the strong man's arm has been completely deformed. Obviously, his arm has been broken. Qi Yang, you have to think clearly about the consequences of offending Lao Tzu. At this time, Fatty Lu finally stopped hiding his true colors, his voice suddenly became much louder, and he sternly shouted at Qi Yang. Just you, don't think I don't know, you are illegally occupying 3 big mines, believe it or not, I can make you close. Qi Yang still didn't have any sense of urgency, and his voice was very calm. I'm a businessman who does his duty. All the mines he sells are purchased by himself, selected and resold. Fatty Lu said disapprovingly. After Fatty Lu finished speaking, he burst out laughing. And the other big men, after hearing his words, did the same. Xiongtian Mining's business on the bright side is to buy iron ore at a low price and sell it at a high price after simple screening. However, in fact, there are several black mines. What is a black mine? Those who do not have a mining license are secretly mining. This is obviously an illegal act, but who made the shortage of mines now? In addition, it is better to cover up by reselling mines. So basically all of them turned a blind eye, ignored it, and pretended not to see it. Shi Yang told them to close the door, which seemed like a big joke to their ears. As long as there is no black mine, it is impossible for them to close the door. After all, buying at a low price and selling at a high price will not sustain his company at all. Snapped. At this moment, a loud slap sounded. He slapped Fatty Lou hard on the face. The arrogant laughter stopped abruptly. Fatty Lou looked at Shi Yang in disbelief. Call me. Give me all. Whoever can kill him, I will give him 200,000 yuan. After being slapped by Chi Yang, Fatty Lou became angry from embarrassment and shouted loudly. For a moment, more than a dozen people rushed towards Chi Yang as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. Since you are looking for death, don't blame me for being too harsh. Chi Yang looked at this mighty group of people coldly, without any fear in his heart. With his skill, it doesn't take much effort to deal with these people. Like a tiger, with a ferocious aura, he charged straight into the crowd. Suddenly, there was the sound of a fist hitting a bone, and the sound of a bone breaking. At the same time, there were endless screams and wails. For a time, that sound filled the entire mine. Such a sound finally attracted the attention of some miners. Come on, come on. Copy guys. Someone is here to smash things. Immediately afterwards, a large number of miners rushed over with sticks and the like. However, when they rushed over, they saw more than a dozen people lying on the ground. All of these people were covered in blood. Some have collapsed noses, some have deformed arms, and some even have their bones exposed. The miners who watched were also terrified. It's hard to imagine what just happened here. Fatty Lou was stunned at the moment. The cigar in his mouth fell to the ground at some point. At this moment, Fatty Lou stood there sluggishly, staring at Chi Yang in a daze. What do you want to do? Seeing Chi Yang walking towards him, Fatty Lou was frightened and his voice trembled a little. At this moment, he saw those miners rushing over, his legs even began to tremble. In the past, relying on his status as Xiong Tian's boss, Mrs. Hui could be regarded as walking sideways. He was the only one who beat people, and there was no time for others to beat him. But this time, he knew that Chi Yang really dared to hit him. However, what happened next really surprised everyone. Chi Yang picked up the cigars on the ground. Then, slowly, it entered Fatty Lou's mouth. Give him some. By the way, he tidied up his clothes. Immediately, he patted his chubby face lightly a few times. Boss Lou, everyone is a civilized person, why bother to use swords and guns, go back and think about it. Boss, are you okay? After Chi Yang turned around, Chi Delong asked Chi Yang with concern. What can I do? I just had a heart-to-heart talk with Boss Lou. Don't worry, everyone. Go do what you should do. Hearing Chi Yang's words, Chi Delong pointed to the blood on Chi Yang's body. Don't worry, it's not mine, go to work. Seeing that Chi Yang was really fine, and those people were all down on the ground, looking miserable, the miners returned to their posts. In order not to worry his family members, Chi Yang bought clothes outside before returning home. Early the next morning, Chi Yang drove away. However, today, instead of going to his own mine, he went straight to the next county. If you offended yourself, how could it be so simple, and if you don't let you close the door, I'm really sorry for my golden finger. Chi Yang was thinking while driving. After driving 70 kilometers, Chi Yang came to a mountainous area. It is said to be a mountainous area, but the environment is actually very harsh. All the objects are tan. Whenever the wind blows, there will be dust flying, and the yellow and black sandstorms cannot be stopped by one person. The intersection of lus and coal powder is really life-threatening. Soon, Chi Yang came outside a large factory. This place is one of Xiong Tian's factories. Of course, on the surface it is a factory built against a mountain, but in fact there is a big mine hidden inside. Here is one of the largest ore veins secretly mined by Xiong Tian. Chi Yang checked the distance with his eyes, drove the car to the nearest destination, and then hit it slightly. System, scan all iron ore within a kilometer. Soon, a huge three-dimensional figure appeared in front of Chi Yang. After a quick look, Qi Yang discovered that their Xiongtians or veins are indeed very good. There are darker ores everywhere. No wonder their family can do so big. But, unfortunately, they offended themselves. Immediately afterwards, Qi Yang commanded the system to gather all the mines of their family and move them away. Although it was only a short 1,000 meters, it was enough to make their family feel hopeless. Afterwards, Qi Yang spent half a day running to several places. And when Qi Yang went to other places, Fatty Lu's people had already dug up the little mine left by Qi Yang. Lu Dong. It's not good, the big thing is not good. What's the big deal? At most, someone was injured. For such a trivial matter, just pay for it. If the family makes trouble, call me. Don't bother me because of such a trivial matter. Fatty Lu said casually. In his opinion, every time these people yelled at him badly, it was just such a small matter, and it would be over if they just paid a little. No one dared to make trouble. It is not common for people to die in the mine. There are quite a few people who died in the coal mine next door, but it is not a big deal. No, Mr. Lu, this time something is really wrong. Our mines in Fengshe town seem to be exhausted. What? Fatty Lu was taken aback immediately. You know, the mines in Fengshe town are the lifeblood of Xiongtian. At the beginning, I don't know how many people were recruited up and down to get that piece of land. Fatty Lu hurriedly got up and rushed to the mine over there with that person, but on the way there, he received a call. Shaoli, what's the matter? Boss, something is wrong. My mine seems to be exhausted, and I haven't dug any mine for 2 hours. What? Fatty Lu's face turned pale, another mine had a problem. This, if it's true, then, it's going to hurt your bones. Soon, they found the mine in Fengshe town. At this time, many workers have stopped. Those people were pointing there one by one, talking non-stop. Normally, when he saw such a situation, Fatty Lu would have yelled at him long ago, but now he is not in the mood to take care of it. Lu Dong, look. Soon, the person who brought Fatty Lu pointed to the ground and said to Fatty Lu. The piece of land he pointed to was the former mining area, but now, there was not even a trace of iron ore on the ground. There is no trace of possible appearance at all, as if it is a complete yellow land. Impossible, impossible, how could this be possible? Didn't those Dogecoin experts say that the reserves are so large that it will be fine even if it is mined for 10 years? It's only been a year now. Fatty Lu looked at the ground, his face suddenly changed and he began to curse unconsciously. Dig it for me. I don't believe it. I'll go to Nangguan to have a look. You are all going to be moved by me. Damn it, dig it. When Fatty Lu collapsed, Qi Yang drove to the city leisurely and took a sauna on the way. By the time Taiyue Group arrived, it happened to be 3 days in the afternoon. The reason why I came here is because I have to check out. Because Li Boming was responsible for this matter, Qi Yang went directly to Li Boming. Ha, now that you have become a soil mine owner, what are your plans in the future? Seeing Qi Yang enter his big office, Li Boming joked. In just a few days, Qi Yang has earned over 3 million yuan, and this kind of thing will continue for a long, long time. Now, it can be said that he has really become a local rich man. I have a lot of places to use my money now. There are hundreds of mouths waiting for me to eat. I will expand the scale of mining in the future. Otherwise, when will my 3 billion foreign debts be paid off? Okay, stop for me, I'm afraid of you. When Li Boming heard Qi Yang's words, his face was distressed, and he stopped immediately. Then I turned on my computer, opened the OA system, and an Excel form came out. Qi Yang, I've done the statistics for you. There are a total of 2,350 tons of ore. According to the contract price, the total is more than 2.5 million. The relationship between the two is very good. In addition, the future cooperation will continue, so Li Boming said again, take these receipts and go to the financial side to settle the settlement. The check will do. While talking, Li Boming packed up. Obviously, he had to take Qi Yang to the financial side to go through the formalities. But just when Li Boming was about to leave with Qi Yang, he received a call. as if saying that some important person was coming, let him receive it. So, it was just Qi Yang who went to the financial side with a receipt or something. I took a look on the website, but I couldn't find any novels that really focused on mining, so I really don't know if you like this type of book or not. To be honest, writing this book can be regarded as a temporary idea. As a man who used to have mines at home, funny, although he only lost money, the bricks were all fake, it was his first time to write a mining novel, and he was still a little nervous. Fei Lu, I believe everyone knows that the first day's results and data are very important to the author, but my results are not very good. So, cut to the chase. Please, big brothers, give me a little fluff, some full score evaluation votes, or, in the book review area of the younger brother, have a chat or two. Brother, I work during the day and can only code at night, but as long as my grades are good enough, I can code like crazy. As long as you can't write to death, write to death. Again, thank you to my little brother, Zayoowa, and the big ones who commented on the votes, thank you very much. Qi Yang soon arrived at the finance department. However, their Minister of Finance did not intend to sign Qi Yang at all. Even the process does not continue. What to say when you are free? Qi Yang chose Taiyue because of the convenience of payment. But now it seems that big companies also have the disadvantages of big companies. This is free, and it may be 1 to 3 months, which is not acceptable. After all, at this time, let's not talk about debts, the workers in the mine should be paid, and the recruiters should be paid. In addition, he also wants to change a car. Going to the mine every day, the road is bumpy, if you don't change to a better car, I'm really sorry for his ass. After all, he was also a man with a mine in his family. A mere matter of more than 2 million yuan is nothing to the Minister of Finance. Not to mention that it is the company's money, and moreover, tens of millions of money pass through his hands every day. This is the first time he has seen such a small tent like Qi Yang. Although he doesn't know how a small mine owner like Qi Yang became the target of his company's procurement, but no matter what the reason is, he doesn't care. Now, he just doesn't want to sign. Minister, I hope you don't regret it. Qi Yang was also swayed, directly threw the document on his desk, and took out his mobile phone. He doesn't care who he's talking about, I'm someone who has something to do with it anyway. It doesn't matter, that's a fool. Wait to regret it. Qi Yang got through to Wang Jiangluo's phone and made a hands-free connection. This is the office of the Minister of Finance, so I'm not afraid that too many people will hear it. Xiao Yang, why do you call me when you have time? A smile appeared on the corner of Qi Yang's mouth. Uncle Wang, I'm at Taiyue Group now, are you free there? If you are free, let's have a meal together. When Qi Yang was talking to Wang Jiangluo, the Minister of Finance beside him was stunned. Fuck! How could he fail to recognize that this was Wang Jiangluo's voice? What's going on with this horse riding? This little mine manager is actually a relative of Mr. Wang. It's over, I offended Mr. Wang's people just now. When he came back to his senses, the Minister of Finance was full of remorse. At this moment, his mind is full of how to make up for the bad impression he created in Qi Yang's heart. While thinking, he had already signed his name on the things Qi Yang brought, and quickly approved this article on OA. After exchanging a few words with Wang Jiangluo, Qi Yang hung up the phone. In fact, when Wang Jiangluo heard that Qi Yang was here to ask for the bill, he guessed the outline of the matter. However, he believed that the other party had obediently gone through the process now. By the time he hung up the phone, the Minister of Finance was already a different person. Everyone was smiling and seemed extremely enthusiastic. However, Qi Yang didn't care, he didn't want to argue with this kind of person for too long. When everything was done, Qi Yang was about to leave, and when he got up, the head of the finance department added, Mr. Qi, you can just send someone over for this kind of thing in the future, and I will definitely take care of it for you as soon as possible. Then there is Minister Lao Lu. After the settlement, Qi Yang went to the bank to deposit the account, and went directly to buy a car. However, in a place where there are many local tyrants, buying a car worth millions will naturally not cause too much reaction. Of course, in such a place full of soil mine owners and coal owners, no car seller would come out to make trouble. Let the guy pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger pretend to slap him in the face. Money can make Motui ghosts, and Shi Yang picked up his car and left in just 2 hours. The days that followed seemed peaceful, but there was already a conspiracy waiting for Chi Yang. "Boss, someone from the police station told us to stop working." "Oh? I'll go there now." When Shi Yang sensed the scene, the mine heard 2 police cars, and one of them was standing there, a thick policeman, who seemed to be the leader. "I'm the boss here. I don't know what's the matter with this police officer." Hearing Chi Yang's words, the man looked at Chi Yang coldly. "I am in charge of this area, and you are the owner of this mine? Didn't you used to be a person in your 40s or 50s? I'm the boss. If you have anything to say, just tell me." Chi Yang looked at the man and said. A discerning person can tell at a glance that the other party is not kind. "I suspect that the relevant procedures on your side are not complete. In addition, I just checked briefly. There are problems with fire protection and other aspects. I will notify the fire brigade and the industrial and commercial bureau to come. Don't forget, there is also the land bureau, which is in charge of mines." Shi Yang said coldly. "That's right, there's also the land bureau. You're smart. Go back, boy. What are you talking about when the director is talking?" At first he thought it was his subordinates who were speaking, but suddenly realized that it was Chi Yang who said it, and the language suddenly changed. "Anyway, no matter what, now stop working immediately and go back to the institute with me. If you are really okay, I will let you back naturally." Not knowing what to ask, that person suddenly restrained himself a lot. However, Chi Yang still didn't care about it, and turned on the handset on the phone in his hand. "Wang Zhu, you heard it just now, and you don't know how to deal with it?" Although Chi Yang will not do things that violate the law and discipline, but when it comes to mining, there is still a relationship that should be there. This time I paid 40,000 to 50,000 yuan in taxes. Although it is not a big taxpayer, it is definitely not small. In addition, the previous scale was larger than it is now, and on this 3-acre land, Shi Yang still has the relationship that should have. The best way for the little ghost to block the way is naturally to let the big ghost solve it. Time flies, and a few days have passed in a blink of an eye. Shi Yang got the news that Xiongtian Mining actually hired a professional survey team. In fact, hiring a survey team for a black mine like theirs would take a lot of risk. However, for Chi Yang, it was a matter of laughing it off. You know, a few days ago, Chi Yang moved all the ore in their mine a long distance away. As long as you dig a little bit down, there will be no ore at all. Even if the survey team came, it would be difficult to find the new vein. However, as the saying goes, cut grass without leaving roots, otherwise it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Shi Yang finally went to Xiongtian again. Coming to Xiongtian again, this time Xiongtian looked deserted. No more minecarts coming and going. No busy workers in sight either. Shi Yang's vision is not against the sky, but it has a system. After scanning, Shi Yang found that the exploration team has arrived. The members of these exploration teams have already begun to set up drilling rigs and prepare for drilling. Fatty Lu and the rest of Xiongtian's top executives followed an old man with hope. This old man is one of the most experienced people in the Xishan provincial exploration team. If it weren't for the old man's son who gambled a few times in Oman and is still heavily in debt, it would be impossible for Fatty Lu to invite him. "This is the first time I've seen your situation here. Judging from the superficial situation, there should be rich iron ore here, but in fact, you can't find a trace of ore. It's really strange." Hearing the old man's words, Fatty Lu said anxiously, "Then I don't know Mr. Qian, what should I do?" After hearing Fatty Lu's words, Mr. Qian said in a different way, "What should I do? Now I can only use drilling to explore, see what is below, and analyze it through what? Mr. Qian, come here as you see fit. We will fully cooperate with you. You must save us. Thousands of people are waiting for us to eat. If you don't tell me, I will do my best. The drilling rig is ready, and I will start drilling immediately. I hope there are iron ore below." Chi Yang was not far away. Looking at the positions of those drilled holes, he felt more at ease. "I just checked, and there are no mines around here. Even, it is said that the terrain under the borehole is extremely complicated, making it impossible to safely explore the bottom of the borehole. While Xiong Tian was still working hard to explore, the people outside were already excited. Do you know? I heard that Xiong Tian's mine is going to stop production. Whatever is going to stop production has been stopped for several days. I don't think it's far from going bankrupt. It deserves it. What an eye-opener. That's right, look around here and let them do harm. Who said no? It's a pity that we sued them so many times, but we couldn't. This time is really eye-opening. The reputation of Xiongtian mining is really great. When they heard that they were going to close down, the residents, and even some people, risked being fined and set off cannons to celebrate. After several hours of hard work, the drilling rig on the mine has stopped. Because, Mr. Qian felt that there was no need to continue exploring. Moreover, with the drill bits all over the ground, I am afraid that even if there is a real mine underneath, with the current technology, they cannot be dug out. Boss Liu, there is no need to continue mining this mine. The iron ore here has been exhausted. Old Qian, is it really exhausted? Fatty Liu's face was so ugly that he was about to cry. Old Qian, a few years ago, a survey was done here, and the conclusion reached at that time was that even if it was mined for 10 or 20 years, it would not be exhausted. Either the people who did the previous exploration were not skilled enough, or the exploration was wrong. Anyway, I can tell you responsibly that this place must have been exhausted. It is 100% meaningless. Dad, I did the prospecting 4 years ago. At this moment, a weak voice came from behind Shen Lao. In the following days, Qi Yang's mine entered a steady upward trend. It is worth mentioning that Qi Yang changed his company's name to Polar Mining. Qi Yang has already made up his mind. After a while, when it really develops, Polar Mining will directly change its name to a group, with Polar Iron, Polar Aluminum, Polar Coal, and even Polar Silver, Polar Gold, etc. At this moment, the mine is full of excitement, and the number of workers has increased more than 10 times. Thousands of people are constantly working. The broken iron ore was continuously sent out, gathered together, and formed a huge ore pile. There is an endless stream of heavy trucks outside, constantly pulling these ores to Taiyue Group. It is very gratifying to watch the carts full of ore. Of course, as the mine grew bigger and bigger, Qi Yang also invited professionals to inspect the strength and prepare to build an office building. In addition, the road outside was also planned to be rebuilt. Up to now, the production of Qi Yang mine has been very gratifying. 1,000 tons per day is no longer a dream. How much is 1,000 tons? 1 ton is more than 1,000, even if calculated according to 1,000, it is a full 1 million. Starting at 1 million a day, this is almost on top of the money printing machine. With a little calculation in Qi Yang's mind, he became inexplicably happy. However, when I thought that I still had 3 billion foreign debts, I was relieved again. 1 million a day, 30 million a month, a little over 300 million a year, 300 million after deducting labor and other costs. It still needs to be expanded, otherwise it will take 10 years just to pay back the money. This is still without interest, and it is even more terrible if it is interest. Just as Qi Yang was watching a large pile of iron ore in his mine being transported out by several heavy trucks, a car came to the mine. Mr. Qi, you came here uninvited, didn't you bother me? As soon as he got out of the car, the people who got out of the car saw Qi Yang, so they smiled at Qi Yang. Qi Yang was taken aback for a moment, but Fan soon came to his senses. There is also joy in my heart. A few days ago, I met this person at a banquet, and the two of them were considered acquaintances. This man did not mine, but he made steel. In the entire Huatai city, apart from Taiyue, a giant state-owned enterprise, he owns the largest steelmaking company. Speaking of which, this person's name is somewhat domineering, called Bailey Qianlian. And his company is called Qianlian Iron and Steel Group. Qi Yang was in a good mood, and said enthusiastically, "What kind of wind brought Mr. Bailey to me?" Qi Yang originally wanted to call him Mr. Bailey, but when he thought about it, it was obviously inappropriate to call him Mr. Bailey. He had a double surname, and he was called Mr. Bailey, which felt weird. In the end, he could only call him Mr. Bailey. Qianlian also smiled when he heard that, "Boss Qi is being polite, if you think of me, just call me Brother Bailey." Brother, you can't call me Mr. Chi anymore. While the two exchanged pleasantries, Bailey Chinlian also took a brief look at Chi Yang's mind. After all, I also eat this bowl of rice, and I am used to seeing large open-pit mines, so Bailey Chinlian was not too surprised when faced with Chi Yang's mine. However, he always felt that the crimson color on the Chi Yang mine was very different from the ones he had seen before, but he couldn't imagine what the difference was. Since my brother is here, why don't I take you around the mine? It's just what I want. With Bailey Chinlian, Chi Yang briefly introduced the situation of his mine. One of the two talked and the other listened, and before they knew it, they went to the area where the iron ore was mined. Now that the distance was so close, Bailey Chinlian finally showed surprise on his face. It's different here than anywhere else. Very different. Under normal circumstances, even in open-pit mining, iron ore is divided into countless layers. When the upper ore is removed, rocks will appear below, and the ore will not appear again until the rock is removed. In the area with rocks in the middle, the grade of the ore will decrease, and at that time beneficiation needs to be carried out. However, at Chi Yang, he found that all of them are iron ore, and there is no rock formation in the middle. More importantly, the mine colors here are all of high grade. At least, that's how it looks. If this is the case, then his difficulty may be resolved here. Brother, the grade of your iron ore is not low. Have you ever sampled it and tested it? What grade is it? I'm not bragging, my brother. The grade of mine is not lower than 65%, and some even reach 68%. Chi Yang laughed and said, How is it? Brother, are you tempted and want to buy iron ore from me? Bailey Chinlian is a big steelmaker, so it naturally needs a lot of iron ore. Although there is already a Taiyuan now, it would be nice to have another Chinlian. Who cares, I have few customers. It's really easy to find nowhere to go, it's really great, this time I really came to the right place. After hearing Chi Yang's words, Bailey Chinlian fell into ecstasy. Some time ago, he got a set of technology. Using that technology to make steel, the quality of steel produced by his company will be greatly improved. However, after a period of experimentation, it has been failing. In the end, it was concluded that the grade of iron ore used was too low. It is because of this that he has racked his brains during this time. Even set their sights overseas. But unexpectedly, Chi Yang has raw ore that is similar to overseas high-grade ore, and even to a certain extent, the quality is slightly better. Although Bailey Chinlian is the boss of the group, his vision is vicious and he is also a professional. Based on his own simple observation and Chi Yang's words, he can be sure that the mine here meets his requirements. For a time, the psychology can be described as extremely excited. Bailey Chinlian unconsciously took 2 steps forward, picked up a few small ores, and observed them carefully. It can be said that the more you watch, the happier you are, and the more you watch, the more excited you are. Chi Yang couldn't help smiling when he saw this scene. Sure enough, if the quality is good, there will be no shortage of buyers at all. After all, Bailey Chinlian was also a group boss, so he calmed down quickly. Brother, you are really my lucky star, this time is really great. Immediately afterwards, Bailey Chinlian told Chi Yang about his research, using that high-grade ore to refine high-strength steel. Chi Yang also didn't expect that his ore could have such a use. How about this, when you go back later, how about taking some more from me and going back to have a look? Chi Yang said with a smile. Because all the ores here are systematically screened, Chi Yang is quite confident about this. Ask Bailey Chinlian to take a little ore back and do an experiment. Once successful, there will be another big customer. It must be taken. I have a hunch that this time the mine will definitely work. Bailey Chinlian said with a smile. After Chi Yang and Bailey Chinlian walked around, Chi Yang asked someone to choose a large sack of iron ore, which seemed to weigh nearly 100 caddies, and asked him to carry it to Bailey Chinlian. Before leaving, Bailey Chinlian said to Chi Yang, Brother, I went around your mine just now and found that although your current scale is not large, the prospect is very scary. If the output increases, say not sure, then I will consider you to supply all the ore. Then I have to develop quickly. It is my honor to have such a large group as a regular customer. Ha ha ha. Chi Yang said with a smile. They exchanged a few casual greetings, and didn't go to have a meal together, because, now, Bailey Chinlian couldn't wait. Can't wait to rush back and immediately conduct experiments on those ores. Bailey Chinlian thought in his heart, hoping that these ores could also give him a huge surprise. Soon, Bailey Chinlian returned to Chinlian Steel Group. Chinlian Iron and Steel Group is considered a huge enterprise. Nature is a laboratory in all aspects, very sound. Bailey Chinlian was so excited that he didn't even call for anyone to help him carry the ore. He just carried the ore on his back and rushed into the laboratory. President, you are. Seeing Bailey Chinlian rushing in with 100 caddies of ore on his back, the people in the laboratory were also bewildered. What's the situation? What's going on? Don't talk nonsense, everyone, act for me, see that these ore walks meet our requirements, move. Hurry up! Bailey Chinlian shouted excitedly. Now there are no outsiders here, and I don't need to suppress my emotions again. What? Suddenly, the staff member in charge of the inspection let out a scream, which attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Xiao, what's the matter? I have been dealing with ore for almost 20 years, and I have never seen such an ore. Bailey Chinlian was taken aback for a moment, and asked, Xiao Xiao, is there something wrong with these ores? The person called Xiao Xiao shouted excitedly. There are problems with those ores. There are big problems. The quality of these ores is not like domestically produced. Even in comparison, the Australian selected ores we have obtained are better. You see, this is the report of these mines. It should be known that domestic iron ore is mostly lean ore, with a total iron content of 30% or even lower. Bailey Chinlian knows that the grade of Qiyang mine is very high, but he only hopes that the iron content in Qiyang mine exceeds 60%. 60% is a threshold. Once you get in, it is a very good ore. When the people in the laboratory saw the ore report, their faces became extremely rosy and they seemed excited. P.S. I beg you big brothers to give me some data. Now it seems that this book of my brother is really very miserable. Not long after, a technical man who looked 50 or 60 years old shouted at Bailey Chinlian with an excited expression on his face. Hurry up, contact Polar Mining, no matter what, first purchase a batch of such ore, I will smelt it immediately, I must smelt high-strength steel this month. Bailey Chinlian smiled immediately, as expected he was right. Really can. Soon, Bailey Chinlian called Qi Yang. Qi Yang, are you free? I want to talk to you about iron ore procurement. Sorry, I don't have time here this afternoon. Let's talk at my mine tomorrow morning. However, when Bailey Chinlian called Qi Yang was not there, but in the city. Qi Yang went to Huatai Metallurgical Design and Planning Institute this time. Metallurgical Design and Planning Institute is a public institution. Qi Yang was soon talking to an expert. The reason why he came here was that Qi Yang felt that it was time for him to plan his iron ore well, so that he could produce a large amount of mine reasonably and quickly. In addition, the roads also need to be replanned and constructed. After all, with the increase in output, more and more mines will be transported out every day. If the roads are blocked, it is likely to cause a backlog of mines. Also, he plans to build an office building, as well as a staff apartment. These naturally need professionals to complete. The expert who talked with Qi Yang this time can be regarded as one of the most senior experts in the Design Institute. He has presided over many large-scale mines, as well as a large number of large-scale mining companies and company planning for smelting minerals. Qi Yang brought a lot of photos this time, including photos of his own mine and the branch of Huatai Mountain where he is located. Mount Huatai is actually very large. In ancient times, there were 6 famous mountains, among which, besides the 5 mountains, was Zhongshan. And Zhongshan is Mount Huatai, and Liu Bang came to sacrifice to heaven on this mountain. Although what Qi Yang is in is only a branch, it is also very large. The expert looked at those photos seriously and started talking to Qi Yang. Looking at the photos, the mine on Mr. Qi's side is quite large. I don't know how big the reserves are. How much capacity do you plan to build this time? For this point, Qi Yang already had some ideas. In terms of reserves, to be honest, I haven't explored carefully, but according to the current situation, the reserves will definitely not be small. According to my idea, the initial plan of this mine is 20,000 daily production. Of course, the amount will increase in the future. Daily 20,000 tons, starting at 1,000 tons per ton, is 20 million. Really scary. The expert was slightly taken aback after hearing Qi Yang's words. Daily 20,000 tons will increase in the future. This is just a joke. At present, there is no large-scale mining equipment in the country at all. All mines are crushed by manpower, electric hammers, air pumps, etc., and then transported out. With a daily output of 20,000 tons, at least 2,000 manpower must be invested. He doesn't know whether others believe it or not, but he doesn't. If the dean of the Design Institute hadn't greeted him, he would have left long ago. An arrogant guy, how can he have any qualifications to let him help with the construction? Qi Yang also noticed the expression on the expert's face, but he still didn't say much. The daily output is 20,000, 6 million tons a year, more than 1,000 tons per ton, roughly 6 billion. You can be debt-free in half a year. With an annual output value of 6 billion, no wonder experts don't believe it. Ha, expert, you can just follow this plan. Anyway, I am party A, so I have the final say. In the end, Qi Yang didn't intend to say anything to him, but just let him do as he wanted. Obviously, Qi Yang is expressing that whether the production capacity can be achieved has nothing to do with you, you just need to give the plan. However, Qi Yang seems to have thought of something again. 20,000 is not the end point. When you plan, you have more space. It is very possible to reach 50,000, and there is even a great chance of reaching 100,000 in the future. I am Chow. A lot of old experts, when they heard what Qi Yang said, they would not consciously swear. With a daily output of 100,000, this output is nothing to the country. However, in the entire Chinese dynasty, there are only a handful of mines that can reach this level. And those are undoubtedly very large veins, occupying the best position in the country. Hey, Mr. Qi, we still have time, let's go to your mine to investigate first, then we can talk about it. The expert was stunned by Qi Yang's words, and the tone of his speech changed. Ha ha ha, that's natural. Planning, of course, can't be done on paper, welcome at any time. Qi Yang laughed. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from Qi Yang's ear. Congratulations to the master for achieving the achievement, the daily production of 1,000 tons of pure iron, the reward. That night, Qi Yang didn't come home. This morning, it was just one sentence, damn it. When all the miners came to the mine, they would all unconsciously yell, damn it. In the eyes, it is a giant. Have you ever seen a 10-meter high car? Have you ever seen a bucket as big as a pickup truck? Have you ever seen a 3-person tall track? Getting in the car is like climbing the stairs, so I ask you if you are afraid. This is the equipment I got. Qi Yang just said a few words, but ignited the entire mine. Even on the internet, only a few pictures of such a giant can be seen. Ha ha ha, we finally have our own advanced mining equipment. I'm afraid this is the first in China. Boss Qi is awesome. The miners were extremely excited. After many years, Daishiancho finally had a truly advanced mining machine. We all know that the Western countries headed by Laomi have imposed extremely severe technical blockades on us. Especially our mining industry. These countries are afraid that we have a vast territory. If the mines are excavated, the overall national strength will suddenly increase. The voice of Qi Yang came again, and the place was silent. Once upon a time, the Celestial Dynasty, the world's powerful countries, and everyone bowed down to my Celestial Dynasty. What Laomi and the Western countries were worried about was that my Celestial Dynasty would rise again, but, infringe those who benefit from the Celestial Dynasty must be punished even if they are far away. This is our belief. Today, we will become one of the cornerstones for the Celestial Dynasty to realize its dream of revival. This machine is named Breakthrough, a breakthrough crawler-type hydraulic excavator. The whole machine weighs 298 tons, the engine power is 1044 kilowatts, and the standard bucket capacity is 17 cubic meters. The ground length of the track is 6.3 meters. A single bucket can dig up to 35 tons of materials at a time, which is equivalent to lifting 30 cars. The maximum excavator force is 1,150 knots, 117 tons, and the maximum crushing force is 1,070 knots, 109 tons. The maximum flat thrust is 1,123 knots, 115 tons. Today is a memorable day. You will be the witnesses of this moment in history. The Celestial Dynasty will always be the strongest. Today, I will personally drive breakthrough number 1 to carry out this historic shovel. History will have a strong stroke from us. The miners were all excited by Qi Yang, and their blood was surging. China finally has its own giant mining machine. At this moment, no one thought about where this giant came from. Before this moment comes, I want to say, everyone present, all of you will be rewarded with 1 month's salary as a bonus. As soon as Qi Yang's words came out, there was another commotion. Boss Qi is not human. At the moment when Qi Yang's face changed slightly, he heard the second half of the sentence again. Qi is always a god. He is the god in my heart. Yes. Mr. Qi is a god. The gods descended to earth. My culture is really not high, I can only say shit. Mr. Qi is awesome. Qi is always nervous. Boss Qi is awesome, Boss Qi is awesome. During the shouting, the entire staff in the polar region felt a strong sense of pride in their hearts. This is a kind of pride in the heart of being able to become a person of the polar region. The atmosphere was so violent that no one noticed that an off-road vehicle entered the mining area. Bailey Chenlian and a little old man, listening to Qi Yang's speech not far away, felt their blood surging. The little old man originally focused all his energy on the open pit mine nearby, but after hearing Qi Yang's words, his whole attention was on Qi Yang. This is a real celestial good boy. Brother, I'm sorry, I originally planned to accompany you to see the mine early this morning, but I didn't expect my big baby to be delivered, so I had to be late. Hearing Qi Yang's words, Bailey Qianlian waved his hands again and again. What are you talking about? I have never seen such a huge machine even in the few mines in Australia. It is unbelievable that my brother can get it in the current situation in China. This is a big deal. Although Bailey Qianlian is not engaged in the mining industry, as a master of steel smelting, he is naturally very clear about the mining industry. Every year, I don't know how much money is lost to foreigners. As a person from the Celestial Dynasty, he didn't want to face such a situation either. However, he had to face it. We can only spend a lot of money to empower foreigners, because China needs steel. Now, Qi Yang is very happy to be able to obtain such equipment. This piece of equipment may not collect much ore, and it can only be regarded as a drop in the bucket in the huge Celestial Dynasty, but this is the beginning. Once there is the first one, this place is no longer a technical blockade. I believe that it will not take long for it to bloom everywhere. Thinking of the prosperous scene, Bailey Qianlian is also extremely eager. Boom! The huge mine seemed to start to tremble. Immediately afterwards, countless ores crashed down. In an instant, all the people present couldn't help but riot. Under the control of Qi Yang, the breakthrough excavator carried out an extremely violent impact on the mine. In an instant, countless ore fragments flew out in all directions. Immediately afterwards, pieces of ore began to crumble, and let out weak groans. The huge mine has lost its original majesty, like a dying life, as if it will bounce in the next second. Boom! With a loud noise, billowing thick smoke was like an overwhelming sandstorm, covering half of the mine in an instant. This is comparable to a small blast. The sound of violent collapse was endless, and pieces of ore collapsed one after another. The broken ore rolled down mercilessly like a mudslide. When the thick smoke dissipated, the bottom was already full of ore, and countless cracks appeared on the mine at this moment. Everyone present was completely stunned. You know, the giant in this mine has a maximum crushing force of 1,070 knots. 1,000 cattle is equivalent to more than 100 kilograms. The crushing force of more than 1,000 cattle is equivalent to a crushing force of 100,000 kilograms, or 100 tons. How terrifying is this? In China, who has seen such a powerful mining method? At this moment, Qi Yang acted again. With a roar, the breaker moved again. Thorn! As a sound came out, the huge bucket was already full. The most powerful single bucket of the breakthrough can dig up materials weighing up to 35 tons at a time. What is the concept of 35 tons? It is equivalent to lifting 30 cars. In other words, with this shovel down, there is a full 35 tons of ore. A shovel down, it is 35,000 yuan. You know, this is only a short 10 minutes. Such a mining artifact is simply a super money printing machine. It didn't take long for Qi Yang to fill up a heavy truck with those ores. Compared with the previous efficiency, it is simply heaven and earth. Shot! At this moment, Qi Yang suddenly walked out of the cab and yelled downward. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of crackling sound. At this festive time, it is natural to celebrate with fireworks. This is a rule passed down from the ancestors. Qi Yang had already prepared firecrackers before and handed them over to Qi Delong. As long as he gave an order, he would start to set off the firecrackers. Bang bang bang! In the festive atmosphere like a festival, everyone present seemed very happy and proud. Because the polar mining industry is bound to flourish. Quiet, quiet. After a while, Qi Delong suddenly stood up and said, "On this festive day, may I ask Mr. Qi to say a few words?" Boss Qi. Boss Qi. Boss Qi. Qi Yang suppressed the void, and suddenly, thousands of people on the field stopped making a sound in an instant. Today is a memorable day for our polar region, because today, we will become the leading company of Tianqiao Mining Company. We may be insignificant in size in the huge Tianqiao. I believe that we can go step by step on the most dazzling throne. And you, as part of this big family, are you willing to join me in pushing the pole to that throne? With just a few words, Qi Yang brought the miners present into an inexplicable emotion. In an instant, someone started shouting. Willing! Willing! During this period of time, everyone's contribution is obvious to all. The 1 month's salary I said before will be treated as a bonus. From next month, everyone's salary will be increased by 10%. Those who perform the best will have an extra bonus. Bonus! Boom! In an instant, another burst of cheers broke out again. Qi Yang knows that only when people have desires can they work harder. Perhaps ideals can make people fearless and tired, but before that, miners need to live. And they also have a family. Only enough benefits can make people willing to work hard for you. Work should not be delayed for too long because of this. Soon, Qi Yang's words were over, and people returned to their posts again. As for the Big Mac, currently only Qi Yang has obtained the systematic tutorial and can use it. I am afraid that there is no second one in China. Therefore, next, he needs to train a few people to specialize in driving this Big Mac. Before that, though, Qi Yang has other things to do. That is naturally 1,000 miles and thousands of exercises. He has been here for some time. However, when he came to Bailey Qianlian's side, the person beside Bailey Qianlian had disappeared. If you look carefully, you will find that he has already been impatient to get a few pieces of iron ore. Looking at those iron mines, the man was extremely excited, and the more he looked, the more excited he became. It was as if what was picked up was not iron ore, but dog-head gold. P.S. Guys, please give me a little fluff, a little ticket. Today is my birthday, and I am 1 year older, so the pressure of life has naturally increased, so let's try to update more today. In addition, the younger brother would like to thank the boss who gave me the reward, and wish the boss a successful career, work, study, and everything goes well to Mary by Fume. Mine is a good mine. Naturally, there is no need to worry about selling. Soon, Qi Yang reached an agreement with Bailey Qianlian. The price is fully 150 higher than Taiyue's. Don't underestimate the 150. Judging from yesterday's production, if you sell all of them to him, you can earn more than 100,000 in a day. Now that a breakthrough excavator joins, the price difference is at least a few 100,000. Then, experts from the Design Institute also arrived at the scene. After all, Qi Yang also spent a lot of money. When I came, I took a few to stop. Since planning is to be done, it is natural to take a good measure. As soon as he arrived at the mine, the expert was taken aback. What Shi Yang said didn't seem to be bragging. Although, it seems that the daily production of 10,000 to 20,000 yuan is. Fuck, that giant excavator. Fuck. If the reserves in this place are sufficient, 10,000 tons seems not impossible. At this time, his thoughts have changed. Shi Yang is not a mine owner with the mentality of an upstart. It seems that he really didn't brag, but just speculated reasonably. If you continue to invest money, it is entirely possible to reach 10,000 tons. In addition, if you can get a few more Big Macs, 50,000 tons is no problem at all. Experts, it's your hard work this time. Although the other party is taking money to do things, Shi Yang is still very enthusiastic. In this world, how could someone help you for free? Of course, the overall view still needs to be seen. A drone slowly rises, and soon, the overall situation of the mine is displayed, and even the town not far away can be seen at a glance. Mr. Chi, the terrain here is very good, and you have the natural conditions to build a large-scale mine, but you really plan to build it so. Shi Yang naturally knew what he wanted to say, and before he finished speaking, he said directly, "Don't worry about the reserves of this mine. Although our first stage plan is to produce 20,000 tons per day, after a rough calculation, the second phase is about to plan a daily production of 100,000. During this period of time, Shi Yang ran here and there, but moved all the nearby iron ore here. Now, the Chi Yang mine is conservatively estimated to have a reserve of 100 million. Moreover, as long as he is willing, this number can continue to rise. Reserves are the least of his worries." Bang! Hearing that Nissan was producing 100,000 yuan, the one next to him stopped and slid to the ground. Damn it! With a daily output of 100,000 tons, 30 million tons a year. Xiao Chen, what did you do? Xiao Chen thought, I am too difficult. He looked at Qi Yang, as if to say, you are kidding me. Qi Yang didn't care, and directly began to point Jiangshan, expressing all his general thoughts. As for the deeper level, then leave it to this expert. At this moment, in Xianlian Iron and Steel Group, they are doing an experiment that can change their company drastically. This time the protagonist is Qi Yang's iron ore. The atmosphere was quite dignified, and everyone raised their hearts to their throats. At this moment, even Bailey Qianlian seemed extremely nervous. He is well aware of the difficulties of a private metallurgical enterprise, and it is too difficult for him. If this experiment is successful, the company will be further improved, and at the same time, it will also be able to get the support of the country. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, joy filled the entire laboratory. It worked! Of course, although Qi Yang cannot be said to be responsible for all the credit, Qi Yang is the key to success. After Qi Yang taught a man to drive a Big Mac, he started the brick-moving schedule again. Move all the nearby iron ore to your own mine. Transporting iron ore elements has reached a total of 100 million, which meets the upgrade conditions. May I ask the master whether to upgrade from level 1 to level 2? Fuck! It's about to be upgraded. When I asked this force system before, how could it be upgraded, he didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, it was actually going to be upgraded. It's like a poor man who racked his brains for money before, and suddenly won the Mark 6 lottery, and it was the kind that won the lottery. For a moment, Qi Yang was extremely excited. Of course it's an upgrade, hurry up. The moment Qi Yang gave the command, a progress bar appeared on the system interface. After a full hour, the progress bar finally reached 100%. The system has been upgraded, the scanning range has been expanded to a radius of 5 kilometers, the scanning depth has reached 1 kilometer, and the visual achievement system has been activated. The radius is 5 kilometers, doubled by 5 times, and the depth is 1 kilometer, doubled. When superimposed, the scanning range is equivalent to multiplying by 10. It's terrifying, and there is an additional visual achievement system. Just when Qi Yang was about to take a look at the achievement system, another voice suddenly came. System upgrade, congratulations master, get a growth gift package. P.S. Give the younger brother some little flowers, little tickets. System upgrade, congratulations to the master, get a growth gift package with an annual production capacity of 2,000 hydraulic excavator automatic production lines. WOC. In an instant, Shi Yang could no longer use words to describe his excited mood. Because the Western countries headed by MIDI have imposed a technical blockade on China, the excavator technology of China is still in the era of full rotary single-bucket excavators driven by gasoline engines and kerosene engines. This is the technology of those countries in the early 20th century. However, the hydraulic excavator, just the word hydraulic, is 50 years ahead of the current Chinese technology. Moreover, Shi Yang does not believe that this excavator is the earliest hydraulic excavator. However, as the so-called crime of cherishing a jade, Shi Yang has to think about it. If you get the technology yourself, you can open a factory to produce these, so naturally it doesn't matter. However, the current situation is that when the raw materials are transported in, the system will automatically produce a batch of excavators. A mere 2,000 vehicles a year may not be enough for my own use, so how can I sell them? After thinking about it, Shi Yang used the system to dig out a relatively open space about 100 meters underground of the office building he was planning to build, and used it to place a production line. Although there is a system, its own rise is unstoppable, and the system will definitely have more good things in the future. However, it is better to develop insignificantly in the early stage. After taking care of the production line, Shi Yang came to plan the passage between the underground base and the ground. During this period, experts from the Design Institute came to the mine again. In a conference room, a relatively huge picture has been displayed in front of everyone. Mr. Chi, here is the outline of the nearby mountains, and this area is now your mining area. According to my plan, from the town. I don't know if it's because the red envelopes are in place or the old experts are just such people. The planning drawings are very well made and the drawings are very clear. From the road to the office building, from the family area to the storage of minerals, everything is clearly marked, even where the facilities and equipment need to be placed, it is also clearly written. There is nothing wrong with such a plan. If I had to pick a fault, it would be that there was no quotation, but there was no quotation, it was requested by Shi Yang. In Shi Yang's words, it was not bad money. It took a full half an hour to finish the whole picture. All the management personnel of the mine present had expressions of disbelief on their faces. I can't imagine it. Everyone is surprised. Everyone's eyes were full of shock. If everything on the picture can really be realized, then this is no longer a replacement of a shotgun for a cannon. This is completely a myth of going to the moon in the age of cold weapons. Since the establishment of polar mining, everyone seems to be full of energy. However, unexpectedly, in less than a month, such a plan appeared in front of them. Could it be that the boss doesn't want to pay back the 3 billion? Boss, is this true? Are we really building according to this plan? The one who dared to ask the first question was Shi Yang's relative, Shi Delong. However, when he spoke, he was so excited that he became incoherent. Of course, you have to take a longer view. I want to become Huatai's largest iron mine within 3 months. Shi Yang didn't say it, becoming the largest iron mine in Huatai City is just the beginning. In the future, it will continue to expand, and at the same time of expansion, it will start to develop other mining industries. His goal is to become the global mining king, become a resource tycoon, and control all the mining resources of the earth. All stumbling blocks will eventually be strangled. Boss, what is there a large open space here for? Right here, a sly-eyed guy pointed to the open space on the planning map and said. Don't look at this guy's mischievous eyebrows, but for Shi Yang, he is an indispensable talent. He is mainly responsible for the business of the mine. This should be the railway? Shi Yang also looked at the expert and asked. Yes, according to what you mean, we must reserve a lot of space. Of course, it also includes transportation. Here, most of the area is used for railways. Here we can. After his explanation was over, those present were even more surprised. After all, among those present, who does not rely on mines for a living? According to Shi Yang, the 20,000 increase in production does not seem to require the use of railways. To repair the railway, this is going to heaven. Among them, there are many people who have been dealing with mines for more than 10 years, and they know very well how difficult that number is to achieve. For a while, the conference room became silent. Obviously, they were all terrified. P.S. It's been a day, there is no flower, the book review area is silent, and the evaluation votes seem to have not increased. When I wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, I see what I see, woo woo woo, is there any boss reading the book of the younger brother? Shi Yang is still very satisfied with the design of the experts of the Design Institute, but he made a few small comments. After the expert returned, Shi DeLong handed over a stack of receipts to Qi Yang. These documents are the documents for Taiyue Group to transport minerals from the mine during this period. Shi DeLong did a good job on this point, and made a very clear list for him. I wipe, more than 26,000 tons. Seeing the final total number, Qi Yang couldn't help shouting. Before he knew it, Taiyue was provided with a full 26,000 tons of mines in 1 month. A ton of more than 1,000, a small 30 million mine. Thinking about how it was before I took over, it was against the sky to be able to produce 1 or 2,000 tons a month. Boss, according to the momentum, it should not be difficult to mine 40,000 to 50,000 tons next month. Shi DeLong was also quite emotional. After all, the mine more than a month ago was on the verge of closing down, and he was the only one in the entire mine. You have forgotten that our small goal is to produce 20,000 tons per day. Don't be so excited by the small progress in front of you. You can go to Taiyue to settle the bill tomorrow. After the settlement, the company will buy a few cars. Now the mine there is no better car in the car, it will not work in the future, face is also very important. Hearing Qi Yang's words, Shi DeLong also nodded, very happy in his heart. There are quite a lot of vehicles in the mine now, but those are all trucks, forklifts, excavators and so on. Going to those big companies for settlement does not fit their image very well. At noon, Qi Yang originally wanted to go home to have dinner with his family, but Bailey Qianlian came over in person and dragged him to eat. At the dinner table, Bailey Qianlian raised his wine glass and said, "Brother, the quality of your ore is really good, this time it's all thanks to you. I'll do it first as a respect." In the past few days, Qianlian Iron and Steel Group has used Qi Yang's ore to conduct countless experiments. After using Qi Yang's ore, many cumbersome smelting processes are greatly simplified, and they can even be skipped directly. The cost of smelting is greatly reduced. This makes the profit margin greatly increased. But, this is not the point. The point is that once Qi Yang's ore is used, coupled with the new method they experimented some time ago, the quality of their steel has jumped up. At this moment, Bailey Qianlian could not wait for Qi Yang Mining to supply him with ore immediately. In fact, this is the main purpose of Bailey Qianlian asking Qi Yang to come out. Qi Yang smiled slightly, and drank the Fenyang King in his hand. For Qi Yang, this Fenyang King is much better than Mutai. What is the old brother talking about? But the old brother wants my mine, but it is really a problem for me. I really don't have any extra mines for you now. Seeing Qi Yang's embarrassed expression on the surface, Bailey Qianlian was anxious. If brother, you can't do this. Bailey Qianlian is very anxious about Qi Yang's high grade ore now, and now seeing Qi Yang's expression of embarrassment, he is immediately anxious. Brother, I'll punish myself first. After finishing speaking, Qi Yang drank the wine in his hand, and then said, "Brother, it's not that you haven't seen that my mine output is just that, basically I can barely maintain the mine for Taiyue, I really don't have any extra ore. Brother, how about this, starting from the 1st of next month, you will supply me with hundreds of tons of ore every day, and increase it later." Brother, it's really not my little brother, I don't want to give it to you, it's just the output of my mine. Qi Yang sighed after finishing speaking. If the other senior executives in the mine saw it at this moment, they would definitely admire Qi Yang. This fellow is so terrifying. Just now I was talking about 20,000 tons per day, which is not a dream. Now, for a mere few hundred tons, it can be embarrassing like that. Others begged to buy, but did not sell. Bailey Qianlian was really too anxious. Seeing that Qi Yang didn't agree, he couldn't sit still. Brother, you must think of a way. I know you must have a way. I just want to start getting mines a month in advance. Oh, to be honest, Brother Bailey, my mine has already started to expand the plan, and our production will double by then. As Chi Yang said, he took out a tablet from his bag, and there was an electronic map on it, which was the previous plan. When Bailey Qianlian saw the map, he heard that the output had doubled, and he couldn't help saying, double increase. Well, it's great, now we don't have to worry about her anymore, and we don't have to go to the trouble of buying such expensive ore from overseas. Bailey Qianlian can see that if Chi Yang Mining really completes the planning and construction on the map, it will be able to fully meet the mining needs of their group. When I think that I no longer need to buy those sky-high priced ores and refine them for thousands of miles, I feel that my spring is coming. But before that, there is a very difficult problem. Brother, I am short of funds and lack of money. P.S. Thanks to the big guys who gave me flowers and tickets today. This plan needs about 500 million yuan, but unfortunately, I can't even come up with 100 million yuan now. I understand. Bailey Qianlian smiled. Oh? Brother, do you really understand? Of course I understand, you are short of money now, 500 million, I have your brother Bailey, but I plan to borrow money or use it as my advance payment. 500 million, that's a mine close to 500,000 tons, brother, are you sure it's an advance payment? Are you afraid that I'll run away with the money? Shi Yang laughed. Brother, you are joking, just your mine. Just 500 million yuan, can earn it soon, how could you run away for my 500 million yuan? Shi Yang said with a smile, you have helped me a lot this time, come, let me toast you. I believe this is a win-win situation, While speaking, Bailey Qianlian also raised his wine glass. At this time, Shi Yang and Bailey Qianlian had initially reached a consensus. In the next few days, Shi Yang and Bailey Qianlian settled all the details. Bailey Qianlian gave Chi Yang 500 million. And Chi Yang will supply more than 500 tons of iron ore to Bailey Qianlian every day starting from the 1st of next month. After the construction of the mine is completed, there will be no less than 2,000 tons of ore per day. In addition, the 500 million does not require interest at all, it is Bailey Qianlian's advance payment, but Chi Yang needs to supply Bailey Qianlian with at least 2.5 billion ores, of which the first 500 million is the transfer. For the money that came over, the remaining 200 million will be settled monthly. In the past few days, the Taiyue group has also settled the payment. Shi Yang arranged for someone to buy a batch of cars, not many, a total of 5. That's enough for now. Because of the terrain of the mine, Shi Yang didn't ask him to buy an ordinary car, but bought 5 top-of-the-line Wranglers. This car is not too expensive, one day's mine is enough to buy one. It's a bit of a face to drive out. Most importantly, it is suitable for the terrain here. In addition, it is worth mentioning that Chi Yang has finally finalized the plan, and the mine has already begun preparations for construction. Various building materials and so on have gradually begun to be transported here. Moreover, some construction techniques have already begun to be planned to prepare for the official start of construction. This time, Chi Yang intends to do it simultaneously on multiple lines. A group of people build roads, another group builds office buildings, another group builds family areas, and another group builds mine veins. Although there are many disadvantages in carrying out 4 groups of people at the same time, such as being difficult to manage, it is indeed the fastest method. As for those disadvantages, we can only send more people to manage them. Looking at the huge plan hanging on the wall of his office, Shi Yang thought to himself, this is a grand blueprint, and this grand blueprint will be realized in a few months, and now the construction has started. I felt very excited in my heart. Pull harder, bounce, pull, daddy pull, push hard, push cannon to death, wait for Lin, wait, how many hands? Road, no wait, road. At this moment, Chi Yang's cell phone rang. Chi Yang picked up the phone and saw that it was Wang Jiangwo, the president of Taiyue. This morning, Chi Yang got a message. Wang Jiangwo will be transferred to Longcheng Mining Bureau as the deputy director. For Wang Jiangwo, such a thing is considered an excellent thing. This incident seemed to have a great impact on Chi Yang, so Wang Shuya sent him the news. However, in fact, Chi Yang didn't take it seriously. After all, his mine was not ordinary, even if he didn't sell Taiyue Group, he could still sell it. Besides, with his level of ore, if the new president cancels the cooperation, he will really be out of his mind. Soon, Qi Yang hung up on Wang Jiangwo and drove to the provincial capital. Some things are inconvenient to say over the phone. About 2 hours later, Qi Yang came to Taiyue Group again. After Qi Yang entered his president's office, Wang Jiangwo greeted Qi Yang with great enthusiasm to sit down, and then went to make a cup of tea for Qi Yang himself. "Uncle Wang, congratulations." Hearing Qi Yang's words, Wang Jiangwo was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "That girl Shiya said it, that kind of thing has no shadow at all, huh?" Wang Jiangwo said with a smile. However, it is clear that this sentence has another meaning. The first half of the sentence confirms the authenticity of the news, and the second half of the sentence is saying that there is nothing before the official appointment. The two smiled tacitly. Later, Wang Jiangwo asked Qi Yang about the situation in the mine with concern. "By the way, you have paid over 10,000 tons of the 100,000 tons contract you signed last time, right?" Wang Jiangwo laughed. "Uncle Wang, you are wrong. We have paid more than 30,000 to 40,000, and now more than 1,000 tons are transported every day." Qi Yang laughed. "P.S. I ask for the support of all giants, even if it is a small flower, I will be very happy. Over 1,000 tons every day." Wang Jiangwo was taken aback when he heard Qi Yang's words. You know, a month ago, Qi Yang's mine could produce more than 100 tons a day, which is not bad. Unexpectedly, in just 1 month, it was able to produce thousands of tons per day. Quite capable. Then according to what you said, I'm afraid it will be all delivered in these 2 months. Wang Jiangwo said. Qi Yang nodded, "That's right, if my plan is correct, maybe I can finish it this month." When Wang Jiangwo heard Qi Yang's words, he couldn't help raising his eyebrows slightly. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the office. "Come in," Wang Jiangwo said. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man walked in, with a square face, a strong figure, and looked very decent. "Uncle Wang, if you have something to do, I'll leave first." Qi Yang looked at the man and said. No, Wang Jiangwo turned his head to look at the middle-aged man after finishing speaking. "Wei Zhong, this is Qi Yang, the boss of polar mining." When the middle-aged man heard Wang Jiangwo's words, his eyes lit up. Of course, he had heard of polar mining, and he had long wanted to meet Qi Yang. Just a few days ago, he discovered to his surprise that only one type of ore needs to be smelted separately. The process will be much simpler, but the quality of the smelted steel will be much improved. After understanding, it was found that the ore all came from a company called Polar Mining. After introducing Qi Yang to Wei Zhong, Wang Jiangwo turned his head to look at Qi Yang, and introduced, "Qi Yang, this is Wei Zhong, our chief engineer." Chief engineer, also known as chief engineer. The chief engineer of Taiyue Group is obviously the chief engineer of metal smelting. Technically, the chief engineer must have a professional technical title in the engineering series, and administratively, he is the engineering and technical director of the entire unit. To be able to sit in this position, this person must be a senior technician, and the position of chief engineer usually has a position of vice president in administration. Such a person is one of the most indispensable characters in a company. After hearing the introduction, Qi Yang raised his brows slightly and stood up. Seeing Qi Yang's movements, Wei Zhong hurried forward to shake hands with Qi Yang. Then, the two sat down again. "Mr. Qi, there's really nothing to say about the grade of your ore," Wei Zhong said first. "Of course, I'm not bragging. In the entire Xishan province, there is probably no iron ore with a higher grade than mine." Qi Yang said it himself. If someone said that in the past, Wei Zhong would have scoffed, but now, Wei Zhong really believes it. Because, in the past few days, he has been focusing on researching Qi Yang's mine. "Mr. Qi, the quality of your iron ore is indeed very good, but I still want to ask, can all the ore that will be supplied also reach this quality?" Hearing Wei Zhong's words, Qi Yang nodded confidently. In this world, there is probably no one who dares to be more sure of the quality of his ore than him. "Wei Gong, you can rest assured that the quality of the ore we supply will only get better and better in the future. Mr. Wang, as the saying goes, good minds make good steel. The grade of ore from Mr. Qi's side is extremely good. I suggest that we purchase a large amount of ore from Polar Mining. Of course, the main reason for coming here this time is to sign another contract. Shi Yang, how big a contract do you think you can take? You decide. Wang Jiangwo nodded with a smile. Wang Jiangwo was about to be promoted, and before leaving, he signs a contract with Qi Yang, so that this contract will definitely be implemented. After all, it is legally binding. Uncle Wang, my mine has already started planning and construction. When the construction is completed, it will be easy to produce 20,000 per day. Qi Yang smiled slightly. Fuck. Even Wang Jiangwo, who has been in the business world for a long time, heard Qi Yang's words, and he didn't realize it. In just a few days, the daily output has been increased from 100 to 1,000. As a result, it is now said that when the construction is completed, the daily output will be 20,000. A hint of doubt flashed in Wang Jiangwo's eyes, but he seemed to think of something again, and he became firm again. He believed what Qi Yang said. Wang Jiangwo, an acquaintance, didn't question it, so Wei Zhong naturally chose to believe it, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Qi Yang continued, at that time, even if it is a 2 million tons or contract, I can afford it. 2 million tons. The two were also surprised. Although the iron ore used by Taiyue every year is astonishingly close to 5 million, the daily consumption is more than 10,000 tons. However, I was still a little surprised when I heard Qi Yang's words. After all, they have always sourced their main minerals overseas. Because they have no choice, even if there are many more mining companies, it is impossible to supply them with ore. Qiyan, a local industry, is not too far away from them, if such a thing can really be realized. Their profit margins will be greatly improved. At that time, who can stop them from earning money and being promoted? Since we can produce 20,000 tons per day, let's sign a contract of 5 million tons. P.S. I opened the book casually. I have been seriously stuck in the past 2 days. I finally figured out the next plot today. I just have a day off tomorrow and I will try my best to code. Thank you to the big guys who gave me Ziowawa and Ziopiopia today. In addition, the younger brother begs all the big brothers to give the younger brother some little flowers. 5 million tons. WOC. When Wei Zhong heard Wang Jiangwo's words, the tea in his mouth almost spewed out. Enough ore for the Taiyue group to use for more than a year. And Qi Yang was also taken aback. He thought that signing a contract of 2 million tons would be a big deal, but he didn't expect that Wang Jiangwo would directly sign a contract of 5 million tons. Qi Yang naturally understood that this was Wang Jiangwo's plan to help Qi Yang before leaving. However, in fact, if the quality of Qi Yang's mines were not so high, I am afraid he would not dare to sign such a large contract. After all, it may affect his career. However, Qi Yang's seems to be of such a high grade now, even if the quality is not good in the future, it will not affect his career, and Qi Yang's grade has always been so high, and you will bring him continued promotion. Qi Yang nodded, and said proudly, okay, then we will sign a contract of 5 million tons. Hearing Qi Yang's words, Wang Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction. Soon afterwards, Wang Jiangwo proposed to sign a contract of 5 million tons of drugs. Of course, many people must have jumped out to oppose this matter. However, with the insistence of Wang Jiangwo and Wei Zhong, naturally a purchase contract was signed with Polar Mining. Within 25 months, Qi Yang needs to give Taiyue Group a total of 5 million tons of ore. For this point, Qi Yang is still very confident. The output is 20,000 tons per day, 600,000 tons per month, and 5.4 million in 9 months. That is to say, it will take about 2 months for the construction to be completed, and it will only take 9 months for Qi Yang to fully supply the goods. In this case, even if Qi Yang handed over half of the ore produced to Balian or other companies, he would definitely be able to deliver the iron ore within 25 months. The super big contract signed by Qi Yang was also spread out inadvertently by Qi Yang. Everyone in the entire polar mining industry was very motivated after hearing the news. After all, at least in the future, there is no need to worry about the boss not being able to pay wages. How much is the contract for 5 million tons? Even if the change is wiped out, 1 ton is 1,000 yuan, and 5 million tons is 5 billion. Those odds are worth hundreds of millions. In the mine, everyone is full of energy, and the machines run almost 24 hours a day. Countless iron ore is mined and transported to storage. Moreover, during this period of time, in addition to the giant breakthrough excavator, dozens of smaller excavators came to the mine. However, the performance of these excavators is several times that of previous fuel excavators. The speed of mining is also rising linearly. Damn it! My mother has long disliked you foreigners, all of you look like golden lion kings, Mr. Chow. Let's go back. Far away in Australia, after receiving a call, a middle-aged man laughed, waved his arms, and left with his men. This person is the vice president in charge of procurement of Tycoon Group. This time they came to Australia to buy ore. However, the foreigners here are trying to make things difficult, even wanting to increase the price of the ore by 20 points. Such a price is far higher than their budget amount. I suddenly received a call, saying that I had obtained other channels and signed a contract for 5 million tons. His whole body trembled. In this case, then damn Chow. These rubbish foreigners all have their nostrils upturned, so what the hell are they doing? Thinking of this, he waved his arms and left with the people. Only a group of blinded foreigners were left in the conference room. These people all thought that they were sure of this group of people from the Celestial Dynasty, but they didn't expect that the other party would. Stop talking directly. What's going on with riding a horse? But at this moment, in the private room of Tianziho on the top floor of an extremely gorgeous hotel in the urban area of Huatai City, a group of guys who look like local tyrants gathered to discuss something. All of these people are either big gold chains and small gold watches, or are wearing famous brands and famous watches. If Qi Yang was here, he would be surprised to find that his old friend Bailey Qianlian was also among them. All the people sitting here are big bosses engaged in metal smelting in Huatai City. Although it is said that colleagues are enemies, these colleagues will still get together regularly. Brother Bailey, the international ore price has risen a lot recently, so we may be under a lot of pressure. A man with a round body and a very plump look said with a sad face. Hearing what he said, everyone present looked unhappy. Immediately afterwards, he said, I don't know how much are you Qianlian Iron and Steel Company, Limited plans to buy this time? This time, we won't buy it. Bailey Qianlian took a sip of tea and said calmly. In polar mining, Xi Yang walked around the various construction sites and took a brief look at the progress of the construction. During this period of time, the mine was changing with each passing day, and the scene I saw was different every day. Xi Yang is also looking forward to it very much at the moment. After a few months, this place will change to the above level. Wait until the expansion is completed, plus the excavators produced by that excavator production line. Xi Yang believes that a daily output of 20,000 tons is really not a dream. Once the daily output is 20,000 tons, polar mining will directly transform into the largest iron mine in the entire Huatai City, and even the entire Xishan province. Moreover, with the addition of high-quality iron ore, the popularity of the polar mining industry will be greatly improved. While Qi Yang was wandering around, a police car drove towards Qi Yang's mine. Soon, Qi Delong took the police officer to find Qi Yang. The ghost knows, what's the matter with the officials coming here? Hello, Mr. Qi, I'm Bai Newlin, the new chief of the police station in town. The man said with a smile after seeing Qi Yang. Qi Yang was slightly taken aback, and said with a smile, Director Bai, welcome, I wonder if you are coming to our polar region this time? Seeing Qi Yang's expression, Director Bai seemed relieved a lot. He smiled and said to Qi Yang, I just took office. I heard that your business is quite busy. Come over to say hello. If you need any cooperation in the future, just contact me. Then I would like to thank Director Bai. While talking, Qi Yang introduced him into the office and started to greet him. This Director Bai has placed his position clearly, keeping his posture very low. Although he is not familiar with the mining industry, he knows that Qi Yang is a real big taxpayer and must not be offended. In addition, he can also see that the development potential here in Qi Yang is huge. In the future, maybe we can rely on them to go one step further. While Qi Yang was exchanging greetings with Director Bai, a convoy was driving towards polar mining, attracting the attention of countless residents. There are definitely a lot of convoys going to the polar mining industry, and there are a large number of large and heavy trucks going to the mine every day. However, today the team is different. All luxury cars, the cheapest ones are probably worth millions. There are dozens of them. The most important thing is the license plate number, which looks more domineering than the other. Obviously, the owners of these cars are not ordinary people. Pull harder, bounce, pull, daddy pull, push hard, push hard, push hard, push cannon to death. Wait for Lin, wait, how many hands? Road, no road, no road, no road, no wait, road. At this moment, Shi Yang's cell phone rang. Shi Yang smiled and said, "Excuse me, I'll take a call." "It's okay, you answer the phone first." "What?" "Okay, I'll go out and have a look." After Chi Yang answered the phone, he just said a few words before hanging up. "Director Bai, I'm sorry, I heard from the people below that it seems that some extraordinary people have come to my mine. I'll go out and have a look." Chi Yang smiled at Director Bai. "It's okay, I just went out to have a look." Director Bai also smiled. As soon as he walked out, Director Bai and the policemen around him were stunned. Fuck! All luxury cars, a dozen or so, were all parked at the entrance of the mining area. Director Bai originally thought that he had become the director of a town at the mere age of 22, which was already considered outstanding. However, after seeing Chi Yang again, I feel that I am nothing. He had heard that when Chi Yang took over the mine was going to close down. However, it is developing so well now. Chi Yang was also a little dazed. With such a big fight, who came here? I don't seem to have an appointment with anyone today, right? However, soon, Chi Yang found a familiar figure among these luxury cars. That is the car of Bailey Chinlian. That being the case, then the visitor is probably a guest, not an enemy. Thinking of this, Chi Yang couldn't help showing joy. Since it's a guest, that's a good thing. DeLong, we have guests from the mine, you go and make arrangements. Chi Yang smiled and said something to Chi DeLong, then turned to Director Bai and said, "Director Bai, I'm sorry, it looks like I can't accompany you anymore." After finishing speaking, Chi Yang went up to greet him directly. Chi DeLong was surprised when he heard Chi Yang's words. These people, all with luxury cars, must be extraordinary for such a big battle. Since it is a guest, it is time to turn on the money printing machine mode again. After hearing Chi Yang's words, Director Bai took a few steps back quietly. He could naturally see that these people were not simple. However, he was also curious as to what kind of god came here. At this time, Bailey Chinlian led a group of people over. These people are fat or thin, old or young, but they all have one characteristic. That is full of arrogance. Big gold chain and small gold watch, the whole body has an extraordinary brand name temperament. "President Chi, I came here uninvited again, Bailey Chinlian said with a smile. "Everyone, this is Chi Yang, the boss of Polar Mining." While talking, Bailey Chinlian looked at Chi Yang and introduced these people to Chi Yang. By the time Bailey Chinlian finished introducing these people to Chi Yang, Director Bai was completely deceived. The other policemen, as well as those at the mine, were completely stunned. These people are all big bosses in smelting steel in Huatai City. Each of these people is a bigwig worth hundreds of millions. These people, taken together, are even more steel than Taiyue Group's annual output. Especially Bailey Chinlian, this person. It is the largest steel group in Huatai City besides Taiyue. Worth billions of dollars. He is definitely the kind of person who shakes his legs and Mrs. Huat is about to be shocked. Seeing this, Director Bai couldn't help but look at Chi Yang with admiration. These people met and shook hands with Chi Yang one by one. However, these people all seem to be absent-minded. Because, the attention of each of them is on the mine not far away. You know, these people are all big iron and steel smelters, and what they desire most is good iron ore. Of course, they deal with iron ore every day, and their eyes are all vicious. What kind of iron ore, they have never seen. However, in China, they have never seen such a scene of iron ore. Looking from a distance, everything that caught the eye was red. You can tell at a glance that it is extremely high-grade hematite. Looking at that, all the ores that were transported from the mine and sent to the ore pushing field were of that quality. The ore piled up like a mountain immediately made these big brothers all become uneasy. So scary. Unconsciously, those people walked towards the ore yard. Shi Yang didn't think there was any problem, he knew that the big fish was coming. Soon, these people arrived at the ore storage yard. From the eyes of these few people, it can be seen at a glance that there are now more than 2,000 tons of iron ore piled up here. Moreover, at this time, several heavy trucks were loading iron ore. Everyone recognized the owners of those heavy trucks at a glance. Naturally, it is 1,000 smelting steel. Because, there is their logo on it. Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer, Shanshan grabbed a few pieces of ore. Seeing this, the others followed closely behind. They looked at those ores seriously one by one. After a short time, everyone's faces were full of excitement. Everyone's eyes became extremely hot, as if seeing a peerless beauty half-hidden, placed in front of them. At the meeting, Bailey Qianlian said that there are high-grade and high-quality ores in Huatai City, and they still don't believe it. Because, in Huatai City, the ore with the highest grade was only 40% before, but to be called high-grade, it must be at least 60%. How could they believe that there is such a place in Mrs. Hua? But now, the fact is in front of their eyes, such a huge mine is full of iron ore. These ores are of high grade, beyond their imagination. At this moment, they could no longer remain calm. Everyone is very excited. There is such ore locally, if it can be supplied to them, their profits will increase several times in an instant. Take ore as an example, the international price has been raised by a full 20% against the Celestial Dynasty. And this is purchased from overseas, and the price of shipping back is not cheap. However, if you buy in this city, where does the shipping cost come from? Compared with the price of these heavy trucks to pull ore, it is not even a drop in the bucket. Fuck, there really is such a good hematite ore. My god, if I knew there was such a mine, I would still buy chicken feathers from Australian mines. It's not lobster. It's so delicious. I want this kind of ore, Mr. Chi, I want to buy your ore. All of a sudden, those bigwigs with a net worth of hundreds of millions were all flushed with excitement. Seeing the expressions of these people, the corners of Qi Yang's mouth twitched slightly. A look of gratitude appeared on Bailey Qianlian's face. Fortunately he acted quickly, otherwise, he might be like these people. In the current situation, typical wolves have more meat and less meat, so much iron ore, and the output is just like that. However, everyone wants them all, so here comes the problem. There is not enough ore, how to supply so many people? Therefore, among these people, either someone cannot get the ore, or the share of ore that everyone gets will be reduced. Mr. Chi, I want 200,000 tons, and I can sign the contract now. Ciao, Mr. Chi, I want 300,000 tons, no deposit, sign the contract right now, and settle it now. Mr. Chi, I want 500,000 tons. Shi Yang was extremely happy watching these people's uproar. However, he said, everyone, I'm really sorry, there is really no surplus ore in the mine now, why don't you make an appointment for the next year's mine? Fuck. The next year's mine. The day lily is not cold, it is pickled. No ore. How can this be? Mr. Chi, I am willing to pay the price of imported ore. I can do it too, and I can settle it directly without depositing money. Although each of these people looks like a nouveau riche, in fact, even if they are nouveau riche, it will definitely not be easy to increase their prices by hundreds of millions. These people sitting here have extremely vicious eyes. Even though they haven't been professionally tested, they can all tell that the ore here is absolutely no worse than the imported ore. That being the case, in order to be able to obtain these ores, one by one showed various codes that they could pay. All of a sudden, everyone was scrambling over each other, for fear that Qi Yang would not hear his words. Now the price of imported ore has risen sharply. In addition to buying imported ore, whether it is transportation, customs, etc., it is all troublesome, various procedures, and taxes. However, now, in front of them, it seems that there is such a large amount of high quality ore at the door of their own house. In an instant, they threw the idea of buying imported ore into the sky. Qi Yang looked at these appearances, his face remained unchanged, and said with a smile, everyone, I'm really sorry, it's not that I don't want to sell the ore to you, I really don't have any extra ore to sell to you all. No ore. I believe you, Ghost. You are a bad old man. Mr. Chi, I see the scale of your mine. Why is it 1,000 tons a day? And that giant over there, I haven't seen many in Australia. I'm afraid there is only one such guy in China. From the looks of it, it might be tens of tons at once, so how could there be no extra ore for us? However, the voice of the boss has not disappeared, and another convoy entered the mine. Slapped in the face. He just said that it is impossible to sell them without surplus ore, and in a blink of an eye, more than a dozen heavy trucks appeared, which could completely carry away all the ore piles around him. Chi Yang said with a smile, "These cars all belong to Taiwan. I have a contract with Taiwan. I mainly supply them with my ore. There is really not much ore left. No money can buy ore." For these big guys, it was also the first time. You know, even if the domestic mining industry is in a downturn on weekdays, it is also those mine owners who beg to sell their ore to them. However, the situation is completely different now. I want to buy mines, but I can't. You can't buy it even if the price is raised. Mr. Chi, can't you think of a way to make it even better for us? This. Chi Yang just said a word and stopped, as if there was some difficulty. At this moment, Bailey Chinlian stepped forward. Everyone, don't embarrass Mr. Chi. He just signed a contract with Taiwan for 5 million tons. It is estimated that he really has no ore to sell to you. Fuck. 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 5 million tons. If 1,000 tons is driven a day, it will take 13 years at the fastest. In the current situation, it seems that a day is only 2,000 tons at most, and it will take 6 years. Those who ride horses, the Taiwan people are crazy. Sign a 5 million ton contract. To engage in monopoly. For a moment, those bigwigs were like discouraged balls, each of them was full of mother's criticism in their hearts. Such a good ore appeared at my door, but I couldn't get it. Moreover, money can't buy it. It's just terrible. The most remote place in the world is this. After living for decades, these bigwigs feel so unwilling for the first time. One by one looked at the ore pile in front of them unwillingly, and after a while, all of them were removed. Unfortunately, there is not a single ore in it. Thinking that the person who made the steel mill just now also transported some of the ore, all of them looked at Bailey Chinlian with envy and hatred. At this moment, Bailey Chinlian secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, I acted first and ran over to buy ore in advance. Moreover, with a cruel heart, he paid 500 million in advance. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's the same as them. Not reconciled. Seeing that all the ore was transported away by the people of Taiwan Group, those bigwigs were full of unwillingness and envy, and finally turned their attention to Chi Yang. There is no way, Taiwan Yobi, although they can all be regarded as big shots, but together, I am afraid that they can barely compare with the Taiwan Group. Mr. Chi, is there really no way to even us out? Yes, Mr. Chi, we want your ore, and we can also purchase in large quantities. You are imagining a way to satisfy us, how about it? Director Bai was completely stunned. These people are worth hundreds of millions, and they can all be regarded as bigwigs, but at this moment, they seem to be begging Chi Yang. They all looked at Chi Yang pitifully. At this moment, except for these big guys and Chi Yang, everyone present was shocked by a miracle. Everyone feels awe towards Chi Yang unconsciously. There are not many people who can do business like Chi Yang. Chi Yang looked at these bigwigs, all showing pitiful expressions, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Everyone, there is really no surplus ore to sell to you now, but... When Chi Yang said this, his words came to an abrupt end. Immediately, all those people's appetites were turned up. This means that things will turn around. Everyone's glasses suddenly glowed. Inexplicably looking forward to it. If you want, you can go on board for a few months. I have already started the expansion project. After the project is over, I will be able to provide you with some more. Of course, this time must be in the next year. In addition, the old rules send people to pull the ore yourself. Shi Yang said with a smile. Shi Yang's attitude is already obvious. Want to buy ore years later? However, you are going to sign a contract now. To sign a contract, of course you need to pay an advance payment. Get your money first and invest it. In the coming year, if you want ore, you can pull it yourself. Shi Yang's conditions are actually quite harsh. However, compared to buying imported ore, there is no doubt that there are still great advantages. Therefore, the moment Shi Yang finished speaking, a person shouted loudly, "It's okay, just wait for you for a month, Mr. Chi, we will sign the contract in a while, and I will pay a 20% deposit first." Yes, everything will be done according to Mr. Chi's wishes. As long as we can sell our mine, it's fine to pay a deposit of 30 points first. Another person said with a smile. Shi Yang was also very happy when he heard these people's words. This is the benefit of being awesome. You are big brothers, and you are not asking for it on my head yet. Okay, if this is the case, everyone will move to my office in a while to discuss in detail. I will treat you at noon. Shi Yang waved his hand and said with a smile. Soon, everyone rushed to Shi Yang's office. Shi Yang roughly told them about the situation of his mine, plus the ongoing expansion task. After learning that Shi Yang completed the expansion and knew that the daily output was 20,000 tons, everyone was surprised. However, he didn't ask much. The next step is to talk about the price in detail. Under normal circumstances, each family needs to talk individually, but Shi Yang doesn't intend to do that anymore. It's too time-consuming and will end it together. Soon, everyone negotiated a price that both parties were satisfied with. To be honest, this price can be regarded as extremely high in China, and it is even more sky-high in Huatai City. It is almost on par with imported ore. However, you must know that the price of imported ore is so high not only because of the high international iron ore prices, but also because of long-distance shipping costs, high customs duties, and so on. For this price, Shi Yang is also very satisfied. This price was nearly 200 yuan per ton higher than the price given by Taiwei and Balian. This is a mere 200 yuan, but it shows an extraordinary influence on the huge ore base. The next step is to sign a contract with these people. These people were also afraid that after the contract ended, they would not be able to get the ore, so they all asked for nearly double the plan. After signing the contracts with these people, Chang did a simple calculation and sold another 2 million tons of ore. And the extra 200 yuan per ton successfully made Shi Yang an extra 400 million yuan. That's a lot. In addition, everyone needs to pay a deposit of 30 points in advance. Shi Yang received another huge sum of money in an instant. 1 ton is 1,002, 2 million tons is 2.4 billion, 30% of 2.4 billion is 720 million. Nothing was released, and I got 720 million in one morning. Shi Yang felt extremely happy in his heart. This is instant riches. In addition, because of the booming development of his own mine, the debt of 3 billion can be delayed for a long time. What a blast! When the contract was being made, those bigwigs had already informed the people of the company to bring all the things like the official seal. However, after the contract was signed, it was already past 1 noon. Shi Yang said with a smile, I'm doing my best to be a landlord today. Of course I invite you for lunch, but it's too late, and it's too far to go to the city. Let's eat in the town. Those people have signed contracts now, and they are all in a good mood, so naturally they don't care where they eat. Soon, under the leadership of Shi Yang, they came to a place in the center of the town, a restaurant that looked pretty good. Of course, this is just a comparison with the town. It would be nothing if it was placed in a county, let alone a city. However, this does not affect the drinking and talking between them. People from Shishan still like local wine. Everyone was drinking and chatting, and it was still very happy. Pull harder, bounce, pull, daddy pull, push hard, push cannon to death. Wait for Lin, wait, how many hands? Road, no wait, road. When the dinner was about to end, Shi Yang's phone rang. What? Damn it! Boss Chi, what happened? An accident happened on Wujin Mountain. A very important person was trapped in the mine. Shi Yang said. Wujin Mountain? Coal mine? Bailey Qinlian frowned slightly upon hearing this. Shi Yang nodded slightly, and rushed out to drive to Wujin Mountain. Although Wujin Mountain is also located in Huatai City, Xishan Province, it is closer to another prefecture-level city. Therefore, Shi Yang drove on the highway, and it took 3 hours at the fastest to drive there. Wujin Mountain is bordered by Dragon City, and it has been a summer resort since ancient times. The terrain is high in the north and low in the south, with overlapping mountains, beautiful peaks, dense pines and cypresses, thick vegetation, tall white pines, elegant arborvitae, vigorous and straight pines, and peculiar crowns. There are a large number of Taoist buildings on it: Taiching Palace, Ludongbin Ci Steel, Yuan Pavilion, Dragon King Temple, Woya Temple, Jiufeng Pagoda, and Buddhist buildings such as Crystal Court, Jinsho Temple, Huayan Temple, Hehe Temple, Dafodai, the ruins of the Temple of the King of the Western Jin Dynasty. However, no one thought that there are a lot of coal mines here. It has only been 3 years since this incident was discovered. Just now, Shi Yang received a call from his girlfriend Wang Shuya. A huge gas explosion occurred in Wujin Mountain. Now, more than 200 people are trapped under the mine. The most important thing is that more than 20 leaders from the Ministry of Natural Resources happen to be on the trapped list this time. And Wang Shuya's father, as the deputy minister, was among them. Soon, Shi Yang found the nearest airport, picked up Wang Shuya, and rushed to Jinshan coal mine. In the car, Wang Shuya choked up from time to time. While comforting, Shi Yang hurried to the destination. Around midnight, I finally felt that I had come to the scene. At this moment, many people have already appeared, and rescuers are everywhere. Shi Yang saw a person who looked like a leader, and quickly walked over. How is Minister Wang? Are you rescued? When the leader-like person heard what Shi Yang said, he naturally knew that he was asking about Wang Shuya's father. If only 200 or so people were buried in this incident, perhaps he would not be as nervous as he is now. However, this time, the people above were trapped below. This matter is not so simple. He couldn't hide it at all. Don't worry, we are doing our best to rescue the emergency species. The above has given important instructions to take emergency measures and do everything possible to rescue the trapped people. We will definitely do our best. Hearing this man's words, Wang Shuya couldn't help crying. Shi Yang hugged him in his arms and said softly, "Shuya, believe me, Dad will come out, Dad will be fine." Whoa! Wang Shuya burst into tears when she heard Shi Yang's words, and she held on to Shi Yang tightly. "Brother Yang, do you have a way to rescue my father?" Obviously, Wang Shuya was upset at the moment. In such a situation, how could one person do anything? No one can stop such a disaster. However, it has to be said that this can be regarded as a wrong hit. The moment Shi Yang heard her words, something suddenly came to his mind. He is a systematic man. Here, in this world, who can understand the current situation better than him? What is the biggest difficulty in mine disaster rescue? Of course, he didn't understand the situation below. Once he made a wrong command, it was likely to make the situation below more difficult to contain. However, with the existence of the system, Shi Yang can clearly see the situation below. Soon, a complete three-dimensional map appeared in front of Shi Yang's eyes. Immediately, Shi Yang was able to see the surrounding situation at a glance. Shi Yang first finds the trapped people on the map, and then zooms in locally. It is naturally impossible for the leaders above to inspect any small mines. According to where they are now, it is like pushing back from the outside. Along the thickest mine, continue to explore outwards. Soon, you will be able to find a way out and find obstacles. After some searching, Shi Yang finally discovered that the main mine can be opened only by clearing a few stone debris in special locations. Get those trapped inside out. Brother Yang, what's the matter? Wang Shuya also noticed Shi Yang's strange look now, so she couldn't help asking. Honey, I figured out a way to save Dad. While speaking, Shi Yang exuded a strong sense of confidence. Let's go there. As long as they do what I say, Dad will come out before this morning. After finishing speaking, Shi Yang pulled Wang Shuya to the side. At this time, Wang Shuya had lost the ability to think about complicated things. Therefore, everything is naturally obeyed by Qi Yang, and Qi Yang will do what he says. Because, she has absolute trust in Qi Yang. P.S. As the starting point, what comes to mind is naturally the coal boss. The protagonist is about to become the coal boss. In addition, feelings are not the main theme, so I just arranged it directly to save unnecessary plots. When Shi Yang walked to the rescue team, several leaders were discussing together. A map of the distribution of mines was placed in front of them. While explaining, a few engineers took a pen and wrote and drew on the mine. All of these people had serious expressions on their faces. From their expressions, it was clear that things were not optimistic. With so many people, the result after discussion is that the mine is small, the domestic technology is not good, the quality of large machinery is not good, and it is difficult to enter. When the main mine entered less than 20 meters, it began to collapse, so the specific situation was not known. It is even more difficult to get through the lifeline. Why haven't the rescuers started digging now? Hearing Qi Yang's words, Mrs. Hua frowned, looked at the quiet mine, and looked at those people suspiciously. Who are you? How did you get here? Chief Sure, don't listen to him. The situation in the mine is extremely complicated now. If you dig it rashly, it may lead to a second landslide. Once this happens, the people below will die. It will be more dangerous. Naturally, not only the chief minister heard Qi Yang's words. As the highest leader here, almost everyone around Mr. Zhao's brow heard his words. A fat man's complexion suddenly changed, and he looked at Qi Yang with unfriendly eyes. Hee, I think you have something to hide? Qi Yang he passed the system scan, but he is very clear about the following things. In order to save costs, the mine owners here, the supports under the mine are not qualified at all. If it is exposed, I am afraid that he will be in prison. And this fat man, at a glance, knew that he was from the mine. Boy, what are you talking about? The fat man was about to scold Qi Yang angrily. Qi Yang said in a cold voice, I advise you to think about it clearly. Now the people buried below are not ordinary workers, but the leaders who came down from above. The number one boss personally issued orders. As soon as Qi Yang's words came out, the scene suddenly became angry and dignified. The fat man turned pale. Shao Qi, what's your opinion? Why don't you tell me? In fact, the chief sure also met Qi Yang a few days ago, in a meeting of the Taiwei group. When Qi Yang heard what he said, he was about to speak, but before he could say anything, the fat man with a pale face stepped forward and shouted loudly, This is not a place where you can talk, hurry up, don't disturb the leaders. The words of Qi Yang had already made the fat man lose his mind. At this moment, he was afraid that Qi Yang would say something, so he didn't notice at all the name the secretary called Qi Yang. Obviously, Qi Yang and Chief Sure knew each other. Sure enough, as soon as the fat man finished speaking, the chief secretary shouted loudly, Sure, believe it or not, I will let the disciplinary committee investigate you right now. As a person who has been in the officialdom for decades, the mayor naturally saw the tricks. If it was a trivial matter, maybe he would turn a blind eye and close one eye to pass it by, but this matter obviously cannot be like that now. This, however, affects his official career. After the fat man heard the chief's angry shout, his face turned even paler. I'm afraid, it's going to be difficult for him. Qi Yang stepped forward and spoke out the words he had just prepared. Here is the main mine of this mine. This mine was built 40 years ago. It was built during Chairman Lu's reign. The quality is quite good. You can confirm this with a little inspection. In other words, even if the main mine collapses, it will definitely not be too serious. However, excavation has not yet started, and no one knows how far the collapse occurred. However, according to my speculation, it is not too serious. There won't be many. Hearing Qi Yang's words, the people around nodded unconsciously. They all know that this place used to be state-owned, and it was built by Chairman Lu, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed by him. The head secretary nodded and said, Shao Qi, go on, what's your plan? The mayor actually valued Qi Yang. After all, starting from scratch, he became a big taxpayer in just a few months. Obviously, it was not easy. Mr. Liu, I think that we should immediately send people to investigate the quality of the pillars of the main mine. If the quality of the main mine is relatively good, we can dig out immediately and clear the blocked place to create a small hole. Just let one person pass. Speaking of this, Qi Yang paused slightly. If the quality is not good for a long time, we can only use alternative solutions, but it doesn't make sense to say it now. Let's investigate as soon as possible. P.S. Thanks to the boss who collected Zayawawa's evaluation votes for me yesterday, as well as rewarded and reminded me to change the votes. Thank you again. Hearing Qi Yang's words, Chief Lu waved his hand. Why don't you act quickly? At this time is the most precious thing. After receiving the order from Chief Lu, everyone joined in the action. Truckloads of dirt and rocks were quickly transported out. Looking at the seemingly endless soil and sand, Wang Shuya's mood gradually relaxed a little. I kept praying in my heart, hoping that my father would come out safely. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the sky was completely dark. Under the night, there was no light at all, as if everything had been swallowed up. On the ground, the lights kept flickering, and rescuers were still working hard. Suddenly, a strong man rushed up from below. Mr. Shi, Mr. Liu, good news. There is a sound coming from the next show. It should be someone knocking from below. We are close to the survivors. Okay. Great. Dig with all your strength and rescue these people as soon as possible. Mr. Liu said excitedly when he heard what the strong man said. This is undoubtedly exciting news, which means that their current behavior is not in vain. This means that his achievements in politics are also strong. After Wang Shuya heard the news, she couldn't help but just grab Qi Yang. At this time, there was news of survivors, and he was undoubtedly the one who was most excited. Because, her father is below now. At the same time, she was extremely worried. She was worried whether her father was among this group of people, and whether her father was injured. She held Qi Yang tightly, her chest rising and falling. Obviously, at this moment, she was extremely nervous. Soon, the life channel was dug out. There is no cheering now, they rushed to free these trapped people. As time passed, finally, the first trapped person was rescued. It was a woman, a middle-aged woman. She was one of the colleagues who went down with Wang Shuya's father. This proved that her father was really among this group of people. Wang Shuya couldn't help holding her breath, her father was coming out soon. Finally, she saw her father. It doesn't look like anything serious, just a slight scratch on the forehead. In an instant, Wang Shuya left Qi Yang's side and rushed towards her father. After her mood calmed down a bit, Father Wang went to Chief Lu to say hello. Comrade, I'm frightened. You should go to the hospital for an examination first. I'll be in charge here. Chief Lu said. I'm fine, there are still a group of worker brothers below, how can I leave? Father Wang said. Chief Lu knew that it was impossible for Wang father to leave. So he said, thanks to Shao Qi this time, if it weren't for him, I'm afraid the rescue this time would not be so smooth. Hearing Mr. Lu's words, Father Wang followed his hand and was taken aback for a moment. Although this young man was meeting him for the first time, he knew him very well. This time, he also planned to take some time to meet Qi Yang after finishing his official duties. Meet this guy who cheated his precious daughter away. But, I didn't expect that before I went to see him, he saved my life first. However, it seems that he has some skills. Thinking of this, a hint of appreciation and gratitude appeared in Father Wang's eyes. Dad. Uncle, hello, I'm Shuya's friend. Qi Yang saw the other party looking at him, and said quickly. However, because it was the first time we met, I was still a little nervous, and I almost called the wrong one accidentally. Yeah. Let's talk later. Now let's talk about the situation here. There are hundreds of workers down below, and the rescue work has not yet been completed. Father Wang nodded, and went straight to the most important thing now. Coincidentally, Chief Lu didn't mean that Qi Yang contributed a lot, so let him analyze the situation now. This can be regarded as a test for this guy who cheated his daughter. Now, at this time, the main mine has been cleared out. Therefore, the remaining people are in the remaining branch mines. After the inspection just now, the people present already knew that many pillars in those branch mines were unqualified. The fat man from before has been brought under control, waiting for the arrival of relevant departments. Judging from the current situation, it is clear that the situation is not optimistic. Those branch mines couldn't bear the current unexpected situation at all because of the fat man's cutting corners. Now, those branch mines have almost completely collapsed. I am afraid that many of those workers have been buried under the waste residue. In this situation, I am afraid that the previous method can no longer be used, otherwise, it will collapse again. Hearing Father Wang's words, everyone present couldn't help falling into silence. Yes. I'm afraid it won't be like that anymore. However, there are more than 100 people. Is there really no other way? At this time, a person's life may be lost within 1 second. However, dozens of mining experts and hundreds of rescue experts at the scene were completely helpless. They can't speculate at all now, the current situation below. Uncle Wang, Chief Lu, I have a deduction, but I just don't know if it will work. Just when everyone was at a loss, Qi Yang's voice came leisurely. Hearing Qi Yang's words, all the people present immediately turned their eyes to Qi Yang. Because of human instinct, when these miners are mining, once something goes wrong, the biggest possibility is to run to the deepest and largest shelter. In addition, this shelter should not be too far away from the mining area, so, I deduce that at this moment, the most likely place for them to be is here. While speaking, Qi Yang walked to the side of the engineering drawing, and pointed to a larger shelter at the bottom of the drawing. Then he said, at this time, excavation is obviously extremely difficult, so my opinion is to use a drilling machine to make a small hole. The hole should not be too large, otherwise it may cause a secondary collapse. After a pause, Qi Yang continued, then use a metal pipe to solidify it, send water, food, and some medicines into it, and become a channel to continue their lives. Good way. This will greatly increase the rescue time. Moreover, after opening this passage and confirming that there are indeed people inside, we can dig a real passage from here and along this line to transport those trapped. Save me. After Qi Yang said this, others naturally had an idea. Father Wang's finger blurred a passage on the picture. Soon, those so-called experts discussed the results, and Qi Yang's plan was feasible. During this time, a suitable drilling rig was delivered to the site of the hole. Immediately afterwards, he started working in full swing. Time flies, and after 6 hours, the channel was finally opened. Sure enough, almost all miners are in this position. Everything was as planned, and the rescue work was quickly launched. It was not until early in the morning that Qi Yang took Wang Shuya and her father away from Wujin Mountain. When they left, many family members of the miners had already gathered. They also received the news and rushed to the scene. Looking at the crying family members, Qi Yang also had a little sense of honor in his heart. He saved hundreds of lives. In Qi Yang's car, both Wang Shuya and Wang's father fell asleep soundly. After all, they have experienced too much in these 20 hours. After 3 full days, Qi Yang and the others received another message. Early in the morning, Qi Yang brought Wang's father and daughter to Wujin Mountain again. After 80 hours of constant digging, they finally reached that depth. If nothing else, the cave between the ground and the mine can be dug through today. When the three of Qi Yang sensed the scene, there were still a large number of family members gathered outside the cordon. These people all hope that their families can come back safely. Poor here. People have no good way of life, so they can only go to the coal mines. Every time they go to the coal mines, there is a huge risk. However, these people, in order to carry their own family, resolutely went to the mine. Now, they are trapped below, which means that their entire family will be in a desperate situation. The main source of income of the family, the man of the family, the pillar of the family. If they fail to come back, their family members don't even dare to imagine what their future will be like. And outside, there are countless reporters. They are like hunting dogs, as long as they smell a little smell, they will flock to them. Qi Yang ignored the people outside and drove the car directly inside. The person in charge of security still knew Qi Yang's car, after all, he had been there 2 days ago. As time passed, the machine was still running continuously, and countless rescuers were also working hard. Sometimes, time flies by so fast. Just before noon, when it was almost 12 o'clock, there was a loud bang. A passage collapsed. In order to help the miners below as much as possible, the top decided to bloom more. A group of rescuers were dispatched urgently. After expert analysis, possible excavation lines were found out, and multiple lines were started at the same time. During these 3 days, most of the routes have encountered obstacles and cannot descend, or collapse directly. Only 2 lines will be opened. However, no one expected that when the connection was about to be opened, another line collapsed. This also means that the last passage will be their last hope. In an instant, there was another cry from the scene. At this moment, almost everyone present, everyone was extremely nervous, and everyone's eyes were full of worry. Bump! Master Lu, we got through, we got through. At this moment, the personnel controlling the drilling rig suddenly shouted loudly. And not far away, the reporters, after hearing this sentence, started recording reports one by one. Those family members, when they heard this, their faces became excited. Get through! In this way, the chance of surviving is great. Comrades, now is not the time to be happy, withdraw the drilling rig. Prepare for the next rescue operation. Hearing Mr. Lu's words, the current rescuers quickly calmed down. Engineering technology began to control the drilling rig and slowly backed out. P.S. All kinds of requests, please big brothers, give me some flowers, evaluation tickets. If you have any comments or suggestions, you can tell me in the book review area. I will always pay attention to the book review area. The drilling rig was replaced and returned. A dark passage appeared in front of everyone. The special tool slowly penetrated into it, and the image below was transmitted. While ensuring the safety of the passage, another group of people had already built the elevator. In fact, it can be regarded as a very simple elevator. And it's very small, a little smaller than the drilled passage. This size can only accommodate a grown man. But that's enough. With the rescue of a heart, finally, the first person was rescued. The moment he came out, he cried out excitedly. In these short 4 days and 3 nights, they experienced the most exciting time in their lives. They even suspected that they would never see the sun again. They can only take those dark and cold refuges and wait quietly for the arrival of death. However, he survived. He's out. Get out of that damn place. The medical staff quickly stepped forward and took him down, preparing to send him to an ambulance for a simple test. But he didn't want to, but the man refused the doctor and rushed out. Soon, he hugged his wife and children together. The 3 of them burst into tears with joy, which was extremely touching. A few reporters captured this touching scene. After going up and down all night, finally, all the miners in the shelter were rescued. All 178 trapped persons were rescued. No one died, no one was seriously injured, only more than 50 people were slightly injured. This is simply a miracle in the history of mine accidents. In the next few days, the major media and self-media people were all frantically reporting on this matter. Because of some special reasons, Qi Yang is not known to these people, but the country will never forget him. Qi Yang's exploits have been noted by many leaders. When this matter came to an end, Wang Shuya returned to the capital directly. After all, she hadn't graduated yet. Qi Yang's life entered into daily life here, and he moved a large wave of ore into his own mine. However, at this moment, news came that people from the Tycoon group were doing something. As we all know, Qi Yang's ore is definitely the best quality batch in China. However, they have various reasons, saying that the quality of Qi Yang's ore is not good, and they can't pay for it. After some investigation, Qi Yang discovered that it was the guy who came to take over Wang Jiangwo's position. I really thought I was a soft persimmon. I sent a letter to Tycoon Group, saying that our company will stop the ore supply to Tycoon Group in the next 6 months. Hearing Qi Yang's words, Xi Delong was slightly taken aback. Boss, will this violate the 5 million tons contract we signed? Don't worry, the only thing that restricts us in that contract is that we have to pay it in full for 25 months. Let him wait for half a year before we talk about it. Since the new official took office, 3 fires have been burned on our heads, let him burn enough. Shi Yang said coldly. He doesn't care who you are. Didn't you say that my mine is not good, so I won't supply it directly? It depends on you. Nyobi, the largest smelting group in Huatai City. State-owned enterprise Cattle Pen Ah. Today you said that there is a problem with my mine, and I will not supply you with mines after today. Shi Yang knew that because of his contract of 5 million tons, the total amount of ore imported by Taiyue Group from abroad was reduced by a full 50%. Now, since they have burned Shi Yang's head, Shi Yang will let them feel the terrible feeling of being weaned from the baby. Shi Yang wanted to see what would happen if the mine was shut down for a while for this awesome company. In fact, there are still ore deposits in Taiyue now, so time-sharing will not show the disadvantage of not having Shi Yang. However, for a month or two, it's hard to say. But, the mine we opened? Shi Delong was slightly worried. The last thing I worry about is these mines. You forgot about those big bosses who chased us every day to get mines? Shi Yan laughed loudly. He didn't believe that his mine would not be sold. Hey, Brother Bailey, let's make an appointment. Soon, Shi Yang called Bailey Qianlian and asked him to call all the people who came last time to have dinner and discuss business. The theme this time is very simple. Shi Yang just said that starting next week, in the next 6 months, there will be an extra part of ore every day. The current share is about 5,000 tons, and it will increase in the future. 5,000 tons. All of a sudden, those local tyrants present seemed to be red-eyed. Shi Yang thought for a while, and added, I will notify you again if the number increases again. Let's count it at 5,000 for now. You can discuss the distribution yourself. Now, the daily output of the mine has reached 4,000 tons per day, of which 1,000 tons was supplied to Bailikian Refining, and the remaining 3,000 tons were originally given to Taiyue. Not to him. Let it dry. Anyway, everyone present, everyone is very happy. Originally, they could only get this kind of ore that would make their profits soar after the year, but they didn't expect to get it so soon. Mr. Chi, I would like to toast you. I don't know if you have such a batch of ore supply all of a sudden. You may not believe me when I say it. I'm not happy about the quality of the ore that some idiot said, so I won't supply it because of the time. Anyway, it's still early before the breach of contract, Hearing Shi Yang's words, all the people present burst out laughing. Unexpectedly, some people said that the ore quality of Shi Yang is not good. How could there be such a fool in this world? After the negotiation, the next day, these companies sent people directly to pull the mine. Early in the morning, Shi Yang came to the mine for a stroll, and planned to take a short rest before heading to Wujin Mountain. The last time I went to Wujin Mountain, Shi Yan thought of another idea. Now, although he still owes a lot of money to outsiders, Shi Yang has no plans to pay back the money with 7 or 8 billion yuan in liquidity. Instead, they plan to open a second mine. This is Xishan Province. Although as many as 120 kinds of minerals have been discovered in Xishan Province, 63 kinds of minerals have proven resource reserves. As we all know, the coal resources here are in good condition, and the resource reserves have reached nearly 300 billion tons. Iron ore can only be ranked 8th in the country, with a mere 4 billion tons. It is conceivable that the fraction of coal mines is more than that of iron mines. In addition, the price of coal is not cheap. Even the lowest quality coal costs around 410 tons. The price of good quality can also reach about 1,000 yuan. In such a place, if Shi Yang can get a coal mine, its value is far higher than that of iron ore. In addition, the most important thing is that the difficulty of digging coal mines is definitely infinitely easier than that of iron mines. This is the way to get money. The development of the country cannot be separated from the coal mines. Since ancient times, coal has been hailed as black gold. Coal is the food of industry. Since the 18th century, it has been one of the main energy sources used by the human world. Coal is also one of the indispensable sources of energy for human production and life. The supply of coal is related to the stability of a country's industry and even the development of all aspects of society. In winter, many people rely on coal for heating, and many people rely on coal for cooking. However, the main application of coal is in the four major industries of electric power, steel, cement, and chemical industry. The development of these industries is inseparable from the use of coal. This means that coal has a huge market. The coal boss, the boss who is faster than the money printing machine. Qi Yang has such good conditions, so it is possible not to get involved. Just as Qi Yang was about to leave the mine and go to Wujin Mountain, there was a knock on the door outside. Enter. The door of the office was pushed open, and a middle-aged woman walked in. Although he is already middle-aged, he still has a charming charm and an outstanding temperament. One can tell that he is not an ordinary person at a glance. Although the clothes don't look gorgeous, it can be seen that they are very particular. The middle-aged woman glanced around and frowned. After looking Qi Yang up and down, his face remained unchanged and he walked forward. I am Shuya's mother. Hearing her words, Qi Yang stood up, and when he was about to say something, the Queen Mother said, You're welcome, I still have something to do, just say a few words and leave. While speaking, he took out a card, put it on the coffee table, and said, There are 5 million here. Hearing her words, Qi Yang frowned slightly. Could it be that there is still such a bloody thing these days? Aunt, I don't need these 500. Before Qi Yang finished speaking, another card appeared on the coffee table, 50 million. Aunt, I really don't lack 5 billion. Another card appeared on the table. My daily mine is 5 million, 500 million, it's just small money. It's impossible to stop me and Shuya with a mere 500 million. The relationship between me and Shuya. Who said it was going to stop you from being together? When Qi Yang was about to express his relationship with Wang Shuya firmly, he was interrupted by the Queen Mother's words. The train of thought is completely broken. Such a domineering behavior, such a frown, is it because he dislikes himself, because he has no power, and wants to use money to make himself leave Shuya? All of a sudden, Qi Yang's thoughts became confused. The money is for you. Old Wang and I are just a child like Shuya. In the future, all my money will be hers. Look at your office. I heard that you still owe the bank 30. I haven't paid back the 100 million, so I'll give you some money first, don't exhaust yourself, and make Shuya feel bad. Hearing these words from the Queen Mother, Qi Yang was stunned. It's not here to stop me from being with Shuya, but to give money, so I'm afraid I'll be tired. Think of what I just said. What the hell? Well, Aunt, I really don't lack money, you can spend the money yourself. Qi Yang said with a slightly red face. I'll give it to you if I say it. This amount of money won't affect me too much. I have a meeting at Dragon City at noon, so I'm leaving first. After speaking, the Queen Mother stood up and was about to leave. Qi Yang quickly stood up and said, Aunt, this place is not far from Dragon City, I'll see you off. No need, I have a driver, you can do your work. After the Queen Mother left, Qi Yang was still a little confused. According to the normal routine, it shouldn't be that her mother disagrees with him, thinks he has no power, and then throws money at him to shame him. He resolutely said that the love between them cannot be measured by money. However, Qi Yang never thought that Wang Shuya's mother came here only for his money. It's amazing. So, it's really fragrant, so Qi Yang accepted it. I am very happy. Now, the liquidity in his hands is more than 1 billion yuan. Therefore, daily snacks. The baby miners were stunned. Today's cafeteria lunch is like Chinese New Year. After some understanding, they knew that the boss was happy. Every time the boss is happy, he either gives bonuses or the cafeteria is full of delicious food. At this moment, in the Taiwei group, workshop number 1 exploded. Of course, it wasn't an explosion, and all the steel produced was substandard. Wei Zhong looked at the workshop director coldly. What's going on? All the iron and steel smelting of Taiwei group is in the charge of him, the chief engineer. The workshop director said with an ugly face, Mr. Wei, we definitely followed your improved procedure, but... Wei Zhong looked at the report in his hand, and before the workshop director finished speaking, he said coldly, why don't you use the ore from polar mining? In Qi Yang's ore, a large number of harmful elements have all been removed. Therefore, the process has become much simpler, and the quality of steel has also improved. The workshop director hurriedly said, "Boss Wei, I don't want to either, it's just." "Why are you hesitating? Put your farts." The ore from polar mining can greatly save costs, and the quality of the refined steel is much higher, so Wei Zhong is very important. Polar mining has stopped providing us with ore. Ha! Why? Wei Zhong's face changed slightly. It was only a few days after the contract was signed. Why didn't Yang provide ore? Is there any accident? Sun? Well, Mr. Sun's people said that the ore from polar mining did not meet the standards, so they refused to pay. When Wei Zhong heard this, his face changed. What a mess! The ore from polar mining will not work. Then how many mines have you practiced? Eat you. Wei Zhong walked towards the general manager's office with an ugly expression on his face. Others are afraid of offending the new general manager, but he, Wei Zhong, is not afraid. He'd like to ask, why didn't polar mining take over the mines? Just when the Taiwei group was quarreling, Yang had already arrived at Wujin Mountain. If there is no accident, Wujin Mountain will become the real Wujin Mountain. The coal mines all over the mountains and plains are endless. There is no end at all. It's like a huge gold mine, constantly producing black gold. Compared with before, Wujin Mountain seems to have become a lot more deserted. Because of the previous development of coal mines, the surrounding air is not very good, and ordinary people seldom come here. A few days ago, there was such a big mine disaster again, and almost all the high-level managers of the mine were arrested. The entire mine has been shut down, and even the court will auction off the mine in a few days. Of course, only those with a mining license are eligible to compete. Yang drove towards the coal mine all the way. On the way, he kept looking at the surrounding situation. I have to say that the roads here are well repaired, and the traffic is okay. If you buy the mine here, you don't need to build another road. Soon, Yang came to the mine. After a systematic scan, Yang still has to say that the buildings here are not bad, and there is no need to rebuild. Here, apart from the recently excavated mines, the buildings are solid and no corners are cut. The system, with me as the center, scans the surrounding coal mines. Soon, a three-dimensional map appeared in front of Yang's eyes. He had been searching for people several times before, so Yang really didn't know how many coal mines there were. The scan is complete, and within the current range, the coal reserves are 1.8 billion tons. 1.8 billion tons. Yang was shocked immediately. Not 180,000, but 1.8 billion. Even if a ton is only sold for 100 yuan, it is still 180 billion yuan. What's more, how could the coal mine only sell for such a little money? If all these mines can be dug out, it is conservatively estimated that Yang's profit will be 500 billion. 500 billion, what a concept! The addition of Lao Ma and Xiao Ma as the assets of two people is this number. However, this is the price after all of them have been excavated. The current largest coal mine in the world has an annual output of only 400 million tons. Due to the technical blockade, the maximum annual output in China is less than 30 million tons. Yang speculates that he can increase the output to 30,000 per day at most this year. The daily output is 30,000, 900,000 a month, a little over 10 million a year, 100 million in 10 years, and it will take hundreds of years to dig. Anyway, no matter when you can finish digging, now that the fat is on the edge of your mouth, eat it first. Once it reaches the stomach, it doesn't matter when it is digested. Yang has decided that no matter what, he must get the mine. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for comments, ask for everything. Just when Yang was about to leave, he saw a person sitting not far away. A little familiar. Brother, work should have stopped, right? Why are you here? Yang stepped forward. The middle-aged man turned his head to look at Yang. He was slightly taken aback. He recognized Yang. Although they didn't know that they and the others were rescued because of Yang's scheme, but this didn't prevent them from knowing that Yang was a master. Oh, yes, the coal mine collapsed and stopped working. It's been 25 years. I started at 18, and it's been 25 years now. I can't bear it. The man sighed. Yes, 25 years, how many 25 years are there in life? It's just that it's closed for a while. The country needs coal mines. Maybe a new boss will take over in a few days. Shi Yang said. Well, it's not that simple. The boss has been arrested, and the coal mine has been taken back by the court. I don't know how long it will take before it will be bought. Moreover, even if it is bought, how can it be possible to resume work so quickly? This middle-aged man, obviously, knows this mine very well. Ha, you are wrong. According to the news I got, this mine will enter the stage of judicial auction next week. Moreover, I am planning to take over this mine. If everything goes well, I will be able to get back on track again at the beginning of next month. Shi Yang smiled and said, by the way, what's your name? Are you interested in working under me? The middle-aged man was also taken aback when he heard Shi Yang's words. Unexpectedly, at such a young age, Shi Yang would have such strong financial resources. If you want to take over this mine, I'm afraid it will cost hundreds of millions. It doesn't look like Shi Yang is bragging, though. Especially seeing a car worth several million. Boss, my name is Lu Qianyan. If you take over this mine, I will do a good job. Besides, I believe everyone will come here. The middle-aged man Lu Qianyan said. Ha ha ha, I think you are tall in the mine, right? Shi Yang laughed. It doesn't count, it's just a small supervisor. Lu Qianyan said quickly. Old Lu, don't be polite to me. When I take over here, I will let you be the supervisor, responsible for the production of the entire mine, but you can't let me down? Shi Yang patted Lu Qianyan's shoulder with a smile and said. Hearing Shi Yang's words, Lu Qianyan couldn't help but let out an ah. He didn't expect that Shi Yang only saw him once or twice, and he valued himself so much that he directly asked him to be in charge of production. So, I couldn't help shouting excitedly. Boss, I will not let you down. After speaking, Lu Qianyan seemed to have thought of something, stepped forward mysteriously, looked around and said, Boss, the boss who killed 1,000 swords once invited people from Longqing to investigate. Not far away I found a place suitable for building an open-pit coal mine. This is what I said when I happened to see him drunk last time. Shi Yang also smiled when he heard his words. Of course he knew what Lu Qianyan was talking about, but this person seemed to be reliable. There is a place on the Wujin mountain where the coal seam is relatively shallow. It only needs to remove the loess about 2 meters above to expose the coal mine. Of course, the area of this place is not very large. If it is someone else, I am afraid that they can only mine a small-scale open-pit mine. However, Shi Yang is different. He has a system, and no mine can be turned into an open-pit mine, let alone the current situation. Just such a small open-pit mine, in the hands of Shi Yang, will become an incomparably huge mine if nothing else happens. Even, to a certain extent, he could catch up with some mineral veins in the cloud. You know, now 3 to 4 out of 10 coal mines across the country come from the cloud. Afterwards, Shi Yang and Lu Qianyan walked towards that position. Shi Yang carefully studied the situation here again. Just after Shi Yang left, another convoy came here, but Shi Yang didn't know it. He is heading to Dragon City at the moment. In Dragon City, there was a dinner tonight. Of course, it might not be just the dinner, but also some other unknown activities, so it was not held in Huotai City. Of course, the main reason is that the distance between Huotai City and Dragon City is really close. Soon, Shi Yang arrived at this destination. He was actually a latecomer. After all, if someone else was later than him, he was late. We are all acquaintances, so it doesn't matter. All the words present were those private iron and steel smelting companies. These people are all Shi Yang's clients. Although, these talents are party A, and Shi Yang is party B of the supply. However, rare things are valuable, these people have tasted the sweetness, and naturally know that Shi Yang must not be offended. It can be said that Shi Yang is the most powerful party B right now. If you provoke Shi Yang, don't buy mines if you have the guts. In their eyes, Shi Yang is now their god of wealth. It can reduce the cost and increase the quality. This is not what the god of wealth is. P.S. All kinds of begging, begging on knees, begging on the ground, begging lying down, fancy begging, flowers, comments, monthly ticket comments. Shameless enough to reward and remind me to like it more. The environment here is quite good, and there is a fair-skinned and beautiful waiter next to everyone. Everyone is engaged in the same industry, so naturally they are talking about mines. Mr. Chi, let me offer you a toast first. Fortunately, you supply us with iron ore, so that we don't have to import iron ore. Otherwise, not to mention that the price is 20% higher, even if we get it, it is impossible to have your ore. High class. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a big belly stood up, raised his wine glass and said to Chi Yang. Yeah, thanks to Boss Chi, otherwise, damn it, all the money I earned would have been given to those white pigs. Another person also said. Ha, everyone, buy my iron ore and give me face. Whether the price of international iron ore rises or not this time, I will not change. However, I still have to say ugly things. After the contract is completed, the international iron ore, if the price of ore goes up, so will I. Shi Yang said with a smile. After speaking, he raised his glass and drank it down. This is naturally the case. People from those mining companies nodded in agreement with Chi Yang's words. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a while, and one of them said, Mr. Chi, to be honest, although your ore is very good, but, just a little, the quantity is too small, and it can't satisfy all of us at all. Now, the daily output of polar mining has reached 6,000 tons. However, half of the 6,000 tons is produced by thousands of refiners, and the remaining half is naturally not enough for the 20 or so people present. Shi Yang smiled slightly. I have built another batch of equipment. If nothing else, the daily output will reach 10,000 tons next month. Shi Yang's words stirred up waves. Everyone knows that Shi Yang's mine is constantly improving steadily, and the output of the mine will definitely increase. However, it is completely unexpected that the output of Chi Yang's mine will reach 10,000 tons next month. Ruin. They just guessed that Chi Yang's mine can increase the Nissan's production by 7 or 8,000, and they are already very happy. Everyone's share will naturally increase, let's double it. 3,000 becomes 6,000. Everyone was so happy that they almost cheered. The daily supply is 6,000 tons. So scary. They just feel that they are one step closer to a private island, private jet, luxury yacht, and a big mountain. Then I don't know if my Qianlian steel will also increase the supply? Bailey Qianlian laughed. Shi Yang smiled and said, how could I forget you, there is still 1,000 tons left, which is reserved for you, and I will supply you no less than 4,000 tons every day. Fuck. Everyone couldn't help but groan. With so many people added up, I am only a little bit taller than Bailey Qianlian. I'm afraid it won't be long before they are tied together, and they will be the opponents of Bailey Qianlian. Even so, they are not jealous, because it is enough for everyone to make money. Eat, drink, take a bath, debao. Bah, after eating, drinking, and taking a sauna, Shi Yang went home. The next day, daily iron ore. But today, Shi Yang will transport 150 excavators from the underground production line when everyone is not paying attention. When the workers entered the mine, everyone was shocked. Excavators are neatly placed in the open space. It seems to be endless. If you look around, it's all yellow. That heavy feeling can't help but shock everyone. Boss, we got something good again. Soon, there was a roar in the mining area. It will soon be able to produce 10,000 tons per day. That is to say, there is an income of more than 10 million a day. Think about it, enough to make people excited. No wonder everyone says the mine boss is rich. Now, Shi Yang finally really felt this. The fraction of mine sold every day is enough for the cost of various equipment, fuel, and labor for a day. A day's net profit starts at 10 million. 100 million in 10 days. 300 million a month. Shi Yang stood happily in front of the mining area, watching everyone mining. Soon, Shi Yang received a call that Jinshan's mine would be put up for judicial auction so soon. Shi Yang is determined to win the ore veins on Mount Wujin. After buying it, it was renamed the Golden Crow Mine. The Golden Crow Mine on Wujin Mountain earns 100 million a day. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it is exciting. However, Qi Yang is not the only one eyeing the mine on Mount Wujin. In the notes to chapter 24 of Das Kapital, so-called primitive accumulation, there is such a passage. Capital will avoid turmoil and disputes, it is timid. This is certainly true, but not the full truth. Just as nature is said to fear a vacuum, capital fears no profit, or too little profit. Once there is an appropriate profit, the capital will be very bold. As long as there is 10% profit, it will be used everywhere, 20%, it will be lively, 50%, it will cause active adventure, 100%, it will make people ignore all laws, 300%, it will make people not afraid of committing crimes, even the danger of being hanged. It encourages turmoil and strife if they are profitable. And this coal mine, although there is a little risk, the profit after getting this mine is at least 10,000%. Under such huge interests, no one knows what will happen between competitors. P.S. If you give me flower evaluation tickets and other data, for me, it is equivalent to 300%. Even if there is a risk of staying up late and dying suddenly, I can keep coding. I will keep the data. The better the data, the better I will sober. The data is against the sky, I don't want to die. Soon, Qi Yang went through the process. Wait for the auction to start. At this moment, it was about 50 kilometers away from Qi Yang. A middle-aged man with a crew cut looks ordinary, but has a fierce look on his face. Are there any short-sighted guys in this auction? Brother Liang, there were originally a dozen people participating, but after we let the news out, most of them gave up, and there was only one called Polar Mining who didn't give up. Polar Mining? I haven't heard of it, outsiders? On my territory, even the dragon wants to lie down for me. Brother Liang said coldly. No, Brother Liang, this polar mining industry belongs to Mrs. Hua, and it's very powerful. Oh? Tell me. Brother Liang frowned slightly. Polar mining only developed some time ago, and now it has become the largest local iron ore supply company. I guess they plan to expand into the coal field this time. Humph. Brother Liang snorted coldly, not everyone can sneak in here in the coal industry. Let Lalu take someone to warn their boss and let him know that there are some things that cannot be touched casually. When the younger brother heard his words, he quickly nodded and left. He has been with this Brother Liang for a long time, and he has long been used to such things. Moreover, although Brother Liang seemed to be fine just now. However, he knew that Brother Liang was angry. Today's Qi Yang is the same as usual. However, life is not static. Today, he discovered that there was a Wuling divine car following behind him. At first, Qi Yang didn't care. After all, there are a lot of black cars here, and black cars going to different locations are everywhere. However, after more than half an hour, Qi Yang realized something was wrong. The other party is definitely following him. After thinking for a while, Qi Yang simply stopped on the side of the road. Of course, this is because of Qi Yang's audacity. If it is someone else, if the other party has malicious intentions, or if the other party has many people, then it will be difficult. Qi Yang decided to stop and see what these guys were up to. These family riches probably have investigated themselves and know when they will probably appear here. So, I've been waiting there for myself, and then I just chased myself like that, and came forward as soon as the car stopped. Sure enough, just as Qi Yang stopped the car, the Wuling stopped beside the car. Qi Yang realized that it seemed that someone was going to do something to him. Hurry up and find a group of bodyguards for the family, otherwise, it is inevitable that people will be arrested and cause trouble. Wuling stopped, the car door opened, and in an instant, a dozen strong men rushed out. Immediately afterwards, the person on the co-pilot also came out. The guy above the co-pilot looks like he should be the leader of the gang. Qi Yang looked at these people coldly and did not speak. Soon, all these people gathered around. The leader looked at Qi Yang and said with a sneer, "Boy, you are Qi Yang, the boss of polar mining, right? The coal mines in Mount Wujin are beyond your control." "Oh? Who are you?" The leader said, I, Lu Jintuan, nicknamed Lu Yi, belong to the Dingsheng group. I am here this time to tell you that it is best not to touch the mines in Wujin Mountain, otherwise, Now it's a legal society. Shi Yang said coldly. She even wanted to scare him. I was so scared. He still wants to threaten himself with force, but he really doesn't know what to do. Here in Mrs. Hua, when it comes to coal mines, our prosperity is the law. The guide who claimed to be the sixth master said very arrogantly, You boy, will you not retreat? Think clearly before speaking, offend our Dingsheng, just wait for someone to collect your body. What? You still dare to kill people? Shi Yang said without changing his expression, Go back and tell your boss, Wu Jinshan's mine, that I am determined to win. I welcome fair competition. If you make any small moves, don't blame me for being rude. Kid, since you don't open your eyes, show him some color. The sixth master saw that Shi Yang did not agree to quit, so he directly gave the order. The person beside him, without saying a word, swung his stick and threw it at Shi Yang. Shi Yang didn't take it seriously. A gangster is a gangster, even if the person he followed ascended to heaven, he was still a gangster. I only know how to fight and kill. Seeing that the opponent's stick was about to hit him, Shi Yang kicked directly. Shi Yang's kick was very accurate, it directly landed on his stomach, the force was so strong that he flew straight out. The sixth master was startled, and shouted, Give it to me, his mother Chow dares to hit stones, treat this guy well. Hearing his words, the others rushed forward and started fighting without saying a word. Shi Yang saw that there were many people, but he didn't panic at all. Rushing forward directly, the target is the leader. Seeing the punch the size of a sandbag suddenly hit his face, he was shocked. However, it was too late to react. Boom! With a punch, the majestic sixth master immediately had nosebleeds flying all over the sky. However, the sixth master quickly reacted, completely ignoring his injuries, and rushed towards Shi Yang. At this time, other people's sticks and other things also hit Shi Yang. However, Shi Yang is not an ordinary person, and he quickly abused these people. After that, without further ado, Shi Yang continued the old method, directly drying up the two large coal mines below Dingsheng. Then began to plan. If it was someone else, Shi Yang might not have eliminated their roots now, because doing so would definitely make them even crazier about the matter of auctioning Wujin Mountain. But the prosperity is different. In Huatai, Dingsheng is still very famous. When the boss of Dingsheng was young, he was also a child of a poor family. He couldn't eat enough, so he had no choice but to follow the coal mine that fell behind the coal truck to survive. Later, another group of people was assembled, and the protection fee was collected, and the higher and higher it became. In the end, by eating a company with a mining license, it was successfully laundered. Of course, even if these people were successfully exonerated and turned into upright people, they were still full of bandits. Although many people are afraid of these people, Shi Yang is not. He has already started to plot these people comprehensively, daring to threaten himself. He really does not know how to live or die. After an afternoon of planning, Shi Yang returned home. It happened that Shi Yang's younger sister was going to school in the city these few days, while her mother had something to go back to her natal home for a few days, and there was no one else at home except him. Otherwise, it would not be easy for him to think of an excuse after playing such a game. Sure enough, very late at night, a few cars sneaked up near Shi Yang's house. Soon, more than a dozen people got off the car. Quick, hurry up, get out if you tie someone up. However, the few who entered first were blinded directly. Enter one and be greeted by an iron rod. The first few fell to the ground with a scream. However, at this moment, the leader took out a gun from his arms. This incident really shocked Shi Yang. Not enough. Fortunately, I called the police in advance. At this moment, several policemen ran over. And after them, another group of people came from the police station. Director Bai was also taken aback when he saw the men in black all over the floor, and then he saw someone pointing a gun at Shi Yang. Although this gun is not a good gun, but at such a short distance, if it hits a vital point, it will really kill someone. This is not bad. In my own territory, if someone is robbed and killed, I am afraid that I will not feel better. When he saw a few policemen rushing over, the man with the gun was also taken aback. They had no idea that the police would come so quickly. They are not the Axe Gang, they can let the police clean up the ground. In the current situation, I am afraid he is doomed. However, he lost his mind for a moment. At such a close distance, Chi Yang sent the pistol flying with a stick. The iron rod coupled with Chi Yang's strength directly smashed his wrist into pieces. There is no doubt that these people were quickly taken down by the police. Chi Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. Director Bai, I will leave this group of people to you. When the police came, Chi Yang naturally didn't have to worry about anything. He believes that the police will deal with these people well. Today's incident let Chi Yang know that he needs a group of bodyguards. Otherwise, who knows, when, a bunch of desperate lunatics will suddenly appear to mess with themselves. Soon, it will be the day for the public auction of Jinxing coal mine. However, due to Dingxing's relationship, only Chi Yang and one of his companies were present, plus an accompanying bidder. This is an open tender auction. Naturally, there are countless people who want to participate, but the number of people who have mining licenses is not many, which makes most companies unable to participate because of poor qualifications. After that, there were fewer than 10 companies left. But because of Dingxing's relationship, most people dare not come here. However, it was stipulated that at least 3 companies should participate, otherwise the bid would be cancelled, so Dingxing found a bidder to accompany the bid. Although it is illegal to accompany the bid, but if they don't say it, who will know? However, because of Chi Yang's relationship, this time it became a real auction. This auction, if nothing else happens, will be a battle between dragons and tigers. Young man, you are Chi Yang, right? Not bad, very good. It's been a long time since anyone who dared to compete with me for food. The crew cut man was smoking a cigar, looked at Chi Yang, and said kindly. Even if I am courageous, you are in Nyobi now, but you can't escape the fate of being a gangster, and a big gangster is also a gangster. Chi Yang said lightly. Boy, you. Hearing Chi Yang's words, Ma Zai next to him immediately became unhappy and prepared to step forward. The flat-headed man stopped him. Okay, it's about to start, go in, I hope you can always be so hard. When it came time for the auction, everything went on as planned. The staff waited for the rules to be read out soon. The next step is the auction. This time, whoever has the highest price will get the ownership of the Wujin Mountain coal mine. Then, at this moment, the door was suddenly forcibly broken open. Dozens of policemen rushed into it and took away the boss Dingxing known as Brother Liang. Then, he, the protagonist, was taken away, and the auction had to continue. The other family has already been blinded by now. He is just a small character, and he is here to gather numbers. Before he came, the task he received was to make a quotation once, and then just wait until it was over and leave. The base price was 50 million, and each increase was not less than 100,000 yuan. In the end, Chi Yang got the mine at a price of 50,200,000. Not surprisingly, this mine will be in the hands of Chi Yang, and the profit will be 1,000,000%, which is 10,000 times. The heyday agencies counted all kinds of crimes, but at the beginning of Zero, people were arrested. In the end, Chi Yang can only be cheaper. Originally, Chi Yang planned to get 1 billion. Brother Liang was arrested. In fact, it can't be a coincidence that I took power. Since he took office, the chief of Huatai City Police Department has always wanted to get rid of his cancer. However, because there are too many people involved in it, and its shadow is very good, there has been no evidence. After 2 years of collection, the evidence obtained is still somewhat insufficient. However, after those people were taken back yesterday, they didn't expect that there was a soft bone among them. Tell a lot of secrets. It was almost the price of cabbage that won the coal mine. When Chi Yang left, he was in an extremely happy mood. So, decisively led the people to Wujin Mountain. On the way, Chi Yang informed Lu Qianyan who he met earlier. After meeting Chi Yang, Lu Qianyan was extremely excited. He knew that seeing Chi Yang now, the mine must have been won. However, he was still a little scared, afraid that he would guess wrong. Lu Qianyan said with a slightly trembling voice, "Boss, what's the result of the auction?" Shi Yang said with a smile, "Of course it is. As I said, I am determined to win this mine." Hearing this, Lu Qianyan was overjoyed, and a heart that was hanging high finally fell to the ground. "The next thing you have to do is to contact the previous miners and see who is willing to come over. As long as there are no major problems, I will accept them." Shi Yang said to him again. "Yes, boss. There must be many workers willing to come over," Lu Qianyan said excitedly. In the evening, Shi Yang called all the executives of his company, including Lu Qianyan, and went to the city to have a meal. Today, everyone is rosy. After all, successfully winning the Jinshan coal mine today is a big step forward for the polar mining industry. Next, Shi Yang reorganized the entire company. First of all, the Polar Mining Group Company was established, and then the previous Polar Mining was renamed as Polar Iron and Mine Company, Limited, and Polar Coal Mine Company, Limited was established again. Jinshan Coal Mine was renamed as Jinwu Coal Mine, as the main mining area and office headquarters of GD Coal Mine Company, Ltd. The main theme of the company is still expansion, but at present, the most important thing is recruitment. At present, although the polar mining industry is doing well and is developing rapidly and steadily, there is a fatal problem, that is, there are not enough managers. In addition, the mine also needs a large number of security personnel. Of course, Shi Yang himself, as well as his family, all need good bodyguards nowadays. However, trustworthy bodyguards are not easy to find. Therefore, Shi Yang first set his sights on living in the center of Huatai City. There is such a community. There are all villas in the complex. The security here is very strong. In Huatai City, apart from the national area, this is the place with the strictest security. Therefore, Shi Yang decided to buy a single-family villa here. In this way, at least you don't have to worry about safety when you sleep at night. Now that it's decided, let's do it. Early the next morning, on the road leading to Huatai City, an off-road vehicle rushed forward. This is Shi Yang's car. At the same time, there were two other people in the car, namely Shi Yang's mother and younger sister. Shi Yang's younger sister, Shi Qi, is obviously the happiest person right now. Along the way, they were chattering and talking non-stop. Children of her age always have endless things to say. "Brother, are we really going to buy a big villa? Of course, we will live in Dabai in the future." "Pff, bro, you are so funny. If you say the villa is a different place, you will be regarded as illiterate." Soon, Shi Yang parked the car in front of a magnificent building. The marble floor is covered with a clean and tidy red carpet, and the surroundings are in a classical style, but one can see a sense of modern local aristocracy. It feels like a palace here. This makes ordinary people daunted when they see it. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen." The two welcoming ladies at the door bowed to Shi Yang and the others. These welcoming ladies were all wearing cheongsams in the style of the Republic of China, which looked a bit eye-catching. Entering it, an extremely luxurious feeling immediately appears in front of you. Everywhere is beautiful. There is a huge sand table in the hall, on which is the layout of all the villas in the entire community. "This gentleman. Don't be polite, just cut to the point," Shi Yang said directly. Talking to her, you can't make money yourself, so why waste your time? Not clean. The manager was taken aback when he heard Shi Yang's words. He had never seen a man before, and he just ignored his choppy, bulging body. When the beautiful manager was about to introduce the villa, Shi Yang said again, "I plan to buy a single-family villa in this area, please introduce it to us." When the manager heard Shi Yang's words, he followed Shi Yang's hand to see the core of the whole area. There are artificial lakes all around here, and the central area looks like an island in the middle of the lake, which is not very big, but it is obviously unique. There are only 9 villas on it. "Sir, that is our core villa here. The design of each villa is unique. In addition, both the supporting facilities and the surrounding environment are excellent choices. The structure of the villa is 4 floors above the ground. On the first floor of the basement, the garage is a side-by-side 4-car garage, and the surrounding area belongs to the villa, which is exactly." Before she finished speaking, Shi Yang said, "Needless to say, this set hasn't been sold yet, has it?" Sir, you are really discerning. This villa is the most expensive among all the villas, and it has the best lighting among all the villas. Mom, Chi, what do you think? Shi Yang turned to look at the mother and daughter. Well, what's the price of this villa? Shi Yang's mother asked the manager. 19.99 million. After finishing speaking, he quickly added, Ma'am, when we develop villas, we definitely give priority to the customer's experience. Although the price may be a little expensive but... Mom, don't worry about the price. If you think it's good, just buy it. Shi Yang laughed. After all, Huatai City is only a small third and fourth tier city, and the price of real estate is not very high. Such a villa would probably cost hundreds of millions in a first and second tier city, even in the suburbs. Xiaoyang, your career has just started. Mother Qi said. Mom, our mine now produces millions of mines a day, and the 20 million house can be earned back after not even a month's use. Since we like it, let's go and have a look. Soon, Shi Yang signed a letter of intent, and then paid an intent payment of 100,000 yuan. Soon, they came to the villa area. When entering the community, you can see a lot of security guards at the door. These people are all physically strong and look a little imposing. They should be well-trained security personnel. Entered successfully after verification. After entering, he went straight to the core area. Shi Yang saw many patrolling security guards along the way, and he was very satisfied with such security. Soon, they came to the man-made lake. There were exactly 4 bridges around the man-made lake, and there were security guards on each bridge. In fact, it is better to say that it is an island in the middle of the lake on a man-made lake. There is a moat around the 9 villas. The residents living here are either rich or expensive. Living here is not only a kind of enjoyment in life, you may meet many interesting neighbors. On the way, the sales manager said to Qi Yang with a smile. Along the way, various smart checkpoints and artificial checkpoints finally came to the front of the double speed. During the entry period, Qi Yang discovered that this is a building full of ancient Chinese features and modern minimalist style. For Qi Yang, Kobe is much better than those European-style buildings. It looked okay, and the security was really good, so Qi Yang signed the contract directly and paid the money. For such a villa, the property has already purchased all the furniture and the like. Although it is not very expensive, the quality is still very good. Qi Yang didn't buy new furniture, and directly moved the things from the house over there. In just 2 days, I lived here. At this moment, in the high-tech zone of Huatai City, almost all the high-level personnel gathered in a conference room. Everyone, now tell me how to solve this matter? A long-term high-ranking vice president looked at the crowd and said solemnly. This matter is very simple. We just lack iron ore. We directly contact foreign countries and import a large amount of high-quality iron ore, and the matter will be solved. Humph. The man had just finished saying this, and immediately, half of the people present looked at him coldly. Hee, some comrades just talk big and don't do anything. The international ore has been rising recently, and it's almost 20% now, and it's still the peak purchasing period. Many mines don't give us a chance to negotiate, and, even if we increase the purchase price, the ore we buy will take at least 3 months to arrive, and it will not be able to quench the near thirst, so it is completely useless. Taiyue, without Qi Yang for mine supply, was bombed and civil strife broke out. Didn't we have an order of 5 million with the polar region? I heard that all the private enterprises in Taiyue now use their mines? Why are we short of mines? Could it be that he looks down on us in Taiyue? At this moment, a man in his 50s said coldly. Maybe some people don't want other people's mines. As soon as the man finished speaking, someone snorted. What's the meaning? At this moment, Wei Zhong stood up and said calmly, let me show you some information. These are the mines that our general manager said some time ago that the quality of the polar regions is not up to standard. Everyone knows about Wei Zhong. Since it was his profile, everyone looked at it seriously. The people present, the more they watched, the more frightened they became. It's just too scary. Wei Zhong looked at those people as if they were seeing enough, his face straightened, and he began to talk. Everyone has seen it. These are the relevant reports of the ore of polar mining. With such iron ore, the smelting process will be greatly simplified, thus saving a lot of manpower and financial resources. The most important thing is that these ores can produce the highest quality steel with the simplest process. I suggest that we fully use the ores from polar mining in Taiyue. When Wei Zhong's words came out, the jaws of those present were about to drop in shock. All use polar mining ores. A steel smelter fully utilizes ore from a mine. I dare not even think about this kind of thing. No. Absolutely not. Hearing Wei Zhong's words, the man sitting on the main seat seemed to have smashed a pot. Why not? General Manager, although you are the biggest here, you must have a reason to convince us, otherwise, we cannot listen to your family here. Wei Zhong said to the General Manager coldly. This is a state-owned enterprise, so big decisions cannot be made by the General Manager alone. Brother Wei, is what you said true? Is there really such a good mine? Of course, the mines are very good. It's just that some people want to get 3 fires when they take office. If this is not the case, our number 1 workshop can always use these mines. While speaking, Wei Zhong glanced at the General Manager. This guy was actually airborne, someone from his family came here to be gilded. Since their mines are good, of course they have to use their mines, how about their output? The other vice president completely ignored the General Manager's ugly face and said flatly. When we first started working together, production was small, but that's not the case anymore. They've been expanding recently, and while expansion elsewhere hasn't been completed, the mining area has, and now it's at an astounding pace point. Speaking of this, Wei Zhong paused. Now, polar mining has a daily output of 20,000 tons. When the Taiyue group was discussing, Shi Yang naturally knew the news that the mining area had been completed. Although the entire mining area has not yet been constructed, at least part of it has been completed. Therefore, Shi Yang decided to hold a wedding banquet. Celebrate the completion of the construction of the mining area. With Qi Yang making this decision, the people below naturally acted quickly. Time flies by. On this day, in the extreme iron mine, colorful balloons were flying in the sky, and a huge banner was pulled down from it. The road that must be passed through the mine is full of rainbow doors. The trees on the road are hung with red ribbons, dancing with the breeze. The whole mine gives people a festive feeling. The daily output is 20,000 tons. Such a number is enough to shock the whole Mrs. Hua. This time, Qi Yang prepared 1,000 tables of wedding banquets, each with 6 vegetarian dishes and 6 meat dishes, 2 main courses, and 2 soups. The place where the performance was held was in the open space of the mine, and Qi Yang made people gather together all the teams who held the wedding banquet within a radius of tens of miles. 1,000 tables, 10 people per table, enough to feed 10,000 people. The supply of ore was stopped for 1 day today, and Qi Yang sent an invitation to everyone related to the mine. Those big bosses are all local tyrants, and they are all kinds of high-end hotels every day. However, since Qi Yang invited them, they naturally couldn't lose face. Most of them started out as poor people, so they didn't object to this kind of wedding banquet full of country atmosphere. Boss, Expert Qian is here. Expert Qian is the expert in the Design Institute who planned for the Qiyan mine. When Qi Yang asked him to plan before, he said that the plan should be based on a daily output of 20,000 tons, and an upgrade space for a daily output of 100,000 tons should be reserved. When designing, the expert didn't believe that Qi Yang could produce 20,000 per day, let alone 100,000. Of course, I don't believe it, but he tried his best to design according to Qi Yang's request, so Qi Yang is still very grateful to him. This time he was invited over, firstly, for a celebration banquet, and secondly, to let him see if there was any conflict between the mine and his plan. 3. Of course, let him see that the daily output is 20,000 tons, simple and simple. Ha 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 ha. After exchanging pleasantries with the experts, someone took him to the place where the celebration was held. Time passed slowly, and luxury cars gradually appeared on the way to the extreme iron mine. The first ones to come were of course personnel from these steel companies in Huatai City. A dozen of them had already made an appointment and came here early. After all, the daily output of iron ore has reached 20,000, and the bosses of these enterprises are even happier than Chi Yang. Familiar faces gradually appeared on the mine. Immediately afterwards, at this moment, a group of black cars with special license plates drove up. When Chi Yang saw these people coming, he stepped forward. These people were all officials from Huatai City. The head of the Shur, the chief of the police, the chief of the land bureau. The presence of these people also gave Chi Yang a lot of face. Leaders, welcome, welcome. After Chi Yang shook hands with these leaders one by one. Ha, Mr. Chi is too polite, you are the pride of our Huatai City now. After a while of pleasantries, Chi Yang brought these people to the place where the celebration will be held. After making arrangements, Chi Yang is ready to start the celebration. However, at this time, another convoy appeared. This team is obviously not within the scope of Chi Yang's invitation. This should be only the Taiyue group from the official celebration, and there are so few cars that Chi Yang still looks familiar. I don't seem to have invited people from Taiyue. Chi Yang was slightly puzzled. Although the Taiyue group was the largest steel group in the city, after Wang Jiangwo left, they made things difficult for him, so Chi Yang didn't intend to pay any attention to them. Let them dry for half a year before talking. Chi Yang pondered for a while whether these guys came here uninvited. There might be some conspiracy. Just when Chi Yang was thinking, a man with white hair got out of the car. Immediately afterwards, a few more came down, but it seemed that this old man was the core of this group of people. President Chi, we are taking the liberty of coming here uninvited. Chi Yang looked at the old man and said with a smile, "Ha, no matter where, it is my honor that you come here every now and then." Chi Yang still knew this man. Back then, not long after the establishment of the new China, the country needed a lot of steel. This man resolutely gave up his citizenship in the American Empire. Such a character is worthy of admiration. After a few simple greetings, Chi Yang ushered him into the venue. At this moment, there were not too few people in the venue, and many people in the VIP area surprised the people of Taiyue Group. Not to mention that almost all the bosses of all the steel companies in Huatai were present, even though small Chi Yang mine owners were enough to gather a lot of power. In addition, what shocked them even more was the people in the government, the head of the government, the heads of the various bureaus, and some other people. This formation should not be underestimated. As for the bosses of steel companies headed by Bailey Qianlian, they couldn't help but glance at each other when they saw the people of Taiyue Group. It seemed that there might be a problem with the situation. These guys, who appeared in the extreme iron mine, must be for the iron ore. If they take away a portion of the iron ore, then they will definitely lose a portion. Colleagues are enemies, and these private steel enterprises are united because they can distribute benefits reasonably. But Taiyue is different. Taiyue's family dominates, and now they appear, maybe they will share half of the interests of all of them. Who can be happy when the income is halved? The time is about to reach the celebration time, and all personnel are already in place. At the moment when the time came, the staff who were guarding the salute fired it instantly. Of course, this is one of those salutes where there's only sound and everything else is appearances. Not to mention that the country prohibits setting off fireworks and firecrackers. Just in this mine, if the fireworks cause something, it will not be beautiful. A few minutes later, Chi Yang began to speak, and after the brief speech was finished, the government sent someone to speak for a while. Because of Chi Yang's arrangement, it wasn't long before 12 o'clock, and it was time for lunch. After the meal, Chi Yang led a group of people to stroll around the mine enthusiastically for a while. Just when the door was closed to thank the guests and the celebration ended, the old man from the Taiyue Group approached Chi Yang. In the conference room, several vice presidents of Taiyue Group sat beside the old man, opposite to Chi Yang and others. However, he didn't directly get to the point. The old man first exchanged pleasantries, from today's celebration to the extreme iron mine. Later, even the international ore price was involved, and the Chinese embarrassment. It's all over the place, just not getting to the point. 20 minutes later, Chi Yang said directly, "Let's get right to the point. After all, we all have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people every minute." Hearing Chi Yang's words, the other party can only directly cut to the point. "Mr. Chi, there is a contract between us. Such a good ore is out of stock in this period of time. Hearing what the other party said, Shi Yang said lightly, "You are joking, our ore quality is not good, and you swallowed our inferior ore over there. Maybe it will affect the efficiency, right? So, how do can you give mines with poor quality to your company? P.S. I beg Ziowawa, my little Huahua is really rare." As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. Hearing Shi Yang's cynicism, the faces of those in Taiyue didn't change at all, not even a little embarrassing. It really is a thick-skinned man who has been in business for a long time. "Ha, Mr. Chi, if your mine is inferior, how can there be any good ore in this world?" The old man said with a smile. "Dare not. If it wasn't for the low quality of my ore, why would you not want it? After all, it's so much cheaper than international ores, and it's so convenient." Shi Yang said flatly. "Mr. Chi, we are such a big company, it is inevitable that there will be rat shit. It's the first time I've seen a mouse shit as big as the general manager." Hearing Shi Yang's words, among the people present, except for a 27 or 18-year-old youth's complexion changed, the expressions of the others did not change at all. "Ha, Mr. Chi, we are not talking about it alone. After all, people with certain relationships like to come down to have fun. The real thing is us. This time we are here to form a strategic cooperation with Polar Mining," the old man said with a smile, regardless of the young man's ugly face. "Oh? How do you plan to cooperate?" Shi Yang took a sip of his tea and said lightly. "In the future, at least 70% of the ore consumed by our Taiyue group will be provided by Polar Mining, and the price will also increase to 80% of the international ore price." The old man smiled slightly and said to Shi Yang, "No, nearly 20 metal smelting companies such as Qianlian Group pay 95% of the international ore price when they buy goods from me, but you only pay 80%. "No way," Shi Yang said lightly. "Shi Yang, don't forget that we still have a contract of 5 million tons. Believe it or not, I will sue you for breach of contract." Shi Yang's words were spoken, but before the old man could speak, the man with an ugly face shouted sharply. "Oh? You are?" Shi Yang looked at this person and asked. You don't know." Before he finished speaking, the old man said, "Boss Chi, just ignore his words, the mouse shit is him." "Oh? He's the guy who said my mine was inferior. Since you want to sue me, go ahead." Shi Yang ignored his threat at all. "Boss Chi is joking. We and him are the cause of this incident. Our words can still be used as evidence." Wei Zhong said with a smile. "Wei Zhong, you eat the inside out. That's enough. Xiao Wu, believe it or not, I'll go to join you now, and if you come to guilt, give me a good ride. If you make trouble again, you can eat at home and wait to die in your next life." The old man looked at him. His behavior seemed to be endured to the extreme, and he shouted loudly. Hearing his words, the young man named Zhao Wu's expression changed suddenly, and he dared not speak anymore. "Mr. Chi, I made you laugh, how about this? We are improving by 5 points." After some bargaining, Taiyue bought the ore from the polar region at a price of 90%. The ore was still sent by Taiyue to pick it up and transport it. In the next 5 years, among the ores used by the Taiyue group, the number of polar regions should not be less than 70%. In addition, after the polar coal mines are on the right track, the coke used by Taiyue group to smelt metals should not be less than 50% of the polar coal mines. In this way, everyone can be regarded as a deal. During the period of signing the contract, the polar coal mine finally resumed work and was able to officially mine. The moment the ribbon cutting was completed, a voice of knowing appeared in Shi Yang's mind. Congratulations to the master for completing the achievement, unlocking the second type of mineral, rewarding mechanical excavator *5, large coal crusher *2, large belt conveyor *2, large off-road mining vehicle *10. Hearing this, Shi Yang was also surprised. These are all mining tools for open-pit coal mines. In other words, it is a mining artifact. Although there are many of these things abroad, it is almost impossible to encounter them in China. These things alone, if people are skilled in using them, can produce no less than 2,000 tons of coal every day. One can imagine In addition, there is one more thing that must be mentioned. As we all know, coal can be burned after being excavated, and it can be sold only after preliminary screening. However, if there are a little more impurities, such a coal mine is poisonous, and it needs to go through a coal washing process to wash away harmful substances, including gangue, sulfur, and other substances. In China, this is actually the case in most coal mines. However, the coal mine after Qi Yang's use of the system does not need to care about these things at all. The impurities in it are very small. Not only can it be sold directly, but also its quality is still top-notch. Uncle Wang, I kept you waiting. Qi Yang opened the car door and stepped down, greeting a middle-aged man warmly. The whole person is none other than Wang Shuya's father. Qi Yang, I didn't expect your iron mine to be so big. I haven't found such a good iron mine before. The king's father came to Qi Yang's mine early in the morning, and he was also extremely shocked. Just after entering the mining area, you can see the 4-lane asphalt road, which doesn't look like much, and there are almost no bumps along the way. And there seems to be traces of a railway being built next to it. All the way west, they soon saw a convoy consisting of more than a dozen heavy trucks. Although the roof was covered with a large piece of canvas, red iron ore could still be seen. More than a dozen identical heavy trucks caused quite a shock. When they came to the mine, what they saw at a glance was the pile of ore piled up into a hill not far away, and the seemingly endless ore deposit. On the mining area, the large expanse of crimson stretches as far as the eye can see. Many mining machines are working, and it is bustling. Ha, Uncle Wang, the mines here used to be quite big, but they didn't conduct a comprehensive exploration, and they were not as lucky as me. Qi Yang said with a smile, recently, I hired an exploration team in the capital to conduct a comprehensive exploration in this area. After working as a porter during this period, Qi Yang has transported hundreds of millions of tons of iron ore to the extreme iron mines. Although no one will say anything if mining continues like this, it is a bit shocking after all. Therefore, Qi Yang needs some so-called expert data to convince the world. Oh? Then do you think there are large iron ore reserves in this area? Father Wang said calmly. Qi Yang thought for a while. Judging from the current situation, there are tens of millions of tons, maybe hundreds of millions. Of course, this can only be confirmed after the exploration team comes over. Good guy, there are tens of millions of tons, maybe hundreds of millions. If this is the case, the mine will at least make a profit of 10 billion. It seems that there is no need to worry about money for my daughter. Moreover, according to the reserves, if it reaches 50 million tons and the grade is not too low, it will be a large iron mine. There are not many such iron mines in the entire Chinese dynasty. Father Wang looked at Qi Yang and thought in his heart, this guy is calm, his character is not bad, his ability is not bad, and his luck is even better. It would be good if he entrusted his daughter to him. However, when I think of the little princess I have raised for 20 years, being cheated away by others, I still feel a little uncomfortable. I heard you started a coal mine recently? How is your coal mine doing? Hearing Father Wang's words, Qi Yang thought about it for a while, and then said what happened at the Wujin mine in Wujin Mountain. To put it simply, the Jinwo mine has started formal mining, but because it has just started, the daily output is far from Qi Yang's expectation. However, the prospect of the coal mine is very good, and open-pit mining is already possible. Hearing Qi Yang's words, Father Wang was also taken aback, and stepped on the horse for open-pit mining. You are so lucky. Although Xishan is a province with a large coal mine, the open-pit mines are basically in the clouds. Although there are no other places, there are very few. However, Qi Yang has encountered open-pit mines again. Although it looks small now, it is an open-pit mine, and the high-quality coal mines that have been mined out, I believe that it will not take long for the production here to increase significantly. However, at this moment, a large mine cart appeared in their field of vision, and suddenly, the prince was shocked. The previous excavators looked better than other domestic machines, so he didn't think much about it, thinking that some company had made a breakthrough in technology. However, at this moment, the breakthrough appeared in his field of vision. The breakthrough excavator, which was 3 or 4 stories high at first, was digging violently in a corner. Going down with a bucket, there are several tons of ore, which is extremely terrifying. Such an excavator is probably rarely seen even in foreign countries. let alone in the Celestial Dynasty. Because of the technology blockade, China's mining technology is still at the end of World War II. At that time, how could such a giant exist? However, Qi Yang didn't explain too much. He took the prince, and then took him to look at the mine, and then the office building in the final stage and so on. About an hour later, Father Wang couldn't help but said, "I didn't expect you to develop into such a situation in just a few months. You are qualified to be my son-in-law of Wang Dingtian. I don't worry about entrusting Xia to you, alas, her mother and I only have her as a daughter. If you treat her badly, even if you risk my life, you won't be able to make it easy." After a pause, he continued, "But, when her mother and I get old, everything we have will belong to her. Although I am a small leader, I don't have much money, but her mother has a big company. Might not be able to help you." "Hee, uncle, you are too modest. What kind of little leader are you? I'm afraid that there are not many people in the entire Celestial Dynasty who are higher than you," Qi Yang said with a smile. I didn't know it before, but how could Qi Yang not know it now? Father Wang is a big boss who is on CCTV news every few days. Soon, it was noon, and of course I was invited to dinner. After Qi Yang treated the father-in-law to dinner, he hurried back to the capital. But when I went back, I said that Qi Yang, the exploration team, didn't need to look for it. He would ask the most senior exploration team from the Bureau of Natural Resources to come over. P.S. All kinds of requests. Because of what happened last time, Qi Yang has been working on the security department, but, after all, he is not a professional. Although a group of veterans were recruited, these people could only serve as advanced security guards to protect the mine. For Qi Yang, such people are not enough, he needs to find some real bodyguards. But now he doesn't have any channels to know such a great person, so in the end, he decided to find a professional bodyguard company, and make do with it first. After sending the prince away, Zhan Shi had nothing to do with him, so he made an appointment with the director of a bodyguard company. In fact, Qi Yang, an ordinary bodyguard company, is not at ease. This company was introduced to Qi Yang by Bailey Qinlian and the others. Because, they are all using the company's bodyguards. If the position of bodyguard is only good and trustworthy, then it is easy. However, this is not actually the case. Every real bodyguard must have very good physical fitness and skills, and must also contact service etiquette and service theory. Just having boxing skills is not enough in this era. Excellent skills do not only include one aspect. If a bodyguard only knows martial arts skills, then he is just a martial artist and cannot be regarded as a really useful security guard at all. So many bigwigs are actually still using bodyguard companies. After all, they are professionals, and looking for an excellent bodyguard company, their people are generally strictly trained. Soon, Qi Yang came to Longcheng and waited in a very artistic tea house. But after a cup of tea, a middle-aged man with blinding eyes walked in with a man in a black suit. After looking around for a week, he went straight to Qi Yang. "Hi, I'm Xiaoyu from Shield Group," the middle-aged man said to Qi Yang. "Oh? How are you sure I'm the one you're looking for?" Qi Yang said with a smile. He had never had any communication with the other party, let alone met. The other party actually walked up to him, and introduced himself directly, without confirming whether Qi Yang was his employer. "You are now a popular figure in Huatai City and even Xishan Province. We are naturally concerned. After all, you may be a potential first-tier user," the middle-aged man said to Qi Yang with a smile. "Oh, why?" Qi Yang asked curiously. "I just made a fortune, with rich assets and stable income, and I don't have my own security forces." Hearing what the other party said, Qi Yang nodded. This guy is a bit interesting. Ordinary businessmen don't talk like that. Let's talk about business. This brother will also sit. Qi Yang laughed. After the other party sits down, they directly cut to the point. "You should know my purpose, introduce it to me." Soon, that person introduced Qi Yang. The bodyguards of their company are divided into several types. One is the high-risk special operations type, all of whom have served in special forces for more than 5 years. They are familiar with all kinds of weapons and locomotive driving. In addition, they are familiar with blasting, intelligence collection, infiltration reconnaissance, desperate escape, downhill, armed swimming, obstacle handling, killing techniques, etc. The second is the bodyguard known as VIP protection. All of these people have served in the special forces for more than 2 years. I am also somewhat familiar with the use of various weapons and locomotive driving, but the actual combat experience is not as good. However, they are also very familiar with risk assessment, anti-tracking, emergency response, rapid evacuation, security plans, and one-stroke control. In addition, they have some understanding of international etiquette, laws of certain countries, and general medical knowledge. The third category is the business type. These people are all veterans. They have some understanding of business etiquette, medical knowledge, Chinese laws and regulations, car driving, and emergency response. They can control the enemy with one move and eliminate potential threats. In addition, there is another kind of Qi Yang that pays attention to very much. This is called the shadow type. There are strong and weak among them, mainly depending on the customer's own choice. However, these people are called shadow types because they are all dark darts. People like them will not appear in the customer's field of vision unless they are in a special period. They will only appear when the customer is in trouble. After they appear, they will quickly remove the obstacles and then hide again. Be able to live without affecting the work and life of customers at all. Because of this, in fact, although they are strong and weak, their technical requirements are the highest. However, that person mentioned to Qi Yang that high-risk special operations bodyguards can only perform tasks in countries that legally possess weapons. Moreover, customers must buy high insurance for bodyguards. Others have no special requirements. However, after thinking about it, Qi Yang ordered 2 bodyguards of VIP protection type to guard the villa. In addition, 2 dark darts were ordered. One was responsible for the safety of his mother after going out, and the other was responsible for the safety of his younger sister Chi-Chi. As for himself, he decided to ask for another service. P.S. I am asking for flowers. There are more than 100 flowers in one day today. Woo, there are fewer evaluation boats. I beg for flower evaluation boats. Qi Yang decided to make a personal bodyguard customization. The so-called personal bodyguard customization is to tailor training and provide corresponding security consultants in all aspects according to environmental factors, itinerary, risk status, purpose, hobbies, etc. So as to create a high-end private security consultant with a personal style. Private customized security service is a confidential, professional, exclusive and high-quality service. Of course, such a bodyguard will take a certain amount of time. Before that, Qi Yang got a tablet computer from a middle-aged man for system entry. First of all, nationality, of course, is China. Qi Yang didn't care about the level of education, so he could do whatever he wanted. The language and skin color are naturally the closest to him, Chinese, yellow skin, otherwise it would be troublesome. Next, body type, gender, and height are also selected. There are no special requirements for these Qi Yang. Next is the training background. Qi Yang directly chose the Armed Police Special Police, retired G4, and Special Forces of various armies, directly ignoring foreign corps, sports schools, and martial arts academies. He doesn't trust those people. It's better to be a domestic soldier. The G4 is special, but it's okay. As for the pilot qualification, Qi Yang chose the Tianqiao ABC type and the private aircraft license. Of course, it is better to have an international driver's license. In addition, there are some options to choose from, such as independently completing the plan drafting, advanced secretarial writing, translation, fighting, driving various locomotives, yachts, delta wings, helicopters, familiar with the use of advanced weapons, medical first aid, itinerary planning, business negotiation, crisis management, intelligence gathering, infiltration reconnaissance, part of fitness and healthcare, etc. After thinking about it, Qi Yang chose the one that suits him. In addition, there is another option called role conversion, which can mainly be hidden as a job such as secretary, assistant, driver, security consultant, executive, translator, and housekeeper. Of course, although these occupations can all be hidden very well, there will always be a little gap in terms of ability. This is normal. Qi Yang doesn't care, he randomly chooses a few who can be close to him, such as secretary, assistant, driver. If you really let a man in a suit follow you every day, it would really make him feel uncomfortable. After everything was over, the bodyguard company stated that the private customized bodyguards needed by Chi Yang would be delivered within a month at the earliest. As for the other bodyguards, they will be in place immediately after signing the contract. The reason why private customization takes so long is mainly because it is naturally impossible for their company to prepare such high-level bodyguards all the time. This requires them to act as intermediaries to contact those who are willing to be bodyguards. But there is no need to worry about the ability and professionalism of the bodyguards you find. Because the people they are looking for are all from their talent pool, they are clean and capable. Otherwise, it would be smashing the signboard. These security companies are the same as the ancient escorts, and there must be no problems with their signboards. Otherwise, the only thing that greets them is bankruptcy. After finishing this matter, Chi Yang was not in a hurry to go back, but went directly to look at the junction of Longcheng and Huatai City. There is a thermal power plant here, which consumes a large amount of coal every year. Most importantly, it is only a few kilometers away from Chi Yang's coal mine, Wujin Mountain. If they can only use the coal mines on their own mines, then it is a stable source of income. Today, the money for hiring bodyguards can be regarded as earned back. Boom boom boom. Suddenly there was a knock on the door of the general manager's office. Come in. The people outside walked into the office directly after hearing this, and immediately said to the general manager, Mr. Zhao, Chi Yang, the president of Polar Mining, is here and said he has an appointment with you. Mr. Zhao seems to be in a bad mood. No, I don't want to see anyone today. Hearing Mr. Zhao's words, the man was about to go out when Mr. Zhao's face suddenly changed slightly. You mean Polar Mining? How do you do it? Hurry up and let Mr. Chi come in. When the person who reported heard Mr. Zhao's words, his face froze. You dare to scold me? Who said you didn't see me just now? Of course, he didn't dare to speak out about it. After all, it was related to his job. Mr. Zhao is actually not familiar with Chi Yang. Although Chi Yang is good in the iron ore industry, he has just entered the coal mining industry. However, the matter of Chi Yang was brought up by the leaders of the city. He couldn't refuse either. However, in his eyes, Chi Yang is the kind of relationship householder who entrusts relationships, and must be here to sell coal mines. After all, tens of thousands of tons of coal are consumed in the factory every day. Of course, as a well-connected household, even if his coal mines are not good, he will choose to buy a batch of coal mines for his official career. P.S. Asking for flowers, asking for tickets. If you don't work overtime the day after tomorrow, tomorrow night will be from coding in the dark to daytime, and coding in the daytime until dark. Chi Yang had a brief chat with Mr. Zhao here, but the other party was not interested in Chi Yang's mine at all. However, Chi Yang didn't care at all, and left within a few minutes. Since others are not interested, Chi Yang just ignores him. Anyway, there are times when he regrets it. Chi Yang is very confident about his coal mine. His mine has already entered the laboratory of this power plant. Not surprisingly, in these 2 days they will find that using their own mines will have many benefits. Now come here by yourself, it is Party B, and you have to listen to Party A. But it will be different next time. The next time they find themselves, they will be Party A. The initiative is in your own hands. But what Chi Yang didn't expect was that when he came to this factory, he just started to inspect his coal mine. A few minutes of his time in the general manager's office happened to have an intern take his coal mine for practice. Fuck! Master Wang, Master Zhao, Master Li, come and have a look. My God! Is there something wrong with my technique? How could there be such a good mine? This intern can be regarded as a stable one in the laboratory, but he suddenly did such a thing and directly attracted all the old masters. Then, right after, the whole laboratory is full of crap. Fuck! 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 The personnel exclaimed. Ash content 6.12%. The state stipulates that coal with an ash content below 12.5% is called clean coking coal for smelting, and clean coal with an ash content below 16%. A natural mine with an ash content of 6.12% can be called against the sky. Crick, act, old horse, you come to analyze the calorific value of the coal sample. Lao Wang, you come to analyze the sulfur content of the coal measured by the cartridge washing liquid. Let's reanalyze the high-level calorific value of the coal sample. Immediately, several master craftsmen became busy. Fuck! The moment the result came out, those old masters couldn't help but burst out. Qi Yang's mine can reach more than 6,000 calories. In China, it is not easy to find raw ore with 6,000 kilocalories as thermal coal. This number immediately surprised a large group of people. Ah, this mine is actually our local mine in Huatai. Fuck me, this isn't the Jinwu mine of polar mining, isn't this just a mine on Wujing Mountain? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Where are they now? At the foot of Wujing Mountain. It is not even 10 kilometers away from the coal mine on Wujing Mountain. There is such a mine so close to them. People always feel that it is not real. Ha! Didn't the Jinshan coal mine have a major mining disaster and was completely shut down by the government? Is this a change of boss and start of work? Next, they went straight to testing other indicators, including volatile matter, moisture, calorific value, ash melting point, and sulfur content. The higher the volatile content, the easier it is to catch fire, and the ash content will reduce the flame propagation speed, delay the ignition time, make the combustion unstable, and the furnace temperature will drop. Moisture is definitely a harmful substance in the process of power generation. Sulfur is also a harmful impurity in coal. Although it will not affect power generation, it will corrode machinery and cause serious pollution. As for the calorific value and ash melting point, it greatly affects the process of power generation. Soon, these data were tested. Director, post it, we have such a good ore in Huatai City, we must purchase in large quantities, it's developed. Upon hearing this, the director picked up the report. Oh my God! God is blessed. It's okay if the ash content is so low, but the heat is still so high, and now it tells me that the moisture content is lower than expected. No, it should be said, it is lower than expected, and the sulfur content is very high. It's ridiculously low, such a penny on a horse can still be regarded as sulfur. In fact, this is also normal. Sulfur can also be regarded as a kind of ore. Since you want to move the coal mine, how can you remove the sulfur ore? After confirming again and again, the director directly took the report and ran towards Mr. Zhao's office. Mr. Zhao could not welcome anyone, but he dared not refuse. The director. After all, the laboratory is extremely important, and the director of the laboratory has another identity, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Since he asked Mr. Zhao to watch it, no matter how bad Mr. Zhao was in his mood, he dared not refuse. However, after seeing the report, the whole person seemed to be grasping the life-saving straw, and seemed extremely excited. Where is this mine? The quality is so good. Is it from Midi, Grizzly Country, or Australia? No matter what, we must buy it back as soon as possible. Mr. Zhao looked at the director excitedly and said. The director really shook his head, which made Mr. Zhao a little confused. This is in Huatai City, and it's not even 10 kilometers away from us. Knowing that it turned out to be local coal in Huatai City, Mr. Zhao's face was even more overjoyed. Their factory has just been warned by the Environmental Protection Department that if they cannot reduce the emission of harmful substances, they will have to close down. Although they are a state-owned enterprise, their hydropower generation from far away can barely meet the electricity consumption of Huatai City and Longcheng, and their thermal power plant is no longer an indispensable enterprise. However, because of the technical blockade, they are unable to buy excellent environmental protection machinery. If this continues, it may not be long before they really close their doors. However, now a report suddenly appeared in front of him, less than 10 kilometers away from him. As long as these mines are used, harmful substances will be instantly reduced. Their factories will be able to survive. And many more. What did he just say? 10 kilometers. Isn't that the only one, polar mining? P.S. Begging for flowers, I have so few flowers. For Qi Yang, it doesn't matter whether the thermal power plant buys its own ore. If he buys it, he sells an extra 10,000 tons every day. If he doesn't buy it, he will stock it up first, and he will be able to sell it soon. Besides, so many steel companies are waiting to use their own coal mines. You must know that in addition to iron ore and some solvents, a large amount of coal and PCI coal are required to smelt steel. Those steel companies believed in Qi Yang very much, and after testing, they all started to purchase coal from polar coal mines. At this time, Mr. Zhao had already remembered that the coal mine that could save the thermal power plant was the person he thought was a related household just now. The first thought in his mind was to chase after him, but after thinking about it, he didn't know which direction to go. Forget it, don't care, let's chase first. You check the phone number of the top management of Polar Mining. If you find it, send me prestige. I'm going to Wujin Mountain now. Although I don't know where Qi Yang went, but since Jinshan is the place where coal mines are produced, I can meet the management of their company as I said in the past. It didn't take long before he heard the prestige notification sound, and he clicked on it quickly. Hi, hello, is this Mr. Qi of Polar Mining? I'm Zhao Shihai from the Bauhinia Thermal Power Plant that I just met with you. Bauhinia Thermal Power Plant Zhao Shihai? Isn't this the guy just now? Oh. Mr. Zhao? What's the matter? Qi Yang asked in a flat tone. Mr. Qi, it's like this, we want to purchase. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, I'm not free right now, so you can call me tomorrow. Qi Yang said flatly. No time. In this way, a fool can hear it. This obviously means that he doesn't want to see himself. Just when Mr. Zhao was about to say something, there was already a beeping sound on the phone. Obviously, Qi Yang has hung up the phone. Zhao Shihai was completely stunned. I am the boss of the Zijing Thermal Power Plant. I have been in this position for more than 10 years, and no one has ever hung up on my phone like this. When someone hangs up the phone, the first thing you do is get annoyed. However, immediately after, the annoyance disappeared, leaving only discomfort and aggrieved. However, he couldn't stop going to Qi Yang to buy ore just because of this. Because, if his power plant does not have Qi Yang's coal mine, then it can only be solved by importing high technology. However, importing high technology is impossible. Now the situation between the Celestial Emperor Midi is getting more and more complicated. Oh, I asked for it all myself. After Zhao Shihai sighed, he still decided to go to Wujin Mountain. At this moment, he has no choice. A few minutes after hanging up the phone, Qi Yang arrived at the Jinwu mine of Polar Coal Industry. Back then, the Jinshan coal mine was also a state-owned enterprise with relatively complete equipment. Therefore, Qi Yang Zhanshi did not intend to build a new building. However, I still asked the people from the Design Institute to plan the mining area. The former mining expert was still in charge of the iron mine, so another person was found. However, the colleagues and experts from the Design Institute are quite familiar with each other, and Qi Yang is extremely generous when he pays for his hard work. Therefore, those experts are very concerned about Qi Yang's matter. Shen Yan, you said there are only a few people in this huge office building, how can we have no one if we want to develop? Qi Yang said with a smile, this matter is entrusted to you, you can help me find a group of suitable people. In fact, Qi Yang's polar mining industry has such problems now. Qi Yang, which already has tens of thousands of miners, has only a dozen people in the management team. And most of them are responsible for the mining area. Boss, I'll do it in the next 2 days. Lu Chenyan said hastily. In fact, Qi Yang also knew that Lu Chenyan was not suitable for recruiting, but there was nothing he could do. He has no energy, but the company has just started and there are few people, so it can only be like this. Damn it, why did I forget about the headhunter? Qi Yang couldn't help but slapped his head. He didn't know what channels to recruit people, but there were companies that recruited people for him. A headhunting company is actually a common name for an agent recruitment agency for senior executives. Just by the name, you can tell how tall it is. For money, these companies can scour Qi Yang for top management talent and key technical positions. When the time comes, as long as Qi Yang has an agreement with the searched people and the money is enough, those people will be able to work for themselves. Forget it, Shen Yan, you should continue to be in charge of the mine's production, you are still suitable for this job, and I will take care of the rest. Qi Yang thought of himself, and said to Lu Qianyan again. Looking down from the window, you can see thousands of miners, each performing their duties and taking their positions. The whole mine is like a huge machine running. A large amount of coal has been piled up in the storage area. At first glance, it looks like there are about 100,000 tons. However, after signing contracts with those steel companies, I am afraid that the supply will soon exceed the demand. Lu Chenyan said, Boss, the daily output of our mine is increasing steadily, and now it has exceeded 8,000 tons a day. Hearing this, Qi Yang was taken aback for a moment, then overjoyed. P.S. Yesterday's Huahua was only 1 or 200, and the evaluation votes were even more pitiful. Even 100 was only enough because I voted for 6, woo woo woo. When I took over the iron mine, it took nearly 3 months to reach such an output. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, the coal mine has reached such an output. But after thinking about it, I just got a big gift package from the coal mine, which can greatly increase the output of the coal mine. In addition, as we all know, the difficulty of mining coal mines is much less than that of iron mines. However, the price is not much different. Because my own coal mines are all better than other coal mines, the coal mines sell for at least 800 yuan a ton. Although the price difference with iron ore is a full 300, but considering the difficulty of mining, I believe that it will not take long for the profit here to exceed the profit of iron ore. Xianyan, it seems that the daily output will soon reach 10,000 tons. Qi Yang praised. Yeah, at most 1 month, it will definitely be able to produce 10,000 tons per day. Lu Chenyan said confidently. Experts from the Design Institute have already started planning Wujin Mountain for us. Let's set a small goal first, to produce 50,000 tons per day. Hearing Qi Yang's words, Lu Chenyan was slightly taken aback, and then nodded heavily. The daily output is 50,000 tons, 8 million per ton, and 40 million. The boss is the boss, and his strength is overwhelming. The small goal mentioned by Wang's richest man is to earn him 100 million first. My boss's small goal is to earn him 40 million a day. Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. The one who walked in was a young and beautiful girl, but Qi Yang didn't recognize her, only knew that she was an employee of the company. President Qi, Director Lu, there are 3 guests outside who claim to be from the Bohemia thermal power plant and want to discuss something with you. Boss, do these people want to buy our mine? Lu Chenyan asked suspiciously. Of course, he knew that the Bohemia thermal power plant was a large thermal power plant that could supply 2 cities. The point is that the opponent is very close to his position. It's only 5 or 6 kilometers away from his home. Is this pie in the sky? Qi Yang laughed and said, Chenyan, guess what? When Qi Yang called, although he said that he was not free, since the other party had already come here. We still have to see each other. After all, he is a little brother who can give himself 8 million a day. A daily demand of 10,000 tons, 800 per ton, isn't it 8 million? Moreover, since the other party is so sincere, Qi Yang can't say that he has no time. Besides, if you don't have time, it means you have trouble with money. Lu Chenyan naturally saw Qi Yang's expression, and knew Qi Yang's decision. So, he said directly, please come in. Not long after, a female worker who had been assigned earlier came in with Zhao Shihai and 2 people. Upon entering the door, Zhao Shihai's first words were an apology. And when he apologized, he was full of smiles, full of apology, and full of sincerity. Mr. Zhao, what are you talking about? Qi Yang smiled and said, didn't I just leave your factory? Why did I come here all of a sudden? Zhao Shihai is very anxious about coal mines now. Mr. Qi, I won't beat around the bush. I want to buy your coal mines in large quantities. Everyone, please sit down. Qi Yang motioned them to sit on the sofa and immediately said, when I stopped by just now, Mr. Zhao didn't seem very interested. How could it be? I'm also exhausted by some trivial things. I'm yearning for Mr. Qi's coal mine, how can I not be interested? Mr. Zhao completely abandoned his previous face and said resolutely. After exchanging pleasantries, Qi Yang was barely satisfied with Mr. Zhao. In the sale of coal, it can be seen that Zhao Shihai's posture is very upright, and his sincerity is also considered full. This guy has a lot of sincerity. If his sincerity is not enough, Chi Yang will definitely not send him away directly. Mr. Chi, to tell you the truth, my power plant is in trouble now, and I need your coal to save it. If you want to buy coal, of course you can. But the quality of mine is very good, so the price is not low. Chi Yang said directly. Zhao Sihai knew that for such high-quality coal with a calorific value of more than 6,000 calories, according to the current market price, a ton would cost around 6 or 700. However, there are very few impurities in Chi Yang's mine, so the price must be raised. Therefore, Zhao Shihai's price in his heart is between 700 and 800. But this kind of thing is naturally brought up by the seller and then bargained. Boss Chi, please make a price. Chi Yang thought for a while and said, I don't know if Mr. Zhao understands my mine well, and I don't call for a high price, 800 yuan a ton? Let's continue talking if we think it's appropriate. This price can be said to be the highest point of Zhao Shihai's psychological price. Just right. Zhao Shihai, who was still worried about Chi Yang charging a high price, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. At this price, their power plant can still afford it. However, when negotiating business, of course you have to bargain. However, when he was about to speak, Chi Yang said again, 780 a ton, your people are responsible for the transportation, this is the lowest price. This sentence directly suppressed all Mr. Zhao's words. As soon as he said this, he had no chance to bargain. Coal is good, it is awesome. Zhao Shihai could only nod his head in agreement with the price, and then asked, this price is okay. I wonder how many tons of coal Mr. Wang can produce every day. How much do you need? Chi Yang didn't answer, but asked instead. Mr. Chi, as many mines as you have here, I want as much as I want, and I will eat them all. Hearing his words, Chi Yang's face remained unchanged. He said lightly, Mr. Zhao, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. I have cooperation with almost all the steel companies in the city. How can I give you all these mines? Mr. Chi, you don't know how much Mr. Chi can give me? When Mr. Zhao heard what Chi Yang said, he immediately wanted to say something, but he swallowed it again. Well, let's give you 5,000 tons every day in the future. Chi Yang thought for a while, but said in a natural tone. This. Mr. Chi, these mines are not enough. Mr. Zhao hesitated when he heard Chi Yang's words. That's your business. You can wait for my mine's output to increase and come over to grab a share. Chi Yang looked at him and said indifferently. When will this wait? Mr. Chi, can't you think of a way? Mr. Zhao said with an ugly face. 5,000 tons per day may seem like a lot, but it is only half of what they consume on a daily basis. Even if the quality is good, at least 4,000 to 5,000 tons are needed to meet their daily consumption. Soon. Mr. Zhao, this is the condition of my mine. Whether you want to sign a contract or not is up to you. Anyway, I am not afraid that my mine will not be sold. Chi Yang took a sip of tea and said, my iron ore is enough to lose money here for several lifetimes. Even if I can't sell it, I can pile it there to watch. The coal sculptures in the cloud are very beautiful. If I can't, find a place nearby. A coal-themed amusement park, that's a good idea. While talking, Chi Yang burst out laughing. He thought of a very funny thing. Now that Chi Yang has said so, he can only agree, otherwise, there will be no more than 5,000 tons. Now, he only hopes that Chi Yang's mine can increase production as soon as possible, and it doesn't need much, just enough to meet the daily consumption of 10,000 tons. Soon, the two sides will negotiate those specific details. In just one day, Chi Yang signed a purchase contract for 3 million tons of coal. The price per ton is 780, a total of 2.3 billion. It's really easy to make money. Chi Yang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. By paying a 30% deposit in advance, Chi Yang has more than 700 million working capital in his hands. In the next few days, Chi Yang entered a life like a salted fish again. The mines on both sides have entered a stable development stage. Chi Yang woke up leisurely after being exposed to the sun for 3 days. Woke up from his 20 square meter bed, he couldn't help stretching. Rich days are really comfortable. On the side of The GD railway industry, Qi Delong, is under the management, and the GD coal industry is under the management of Lu Qianyan. Although these two people are somewhat reluctant to manage, how could Qi Yang give up his life like a salted fish because of these? Qi Yang is still suitable to be a hands-off shopkeeper. After putting the mine down, he throws it to others, and he doesn't show up for a few days. The days are chic and unrestrained. In order to live a more chic life, Qi Yang naturally needs to recruit. However, after contacting several headhunting companies, Qi Yang ignored them and quietly waited for the results. Several well-known headhunters have already started looking for good managers for Qi Yang. Get up, wash up, do morning, afternoon exercises. Since having the system, my body has been getting worse day by day, my muscles have gradually bulged, and my body is no longer weak, even my younger brother has grown up. You can't get used to your body without exercising. Just do it. Soon, Qi Yang changed into sportswear and walked out of the villa. Running is a good choice. He ran along the moat around his house. Due to the opening of mines and factories, the environment in Huatai City can be described as extremely harsh, but since moving here, this problem no longer bothers Qi Yang. After all, the property in this community still values the environment very much. There is greenery everywhere and the air is very fresh. After running for a while and returning, Qi Yang shouted to the villa, "Old Ma, come out and let's compete." The person who was called an old horse by Qi Yang was one of the security guards of the villa. He used to win the fighting championship of the provincial military region in the army. The strength is very good. Since coming here a few days ago, Qi Yang often went to play with him. Lao Ma really likes his approachable and generous boss. He was very enthusiastic about teaching Qi Yang how to use force to conquer others. In just a few days, Qi Yang's fighting skills have already been considered an introduction. Although there is still some distance from proficiency, but relying on his extraordinary physical fitness, it's harder to beat now than it already is. Originally, Lao Ma thought that no matter how fast his boss made progress, he would never be able to defeat him. However, I didn't expect that the bigger it is, the more difficult it is. In the end, it turned out to be locked by Qi Yang. The victory and defeat have been divided. Get ready, go to the iron mine with me. After letting go of the old horse, Qi Yang said with a smile. P.S. I didn't get off work until 10:30, didn't eat anything, and just coded when I got home. I may have a day off tomorrow, so I must code more. Finally, I begged for a flower review ticket. After Qi Yang's father-in-law returned to the capital, he directly found a group of exploration teams for him. The exploration team arrived in Huatai City yesterday, and Qi Yang made an appointment with them this afternoon. Qi Yang simply washed the sweat off his body, changed his clothes, and set off for the iron mine. Arriving at the mine was an hour earlier than agreed, so Qi Yang simply took a look at the situation in the mine for the past 2 days. It is worth mentioning that the output of the mine has reached 30,000 tons per day. Iron ore has brought Qi Yang a net profit of 30 million a day. Terrible. An hour is too fast. It passed in a blink of an eye. Hello, I am the boss of Polar Mining, welcome to bring me an expert. Qi Yang greeted several experts at the gate of the mining industry. After a few simple sentences, several people directly entered the topic. Qi Yang and Qi Delong accompanied these experts to the mining area. Within a few minutes, those experts were no longer calm, and shock appeared on their faces. After a while, they had arrived at the mining area. Looking at the crimson in front of my eyes, I feel as if I have come to the world of red. Suddenly, the faces of these experts changed drastically. Mr. Qi, all of your mines are high-grade hematite. After these experts, there are many people who have been dealing with ore for 30 or 40 years. The worst ones have 10 years of experience. These people can naturally tell at a glance that the ore here is extraordinary. Those experts couldn't help but stepped forward and picked up the ore on the ground. Hold it in your hand and observe carefully. Time passed by every minute and every second. About 10 minutes later, a little old man blushed and said excitedly, Mr. Qi, I never expected that there would be such an extraordinary ore in China. Although this little old man is not the leader of this group of people, his qualifications are definitely the highest. All the people present seemed to obey him, even the leader of this team. Ah, I'm lucky too. Everyone, I'll be busy with the comprehensive exploration of the mine veins. Shi Yang said with a smile. By the way, experts, our mine has a special room for rest, which can be given to you to live in during this time. Of course, if you are not used to it, I can arrange it in the surrounding towns and counties. Living in it, I don't know your opinions? Of course it's on the mine. We will enter the mine area and conduct a comprehensive and systematic exploration of this area. We will not go anywhere else. The little old man said excitedly. In this case, Delon, you are responsible for arranging the board and lodging of the experts. In addition, let a few people follow the experts. I will arrange the accommodation and meals during this period of time. Shi Yang turned to Chi Delong and said. These experts came to explore the mine, and Chi Delong was also looking forward to the results, so he also attached great importance to these experts, and when he heard Chi Yang's words, he quickly nodded in response. Even if Chi Yang doesn't say anything, he will make good arrangements for these experts. Soon, with the help of several miners, a large amount of equipment was brought to the mining area. According to national regulations, in order to ensure the level of iron ore geological research and provide reliable geological data, there are strict exploration specifications when conducting geological technical work. Firstly, the geological base map must adopt the regular topographic base map of the corresponding scale of the National Geodesic Coordinate System. This base map naturally requires some of them to carry out exploration. The technology in this world does not have the black technology before Chi Yang traveled. For example, in the previous life, it was only necessary to buy a DJI drone, set the path on the software, and import the data taken by the drone into the software to directly generate a 3D model. However, at present, the technology in this world is far from meeting the requirements. Therefore, it can only be done manually, the production of topographic maps. This alone requires a lot of labor. In addition, it is also necessary to conduct exploration including trenches, shallow wells, tunnels, drill holes, etc. What's more, after getting the sample ore, it needs to be tested. After thinking about it, everyone decided to put the testing tools in the office building. After all, there are a few old experts here, and it's not good to be out in the wind and sun. After a brief discussion, he took action. As the mine owner here, in order to make everything more reasonable, Shi Yang added fuel to the fire, and arranged a large amount of ore directly on the mine lines where the samples were collected. Make sure this data is even more terrifying. After all, this is actually the main reason why Chi Yang invited the exploration team over. That is to confuse the world. P.S. Haha, thank you to those who gave me Zayawawa yesterday. There are more than 600 Zayawawas, and today I will update chapter 6 to start. In addition, has anyone noticed that the characters here seem to be real? People, it is not an illusion, it means that you may be a fellow of the author, and all the stories are based on what I saw and heard when I was a child combined with fantasy. This expedition team was sent by Mr. Chi Yang. They can already be regarded as the most elite group of exploration teams in the country. Its professional level is far higher than that of its peers. Under their comprehensive exploration, the iron ore that shocked the world is about to appear in front of everyone. All kinds of professional instruments kept turning, and a team of more than a dozen people, together with the cooperation of dozens of miners, started a comprehensive exploration in the mining area. After discussion, more than a dozen locations were selected for exploration. Fuck, here comes the ore. The drill bit runs for 5 seconds, and the ore is out. That said, the seam is very shallow. It's only a few meters at most. Such a situation surprised the prospectors. Such a shallow ore layer has not been discovered before. However, after a brief discussion, it was concluded that there is less rain in Xishan province and more trees in Huatai mountain. But these, Chi Yang doesn't care. Such a shallow ore seam means that the reserves here are amazing after all, and it is very suitable for large-scale open-pit mining. With continuous exploration, a large amount of hematite appeared in their eyes. All ores are of high quality. Fuck! Why is the mine here so thick? It's 50 meters long, and there's no gap yet. Time passed slowly, and finally a prospector couldn't help but said. Although everyone thought so, they didn't say anything, and the drilling rig continued. A few days passed like this. Everyone's faces became very exciting. They knew that after this incident, their resumes could be written again. Incredible! It's unimaginable. Before, they didn't dare to imagine such a thing, but it happened in their own hands. This incident completely overturned their cognition. The Eocene here is shallow, but unexpectedly, the Eocene is so deep. It has been a few days, and the fault has not been seen yet. According to the data from more than a dozen drill holes, the reserves here are 100 million tons. If the reserves of such high quality ore can reach 100 million tons, it would be unimaginable. What does 100 million tons of hematite represent? More than 1,000 per ton, more than 100 billion. Such a thing made the entire exploration team feel excited. Their resumes will be improved again. It is very likely that their team will become the trump card. More importantly, it provided a strong fortune for some of them who wanted to advance in their official careers. After thinking about it, everyone decided to expand the scope of the investigation. For this reason, they also contacted the people in the capital, sent a few more people over, and brought a batch of detection tools. Of course, with such a discovery, all the people who come here again are those real experts. New discovery! New discovery! Just as the new detection equipment started to operate, a voice came from the walkie-talkie. Don't worry, what's the matter? The old expert who was doing the test in the office building asked quickly. I am Lu Yiming from pit number 23. There is pyrite ore at about 10 meters away, and the grade is extremely high according to visual inspection. I am Go San from pit number 26. I found high-grade pyrite at about 3 meters, and open-pit mining can be carried out by visual inspection. I am Gu Layer from the post 19 mine pit. I found high-grade pyrite at about 4 meters. All of a sudden, many experts sent news that high-grade pyrite was found in their location. Pyrite and hematite are not the same. Hematite is mainly used to make steel, but pyrite is not. Because pyrite is mainly composed of iron and sulfur, it is generally ferrous disulfide, ferrous sulfide, and ferric sulfide. Such ore smelting iron and steel is extremely serious to the destruction of environment. However, pyrite ore can be used to make sulfuric acid, and it can also be used to extract sulfur. If the technology is relatively high-quality iron sulfide can also be used as an additive and slagging material, which can be used in abrasives industry, high-capacity battery industry, brake pad manufacturing, glass industry, fine chemical industry, environmental protection, and other industries. The most important thing is that generally pyrite will be accompanied by copper, lead, zinc, silver, gold, cobalt, nickel, and other elements. Just as the experts gathered, Qi Delong found Shi Yang. Boss, great news, 2 pieces of good news, our iron ore here has been estimated to have exceeded 100 million tons, and it's all rich ore. Qi Yang's expression didn't change. What's the other good news? Qi Delong quickly said, I found pyrite, and the grade is not low. Pyrite is more than 200 more expensive than hematite. Regarding this matter, Shi Yang naturally knew that this was also the ore he discovered a few days ago, so he moved all of them to his own mining area. Now we've found a treasure, ha ha ha. Seeing how happy Qi Delong was smiling, Qi Yang couldn't help laughing. Time passed slowly. Half a month has passed. These experts finally came to a conclusion. P.S. If you don't like those professional knowledge, just say it in the comments, and I won't write it. It's tiring to write that stuff, and I don't know much about it. I can only check a lot of information. If you think there should be, then ignore me. In a word, I will continue to check the information and try to write more realistically. To be prudent, they once again expanded the scope of exploration and invited several experts. In the end, a shocking conclusion was reached. Hematite reserves are about 250 million to 300 million. Pyrite reserves are about 100 million tons. The value of 250 million hematite is more than 250 billion, and the value of 100 million tons of pyrite is more than 130 billion. Combining the two, the total value of iron ore is around 400 billion. Counting all kinds of miscellaneous expenses such as tax payment, it is conservatively estimated that the small money in Qi Yang's hands will reach 300 billion. Moreover, the two ores add up to a reserve of 400 million tons, which is no joke. This, the figure of 400 million tons, tells how many people will be scared to death. With such a large reserve, there is no doubt that it is a super large iron ore. In Xishan province, no one will be surprised that there is one or several super large coal mines. However, the emergence of an iron mine is different. Although Xishan province's iron ore reserves rank 8th in the country, the proven reserves are only 3.937 billion tons. In the face of a huge base, this is nothing. However, suddenly there was an iron mine with 400 million tons of iron ore in it, which meant that his one mine was equivalent to 1/10 of the total amount of iron ore in Xishan province. You know, that is less than 4 billion tons, and it is still scattered all over Shaanxi, almost all of which are poor ore, and there are only a few rich ore, and the reserves are not very large. Now, one of Qi Yang's mines has a full 400 million tons of ore, and all of them are high-quality rich ore. This number is probably more than the sum of the rich mines in the entire Xishan province before. As the news came out, it was simply a blockbuster for Xishan province. Moreover, the news will soon spread throughout the country. Just when these experts were about to go home, Qi Yang kept them back again. While expressing gratitude for their hard work, invite them to go to Wujin Mountain for exploration. In this regard, those experts said that they will definitely try their best to help. Not to mention anything else, discovering and exploring such a rich mine this time has already added a lot of experience to his qualifications, and he may be able to brag for a lifetime. Moreover, in the future, the major media may rush to interview, and after writing an article and publishing it, the reputation will suddenly increase. In this world, fame still plays a role. Based on these alone, they will also accept Qi Yang's invitation to explore Wujin Mountain. In addition, Qi Yang's hard work is very rich. The experts of those younger brothers all got 5 figures, the slightly more powerful ones got 6 figures, and the leaders even got 7 figures, although those few won't accept it. In the next few days, they began to explore Wujin Mountain. Wujinshan's statistics are also terrifying. This makes each of these experts very excited. As we all know, the bosses of Xishan Coal, local tyrants, are words born for them. In Xishan province, coal resources rank 3rd in the country, with reserves reaching more than 270.9 billion tons. Under the figure of 270 billion tons, all figures seem very small. However, the number detected in the end shocked everyone. Fat coal, coking coal, and lean coal are all available, and the geological reserves are conservatively estimated at 9 billion tons. Among them, a high-quality main coking coal with ash content below 10% and sulfur content below 1% reaches 1 billion tons. If the excavation is completed, the mountains on the plateau will be dug into basins. Moreover, the value of it is unimaginable. 1 billion tons of coking coal, 1,000 yuan per ton, is 1 trillion billion. The remaining 9 billion tons of other coal vary from 300 to 800 yuan, even if the average is 500 yuan, 4.5 trillion. In other words, evaluating Qi Yang's worth now, it can even be said that he has 6 trillion yuan. Of course, those mines have not yet been turned into money, so it cannot be counted that way. After all, it takes a lot of time to dig out the mine. No one knows whether there will be something to replace these ores in a few days, so Qi Yang is not rich enough to outrageously. However, from a legal point of view, the 2 mines already belonged entirely to Qi Yang. Unless Qi Yang loses his mind and sells these mines, no one in this world can legally take these 2 mines away. As long as there is no complete replacement of these ores in the next few decades or hundreds of years, the money will still come to him. Polar mining, a total of 2 mines, instantly became extremely rich large mines. As soon as the news spread, the entire Huatai city exploded instantly. Taiyue Group, the general manager who was transferred earlier, has already died and was taken away by the United. The new general manager is the old man who previously discussed cooperation with Qi Yang. He has been the vice president for most of his life, and his superiors have been oppressing him. This time, the general manager made a big mistake, and finally took the position of general manager before he was about to retire. The old man is still very grateful to Qi Yang. This time, when I heard that Qi Yang's iron ore reserves were so rich, I was surprised at first, and then overjoyed. Hastily anxious all the high level, ready for a meeting. P.S. Begging for flower evaluation votes, there are not many flowers today. When the Taiyue Group held a meeting, all other steel companies also began to hold meetings. Hematite reserves of 250 million to 300 million tons. For them, it is undoubtedly a very exciting opportunity. As long as they seize this opportunity, their companies will all be able to usher in a new life. No one expected that in the next short period of time, the steel production of the entire Huatai city would increase significantly. Because a large amount of high-grade ore has been detected in iron ore, in order to seize this opportunity, these companies have expanded several new workshops. These workshops are specially used to forge the iron ore obtained from Qi Yang. Of course, 80% of the coal mines will also be obtained from Qi Yang. After all, there is no larger coal mine in Huatai City. And the quality is also excellent. Because all kinds of domestic ores have been unable to meet domestic demand, and now, Qi Yang's polar mining industry suddenly made such a sound, which also alarmed the Chinese CCTV. Soon, the top sent reporters to interview. However, before the reporter arrives, find Qi Yang's exact bank. Hello, you are Mr. Qi. My surname is Gao. I am the general manager of the Huatai area of China Construction Bank. Your father once borrowed 3 billion yuan from our bank with a mining license as collateral. A man in a suit said to Qi Yang after entering Qi Yang's office. I know about this matter. Why did Manager Gao come here in person? Let someone tell you, and I will find someone to borrow his 3 billion and send it to your bank. Qi Yang said to Manager Gao. Mr. Qi, I know that 3 billion is nothing to you. Manager Gao complimented. No, these 3 billion can't be a small meaning to me. What I said is really crazy. It's a medium meaning. Qi Yang said with a smile. Mr. Qi, listen to me, we are not here to recover the loan this time. After research, our bank has decided to waive the previous loan of 3 billion yuan and provide Mr. Qi with an interest-free loan of 7 billion yuan, think about it. Manager Gao couldn't help but distort his face when he heard the word medium, but he quickly regained his expression and explained to Qi Yang. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Manager Gao, I don't want the previous interest, and also loan me 7 billion interest-free funds. Is there any condition? Qi Yang asked suspiciously. You know, for the previous loan of 3 billion yuan alone, he needs to pay 300 million yuan in interest. At the beginning, I said that I will give you 300 million yuan, and then I said that I will lend you 7 billion yuan for nothing. I don't believe whoever it is. President Qi, don't worry, how could our bank cheat our VIP customers? Manager Gao quickly explained, now the combined value of the two mines in your hands is at least hundreds of billions, so we can rest assured that the bank will lend you money. You don't want my interest. I can understand if you want interest, but it's like this. We will waive the previous interest and loan you 7 billion interest-free, but you cannot transfer the corporate account of the Pole Group company from our bank within the next 10 years. Hearing his words, Qi Yang understood. Recently, his funds have flowed relatively fast. Although tens of millions are received in the account on average every day, tens of millions are also withdrawn. After all, the construction of mines on both sides is simply eating money. However, when the construction is completed, the funds will be accumulated in the account immediately. At this time, it will be possible to make up all the funds in a short period of time, and exceed the 10 billion. In the next 10 years, a large amount of funds will be accumulated in public accounts. These funds are the profit point of the bank. Now that you figure it out, it's easy. Someone wants to lend you 7 billion yuan for nothing, and there is no need to add interest. A fool would not do such a thing. It just so happens that the money for the recent construction is not enough, and there is no working capital. After talking with Manager Gao just now, then someone came and knocked on the door. It turned out that a reporter from CCTV had already said so. However, after they came, they ran directly to the mining area, and Qi Delong followed them. Now that these reporters have arrived, Chi Yang naturally needs to meet. After a brief communication with the senior manager, after signing the contract somewhere next, Chi Yang walked directly outside. Unexpectedly, as soon as I walked to the mining area, I saw that the reporters let the photographers frantically take pictures of the excavators, especially the giant breakthrough excavator. Apparently, they were also shocked. In the Celestial Dynasty, they were able to see such a huge excavator. P.S. Thank you Big Wolf Taosha for the reward, thank you for the reward forever. After a simple visit and filming, CCTV reporters were eager to interview Chi Yang as soon as possible. Chi Yang simply led them to a small conference room. After a brief self-introduction to each other, we went straight to the topic today. I didn't expect the famous Mr. Chi to be so young. He is really young and promising. A male reporter in his 40s looked at Chi Yang and said, "It's true that you are young, but you can't talk about being famous. Before that, the only people who knew me were my employees except for a few friends." A faint smile appeared on Chi Yang's face. "Mr. Chi, you are too modest. In just 3 months, you have developed an iron mine that was on the verge of bankruptcy into a large-scale iron mine with a daily output of 20,000 tons, and then acquired the Jinshan coal mine and vigorously developed it. The two major mines have contributed a lot to the development of the country. It's luck, and I should be most grateful to those worker brothers. If it weren't for them, how can the daily production of 30,000 tons of iron ore and 10,000 tons of coal be realized?" Chi Yang laughed. The reporter continued to ask, "I heard that you provide workers with very good benefits. In addition to wages and 5 insurances, you also bought a high amount of accident insurance for everyone. The cafeteria provides better meals 24 hours a day. In addition, I think the workers' brothers are the foundation of the mining industry. If you want to let them work with me, you have to let them eat well and dress well, without any worries." Chi Yang explained with a chuckle. Who doesn't know this truth, but there are really few people who can do this. The reporter himself walked around the mine and the cafeteria. At first he thought it was just a show for him. However, after interviewing several workers, it became clear that this was not the case. After thinking for a while, he asked again, "So far, there seems to be no production technology for hydraulic excavators in China, let alone large excavators that break through the mining of gold. How did you fully equip the mine?" "Sorry, this is a commercial secret," Chi Yang replied. In fact, if it were other reporters, they might ask some sharp questions, for example, why not dedicate the machinery to the country, let the country research it, so as to break through the technical blockade and so on. This reporter, however, was different. In other words, those reporters dare not say these things now. This time, CCTV intends to portray Chi Yang as a positive, outstanding entrepreneur, not a black-hearted businessman full of money. Time passed slowly, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. These reporters also finished the interview and rushed back to the capital. What Chi Yang didn't expect was that he appeared on the evening news the next day. His personality has become a new generation of young entrepreneurs who have a strong sense of justice, full of social responsibility, and work hard for the development of the country. Of course, newspapers, etc. from Xishan province also appeared at the same time. However, Chi Yang did not pay much attention. Anyway, he didn't show his face, and there won't be many people who affect his life. His priority now is still development. Next, he made an appointment with Qian Professional. Now even if the output reaches even more terrifying figures, he doesn't need to worry at all. Therefore, he plans to do a big job. Next, set a small goal and let the whole Xishan province shake for him. Expert Qian was very excited when he saw Chi Yang. He knew that his blueprints could finally be officially launched. "Boss Chi, congratulations." "Ah, it's not time to celebrate yet, Mr. Qian, it's still up to you," Chi Yang said with a smile. After hearing Chi Yang's words, Expert Qian didn't talk nonsense, and directly unfolded the planning map. "Mr. Chi, these are the design drawings of the vacant area plan last time. If you can restore them according to the above and add your large amount of mechanical assistance, Nissan, 100,000 won't be a dream. When expert Qian said the last sentence, his whole body seemed to tremble. With a daily output of 100,000 tons, how terrifying! However, at this moment, expert Qian changed the topic. There is still a difficulty, and that is the railway. Oh? What's the problem with the railroad? We don't all have enough open space ready, and, for steel and wood, I can still get it. Qi Yang was a little puzzled. Although the Tianqiao Railway Administration is encouraging private enterprises to build railways, there are many unimaginable difficulties. Hearing what expert Qian said, Qi Yang said directly, "Expert Qian, what do you say is lacking? I will fully cooperate with you. The railway must be repaired, and my coal mine must also be built. Now, although the roads can still meet the demand, even if there is an additional 10,000 tons, the roads can barely meet, but if there are more roads, the roads will become more difficult. Therefore, the construction of railways is an essential part. Moreover, about 30 kilometers of railways need to be built. This railway will cost about 1 billion yuan. However, for long-term development, it is essential. In this case, I will list the things that need to be prepared and send them to you in the next 2 days." Expert Qian said. After Qi Yan nodded, he asked again, "Well, are there any other difficulties? Money can make MO2A ghosts." In the eyes of Qi Yan, the problems seen by money experts are all things that can be settled with money. He directly found several professional organizations and asked them to do it. Being able to open such an institution is naturally related. Things that can be done with a little money are nothing to Qi Yang at all. Things under 100 million are really trivial. It doesn't even count as a medium meaning, so naturally there is no need to understand the brain. As for Qi Yang, now he has more important things to do. Today, he made an appointment with someone in downtown Huatai City. The second floor of Waxiangju in the old town of Huatai City. As soon as Qi Yang went up, he saw a woman with shoulder-length blue hair, streamlined, capable, and powerful. Qi Yang can be sure that he did not know this woman before. However, the first feeling after seeing the information and photos given to him by the headhunter was familiarity. It always feels a little familiar. But I forgot where I saw it. Today, in person, this feeling is even more familiar. Although he doesn't have the ability to remember her with a photograph, but if he really knows her, it is impossible for him to forget her. "Boss Qi, what's wrong? You forgot about me." Lin Xingyin looked at Qi Yang, who was walking over, and smiled. She didn't expect that Mr. Qi of Polar Mining was actually him. "Ha?" Qi Yan didn't deny it. "Have you forgotten me by the Daming River?" Lin Xingyin laughed. "Are you wrong, Mao? Why are you so young?" Since the other party was joking, Qi Yang didn't mind following her words. "Ha, no kidding, since Mr. Qi has forgotten me, let me introduce myself first. My name is Lin Xingyin, and I am here to apply for the position of president of Polar Mining." Lin Xingyin chuckled. "You won't pretend to know me because of this?" While talking, Qi Yang picked up the menu and opened it, ordered something casually, and handed it to the waiter. Hee, it seems that this misunderstanding needs to be cleared up." Lin Xingyin said with a smile, "4 years ago, President Qi saved me between the South District and Shiha District of Acropolis. Big beauty, don't you have any impression?" Hearing her mention, Qi Yang immediately remembered how he was young and frivolous when he first arrived in Acropolis, beating traffickers violently. Those human traffickers were driving Wuling Shenche, and when they saw the lone woman walking by the side of the road, they drove to them and pulled her forward into the car, and Qi Yang happened to be rescued. The question was solved, and the two chatted casually for a few words. Qi Yang asked him, "Since you want to be the president of Polar Mining, let me ask you, what did you do before?" Hearing Qi Yang's question, Lin Xingyin smiled and said, "Vice president of Tianqiao District before Weirwan." Qi Yang didn't actually read her resume carefully before, but since the headhunting company has been looking for it for so long, it must have some skills, so Qi Yang didn't know about it. Hearing his words, Qi Yang was also a little surprised, and quickly searched the internet, and found that it was so. Weirsoft is a high-tech company, and it is also a Fortune 500 company. If you want to ask me why you want to give up their vice president position, come to me. What Qi Yang lacks most is naturally a capable person who can manage the company. As the vice president of Weirwan Tianqiao district, this woman has no problem with her abilities. If this woman really came to polar mining, for Qi Yang, it would undoubtedly be the pillow that God gave him when he was about to doze off. It's just that he didn't know why the other party would choose to come here. Because I didn't want to work anymore, so I left. Because I watched the evening news and thought you were a good person, and then I saw a headhunter saying that you are recruiting, and you are also the president. I had a bold idea, but I didn't expect it to be your company. Lin Xingyin said with a smile. Hearing her words, Qi Yang kept staring at Lin Xingyin. I have a bold idea. Qi Yang laughed. What? Lin Xingyin asked in confusion. I want you, Qi Yang laughed. I'm here to be the president, not the secretary. Lin Xingyin looked at Qi Yang's wolf-like eyes, and smiled slightly. I just want you to sit in my seat and help me manage the Polar Mining Group company. Qi Yang laughed. I just took a brief look at Lin Xingyin's profile. Genuine high-level talent. Graduated with a PhD in Business Administration from Renmin University of China. Renmin University of China has the strongest teaching strength in business administration major in China. The most surprising thing is that he jumped up the ranks all the way. At the age of 19, he was already a middle management in Waysoft. He became an executive in just 1 year, became a vice president in 3 years, and then experienced 2 years. At the age of 25, she is already so outstanding, and such a good opportunity, Qi Yang will naturally not let it go. With her, Qi Yang can rest assured of salted fish. My salary is very high. Lin Xingyin laughed. Money is just a number to me. Qi Yang said flatly. Are you sure you don't want to ask how much I want? Lin Xingyin said speechlessly. My iron ore produces 20,000 to 30,000 tons a day, and the coal mine produces 10,000 tons. The average unit price is around 1,100 tons. Qi Yang said in a flat tone. In just this sentence, a person with a brain can convert it and know that the turnover of one machine is more than 30 million. With a daily turnover of 30 million, this is still just the beginning. Perhaps, there is really no one that Qi Yang can't afford to hire. Okay. Lin Xingyin covered her forehead and said, Tell me about the polar mining industry. Oh. Polar mining, there are 2 people in total now. While speaking, Qi Yang pointed at himself and Lin Xingyin who was sitting opposite. Pfft, Lin Xingyin spat out a mouthful of tea. Don't you have 2 mines, with an output of tens of thousands of tons per day? Why are there only 2 people? Oh, after I got the coal mine a few days ago, I directly reorganized the company, the Polar Mining Group company, you will know the group. In addition, a company has been established at the iron mine, called the Polar Iron Industry Company, Limited, and there is also a coal mine. Called Polar Coal Industry Company, Limited, these 2 are considered subsidiaries of the group. In fact, when Qi Yang's words were halfway through, Lin Xingyin probably knew what was going on. However, that doesn't mean that he is the only commander of several group companies. Lin Xingyin seemed to have thought of something suddenly, and asked quickly, Wait, don't you need at least 3 subsidiaries to set up a group company? By the way, I established Polar Aluminum, Polar Gypsum, Polar Gold, Polar Silver, Polar. However, one person can only become the sole proprietorship of one company, and other companies must form joint ventures with others. Lin Xingyin said again. My girlfriend, my mother, can't they all become the second shareholder? Qi Yang said very casually. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xingyin was speechless. How much have you established? Lin Xingyin asked. Register all the mines I can think of. How could there be such a person in the world? Lin Xingyin was a little confused. One person actually registered dozens or hundreds of shell companies. This riding horse is sick. Well, as long as you do a good job, I'll give you 100,000, 1/10,000th of the shares of the Polar Group. I originally wanted to say 1%, but in the end it went through 1,000th and fell on 1/10,000th. Don't underestimate this 1/10,000th. Even if the company doesn't make any progress from now on, this 1/10,000th of the shares is several hundred million. Qi Yang said casually. Fuck. Only then did Lin Qingyin realize that, yes, a mere 1/10,000th of the shares may seem like a small amount, but compared to the huge polar mining industry, these alone can get hundreds of millions of dollars. What's more, how could such a company develop into such a company in less than half a year? How could it stop? In the future, this 1/10,000th share can bring billions or even more benefits. After all, how much money will this bastard have? 10 trillion. Or more. Thinking of this, Lin Qingyin couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle. This horse riding is the most profitable industry. Compared with software, things that are developed and sold at no cost are more profitable. Under Qi Yang's flickering, Lin Qingyin's whole body was light and airy. In the end, he succeeded in becoming the president of Polar Mining, and Qi Yang is the chairman and the only shareholder. Qi Yang believes that with the help of Lin Qingyin, Polar Mining will soon be on the right track. Not as it is now. In the current polar mining industry, apart from miners and a few acquaintances as leaders, there are only accountants, security guards, cooking ants, and cleaning uncles. Although because most of the employees are mining, there is no need for management at all. Otherwise, these companies would have collapsed long ago. I'm afraid Lin Qingyin didn't even think about what she would face next. A company with tens of thousands of employees, hundreds of shell companies, a daily turnover of more than 30 million yuan, almost no senior leadership, signed dozens of contracts worth tens of billions of dollars, and countless people coming in and out every day without a good system company of. Such a company, no matter who it is probably not a small difficulty. Of course, pay and benefits are always directly proportional. As long as she can get the company on the right track, Qi Yang will not be stingy with raising her salary, shares or anything. After all, an outstanding talent can bring him more benefits. If a person can bring Qi Yang a net profit of 2 yuan, Qi Yang will not care about giving him 1 yuan or 80 cents. In the same way, if Lin Qingyin can bring in profits worth 100 million yuan without touching the resources Qi Yang prepared, Qi Yang will feel that it doesn't matter if she gives her 90 million yuan. In this way, Qi Yang successfully fooled a beautiful woman with a high degree, high IQ, and high ability, as the president of Polar Mining. Originally, he thought that with Lin Qingyin in the company, he would be able to live a life of salted fish. However, Qi Yang suddenly thought that his baby's birthday would be soon. Birthdays naturally require gifts. Naturally, diamonds come to mind when giving gifts to girls. When I think of diamonds, I also think about why I should spend money to buy foreign diamonds. So, he decided to build a diamond mine by himself. Diamonds generally refer to diamonds. Since it is a stone, it is naturally a mine. If it is a mine, it must be managed by Qi Yang. The main producing areas of diamonds are Australia, America, and Africa. When it comes to diamonds, the first thing that comes to mind is either Audi double diamonds or real diamonds from South Africa. Do all diamonds come from South Africa? Certainly not. There are dozens of diamond mines, large and small, in the world. The diamond mines in South Africa are simply because there have been many large diamonds among the diamonds produced. Diamonds play an extremely important role in modern industry and economy. Is there a diamond mine in my heavenly dynasty? Most people probably think not. Actually, there are. My great heavenly dynasty has a vast territory, vast land, and abundant resources. What do I want? It's just that very few diamonds produced by the current diamond mines of the celestial dynasty reach the gem level. So little that it can be ignored. Moreover, even if it is produced, the output is not very large. After some understanding by Qi Yang, the diamond mines of the Celestial Dynasty are distributed in Yu Province, Dongshan Province, and Shaoxiang Province. In addition, diamonds have also been found in Nanha, Beihu, Ningzhou, Xishan, Beihai, and Tianfu, but they are far from good in terms of quantity and quality. After Qi Yang simply searched for Mrs. Hua, he found a little bit of diamond mine, and nothing was enough. Although he can use the system to carry it, the workload is too great. So, he decided to go to the 3 provinces with the most diamonds. Diamonds in Shaoxiang Province are unearthed from alluvial diamond placer deposits. The diamonds in this place are not big for Qi Yang, so the only targets left are Yu Province and Dongshan Province. After research, Qi Yang found that it was not suitable for secluded provinces. The temperature in winter is too low to bear. It doesn't matter if he can't bear it. After all, if he doesn't work, the workers can't bear it. How can they make money? Therefore, Dongshan Province has become the best choice. The Mengyi region of Dongshan Province is Qi Yang's destination. There used to be the largest diamond-producing area in China. Many giant diamonds of hundreds of carats have been mined. Later, however, the mines dried up. Moreover, the Mengyi Diamond National Mine Park was built on the pit. Defined as depletion, there must have been exploration by a large number of professionals. However, Qi Yang doesn't think it is exhausted. After all, those so-called experts say that they are gone, but it doesn't mean that they really don't exist anymore. Qi Yang plans to go to the Mengyi mountain area this time to find a new change in this mountain area. If you still don't have it, you can only go to Yusheng. But that's all for later, let's go to Mengyi mountain first. However, just as he was about to leave, someone from the bodyguard company called him. Qi Yang's customized bodyguard is here. That being the case, bring the bodyguards and go to Dongshan. Boss Qi, it's a pleasure to see you again. As soon as Qi Yang entered the tea house, the person from last time greeted him. Of course, I also spent a lot of money on custom bodyguards, how could I not meet them? Qi Yang laughed. Boss Qi speaks quickly, the man said with a smile, in this case, let's get straight to the point. While speaking, he pointed to a person and said, President Qi, please look, this is the bodyguard we found for you. Qi Yang looked at the man in front of him, was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look at the man. I asked you to find a bodyguard for me, not a secretary for me. Mr. Qi, don't get me wrong, we are professionals. While speaking, he took out a tablet computer. First of all, the nationality of the Chinese Empire. There is no doubt that this person has a master's degree from the National Defense University, his body shape fully meets your needs, and he used to be a member of the Army Special Forces. Barbara said something, and it was actually in full compliance with Qi Yang's order. But, in business attire, with a beautiful face, delicate facial features, fair skin, and eyes that are as calm as water. This is exactly what a secretary looks like. Miss Tianmi's role changed to Kajizo's role as secretary and assistant. Are you sure this lady has the strength to be a bodyguard? You won't need me, the employer, to save her? Looking at such a role, Qi Yang still couldn't believe that she could be a bodyguard. Before the man answered Qi Yang's words, Tianmi took the lead and said, since Mr. Qi doesn't believe it, why not try my skills? The tone sounded very flat, but there was a backlog of anger in it. No one has ever been able to despise her in terms of force. Ha? How does it compare? Free cake or something else? Qi Yang asked directly. If such a woman doesn't know the strength of the other party, the feeling of letting her be a bodyguard is probably the same as not having a bodyguard. Therefore, it is very necessary to try her strength. Okay, then fight freely, I will definitely not hurt you, at most I will control you. Tianmi said with an unchanged expression. P.S. Calvin, from 4 o'clock in the middle of the night to 8 o'clock in the morning, I just didn't write a single word. When I was at work, I got inspiration at noon. As a result, I fell asleep on the bus on the way home from get off work. The driver didn't notice it. I locked the door and left, and when I set off again, I found out that I was woken up, so I am late, sorry. Well, let's find a place, but are there any restrictions, for example, what places can't be hit? Qi Yang laughed. I don't need it, but you are the boss, so you have the final say. Tianmi said lightly. Obviously, Tianmi didn't believe that Qi Yang could beat her. Maybe she can't even touch her. Let's go, find a place. Soon afterward, the three of them came to a sparsely populated small tree, a small park. Boss, you should make the first move. Tianmi didn't make a direct move, but suggested to Qi Yang. You go first. Qi Yang said flatly. Let him directly attack such a woman, he still feels a little bit like that. Tianmi's lips moved slightly, but he didn't speak, and shot directly. She didn't make a ruthless attack, just a tentative attack. However, such an attack was nothing to Qi Yang, so he avoided it lightly. Tianmi was taken aback, although he didn't use much force, but he didn't expect Qi Yang to avoid it so easily. Although her punch was not sharp, it would be difficult for ordinary so-called taekwondo masters to dodge it. In an instant, Tianmi reacted again. The punch was not retracted directly, but turned into a slap, and was thrown towards Qi Yang. At the same time, the other hand clenched a fist and attacked Qi Yang. It can be seen that Tianmi has a very good coordination ability, and the left hand and right hand match very well. There seemed to be no stagnation at all. Seeing this scene, Qi Yang didn't panic. He smiled slightly, and suddenly turned to the side. Immediately squat down quickly, dodge the attack, and then attack away. The two fought back and forth, attacking each other for more than 10 rounds. Qi Yang suddenly called to stop. "You're good, I've decided that I want you." Qi Yang laughed, "But I told you in advance, what I want is a bodyguard? Are you sure you can protect me 24 hours a day?" "Of course, it is my responsibility to protect the employer," Tianmi said seriously. "Don't worry, Mr. Qi, all the bodyguards of our Duanyu company have absolutely high professional standards. Loyalty is not only a kind of character but also a kind of ability. Responsibility will never be shunned. Strictly abide by the duties of bodyguards. Integrity is what bodyguards and clients rely on. The foundation of existence, and we will never leak any information, is the cornerstone of trust. All bodyguards can guarantee to stay away from sex, drugs, gambling, and lust. Each of them is a hero who dares to act without fear, work for honor, fight for honor." What the manager said was exciting, and it couldn't help but make people's blood boil. However, Qi Yang didn't have the energy to argue with him here. After saying a few words, he left with sweetness. He is still very satisfied with this woman's strength, but he doesn't know how about other aspects. However, those can only be understood slowly in the next few days. Early the next morning, Qi Yang asked a bodyguard to drive himself and Tianmi to Longqing Airport in his car. Dragon City Airport is actually at the junction of Huatai and Dragon City. After arriving at the destination, after Qi Yang and Tianmi got out of the car, the bodyguards drove back. These days, if you have money, you don't need to bring anything extra, as long as you have a mobile phone, ID card, and bank card. Tianmi followed behind Qi Yang and quickly completed the check-in procedures. It didn't take long to board the plane. Needless to say, it is naturally first class. Anyway, I don't care about the little money, so why should I wrong myself? The plane took off quickly, and arrived in the Mengyi mountain area of Dongshan in just 2 hours. Qi Yang came to Dongshan, although the main purpose was to find out if there were any diamond mines, but it was not short of half a day. After all, the search area this time is very large. The Mengyi mountainous area is mainly a humanistic concept. The mountainous area is only distributed in a few counties and cities. It does not mean that the area is all mountains. The mountains, hills, and plains in the Old Mengyi area account for about 1/3 each. It includes 3 municipal districts and plain areas such as Lanling and Tancheng. The area is so large that it is unimaginable. It is not so easy to search these areas once. Qi Yang soon arrived at the previously reserved hotel. This should be considered the best hotel in this area, after all, he charged the most. After moving in, Qi Yang began to think about the first goal. The final conclusion is the northern foot of Mengshan Mountain. There are land and resources science popularization bases, field scientific observation and research bases for primary diamond mines, national green mine pilot units, and the only diamond mine park in China. This is known as the Kimberley Diamond Mine Scenic Area. This is the earliest and oldest diamond mine in China. It is known as the capital of diamonds in China. Here, perhaps, is the place where diamond ore is most likely to appear. P.S. I can write at least 2 chapters today. In a blink of an eye, most of the day passed, and the diamond capital was full of Qi Yang. Qi Yang is also a little fascinated by the world's largest diamond-themed museum. All kinds of stones, each of which is priceless. Walking in it, through the professional equipment in the museum, these sound and light simulations and other high-tech modern means, you can understand the rarity, nobility, uniqueness and mystery of diamonds in an all-round and multifaceted manner. Below this museum, there is also a huge tunnel left over from diamond mining. This tunnel is called the Source of Time. Walking inside, you will soon come to the viewing platform of the open-air mining pit. This is the largest diamond open-pit mining pit in Asia, which is extremely spectacular and has great visual shock and geological research value. Although mining here has ceased, in history, many gem-quality diamonds of excellent quality have been produced here, which has become famous all over the world. It's a pity that Qi Yang is here. Through the system, the scanned diamonds are only a little bit. It's not enough for him to build a mine here to mine. Now that there are no diamonds, Qi Yang can only accept this reality helplessly. After all, this place has been explored by many people. However, Qi Yang was not discouraged and continued to search. Let Tianmi, a woman, drive the rented Wrangler for a walk outside every day. But, never been to the same place again. Tianmi was also a little curious about this. She couldn't believe that a person like Qi Yang would walk around for no reason. Until, by the side of a small stream in Mount Mang, the two of them prepared a picnic and finished their lunch. Qi Yang suddenly heard the system beep. The radius is 5 kilometers, and 0.2 tons of diamonds appear within a depth of 1 kilometer. Hearing this, Qi Yang was shocked. Finally found. Don't underestimate the figure of 0.2 tons. 0.2 tons is 200 kilograms. 200 kilograms equals 200,000 grams, or 1 million carats. 1 million carats. Terrible. The price of 1 carat is about 30,000 to 50,000. The heavier the weight of a diamond, the higher this price will be. Even at the lowest price, if all the ores here are dug out, it is enough to sell for 30 billion. However, if all of them are really dug out, the price will definitely be countless times higher than this figure. Show me the three-dimensional map. Qi Yang quickly ordered. Tianmi at the side saw Qi Yang laughing suddenly, felt a little strange, but didn't think much about it. Soon, a huge three-dimensional holographic map appeared in front of Qi Yang. Everything within a radius of 5 kilometers and a depth of 1 kilometer is clearly presented in front of Qi Yang. Because of the particularity of diamonds, if they are gathered, special treatment will be carried out. It is estimated that it will take 20 years for the ore to be fully mined here. At this moment, Qi Yang heard the sound of the system again. Hearing the words of the system, Qi Yang also roughly understood that if this kind of extremely high-value ore was gathered, it would scare many people to death. Not to mention that the purity of coal mines is 90%, even iron ore with a grade of nearly 70 can scare people to death. Even if it is 1/10,000th of a ton of diamond mines, I am afraid that it can scare the world. Once that kind of interest comes out, I am afraid that under the current situation, no one will be able to keep the mine. Therefore, Qi Yang was relieved to say that it would take 20 years to mine. Only after he controls more ore and greater benefits will he dare to mine this kind of ore. However, even if this is the case, it is still a big profit. He could even imagine that a piece of news would appear in a short time. A large diamond mine was discovered in the Mengyi area. It is expected to contain 1 million carats of gemstones and diamonds, whose purity exceeds that of the world's most famous diamond mine in South Africa. This large-scale diamond deposit is the only large-scale diamond deposit found in the past 100 years in China. At the current mining speed of ordinary mines, this diamond mine can be mined for about 20 years. It is understood that the diamond mines of the Celestial Dynasty are mainly distributed in the Dongshan area and Yu province. Experts said that all the diamond mines in the polar diamond industry are high-quality deposits. About 70% of the diamonds are above the gem level, and Australia, which has the largest diamond reserves in the world, only 5% can reach the gem level. The discovery of a large diamond mine this time will provide the necessary guarantee for Dongshan's economic and industrial upgrading. Qi Yang will make a wave together. As a result, polar mining will become a new generation of private tycoons in the Celestial Dynasty. Everything in the future will attract people's attention. At the same time, Qi Yang decided not to sell the mined mines. After a while, a group of craftsmen were raised to make diamond jewelry. After all, no matter how you think about it, selling directly is a bit of a loss. P.S. Thanks to the big guys for reminding you to update the monthly ticket evaluation ticket flowers. Shi Yang didn't gather the ore directly, so he just went back. Early the next morning, Tianmi was asked to drive to the Land Bureau. That is, the Land and Resources Bureau of the Celestial Dynasty. As one of the few private enterprises with mining licenses, all of them have records in the Land Bureau. Therefore, Shi Yang does not need to get the original copy of the mining license. He only needs to bring the copy and ID card with him as a legal person to go through the formalities. Ah, I really didn't expect Mr. Chi to take a fancy to our land, it's so radiant. Shi Yang had just submitted his information, and before the staff finished the formalities, a man came in from the outside, looked at Shi Yang and laughed and said, "Ha? You know me?" Shi Yang asked doubtfully. He can be sure that he has never seen the man in front of him. "President Chi, I'm afraid all the land and land bureaus of the Celestial Dynasty know him." The man smiled and said, "Your two mines are well-known big mines in China." Hearing this man's words, Shi Yang was taken aback for a moment, and soon understood. "I don't know which mine Chi has always taken a fancy to. I'm in charge." The man laughed. As soon as Chi Yang heard it, he knew that this man was the director of the bureau. So Chi Yang said the land he wanted, and circled it on the map. After Chi Yang came out of the circle, the director and the people who came with him were stunned for a moment. The director looked helpless. "Mr. Sakai also wants this land to build the office building of the small universe in Tianchao." Only then did Chi Yang realize that this guy turned out to be a competitor. Moreover, the last name is Sakai. Although there are many surnames in Tianchao, there is absolutely no surname like Sakai. Yamatai Kingdom. Only people from Yamatai have such a surname. However, Shi Yang did not show anything. Although the people of Yamatai have committed unforgivable crimes in the Celestial Dynasty, Shi Yang will not hate everyone because of this. The premise is that these people are really human. Shi Yang said flatly, he just wants to build a branch of a programming company in Tianchao, let him choose another place. The director thought about it, too. After all, Shi Yang wants to mine, and the location cannot be changed at will. This guy just wants to build a company building, and he can't go anywhere. Thinking of this, he nodded unconsciously. At this moment, Sakai stepped forward suddenly, and said in a very strange and blunt Chinese, "Master Director, this is a place that I value, and I must buy it." Joke. Big joke. A mere person from the Yamatai Kingdom in the Yangyang Dynasty actually said such words. If he likes it, he must buy it. Hee, you said if you want it to be yours? Let's go through the formalities quickly, I'll treat you at noon. Shi Yang smiled at the director. Seeing that Shi Yang and Shi Yang were really going to go through the process directly, Sakai was a little uneasy. You. I value this land, you must not buy it. Sakai warned Shi Yang loudly. Seeing that Shi Yang didn't care about his words, he even punched Shi Yang. Snort. Seeing this, Shi Yang snorted coldly. Immediately afterwards, Tianmi unexpectedly appeared beside Shi Yang, and instantly pushed Sakai's fist away. However, at the same time, Tianmi's expression became slightly cautious. This guy should also be someone who has been in the past for a long time, and he must have fought against many people. There is still strength. As for Sakai, a look of surprise appeared on his face the moment he was pushed away. Unexpectedly, the female secretary next to this man had some kung fu. However, such a woman is fun to conquer. What, you want to do it? Shi Yang said coldly. So what if you do it? I have diplomatic immunity. While Sakai spoke, he directly attacked Tianmi. In an instant, stand up, spin 360 degrees, and kick. All in one go. Such a scene immediately changed the expressions of everyone present. The employees here couldn't help exclaiming when they saw this scene. Everyone thought that Tianmi must not be Sakai's opponent. However, at this moment, everyone was taken aback. Sakai has been completely blinded. Tianmi kicked out directly, and immediately, it hit Sakai's abdomen. Immediately afterwards, Sakai blacked out the whole person. Ouch! Sakai never expected that the man dressed as a secretary in front of him would have such strength. Terrible. Looking at Sakai, who had fallen to the ground, Shi Yang smiled slightly. According to the principle of international law that equal states have no jurisdiction, diplomatic representatives do enjoy jurisdictional immunity in the host country. But this only includes immunity from jurisdiction, immunity from litigation, and immunity from execution. Tianmi laughed while speaking. However, if a diplomatic representative engages in business or other business activities in his private name and causes a lawsuit, the diplomatic representative cannot request immunity from jurisdiction. The same is true in other aspects of civil conduct, such as public security. Management Penalty Act. P.S. Today is a memorable day for everyone. Although there is a small episode, the mining right of the area where the diamond mine is located is still in the hands of Qi Yang. While exploring the diamond mine, during this time, Qi Yang has already started to study how to mine and sell through stream. After research and conclusion, Qi Yang believes that the diamond supply chain should include exploration, mining, sorting, cutting, polishing, jewelry making, sorting, and finally the sale of the final product. Even the diamonds that have been selected by the system will be mixed with a lot of dirt and rock. Thus, Qi Yang had to work out a series of procedures in order to transform the deposits where the diamonds were found, soil and rock mixed together. Information about the diamond industry is almost unknown, and there is no trace of this huge source of value in the outside world. In order to excavate this diamond mine, Qi Yang set off for the imperial capital, and made a special trip to visit Professor Wang, a famous diamond expert. After some research, Qi Yang found that the cost of mining diamond mines was much higher than that of all the mines he had come into contact with before. First of all, although diamonds are generally located a little below the surface, they are basically open-pit mined. However, mining may be the easiest and most cost-effective step in this process. It needs to be mined down round by round along the surrounding area, and all the ore, soil and rock in it should be transported out. Next, it enters the sorting process. Here is the most important part. At the same time, it is also the most time-consuming and labor-intensive link. The excavated ones can only be classified and screened by manpower. For the next few steps, Qi Yang did not intend to do it. For nothing else, stock up on diamonds. If you have the opportunity to get some jade mines, emerald mines, gold mines, silver mines, then you can create a super luxury brand. After all, although the cost of digging diamonds is high, Qi Yang, as a person with a daily income of tens of millions, can still live with it. Waiting for a few days, maybe adding a few more mines. Then it's not a problem anymore. Of course, those are all things to talk about, and now the excavation will be over. Before Lin Xingyin could settle the matter of polar mining and its two subsidiaries, she received a notice from Qi Yang to get a diamond mine. This was a blow to Lin Xingyin. Originally, he wanted to say that the bastard boss Qi Yang is not a human being. He ran away with a newly bought small bodyguard and lost trillions of resources. We really have no choice but to run the mine well. As a result, just a few days after Qi Yang went out, he told himself that a diamond mine had been discovered and all procedures had been completed. It's almost time to start the polar drilling industry. Moreover, a large number of excavators, mine cars, and manpower are needed here. Speaking of excavators, I have to say that Lin Xingyin was surprised when she found out that there was another cavern under the office building of G Metro Industry. No one would have thought that in the polar mining industry, there is actually a hydraulic excavator that can automatically produce thousands of excavators that crush all the excavators in the country every year. However, she also knew why Qi Yang wanted to hide him. After all, he is the only one in the whole country, and when he is weak, he can be exposed to avoid being spied on. In this way, it took a full month for the polar drilling industry to barely have an office space. Under the high price, there were also miners. It took more than half a month for the excavators to be fully in place. The first shovel at the start was naturally done by Qi Yang himself. However, no one expected that Qi Yang shoveled down at will, and after screening, thousands of people in the audience were shocked. After systematic handling, this place is definitely one of the places with the most dense diamonds in the world. Under Qi Yang's shovel, countless earth and rocks were turned up. Dozens of people and thousands of people were quickly washed with water and screened. Sure enough, not long after, some diamonds came out. However, these diamonds don't look very good, and the texture is average. Seeing that there were no precious gem-quality diamonds, Qi Yang was not discouraged, but just waited quietly. He knew that his shovel was not easy. But when the system was gathering, it moved a few extremely fine diamonds to his feet. Next, all he has to do is to wait quietly, waiting for the world-shaking gem-quality diamond to be unearthed. Then, say goodbye to some amazing rewards, which shocked everyone in the audience. Afterwards, the polar drilling industry will enter the real right track. And he will get a gem that shocks the world. At the same time, this gemstone will become a signboard of polar gemstones in the future. Those people are still busy, and screening diamonds is a time-consuming and energy-consuming thing. They need to be rinsed with water, over and over again. Check the impurities bit by bit. If you encounter a slightly larger stone, you may even crush it and examine it carefully. Time passed by like this. Soon, something shocking happened. I found it! I found it! I saw that the shouting miner was holding a large diamond in his hand. I saw that diamond, pure as water. The whole thing is colorless and transparent. However, if you look closely, you will find that there is still a hint of light blue inside. Qi Yang has done some homework in this regard, knowing that this kind of diamond is called a clear water diamond. The world-famous South African star is this kind of water-cleaning diamond. This size, to say the least, has the appearance of 13 or 14 carats. Damn it! It's so big, it's more than a dozen carats, at least it's tens of millions. A man couldn't help shouting when he saw the diamonds coming out of the water. So scary. With a shovel down, tens of millions will come out. The yelling man was called Ji Wang, who was hired by Lin Xingyin and planned to let him be the general manager of polar drilling. Suddenly there was a burst of shit. Everyone heard Ji Wang's cry. Most of them were farmers' children. For them, tens of millions was simply an astronomical figure. This is a number that is difficult for them to reach, or in other words, in this world, for most people, it is a number that cannot be earned in a lifetime. But here, as soon as the shovel goes down, it comes out. How shocking! In just half a day, tens of millions of things came out. If this continues, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, no one dared to think any further. I noticed that too. Just when people were still amazed by the clean water diamond, a voice came out. Attract everyone's attention. Is this a blue diamond? This time, it was not Ji Wang who made the sound, but Lin Xingyin. While speaking, her tone was full of disbelief. Chen Gong, go up and have a look. Hearing Lin Xingyin's words, a man in his 40s or 50s rushed forward with excitement. It's really a blue diamond. And the color is very pure, dark blue. With such a large piece, the weight of this blue diamond may be more than 35 carats. Chen Gong carefully observed the ore in his hand, his face full of deep shock. The value is probably in the hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions. That's hundreds of millions. Fuck. This thing is so valuable. While those miners were surprised, so were the management personnel brought by Lin Xingyin. It turned out to be a blue diamond. It's still such a big piece. If someone gave me one of these diamonds, I'd marry him right away. Stop dreaming. Just like you, even a small diamond on the ground is worthless. All kinds of voices kept coming. As the saying goes, money touches people's hearts. Qi Yang knew that among these people, many people were probably staring at those ores. The ancients said it well, human nature is evil, but it is bound by everything in the world. If the benefits reach a certain level, Qi Yang believes that these people will never mind stealing their own things. For example, these diamonds. For this reason, Qi Yang hired a group of security guards at a high price, and they were from Duanyu Company. In addition, add the security department of your own company. Of course, there are two groups of people checking each other at the end. After all, anyone is worth a lot. However, there are still benefits. When all the diamonds in Qi Yang's first shovel were cleared, it was worth 200 million yuan. Qi Yang motioned for Ji Wang to come forward. It was the first time he saw this person, but since Lin Xingyin said he could, let him try. Since everyone has come here, you naturally know that this is a subsidiary of Polar Mining Group, Polar Drilling. I am honored to be the general manager. In the coming years, I will be with you through thick and thin. As he finished speaking, the current miners didn't change their expressions, they just applauded hypocritically. Since I am the general manager, I have decided that next, we will divide into 2 shifts from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day. During working hours, the company will provide free food, and you can eat whenever you are hungry. Immediately, there were cheers from the audience. For the people at the bottom, that is equivalent to a fraction of a huge sum of money for a day's food. For them, this is already an excellent reward. In addition to the basic salary mentioned when recruiting, everyone will be given a bonus according to the value of the diamonds they find. The bonus is 1/1000th of a diamond. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the room. 1/1000th may not seem like much, but when you think about it, it is definitely not much. The person who found the water cleaning diamond just now has already received a bonus of tens of thousands of yuan, which is almost equivalent to their hard work for a year. The one with the blue diamond is even more terrifying, it can get a bonus of more than 100,000 yuan. Of course, this started when I officially took office. After all, what I say now doesn't count. While speaking, he looked at Qi Yang. Qi Yang nodded to him and took a step forward. For his performance, Qi Yang is very satisfied. Talk to workers about ideals first, and then give them generous money. This is the best way for both parties to benefit. Qi Yang stepped forward and said, what Ji Wang said was right. And, forget it from the beginning. He believed that in the face of such huge wealth, these people would definitely work harder to find ore. And what he needs to pay is only the cost and 1/1000th of the benefit. When the hoarding of diamonds reaches a certain level, this 1/1000th benefit, under better planning, is not even 1/10,000th. And this incident also let Qi Yang see that this Ji Wang has some skills. After a brief explanation, he brought Lin Xingyin back to Mrs. Hua. Mengshan Polar Drilling is in charge of time. Of course, the 2 priceless gems were also taken away. In the extreme subway industry, the newly built canteen can be described as full of voices. All the employees were shocked when they entered. Today's meal is hearty, everyone. Fuck. What's wrong today? Why is it so rich? A new miner couldn't help shouting after seeing it. As usual, Dun Dun has meat, vegetarian, soup and fruit snacks. They thought they had met a conscientious boss. Unexpectedly, the boss is more conscientious than they imagined, and he manages all the big fish, big meat, poultry, water and fish. Ha, you don't know that, the boss must be happy again. You're happy? Isn't the boss a man? It's a happy event, not a happy event. Isn't that different? Forget it, no matter what, this boss is so nice and rich, I haven't eaten it again. The entire cafeteria was full of such words, and it was very lively. Everyone unconsciously started discussing what kind of happy event Qi Yang had. On the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, Qi Yang also ate there. The 3rd floor is generally where executives eat. Of course, the food is the same as the one below. The reason for this is because we stand high and can see far away, and the 3rd floor is only a little bit. Qi Delong and others sat next to Qi Yang, and while eating, they asked Qi Yang, "Boss, what happened?" "I'm so happy, I'm giving you another meal." Qi Yang said briefly, and opened another mine himself. "And it's worth a lot of money, and everyone else is very happy." However, they didn't know that Qi Yang was happy because of another thing. When he dug the first shovel, the system sent a notification sound. Congratulations to the owner for successfully owning Rare Gemstone or +1 Special Reward Achievement Package with an annual output of 2,000 mine transport vehicles, 10 tons, fully automatic production line. With this production line, all his mine transport speeds can be greatly increased again. Ordinary heavy trucks are different from mine transport vehicles. Mine transport vehicles may not be as heavy trucks, but they are more suitable for mining terrain. its cost is higher. Moreover, at present, the Celestial Dynasty simply does not have the ability to produce such minecarts. So, for Qi Yang, it is simply a pie in the sky. This time, he came here with the main purpose of setting up this production line. Moreover, people must send in the required raw materials. Qi Yang finally decided to hand over this matter to Qi Delong. Qi Yang still believes in Qi Delong. After all, it was like that back then, and he hadn't left yet. And during this time, he also did his best to do things, and he did a good job in the mine. Although this matter is a bit shocking, it doesn't hurt to tell him. When Qi Yang said that there are 2 production lines, one for excavators and one for mine cars, Qi Delong's expression changed. The boss is not crazy. What's the situation in China now? You don't have any B number in your heart. Even a bigger, better quality excavator is hard to come by. Now you say that there are 2 production lines, and they are fully automatic, just put the raw materials in and wait for the car to drive away. Qi Delong looked at Qi Yang with complete disbelief. Although Qi Yang has created many miracles, he still has doubts about things that are considered impossible in his bones. He even thought that Qi Yang had a fever today and was talking nonsense. Ahem, boss, although I admire you very much, in just half a year, we have developed our mine to the present situation, but we are just a mine, how can we build any cars? And, still that kind of automatic. Just put the materials in and wait for the car. No matter how it sounds, it is a bit mysterious. Qi Delong coughed lightly, and said somewhat unnaturally. Qi Yang didn't take it seriously either. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't believe what others said. After all, it is too sci-fi. However, when he saw the cave below, there were really 2 production lines. Everyone was dumbfounded. How? Now you know where our excavator came from? Qi Yang smiled slightly and said, don't underestimate these 2 production lines. They can produce 2,000 vehicles a year, 7 or 8 vehicles a day. Plop. Hearing Qi Yang's words, there was a voice suddenly. When Qi Delong heard Qi Yang's words, he was so frightened that he fell down and sat on the ground. So scary. One day is 7 or 8 fleets. If this can last for a long time, wouldn't the ore mining speed increase by hundreds of tons every day? P.S. Thank you big guys for giving me a lot of money. God! How on earth did Qi Yang get such a heaven-defying production line? And there are still 2. He finally knew where the excavators in the mine came from. However, knowing this, it feels even more bizarre. Those foreigners are so likely to sell this production line to a Chinese. Even if foreigners can sell it, has the technology outside already reached such a level? Old boss. Are you telling the truth? Qi Delong asked tremblingly. Qi Yang was also a little speechless when he looked at it. Which scared you like this? In the future, when those even taller things come out, they won't scare you to death. After explaining to Qi Delong, Qi Yang was ready to leave the mine and go out to do some errands. However, as soon as he walked to the door, he heard a person who called himself Jin Yang say that he was the boss of liming mining. Liming mining, Qi Yang has heard of it. At the junction of Huatai and Linshur, before Qi Yang entered the industry, he was regarded as the leader of the iron ore industry in the 3 nearby cities. Although there is only one mine, the output is not small. Qi Yang didn't know why such a person came looking for him. However, after thinking for a while, Qi Yang directly said to Tianmi, "Stop aside, let me see that guy." Hearing Qi Yang's words, Tianmi didn't ask any further questions, and directly pulled the car aside. As soon as Qi Yang got out of the car, 2 security guards hurriedly greeted him, "Boss." Qi Yang waved his hand casually, looked at Jin Yang and said, "Boss Jin, how come you come to my mine when you have time?" "Mr. Qi, I have a mine in my hand and I want to help it. I wonder if you are interested?" Jin Yang cut directly to the topic. "Boss Jin, it's been a long time since I came here, so let's take you for a stroll first." When Qi Yang heard that he was going to sell mines, he didn't continue the topic, but suggested that he should hang out with him. Jin Yang was anxious at the moment, but it was not easy to save Qi Yang's face. After all, he had something to ask for. After walking around with Qi Yang, Jin Yang has fully understood Qi Yang's methods. The huge mining area was red, and a giant led hundreds of boys to dig wildly, and truckloads of ore were continuously transported out. Then it is unloaded on the conveyor belt, passes through the conveyor belt and falls down. It has become fine particles. Iron powder is finished. And if you look closely, those tiny particles are all concentrated ore. The whole process does not need to go through the most troublesome mineral processing, and does not need to go through various troublesome links. To be able to do this, the only possibility is that all the mines here are concentrated ore. What astonishing luck! Thinking about his mining process again, Jin Yang finally knew where he had lost. My own iron ore, because the grade is about 45%, such iron ore cannot be smelted directly at all, and must go through procedures such as crushing, grinding, magnetic separation, flotation, gravity separation, etc., in order to gradually produce iron. In the entire Celestial Dynasty, this process is actually mostly the case. After all, iron ore resources are still rich in lean ore and few in rich mine. After this inspection, Jin Yang has been shaken. Whether Qi Yang can really see his own mine. After all, the gap between my own mine and myself is too great. After visiting the entire mine, Qi Yang smiled and said, "Boss Jin, let's get back to the topic. To be honest, I have no interest in your mine." After a pause, Qi Yang said again, "As far as I know, your mine is quite large, but the grade is very poor." Hearing Qi Yang's words, Jin Yang became anxious immediately. "Mr. Qi, although my grade is average, the iron ore reserves in it are still very large. At this moment, the development of the country cannot be separated from iron and steel. Good timing, if you are lucky, you may not be able to find high-grade ore." Qi Yan was also slightly shocked by this. What's the matter with this guy? His iron mine is huge in scale. Although the grade is a bit low, the mine is absolutely profitable. Why is he in a hurry to sell it? Qi Yang didn't know what the other party was thinking, so it was difficult for Qi Yang to make an offer directly. "Boss Jin, why don't you go to the conference room and discuss it in detail?" Qi Yang said with a smile. Boss Jin would naturally not refuse. He thought that Qi Yang had already made his move. The two soon came to the meeting room. However, when entering the conference room, Qi Yang said that he had to go to the bathroom first. Of course, when he got to the bathroom, Qi Yang directly called Lin Qingyin to find out about the situation. All this became clear. Qi Yang can now be sure that this Jin Yang is really here to sell the mine, and he can well suppress the price of the mine. And this mine is just the beginning. Once it starts, he will be able to monopolize all the iron mines in Huotai City in a short time. Although monopoly is illegal, but what he monopolizes is only a small area. If you don't like it, you can spend more money to buy it elsewhere. Such a monopoly is not illegal. In fact, the root of all this lies in the appearance of Qi Yang. Today, the entire city of Huotai is using Qi Yang's mine. As we all know, although the price of Qi Yang's ore is slightly more expensive than other local mines, its grade is much higher than that of imported ore. The use of this kind of ore can not only save investment in manpower, material and financial resources, but also improve the quality of steel. This incident led to the Taiyue Group, and almost all the smelting and steel companies in Huotai City used Qi Yang's ore. Jin Yang was originally very popular, so it invested a lot of money in expansion. However, just half a year ago, the sales volume has gradually decreased, and now there is a situation where some mines cannot be sold, and they are losing money every day. As a self-made man, he naturally has some skills. He knew that if he continued like this, he would only suffer more and more losses. So just get rid of it as soon as possible. It is not easy to sell mines, because there are only a few companies with mining licenses. In the entire Huotai City, the only person who can afford the Jinyang mine and has a license is Qi Yang. After getting the news, Qi Yang thought for a while and decided to buy the mine. The reason why I want to buy it is because, although the grade of the current iron mine is astonishing, it is restricted by other factors after all. Unless the railway is built and put into operation, the output cannot be increased at all. As for the mine in Jinyang, although its grade is extremely low, its transportation and other aspects are not bad, and it can be used for it. After all, taste can be changed. Of course, although I want to buy it, but after all, the other party offered to sell it first, so of course, I can't buy it easily, otherwise, how can I enjoy the fun of being party A? Sorry, Boss Jean, to keep you waiting. Chi Yang walked into the office with an apologetic face. You are welcome, Mr. Chi, let's talk about business directly. Seeing Jean Yang's anxious look, Chi Yang was overjoyed. This guy is really impatient. However, in an instant, Chi Yang restrained his smile and looked serious. Boss Jean, to be honest, although your mine is very large, I have no plans to take it over. When it comes to business, if you let the other party know that you want his mine very much, even if the other party doesn't make the lion open his mouth, he will definitely increase the price. I have to say that Chi Yang's acting skills are very good. After hearing Chi Yang's words, Jean Yang was not pregnant. Immediately anxious, he quickly said, Mr. Chi, the iron ore market is so good now, and with your relationship, as long as you take over this iron mine, you will definitely make a lot of money. Chi Yang can be said to be Jean Yang's life-saving straw. If Chi Yang refuses to take over the mine, he thinks he can only go bankrupt. Now Mrs. Hua has become very different, no one would be willing to come here to invest in iron and coal mines. Because, all the customers here have become Chi Yang's. For mine owners like them, transporting them out is not a small expense. If the mine doesn't go out for a day, it's like a bottomless pit, and we can only keep throwing money into it. This is not a fatal matter, after all, as long as the mines can be sold, they will definitely make money. However, the problem is that it can't be sold at all. Not to mention Mrs. Hua, even the nearby cities are all using Chi Yang's mines at the moment. Now that the mine can't be sold, even if everyone is shut down, money needs to be thrown continuously. If you declare bankruptcy directly, in the end, all these years of transfer will be considered gone. At most, it will sell a mining license. He, Jean Yang, really didn't want to do that kind of thing. Now, he just wants to sell the egg, and then exchange it for money, take the chicken, and go to other places to make a fortune. How much does Boss Jean think this mine is worth? Chi Yang laughed. What price does Boss Chi think is right? Jean Yang did not quote directly, but asked Chi Yang. He doesn't know what price Chi Yang can accept. If he quotes randomly, it will be bad if he can't sell it. Chi Yang smiled slightly, the most I can offer is this price. While speaking, Chi Yang made a gesture. 500 million. Seeing Chi Yang's gesture, Jean Yang was overjoyed. He bought the mine for about 200 million yuan, and then invested 300 million yuan in the construction. Not including labor costs, it was just 500 million yuan, and he sold a lot of mines. His original expectation was to sell 300 million, and even lowering it to 200 million would be acceptable. However, unexpectedly, Chi Yang was willing to pay such a price. Immediately overjoyed, I gave up my original intention of bargaining with Chi Yang. The price is very good, and if I continue to bargain, it will be bad if I can't sell it. Okay. Mr. Chi, it's only 500 million, when will we sign the contract? Boss Jean, did you get it wrong? I said 50 million, and your mine is worth 50 million. Chi Yang said. P.S. Guys, the younger brother's data basically hasn't changed at all, so, begging. As soon as Chi Yang said this, Jean Yang was startled. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? That's a mine with a price of 200 million yuan and a development cost of 300 million yuan. He was only willing to show up to a mere 50 million. Jean Yang looked at Chi Yang with an ugly face. Boss Chi, you mean, you can only bid 50 million? He still held a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that Chi Yang was just a slip of the tongue, hoping that he had heard about it. However, this hope was dashed in just a few seconds. Boss Jean, you bought the mine for 200 million yuan, and now you have sold it for 300 to 500 million yuan. I bought it for 50 million yuan, and I won't lose money. Chi Yang laughed. Does he know that Boss Jean is not a good person? A few years ago, some miners died in the mine, and he didn't compensate those families, causing a lot of trouble. And, as we all know, that was not an exception. Boss Jean, sign the contract now if you want to, and go if you don't want to. Don't waste everyone's time. You. Jean Yang had a fierce look in his eyes, But he didn't do anything wrong. His expression became more and more terrifying. He took a hard look at Qi Yang, and then walked out. Tianmi, as Qi Yang's bodyguard, naturally knew that Qi Yang was very disturbed by that mine, but he was a little surprised when he actually drove Qi Yang away. However, as an excellent bodyguard, she did not express her doubts. Next, what shocked Tianmi even more was that when Qi Yang was leaving, he found Qi Delong and told him that Jin Yang would definitely come back. At that time, Qi Delong will represent himself fully, and if the other party's asking price is higher than 50 million, he will be sent away directly. Let Qi Delong do it himself. Anyway, it's less than 50 million, and it's over after buying it. Such a decision stunned everyone who knew about it. How could it be possible to buy that mine? We all belong to Huatai City, and we still know each other clearly. That mine doesn't have 3 to 5 billion yuan, which fool would sell it? However, in Qi Delong's eyes now, Qi Yang is a god who can have everything. Believe in the boss, you will live forever. After Jin Yang left Polar Mining, his face was extremely ugly. However, there is no funds in hand, the ore cannot be sold, and the mine cannot be maintained at all. Now, he can only find someone to sell the mine. He didn't believe it. No one except Qi Yang was willing to take over his mine. If there is no one in Huatai City, then find someone from outside. However, those who can afford the starting price are fools. At first they were very satisfied with seeing the mine, but after learning about the market here, they gave up one by one. After all, it is easy to know that Mrs. Hua, and even her surroundings, have been monopolized by the polar mining industry. If this ore cannot be sold, it is a money-eating machine. But Qi Yang, in Dragon City at this time, met with a famous jewelry designer. Mr. Qi, your clear water diamond has been processed. According to your request, I will design it as a ring. While speaking, the other party took out a ring. The entire clear rhinestone was cut into a rectangle by the designer, and then set in a white gold ring frame, which looked very comfortable. The ring is made of white gold with diamonds, and the whole ring looks shiny and sparkling. I'm very satisfied. I've worked hard this time. I still have a diamond here, so I'll thank you. The price is not a problem. Qi Yang smiled and took out a box from his trouser pocket. The designer took Qi Yang's box and opened it. Suddenly, a shocked expression appeared on his face. It turned out to be a blue diamond. And such a big blue diamond. I'll leave this to you. Let's make it into a necklace. I'm very satisfied with this work. I hope you won't let me down next time. In fact, this is also a test Qi Yang gave the designer. If this designer can complete the blue diamond design well, Qi Yang will hire him with a high salary and make him the eye of the next wave of action. In the next few days, Qi Yang will eat salted fish at home. After all, if you have more money, you don't have to go out to work. You have to find something you like to do, such as writing novels. Just when Qi Yang was salting fish, Jin Yang arrived at Polar Mining again. However, it was not Qi Yang who received him, but a middle-aged man he had never met before. After an introduction, he found out that this man was the general manager of GD Iron Industry, a subsidiary of GD Mining. Moreover, the legal person Qi Yang has authorized him a great deal of power. Mr. Jin, tell me, if you have anything to do with Mr. Qi, maybe I have the right to handle it. Qi Delong naturally knew the purpose of his visit, but he still said it. Jin Yang squeezed out a smile. Manager Qi, can you contact Mr. Qi? You must save me, I want you to take over my iron mine. This time, Jin Yang seemed to be unable to bear it any longer, and his words were not as tough as before. Qi Delong couldn't help smiling slightly. That's what you're talking about, but your mine is really too expensive. Mr. Qi said that if you can't afford it, you should find another buyer. Apparently, this was said on purpose. The iron mine where they are now alone can sell about 50 million ores every day. Even counting other expenses, 10 days and a half a month is enough to buy Jin Yang's mine. But, in a word, Qi Yang doesn't like this person. If you want him to buy more than 50 million, it is not negotiable. P.S. The data is still unchanged. Hearing what Qi Delong said, Jin Yang quickly said, Manager Qi, the price is negotiable, the price can be negotiated. How about it? I only need 100 million, just 100 million. Jin Yang originally planned to say 200 million, but in the end he gritted his teeth and said the price of a cabbage. However, Qi Delong firmly believed in Qi Yang's words, 100 million is too expensive and we can't afford it, let's say 50 million. As long as they are not blind, anyone who comes here can see countless heavy trucks departing one after another. After this month, no matter how you can sell 300,000 to 400,000 tons of ore, how can you not afford to sell a mere 100 million mine? However, now that his mine cannot be sold, this is the only way for him. He didn't dare to be overwhelmed, but laughed and said, the price is negotiable, how about this, I will lower it a bit, and you will raise it, how about 80 million? At this moment, every time Jin Yang said a number, his heart was bleeding. He only hated his bad luck. He had just invested Davi's funds in it, and he had almost emptied himself out. As a result, Polar Mining was born out of nowhere and directly monopolized the market. Not to mention that the investment was lost, and the ore could not be sold. 40 million. Qi Delong said with a blank face. Why do you still? 30 million. Do not. 20 million. Okay. Manager Qi, 50 million, just 50 million. Jin Yang was really scared. If this continued, he might not be able to sell it again. Can count a little. Soon, the contract was drawn up, and 50 million yuan was exchanged for a mine. For Qi Yang, there is no loss for sure. After Jin Yang got the money, he ran away with his mining license. Although this is the place where he was born and raised, people's hearts are not old. If it goes on like this, he's afraid that even his bones will be eaten up. On the second day after starting work at the mine there, Qi Yang took Qi Delong and other high-level officials of the extreme subway industry to go there. Before that, for the sake of simplicity, it was directly named Polar No. 2 Iron Mine. After coming here, I found that, sure enough, this mine also has a road that looks very good. And it seems that it didn't take long to build it, just a few months earlier than the one on Mount Huatai. However, in the No. 1 mining area of Huatai Mountain, the road is very busy, and there are mine cars coming in and out almost 24 hours a day. But here, it seems very deserted. The cold wind of early winter blows, and it looks a little lonely. Soon, several people came to the No. 2 mining area that they had just bought. After entering, most of the people present were shocked. They never expected that the mine here was planned so well. Although it is not as good as the No. 1 mining area, I am afraid that at least 100 or 200 million will be invested to build this place like this. Then, what surprised them even more was that the finished ore powder piled up like a hill. These ore powders are sold, although the grade is not high, but 30 million can still be sold. Jin Yang could not be sold before, but Qi Yang was able to. Everyone is an acquaintance, since the high-grade ones are not enough, who should use the low-grade ones? 50 million to buy this mine is definitely a cabbage price. After all, a lot of costs are recovered in an instant. Counting the devices that appear in the eyes now. This time, it is equivalent to getting a big mine without spending money, and also got a full set of equipment by the way. Although Qi Yang didn't care about the money, he was still very happy. Think about it, if $1 is dropped on the road, people may not pick it up, but for a red envelope of a penny, each of them will never tire of it, and is very happy. Qi Yang, now is the kind of joy of grabbing a red envelope. Qi Delong was very pleasantly surprised and said, Boss, I really made a lot of money this time, and I am afraid that these hardware conditions are more than that money. After taking a brief look at the mining area, Qi Yang said to Qi Delong, the next priority is to get this mine back to work as soon as possible, and fully exploit it. As usual, the scale should be as big as it can be. The foundation here is considered very good in China. Since this is the case, Qi Yang naturally hopes to resume work as soon as possible. It is naturally excellent to make money one day earlier. This mine may not work in the hands of others, but in the hands of Qi Yang, it is equivalent to another money printing machine. With a radius of 5 kilometers and a depth of 1 kilometer, 13 million tons of iron ore appeared. 13 million tons, yes, this number has far exceeded Qi Yang's expectations. After simply checking the three-dimensional map, Qi Yang gave the order to gather the iron ore here. It didn't take long for the operation to be completed. Nowadays, those ores that were not of high grade are like egg shells. When the eggshell is broken, a layer of rockier layer like a film will be found, and then it will appear again, all of which are high-grade ores comparable to the number 1 mining area. At that time, number 2 iron mine will show its crazy edge. At that time, Xiyang's iron ore will radiate the entire central area of Xishan province. P.S. The data seems to have risen a bit during the day, but it has never risen a little bit at night, and the fancy evaluation tickets are flowers. Congratulations to the master for completing the achievement of producing 100,000 tons per day. The system is being upgraded. In half a month, the number 2 iron mine officially started construction, followed by the system's notification sound. The system has been upgraded, the scanning range has been expanded to a radius of 10 kilometers, the scanning depth has reached 3 kilometers, and the analysis function has been activated. The radius is 10 kilometers, doubled, and the depth is 3 kilometers, tripled. When superimposed, the scanning range has doubled by a full 12 times. In addition, a parsing function has been added. System, what is the analysis function? Xiyang asked. According to the sample provided by the owner, it is convenient and quick to test, on-site analysis, quantitative detection test of the percentage of metal elements in metal or non-metallic materials, and a comprehensive analysis of its metallurgy and casting process, and convenient and fast raw material acceptance, product testing in various links such as furnace analysis and finished product inspection. Fuck. This function is simply against the sky. With this function, Xiyang's road to resource empire will take another big step forward. For example, there is a certain alloy that does not exist in the country. It only needs to get a few samples to generate a complete smelting process through this function. At the same time, in all aspects, it is fully assisted to smelt it. Nowadays, China still lags behind those advanced countries in terms of metal smelting, but with this function, Xiyang believes that he will soon be able to lead the team and catch up. However, when Xiyang was still in YY, suddenly, the phone rang. It turned out to be because of the last report. After a month passed, it was seen by a certain leader of the Academy of Sciences. Then, I began to apply to the above, wanting to come to Xiyang's mine for research. The goal of the research is naturally to break through the excavator. It is so huge, how can there be no reason not to study and mass produce it? Regarding this matter, Xiyang thought about it for a while, and felt that this matter is not impossible to talk about. As long as I can get enough benefits, it doesn't hurt to let them study it. In addition, this matter itself is not easy to refuse. After all, they came here for national justice. In about 3 days, a kind-hearted little old man with completely gray hair came to Polar Mining with several young people. Hello, you are Academician Wang, right? After seeing the little old man, Xiyang said with a smile. That's right, you are the boss here, right? You are really young and promising. The little old man said with a smile. You can't talk about being young and promising. I'm just lucky. You are the pillar of the country when you are old. Xiyang laughed. As the saying goes, people respect me 1 foot, and I respect others 1 foot. So far, the little old man seems to be doing well. I think your mine is an open-pit mine. I believe that big guy will bring you a lot of benefits. Academician Wang looked at the huge excavator not far from them, and said involuntarily. However, while speaking, he saw a large number of another kind of excavator. That kind of excavator was not the one he saw in his daily life, and it looked even more powerful. A strange color appeared in the eyes. Unexpectedly, this young man named Xiyang got a large number of these medium-sized excavators at the same time as he got the giant machine. Yes, but there are too few of them. Just one. I now have 2 iron mines, a coal mine, and a diamond mine. These mines are of little use except for diamond mines, and they can be used for other mines. Crucial role. Xiyang looked at the giant and smiled. Mr. Qi, you actually own 4 open-pit mines. I think you know something about mining machinery, don't you? Academician Wang obviously didn't know that Xiyang had so many mines. Moreover, all of them are open-pit mines. Yes, it's a pity that the current domestic mining machines are still too backward. To be honest, these machines are not glorious to me. you also know that some things cannot pass the level. Shi Yang said helplessly. As for these mechanical equipment, in fact, everyone thinks that he smuggled them here. However, everyone turned a blind eye. After all, this matter can be regarded as a good thing. It is also a skill to be able to transport back things that cannot be bought from abroad. The open pit mine is originally in our celestial dynasty, and it is considered the top priority of research. Academician Wang said, overseas open pit mining has been fully mechanized more than 20 years ago. One worker plus one machine can do more work than our 200 workers. Believe you, it can also be seen, so the most important thing we should do is to modernize the open pit mine. There are many modernizations in open pit mines, including excavation, screening. That's right, that's why I say that there is a long way to go, but you always have to take it step by step. Academician Wang said. Now is a good opportunity. I still have some excavators that I managed to get here. The smaller ones, I can give you one and disassemble it. At will. Shi Yang laughed. P.S. Ask for flowers. Ask for a recommendation ticket. After yesterday morning, the data has really not changed, woo woo woo. But don't forget our agreement. Shi Yang reminded again. Of course. Academician Wang's tone became low in an instant. However, Mr. Chi, you have to remember that the development of the mining industry is far from meeting the requirements of national economic development, and has been dragging the legs of the national economic growth. This experiment will definitely achieve a technological breakthrough. Since you require technical, the right to use it belongs to you, so you must produce it and put it into use as soon as possible, so that more open-pit mines can be used. It's natural, and, Academician Wang, perhaps no one is more suitable for this than me. Shi Yang laughed and said, I have prepared a small workshop for you, and there is a medium-sized excavator parked in it now, you can study it carefully. I can find a place for you outside. No, it's better here. It's close to the machine, so you don't need to waste time. Academician Wang said. After negotiating with Academician Wang, Shi Yang began to find a suitable place near Mount Huatai and prepared to start building a factory. Shi Yang didn't know whether Academician Wang could research the completed production process by studying the finished excavator. However, Shi Yang doesn't care, he can still afford an investment of just over 1 billion. First, invest in the construction of a factory, and purchase a batch of equipment as soon as possible to fill it. Once Academician Wang has researched the results, he will start to produce excavators with all his strength. Today, his mining industry is getting bigger and bigger, and the demand for excavators, mine transport vehicles, and other mining equipment is increasing. Although when talking with Academician Wang, the excavator will be sold. However, Shi Yang will not be sold so easily, first to meet its own needs. However, Shi Yang's development speed is simply a bottomless pit for excavators. It can't be too crazy to say, but the moment polar mining meets domestic demand, I'm afraid it has integrated almost all the mines in the world. At that time, I'm afraid it won't be able to sell even if it wants to. However, at this time, who would have thought that the polar mining industry has such potential? However, now, Shi Yang has taken control of the two largest iron mines in Huatai City, and will turn all the ores excavated from the two iron mines into high-grade ores in the next dozens of months. Then, next, it's time to start that plan. Shi Yang came to the office area of polar mining and knocked on the door of the president's office. Come in. After hearing the knock on the door, Lin Xingyin said, and then saw Shi Yang walking in. Hey, our big boss, why come to my place today when you have time? Lin Xingyin looked at Shi Yang and teased. It has been almost 3 months since she was tricked into becoming the president of polar mining, but the number of times she has seen Shi Yang is countless. Of course, she was actually very happy about this. After all, every capable person wants to let her boss fully delegate power and let her do drastic things. I'm here on business. I'll treat you to dinner after talking. Shi Yang laughed. Hey, my big boss doesn't want to pick on me, does he? Lin Xingyin laughed. Shi Yang was speechless when he heard her words. Let's talk about work first, Tianmi, you go to the door. Although Tianmi is Shi Yang's personal bodyguard, Shi Yang still won't let him hear some important decisions. After Tianmi went out, Shi Yang said to Lin Xingyin, now that the Jilin railway industry has 2 large mining areas, next, I plan to start the Pishio project. Pishio, also known as warding off evil spirits and Tianlu, is the beast of auspiciousness that turns disaster into auspiciousness. From ancient times to the present, the emperors and the common people have paid great attention to collecting and wearing Pishio. It is said that in addition to the effects of good luck and evil spirits, Pishio also has the functions of townhouse, turning tai sui, and promoting marriage. In ancient times, people often used Pishio as the name of the army. In addition, Pishio has another characteristic, that is, it has a mouth but no anus. Shi Yang named this plan as Pishio, which is also aimed at the characteristics in these myths. Once the Pishio project is started, the extreme iron mine will become an invincible army, swallowing everything. Ha! Lin Xingyin frowned slightly upon hearing this. Is it too fast? Not fast. We have to speed up the pace of development. Compared with my goal, it is still too far away. Shi Yang's expression did not change. However, starting from Huatai City, radiating outwards and purchasing all the iron ore, this will not only require a lot of financial resources, but also manpower and material resources. Now, apart from financial resources, I am afraid that other things cannot be done. Lin Xingyin thought for a while, and said to Qi Yang. That's right, the so-called Pishio project is an annexation. Spread out from a single point. When each subsidiary develops to a certain level, it will start this plan and expand outward. From point to point, all iron ore within a certain range will be acquired, integrated, produced, and sold. Qi Yang will secretly refine and gather iron ore with large reserves to form high-grade mines. And the other small mines acquired are the production places of low-grade ore. Of course, the Pishio project is only aimed at China. In the next period of time, things for foreign countries will also start soon. P.S. Up to now, the data has still not changed. Is there any big brother reading the book of the younger brother? If so, can you tell me? Well, of course I know this, so it must be officially started now. What you have to do now is to select a large number of employees and conduct unified training. Once the plan starts, it will not stop until it encounters a certain bottleneck. Come down, and these trained people will be divided into groups and go to the acquired mine to serve as the leader. Shi Yang said to Lin Xingyin seriously. As for the material resources you mentioned, there may be a good solution to this point soon. Shi Yang was talking about Academician Wang. In these 2 days, Academician Wang will apply for entry and become a member of the Polar Mining Research Department. Once a breakthrough was made in the excavator, the production workshop began to run rapidly. At that moment, it will be the moment when Pishio project officially starts. Okay, you are the boss, you have the final say. Lin Xingyin still felt that this plan was a little rushed. After all, if you take a big step, it is easy to pull the egg. However, it is still necessary to cultivate talents. After all, the polar mining industry is really short of people. Why don't you express your opinion? Shi Yang was also taken aback when he heard this. Now the entire celestial dynasty is like a giant. If he wants to develop, he must eat a lot of various ores. Now, this giant is like a mammal that has entered a period of rapid growth. Hunger, this is his only feeling. Lin Xingyin organized her words and said, now, no matter how many cakes appear in front of him, he can eat them all. It's indeed a good decision for you to buy a large amount of iron ore, but, Lin Xingyin said after a slight pause, I always feel that we should not point radiation, but build large-scale mining areas all over the country and connect them with points. Become a network covering the whole country. Hearing his words, Shi Yang finally showed a smile. This is what he really wants to hear. What he needs is a president who has ideas and opinions, not a president who he says and executes directly. Oh? Then tell me about the advantages of your method? Shi Yang laughed. Cost saving. Stable and continuous sales, wide radiating area, easy to form brand effect. Lin Xingyin said. What's the disadvantage of that compared to mine? Shi Yang asked again. It should be nothing, right? Lin Xingyin thought for a while, and said with some uncertainty, at most, there are other ores for sale in this area. That's right, it's because of this that I want to face each other. Qi Yang nodded his head and said, although this will disperse a lot of our manpower, material and financial resources, wherever it radiates, it will be our chassis, and other people's minds will not be able to enter. What's the matter, what? Boss, you want to monopolize? When Lin Xingyin was about to say that it was useless, she suddenly thought of this point. The only advantage of doing so is monopoly. Let other people's minds not come in. After all, people who want to buy or want good quality. Polar mining has high-grade ore, even if it is imported ore, it may not be comparable. If the customer wants a low price, there are many small mines purchased, and there are also many low-grade ores. In addition to the distance, it can definitely become the lowest price. In this way, once the area is radiated, all the iron ore consumed will be exported by the polar mining industry. Maybe this will slow down the speed of radiating the whole country countless times, and consume countless times of resources, but the harvest is quite considerable. Xingyin, we need to be far-sighted in doing things. My goal is to build a resource empire. Not an ordinary person who sells mines for a living and is worth tens of billions. Qi Yang looked at Lin Xingyin, who was shocked just because he intended to monopolize, and said slowly. Hearing Qi Yang's words, Lin Xingyin remained silent for a long time. She is not an ordinary person who sells mines for a living and is worth tens of billions. This riding horse is still an ordinary person. How many people in the country can reach such a worth? At this time, Lin Xingyin also fully realized Qi Yang's terrifying thoughts. Those hundreds of shell companies are not just for fun, but plan to really set up so many. It's just that, I don't know when, those companies, I don't know when, all of them will really appear. It took a long time for Lin Xingyin to react. I didn't expect your goal to be so terrifying. However, in this way, we must fight steadily. From the basics, there must be no mistakes. Lin Xingyin paused for a moment, and finally thought of an adjective suitable for this idea, that is horror. In this world, I am afraid that it is impossible for anyone to have such an idea, and no one will ever have such an idea. However, Qi Yang appeared. If it can be done, then the whole world will be affected by him. If he can really radiate to all parts of the world in his lifetime, then he will become the most transcendent existence in this world. At this moment, Lin Xingyin's desire to challenge was raised to the extreme. She also wants to see what kind of scenery it is. At that moment, history will discipline. It will be written like this in history. Under the leadership of Qi Yang, with the efforts of a large number of people headed by Lin Xingyin, they successfully controlled the global mineral veins, achieved the supreme resource empire, and influenced the world until today. In fact, Qi Yang's words, to the ears of ordinary people, are completely the words of a madman. Maybe the mental hospital will be notified directly. However, it was different in Lin Xingyin's ears. She trusted Qi Yang from the bottom of her heart. She saw Qi Yang's strength. In just half a year, from negative assets to what it is now, it is already unprecedented. If it continues, that goal may really be achieved. Of course I know. Qi Yang laughed and said, in addition, you should also think about security matters, separate the security department, set up a polar security company, and then train a large number of security personnel. The more people there are, the more people will be needed. Well, I see. Originally, I also planned to expand the security department. In this case, let's set up a security company directly. Lin Xingyin nodded. For security, it's best to use all the veterans of our dynasty, they are very good. Qi Yang nodded and said, in addition, besides security, there is also network security and so on. After all, everyone is now in a modern office, and there are other aspects. You just look at it, I don't know much about it. Is there anything else to explain, my big boss? Lin Xingyin suddenly returned to another state and said. Seeing Lin Xingyin's appearance, Qi Yang was taken aback for a moment. Oh, my big boss, why have you started to look at me like this? Seeing the sudden change in Qi Yang's eyes, Lin Xingyin couldn't help chuckling and joked. Hee, I just thought about the problem. There was no change on Qi Yang's face. Oh? What are you thinking? Is there anything else I need to do? Lin Xingyin asked curiously. It is said that ancient emperors loved Jiangshan more than beautiful women. I don't understand. Can a beautiful woman be more important than Jiangshan? Until I saw you just now, I understood that beautiful women are as important as Jiangshan. The beauties who fight on their own are more important. Poochie. The two chatted a few more words, had a meal together, and then. The next morning, Shi Yang didn't go to polar mining, but drove directly to the city with Tianmi, and picked up a person at the gate of the Metallurgical Bureau. After a brief exchange, the two drove away. Go straight to the highway and drive away from Huatai City. This time, their target is a coal mine in Linshur. Going here was well thought out by Qi Yang. According to Qi Yang's survey, there are only a few most suitable coal mines. And the closest to him is in Linshur, and this time, there is another leader who went with him. After all, Qi Yang is now a real big taxpayer. I don't know how many days it has been since I wrote this book. Anyway, it's a little slower than others, because I'm not full-time, so I can only get up early and go to bed late every day to code. I won't say anything if it sells badly. Just take a look at the accompanying pictures later. As long as you subscribe more, you don't need to sleep. It's always loved to be speechless, so it's okay to leave a subscription. Ha, just kidding, the boss who likes is willing to support the younger brother. The younger brother is very grateful, and the boss who doesn't like it can read the book of the younger brother for so long. The younger brother is also very happy. Even though that's what I said, I still implore all the bosses to support the younger brother's first order. Every first order is very important to an author. In addition, the younger brother must try his best to code words, subscribe continuously, and code words will not stop. Available tonight at 11 o'clock. Linshur is a big city adjacent to Huatai City. It leans against a branch of Huatai Mountain in the east and adjoins the Mother River in the west. Linshur has a long history and is one of the important birthplaces of the Chinese nation and the cradle of the Mother River civilization. It is known as the first capital of the Chinese dynasty. This is an important part of the construction of new energy and industrial bases in Xishan province. Moreover, Qi Yang has long valued this place. Coming here this time can be regarded as opening the real door of polar mine Asia to the outside world. After all, except for the diamond mine, everything is in Huatai City. The reason why Qi Yang values this place is because it contains extremely rich mine resources. Proven coal reserves in Linshur have reached 40 billion tons, making it the largest mine in the province. This figure directly accounts for 14% of the province. The three major coking coal bases in the country are located in Linshur. The coal mines in the whole city are in a state of thick coal seam, shallow burial, and easy mining. The innate condition is much better than that of Huatai City. In addition, iron ore, the second largest mine resource, has reached 500 million tons, of which 200 million tons are relatively rare magnetite. 930. The proportion of rich ore even accounted for more than 70% of the province's rich ore. There is a huge community less than 10 kilometers away from the Jin Kingdom ruins. Or a very well-planned small town is also possible. This is the administrative family area of the mine that Qi Yang is going to this time. A mere family area can reach such a size. It is conceivable how terrifying this mine is. As the name suggests, the so-called administrative family area is the place where the administrative area and the family area are combined. The administrative area is where the leaders of the mine conduct their daily administration. The family area has everything from kindergarten to junior high school, from hospital to canteen. In this place, the legendary communism was really realized. Qi Yang's target mine is further afield. Under normal circumstances, every morning, there will be a bus fleet to transport the miners to the mining area, and at night, they will return again. Because of this, it used to have its own brilliance, the second mine in Xishan, the first coke mine. Tianmi drove the car, carrying Qi Yang and another middle-aged woman directly into this area, BCDB. Under the guidance of the middle-aged woman, he soon came to a building. As soon as he got out of the car, a strong man ran over and grabbed the hand of the woman who came with Qi Yang. "Big sister, you're finally here, I've been waiting so hard for you. But I'm so suffocated, bro." Hey, let go, Nyang's hand can't stand your pinch." There was an exaggerated expression on the woman's face that could be seen as fake at a glance, and she withdrew her hand. He sneered and said, "Old Lou, what are you doing? Do you want to play with my old woman again, and you are not afraid that your sister-in-law will make you kneel on the washboard? Big sister is not old now, if you can hold your hand, it's worth it to go back and kneel on the washboard." The big man, nicknamed Lao Lu, laughed. "Really? When I see my sister-in-law, I will talk about it carefully. See what my sister-in-law asked you to kneel tonight." Cough cough. Seeing that the two seemed to be falling in love, Qi Yang's complexion changed slightly, and he couldn't help coughing lightly. "Old Lu, let me introduce you, this is Qi Yang, a well-known entrepreneur in Huatai City and the boss of Polar Mining.w." While speaking, he turned his gaze to Qi Yang and said, "Mr. Qi, this is Mr. Lu Xinmin, the chairman and mine manager of Energy Concentrating Coke." "Mr. Lu, hello." Qi Yang said, his eyes flickered when he spoke. If it was a few years ago, Qi Yang would not have paid attention to this mine, because it was a wholly state-owned company back then. The entire company is funded by the state. This kind of enterprise basically doesn't care about profitability, and the production of ore is generally priced according to marginal cost or average cost. However, until the last time when reformed mining licenses were issued, there was a change here. Moreover, this change is huge, that is, the original state-owned enterprise has become a state-owned enterprise. Under such circumstances, Qi Yang can completely acquire it. There is even an opportunity to buy back the country's shares in the future, making it a complete sole proprietorship. After Qi Yang met several leaders of the mine here, mine manager Lu asked, "Big girl, what is your plan to come here this time?" Director Qin, the woman who came with Qi Yang, said with a smile, "I'm tired of staying in Huatai, and I want to come to mine manager Lu for a change of air, okay?" In fact, she is not the director, but a deputy. "You are welcome at any time, Director Qin can stay as long as he wants. If you want to go out to play, I will arrange military and civilian for you." Mine manager Lu patted his chest and said, "But I don't think Director Qin is so boring." Director Qin smiled, "I'm here to give you a chance to get out." "Ha?" Mine manager Lu frowned, as if he didn't understand what Director Qin meant. "The difficulties in your mine," Director Qin reminded. "Look at what Director Qin said, look at your coal mine, it's so rich, this yard is much more grand than yours." Mine manager Lu said, pretending not to care. However, before mine manager Lu finished speaking, he was choked back by Director Qin's words. "What's so rich that it's obviously a poor mountain valley? Don't think I don't know. This mine is not as good as it used to be. I used to believe that it was so rich. Now, I'm afraid I'm losing a lot every day, right?" Chief Qin smiled. Mine manager Lu's face changed slightly. "Don't, big sister, don't talk about it here, everyone still doesn't know about it? If it gets out." About half a year ago, mine manager Lu's people suddenly discovered that the quality of coal in the mine was getting worse and worse. After just 3 months, the mine entered a state of loss. It has been half a year now, although under the concealment of him and several leaders, the miners and their families here do not know about it. However, in a state of loss, it is necessary to develop such a large mine and support such a large family of nearly 100,000 people. Daily losses have reached millions, and sometimes even more than tens of millions. If the quality of the mine is still so poor, I am afraid that they will have to declare bankruptcy before long. Then, the nearly 100,000 people here, more than 30,000 people, will all face unemployment. Mine manager Lu has gone from a small person to his current position step by step. He has been a mine manager for more than 10 years. There is an inseparable feeling for this place and the people in it. Therefore, he must hold on. "Brother, I'm not talking too much, this time I'm here to help you solve the problem," Director Qin said with a smile when he saw mine manager Lu, whose face changed drastically. "What do you mean?" Mine manager Lu asked solemnly. "Let me say it." When Director Qin was about to speak, Qi Yang spoke. Mine manager Lu was also taken aback. Although Director Qin said that Qi Yang is an entrepreneur and a mining boss, he thinks that Qi Yang is just a playboy. After all, the boss of that mine would run around with such a good-looking female secretary. At this moment, he was really curious about what Qi Yang would say. I plan to buy this place. As soon as Chi Yang came out, mine manager Lu's face turned ashen. This young man really doesn't know, the sky is high and the earth is thick. The value here, the plaque is something that a dude like him can afford. Ha, mine manager Lu, don't underestimate Mr. Chi. He took over the family's 300 million mine and started his business half a year ago. Now, he is the largest entrepreneur in Huatai City. The iron ore and a part of Huatai City, the coal, is all supplied by Mr. Chi. Director Chin smiled and said, and it's not just that, even in Linshire, there are many metallurgical companies using Mr. Chi's mines. Hearing this, mine manager Lu was also shocked. In just half a year, from 3 billion in debt to his current achievements, this person is not easy. Although he is mainly engaged in the coal industry, he also has some understanding of the steel industry. In Huatai City, the daily consumption of iron ore is about 80,000 tons. If Chi Yang is responsible for providing all the iron ore, then his daily turnover can reach about 90 million. There is also the coal industry, which is the industry he knows best. Since Director Chin mentioned his coal and iron ore together, I am afraid it will not be a small amount. In other words, Chi Yang's turnover in a day has reached at least 100 million. After excluding the cost. And so on, I am afraid that the cash in hand every day is also around 50 million. Thinking of this, mine manager Lu's original contempt disappeared in an instant. This young man is very capable. Perhaps it is not a bad thing for him to buy the mine. However, mine manager Lu has a bottom line. He must evaluate Chi Yang before he can sell the mine with confidence. The most important thing is that mine manager Lu feels a little unreal. If Chi Yang can do that kind of thing, why would an industrialist come to buy his mine after knowing the situation in his own mine? If you want to think about it, there are only two possibilities. One is that he has done some research secretly, and the conclusion can make him make money. The second is that he intends to bet that now, if something like this happens in the mine, the price will drop sharply. If he buys it at this time, if a good mine is opened again after a while, then he will make a lot of money. In that case, why don't I arrange for the two of you to stay here, and I'll take you to the mine in the afternoon? Mine manager Lu said after thinking for a few seconds. The four of them came to the guest house talking and laughing. When receiving Director Chin, mine manager Lu had already ordered the 3 best rooms of the guest house to be cleaned up. Director Chin directly chose a 1-bedroom apartment, while Chi Yang went directly into the next room, and Tianmi went in with Chi Yang. This made Director Chin stunned for a moment. Isn't this girl named Tianmi a secretary and a driver? How to share a room with Chi Yang? However, in an instant, it became clear. Young people? Vigorous. The secretary is used, to do things. Of course the secretary has to be by my side to help with things. At noon, mine manager Lu also arranged a welcome banquet. The banquet was very sumptuous, and Director Chin showed Chi Yang what it means to not give up to a woman. Faced with toasting toasts by mine manager Lu and 5 or 6 mine leaders here, she was still able to talk and laugh happily, and would not refuse anyone who came. And, after that, there is Chi Yang. In the end, the people on the mine were put into 3. Also, 2 more slipped under the table. Under such circumstances, the plan to go to the mine this afternoon fell through. No way, I can't go to the mine with a few drunkards. When it was midnight, Chi Yang smiled at Tianmi and said, let's go out for a stroll. There was a hint of surprise in Tianmi's eyes again. During the time he followed Chi Yang, he felt more and more that Chi Yang was mysterious. Everything he did seemed a little unbelievable. However, it is often the one who benefits. My old man followed. Forget it, I won't give up. Damn it, I gave up too. I follow. After walking a few steps, I saw 5 or 6 people gathered there, who seemed to be frying gold flowers. These few people are young, at this point, they are still in the mine, and most of them are people who have not gone to work in the mine. Ask for flowers. I'm KQJ. Madan, I don't need to invite you for dinner today. Hey, brothers, I'm climbing a mountain, can you let me play too? Mountain climbing is exactly the dialect over there. And this abrupt voice suddenly sounded behind everyone, and when they looked back, they found that it was a young man who looked about the same age as him, and beside him was a beautiful and outrageous woman. They have spent most of their lives in this family area, so they have rarely seen beautiful women, let alone such outstanding ones as Tianmi. Where are you from? The little fat man who just won looked at Qi Yang and asked angrily. They don't play with money, just a few acquaintances are betting who will treat them tonight. 0. Me, I'm going to go to the mine tomorrow to have a look. I'm free now. I'm wandering around. I'm a little bored. Seeing that you're playing well, I want to play a couple of games. Qi Yang said with a smile. The few of us are betting. Who is going to have dinner tonight? If you want to play, go find someone else. The other person said to Qi Yang directly. Qi Yang said with a smile, how about this, play with me until dinner time, I'll take the meal. Ha! That's fine. The little fat man nodded decisively when he heard Qi Yang's words. It's better if someone treats you for a while. Soon, Yang became one with these young people. I'm Leopard. Ha 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 ha. Qi Yang suddenly flipped over the cards in his hand and said loudly. After these few hands, everyone's hostility towards Qi Yang disappeared. During dinner, Qi Yang fulfilled his promise and invited these people to dinner in the cafeteria on the mine. That person who seems to have asked Qi Yang to find someone else has nothing to say to Qi Yang at the moment. That's right, buddy. Those who have jobs are different from us. I don't know how many of us there are. When will there be jobs? None of you work? Qi Yang wondered, this is the family area of a big mine, theoretically, how could these people have a job in the mine? I am currently unemployed, probably because of the half-year loss. Isn't this nonsense? Who would be a big name if there is a job? Yeah, I don't know when this kind of day will be the end. A mine as big as yours can house a few of you? Qi Yang was a little surprised. How many are there? That's right, there are thousands of 800 men in this family area who don't have a job. Well, if things go on like this, I'm afraid that after 2 months, once the year is over, everyone will go out to make a living. The little fat man took a breath and said. You mine manager Lu seems a bit interesting. He didn't want to arrange a way out for you people? Qi Yang asked them. Actually, this time when Qi Yang came here, what he saw was not the mines here. He's looking at people. What is the most lacking of polar mining industry now? People, of course. Both management and experienced miners are missing. After much deliberation, Qi Yang thought of buying this mine. As for 357 relying on this huge family area, the people in it, who are a little older, have mining experience, and the younger ones, who grew up in the mine since childhood, are definitely easier to get started than others. There are 100,000 people in this family area, and among these people, excluding those old and weak women and children, there are at least 60,000 to 70,000 people. If these people can be used by Qi Yang, they will play an important role in the development of the polar mining industry. The old masters here can bring newcomers when they go out. And the newcomers here, when they go out, they can already be regarded as entry-level workers who can independently rise to the top. With the leadership of these people, it won't take long for the workers under Qi Yang's hands to rise to the level of their superiors. The man in the Lu mine has some skills, but he can only manage those mines. He is still not good at managing people. Yes, I heard that the old man is very willing. He once said that if anyone can accommodate us, he will be able to give up the position of the mine manager. But there are hundreds of us, not just a few people. How can there be so many people? Easy. After some discussions, Qi Yang learned a lot about the mine. For the next thing, he is even more certain of winning. Early the next morning, Qi Yang ate some breakfast at the small stove in the guest house, and headed to the mine with Director Qin, mine manager Lu and others. Because of Tianmi's particularity, Bula Tianmi got into his own car. Others used the 2 jeeps in the mine. After all, in the terrain around here, only this kind of car can run neatly. Although the distance between the family area and the mining area is only about 10 kilometers, these cars had to walk on the road for an hour. When the coal mine was developed, they actually thought about building roads, but the terrain here is really not suitable for road building. To be precise, the roads built will not be too strong. The cement roads and asphalt roads that used to be broken down as soon as the heavy trucks are driven. Finally, the horse arrived at the destination, an open-pit coal mine. The scale is very large, twice as big as Qiyang Mountains mine. Moreover, because of the different terrain and the fact that it has been open-pit mining for many years, the Guangjingyang mine here is very different from other mines. Looking down from the top, I saw a huge mine pit. A road goes round and round the edge of the pit, going down and down, round and round. Finally, as if connected directly to a point. On the road that circles around, there are many coal mine transport vehicles transporting those coal mines up. Near the mine pit, there are two huge waste rock piles, which look very shocking. From those stones, it can be seen that this place was above the coal mine before, covered with a lot of rocks. The situation back then, I am afraid that all of them are due to lack of experience. A group of people, sweating profusely, carried the stones there one by one. After experiencing countless hardships, the black treasure below was revealed. This mine vein is really huge. If Qiyang's system hadn't been upgraded 2 days ago, it wouldn't be able to directly cover the current mine area. The system has already started scanning, and Qiyang also communicated with mine manager Liu and others briefly. Originally, Qiyang came here for the people here, but now, seeing such a scene, a thought appeared in his heart: he must get this mine. The scan results of the system haven't come out yet, but Qiyang feels that this mine is definitely not easy based on his own intuition. The loss must be caused by other reasons. He is determined to obtain the black treasure here. The price of coal may not be as expensive as other ores, but it has a huge effect. Coal is mainly used in power, coking coal, and coal chemical industry. These three areas can be said to be related to the lifeline of the national economy. Although hydropower is said to be very strong now, wind power and nuclear power have already appeared. However, in fact, more than 65% of electricity comes from thermal power. Thermal power generation uses power coal. In a certain period of time, it is difficult to have other ways to replace the dominant position of thermal power. Just imagine what a terrible thing it would be if there wasn't enough coal to generate electricity. If there are a lot of iron mines, perhaps, what you have is just wealth, but if there are a lot of coal mines, what you get will be rights. Time passed by, and when the three-dimensional map of the system appeared, Qiyang was shocked. Now it seems that the quality of the coal mines here has declined, and it seems that there is a little bit of exhaustion. However, after the poor quality coal mines in this section were dug away, all the coal mines below were of excellent quality. More generally, it was full. Such a large system scanning area is actually full. Knowing the margins, it's all about mines. This, which is almost rated as a mine that is about to be exhausted, actually contains coal mines that make the whole country tremble. Qiyang expressed that he wanted to take a look nearby, and mine manager Liu and others also expressed their willingness to accompany him. However, on the second day, there was no company, just Qiyang looked around by himself. Director Qin has already gone back to Mrs. Hua. Still the driver of Tianmi, 5.4 Qiyang detection, as if traveling in a place with a particularly bad environment. After several days of exploration, Qiyang found that there are mines everywhere in the 450-kilometer area, but he doesn't know why the people before did not explore. That is comparable to the area of Asahi district in Beijing. According to the results scanned by the system, there are more than 8 billion tons of coal mines, plus Qiyang's calculations. It is estimated that the coal mines here can reach 12 billion tons. 12 billion tons. According to the current excavation speed of the Qiyang mountain vein, I am afraid that the coal mines here will last for 3 or 4 centuries. 12 billion tons, how terrifying is this figure? If a train is 8 meters long and has a load of 70 tons, then, if all these coal mines are put on it, it can circle the earth 36 times. It is dozens of times more terrifying than Merlot milk tea. 12 billion tons. If this mine is his, fully develop it and sell it, he will be richer than the richest man in the world. Must get this mine. Also, find a way to get 100% of the shares. Qiyang has been in the neighborhood for the past few days, and he seems to be just strolling around every day. However, someone who doesn't know revealed that Qiyang intends to buy this mining area. This incident caused 1,000 waves. In fact, there is no impenetrable wall in the world. The situation in the mine is getting worse and worse, and those miners with more experience can see it, but the mine manager and other leaders don't say anything, and they can't say it. At most, it is to say a few words on the side of the pillow. Mine manager Lu was the only one who was sure that Qi Yang would buy this place, but Qi Yang's actions these days really made him a little confused. Who would turn around like that? Even if you want a transfer, you should bring professional equipment and let the exploration 12 personnel come. After careful consideration, Lu Guangchang still had some doubts about his thoughts. That is, Qi Yang intends to find out some mistakes in the mining area, and then use this to reduce the price? Finally, the day of the showdown arrived. One day in advance, Yang told mine manager Lu about it. Today, in a conference room in the family area, Qi Yang had the first negotiation with 5 shareholders headed by mine manager Lu. Mine manager Lu, the two of us have disturbed your work these days, Qi Yang said in a very gentle tone. When talking about business, of course you have to be gentle at the beginning, otherwise you will continue to talk like this. As you all know, I am also a mine owner, so in the past few days, I have visited and studied nearby. After a slight pause, he continued, this time I really benefited a lot. This is indeed the second iron mine in Xishan province, the largest coke mine, and the most commendable thing is that the mountainous open-pit mine in the Gaohan area has very good working conditions. It's bad, but it's still orderly, everyone is really a good leader. After a lot of business bragging between the two parties, Qi Yang suddenly cut to the chase. Although the leaders are good, we all know that the quality of the ore here has begun to decline. In just half a year, the quality has declined in an all-round way. Now, I can't make ends meet. However, I happen to have some spare money and want to gamble. I don't know if you are willing to transfer this place to me. Qi Yang glanced around and smiled. Mine manager Lu woke up instantly from the previous compliments. Here comes the topic. I don't know what price Mr. Qi decided to offer. Mine manager Lu asked. 1 billion. Qi Yang said decisively. Mr. Qi, your price is not honest. When our mine was at its peak, we produced tens of millions of mines a day. The man beside mine manager Lu said with a smile. And the equipment in our mine is more than this price. Another shareholder said. Your mining equipment is indeed worth a lot of money, but there are big problems. First of all, the safety measures in the stope are not perfect, and there are safety dead ends. If someone is injured or even dies. This, before Qi Yang could finish speaking, a shareholder interrupted. Please listen to what I have to say. Also, the second point is that the maintenance of your vehicles and equipment here is also very poor. In one breath, Qi Yang raised several questions, and immediately said to the previous shareholder, what's your opinion just now? After saying so much in one breath, how can I refute it? In fact, the questions raised by Qi Yang are fundamentally common questions in the entire Chinese dynasty. These problems are not something that can be changed overnight. However, these problems cannot be ignored, and they are considered to be some violations. Mine manager Lu, it is precisely because of this that I offer a price of 1 billion yuan. Do you have any questions? After listening to the mine manager Lu, he laughed. Mr. Qi is really a great expert. He is really accurate in seeing the problem. My old Lu is convinced. However, this can only lower the price of this mine by 500 million at most. We want to add 114.5 billion. Hearing this, Qi Yang smiled slightly and said, mine manager Lu packed the whole mine and sold it for 14.5 billion, isn't it a bit expensive, maybe 5 billion? I wipe. Asking prices all over the sky, sitting on the floor and haggling over the price, he ended up stabbing the knife here. The original quotation was from the mining area, but his price in mind was 5 billion, but now it is directly 10 billion more. Isn't this going to sell the entire mine in a package? Mine manager Lu immediately became vigilant. It is really not easy for this Qi Yang to be able to mix like this. However, how could he, Lu, directly fall into such a trap? If it was really that simple to package up the entire mine and sell it cheaply, his mine would not still be in his hands until now. Boss Qi, this is your fault. Mine Lu said with a smile, even if we don't count as a mining area, it's not worth 500 billion, right? Mine Manager Lu, can you give me a real price? Feel your conscience. Shi Yang said directly to Mine Manager Lu. That's right, let's drop another 500 million, a total of 140 million. Mine Manager Lu looked at the other shareholders around him, and said with some embarrassment. Mine Manager Lu doesn't seem to be an honest person, so let's take a step back, 7 billion. Shi Yang also smiled and said to Mine Manager Lu. Mine Manager Lu sighed again, then sat down and said to Qi Yang, Mr. Qi, you want to buy our mine? We have nothing to say, this is considered to help us, but you can't let the price down. So if you die, you will also be considerate of us? Oh? Mine Manager Lu, why don't you tell me, what do you need to understand? Shi Yang said blankly. There are more than 50,000 miners in our mine, and they support a population of 100,000. We sold the mine, and they also need housing expenses. Mine Manager Lu said. Shi Yang said, since this is the case, why don't you just pack it up and sell it to me? Huh? Boss Qi, what do you mean? Mine Manager Lu suddenly wondered what Qi Yang meant. Didn't you just agree to pack it for me? The mining area, buildings, land, items, and workers are all included. Qi Yang said in a puzzled tone. Mr. Qi, what do you mean, you want to take over this family area too? Lu Guangchang was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized it. Qi Yang asked back, of course, otherwise where do those miners live? Mine Manager Lu fell silent for a moment, he had to sort out his thoughts, he seemed to be on a different channel than Qi Yang. As the saying goes, those who are close to vermilion are red and those who are close to ink are black. Several major shareholders, including Mine Manager Lu, rose from the grassroots. Although they are the top ones, they are very concerned about the grassroots workers. Mr. Qi, the few of us need to discuss it. Please go ahead. Qi Yang waved his hand. It took more than half an hour for a few people to discuss. Mr. Qi, after discussion between the few of us, we can transfer the Dajin coal mine to you at a price of 7.5 billion for a total of 93% of our shares. After Qi Yang heard it, he knew that the previous things were almost over. However, we need you to guarantee that people who don't move the family area can't lay off workers casually. Mine Manager Lu said again. Of course. Qi Yang said decisively, I won the Dajin coal mine this time. I admit that I have a gamble, but I won't be miserable if I lose. My several mines are just starting. A large number of talents are needed, and many workers are not very good at mining. Now that Qi Yang's words have been said here, the few people present will naturally know Qi Yang's real purpose. In the case of Qi Yang, the value of experienced miners has increased countless times in an instant. Dajin has been mining for 50 years, and the most indispensable thing is that kind of experienced old miners. Since this is the case, then add this to the contract, and we will sign the contract as soon as possible. Mine Manager Lu expressed his opinion more cheerfully than anyone else, and he continued, it's getting late now, everyone is tired too, right? Let's have dinner together later, how about? At the wine table, Qi Yang proposed that he wanted to acquire the last 7% of state-owned shares and asked the mine manager to take the lead for him and the regulatory agency. Mine Manager Lu agreed decisively. After all, it is just taking the lead in introducing Qi Yang to the leadership of the regulatory agency. Anyone can do this. As for how to acquire it, that is Qi Yang's business, not his business. Because in the past 6 months, the Dajin coal mine has been weakening. After learning that Qi Yang wanted to acquire the 7% of the shares, the leaders of the regulatory agency did not directly refuse. In addition, the negotiation between the two parties was relatively good, and Qi Yang successfully bought the 7% shares with 1 billion yuan. Dajin coal mine became Polar No. 2 coal mine. Sign contracts, share transfers, etc. When I got the Dajin coal mine, it was about to enter December. On the day of signing the contract, Qi Yang saw Mine Manager Lu's deep reluctance, so he sent an invitation. Successfully hired this extremely experienced mine manager with a high salary. Let him become the mine manager of the Polar No. 2 coal mine. Just because of the Pisho project, Lin Qingyin, who was constantly busy, suddenly received news from Qi Yang that he had bought the Daijin coal mine and merged it into the polar coal industry, becoming polar number 2 coal mine. Lin Qingyin's whole life is not good. The Daijin coal mine, according to the legend, is the second largest coke production area in the whole province and the third coke production area in the country. It was bought by Qi Yang. Moreover, by the way, about 50,000 experienced miners were taken down, and there were about 20,000 miners who were educated in the mines since childhood. Now, a difficult point in the Pisho plan to cultivate talents is solved in an instant. After finishing the trivial matters, Yang flew directly to the capital. This time, I mainly went to attend Wang Shuya's birthday party. In fact, it is a birthday party. In fact, it can be said to be a big gathering in the mining industry. After all, if you don't have a flower head, you have to find an excuse, otherwise there will be no one at all, and Father Wang is the beginning of a party. Wang Shuya's birthday can be said to be an excuse like a powder keg. There are only two kinds of people who can participate in this birthday party. One is Wang Shuya's true friend, and the other is coming with the intention of meeting mine friends. A mine friend does not mean a friend in the mine, but a friend who belongs to the mining industry. Because, there was news that Father Wang was about to join forces with Tianqian newspaper to establish a mining industry. The mining industry mainly focuses on the analysis of the status quo and trends of the mining industry. And with a sharp sense of smell, update mining trends, mining business opportunities, mining cases, and mining wisdom every day, and gain insight into the future success of the mining industry, so as to assist the rapid and stable development of the mining industry. This matter seems to be nothing more than a professional evaluation website, plus the promotion of various things, but in the eyes of many mine owners, this seems to be a big deal. Because of this, Wang Shuya's birthday has become the center of a storm. Before I knew it, it was already Wang Shuya's birthday party. As soon as she arrived at the venue, Wang Shuya rushed to Qi Yang's side and hugged Qi Yang's arm, looking very happy. Standing not far away, thick anger appeared in the eyes of several men, and each of them looked very gloomy. Any fool can see that Wang Shuya and this man are very, very close, which can't help making them angry who wanted to pursue Wang Shuya since they were young. Of course, Qi Yang didn't notice all this, but as long as they dare to jump out, they must be taught a lesson. After communicating with Wang Shuya, Qi Yang glanced around the room and found that there were at least dozens of people in Qi Yang's list. This information is the information of the largest group of mine owners of various resources in the country. Some of these enterprises are state-owned, some are privately owned, and some are even foreign-funded. Their arrival showed that it was not for Wang Shuya's birthday. After all, Wang Shuya didn't have that face yet. In fact, what happened this time was to a certain extent regarded as everyone's default. Otherwise, Father Wang couldn't hold such a big birthday banquet for Wang Shuya at all. At most, he could only have a meal with a few relatives. At this moment, everyone seems to be in harmony, but what follows will definitely be a war without gunpowder. These people may no longer mine in the same field, but they are all sitting here for the same purpose. Mining industry. Here, they all have the same identity, that is, the mining boss. Ordinary small companies, or people who are slightly larger but have no relationship, don't know about Wangs at all. Therefore, the people who come here must all be relatively awesome companies. In the future, these people will all be stumbling blocks on Qi Yang's success, and of course, they can only become stepping stones in the end. However, this time on the bright side, it was still a birthday party. Therefore, it is naturally impossible to let the heavyweight Jiaying talk like a real mining conference. It was just a master of ceremonies blowing blindly there to ease the atmosphere. Qi Yang randomly found a table with few people and sat down. Theoretically, the two groups this time were almost divided into circles. Wang Shuya's friend should be on the other side, but this time, Qi Yang came with two identities in mind. Soon, the time came, the birthday banquet officially started, and the service staff began to serve the dishes. After a while, the dishes were served. At this time, everyone seemed to be in harmony, but no one knew what would happen in the next second. Because of the special position of the king's father, this kind of banquet can be held because of other special reasons. In such a situation, it is impossible for there to be a gift-giving link that only appears at other banquets. However, when the master of ceremonies was presiding above, suddenly, a young man stood up and walked forward. I have heard for a long time that Ms. Wang is beautiful, like a goddess in the dust. When I saw her today, she really lived up to her reputation. I was extremely amazed. I would like to present a small gift as a token of my admiration. The young man actually took the microphone of the master of ceremonies and spoke to the following. Hearing this person's words, Sun frowned slightly. Hey, this guy is that kid from the old Wu's family. I didn't expect that old Wu would do something like this. There were several other people at the same table as Qi Yang. After seeing the young man, an old guy said, Master Zhao, did you add that guy? Ha, isn't he the son of the famous Diamond King Lao Wu? Diamond King in 5? Qi Yang was confused. What the hell? You mean that Wu Zhe who digs diamonds on Mount Meng? Qi Yang simply listened and knew that this guy was the son of the owner of the diamond mine more than 50 kilometers away from his diamond mine. This guy did such a thing at this time. Obviously, he wanted to use the beauty trick, and then he had a relationship with the prince's father, so as to catch the power of the mining industry and expand outward. 213 After all, their family has only one diamond mine. This is a diamond ring. The diamond is carved and cast from colorless clear rhinestones. It weighs 13.14 carats and is rectangular. The ring is also made of platinum. I think you will be beautiful every day after wearing it. The imp named Wu took out a diamond ring. Looking at the sparkling diamond, the eyes of most of the women present couldn't help but shine, envious of Wang Shuya. TSK, this man is really generous. As far as I know, this 13.14 carat clear water diamond is worth at least 30 million yuan, and he just gave it away without blinking an eye. The people present are not short of money, so they often study some expensive things. Of course, that part of the people are all top figures in the mining circle, and they don't have much feeling for this little more than 100 million gems. After all, they are all people who walk so much in a day or two. This guy is indeed the son of the Diamond King. But those big shots are now scolding their father and son in their hearts. He actually thought of such a method, used a mere 1 or 2 million yuan, climbed up to the king's father, and made a lot of money. However, what no one expected was that when Wang Shuya saw the diamond, although she was briefly surprised, she didn't make any moves. Instead, he turned his head to look at Qi Yang. Qi Yang smiled slightly, stood up from this half of the area, walked up quickly, and said, Sir, thank you for the gift you gave my girlfriend. I will definitely sell it for a good price. While speaking, Qi Yang took the ring from his hand. Just when Xiao Wu was about to speak, Qi Yang reached out and took out a bigger box and opened it. Honey, do you like my gift? Qi Yang laughed. I like it. I like everything you give me. Wang Shuya said with a smile, Can you bring it for me? Of course. Qi Yang laughed. While speaking, he took out the necklace in his hand. Suddenly, there was an uproar. An extremely eye-catching blue diamond, cut into a heart shape, hangs in Kongshan. Its size is at least 3 times that of the previous one. Qi Yang stepped forward and put the diamond ring in his hand into his pocket. He picked up the necklace, came to Wang Shuya's back, and put it on her neck. Looking at the magnificent diamond necklace, even those bigwigs were shocked. There are probably not many diamonds of this size in the world. Immediately, Qi Yang suddenly said, I believe everyone is thinking, this big diamond of mine must have come from abroad, right? However, this diamond came from a diamond mine I developed on Mount Meng. Just when everyone didn't know what Qi Yang wanted to express, Qi Yang said again, By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Qi Yang. Except for the diamond mine on Mount Meng, I live in Huatai City, Xishan. There are coal mines and iron mines in the city. Seniors, you can come to me if you need it. Soon, the anger became active, and everyone communicated casually. When we ate before, everyone was familiar with a small group or something. They knew each other and sat and chatted together. After a while, everyone went to other tables to meet new friends and left. Although we may be enemies, we may also become friends. After all, the relationship between the interests has not yet been revealed. And at this time, someone had already appeared by Qi Yang's side. A face of enthusiasm, very friendly, take the initiative to say, Hello. Hello, I'm Go Yangshin from Tianjin Iron and Steel Mining Company. The other party was polite, and Qi Yang also smiled and said, Mr. Go, hello, I am Qi Yang from Polar Mining. Qi Yang of Jingang Mining Industry knows that it is one of the largest iron and steel smelting groups in the northern part of China, and they may have cooperation in the future. Polar Mining. He was overjoyed when he heard Qi Yang's words. Sure enough, he did not remember wrongly, and he also has some understanding of the polar mining industry. After all, such a large mine produces high-grade ore. Hearing what Qi Yang said earlier, he began to wonder whether Qi Yang might be the boss of polar mining. After hearing Qi Yang's words, Go Yangshin was overjoyed. You are the boss of Polar Mining Company. In short, I have been in love with you for a long time. Polar mining's ore is so outstanding that it will be produced and sold in the future. I am honored to meet you today. Nice to see you. While talking, Go Yangshin took out his business card. With both hands, hand it to Qi Yang. I heard that Boss Qi has 2 iron mines in Huatai City. Now these 2 iron mines together can produce 100,000 tons of iron ore every day, and the grade is excellent. Can you give me some ore? After Go Yangshin remained silent for a while, he said to Qi Yang. To tell you the truth, my 2 iron mines add up and the daily iron ore output has exceeded 110,000 tons. I estimate that it will not be a problem to reach 150,000 tons at the beginning of next year. However, these mines have already all have been booked out, and I have no extra mines to provide to you. Qi Yang said with a smile. What? The people around were inexplicably astonished when they heard Qi Yang's words. All of them turned their attention to Qi Yang. Immediately, everyone present felt that Qi Yang was bragging. When did the country have such a large private mine? This guy is definitely bragging. It's really ridiculous. Maipingdingku Mining is the largest private iron mine in China. It only has 6 million tons of ore a year. You pay 110,000 tons a day. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Ah, that's right, it really seems that there are plans for 150,000 tons in the coming year. Are you a funny guy invited by monkeys? Seeing the brazen people in front of him, Qi Yang smiled disdainfully. However, a company with an annual output of only 6 million tons dares to claim to be the largest private iron mine in China. It is really a frog in a well. The annual output of his mine is nothing more than a fraction of him. I don't know if Mr. Qi's mine can produce 100,000 tons of iron ore per day, but it is true that the mine can produce 500,000 tons of coal per day. At this moment, a man in his 50s who seemed to be in good spirits came out and said, in Qinshe of the Zaya Kindi power plant, our power plant has a total of 5 300 MW class units, 3 600 MW class units, and 2 the 1000 megawatts class unit, with a total capacity of 5,300 megawatts, consumes a lot of coal mines every day, so I want to buy a lot of coal mines from you. I didn't expect Mr. Qin to be so well informed. Qi Yang said with a smile, this guy must know that he has bought the number 2 coal mine now. Mr. Qi, I'm also lucky. I know mine manager Lu and the others. When I contacted him yesterday to buy the coal mine, he told me the news. Mr. Qi is really generous. He actually bought the Dajin coal mine. The old man said with a smile. Dajin coal mine. Suddenly, there was no sound at all. Everyone was taken aback. Qi Yang actually bought the Dajin coal mine. That is one of the most famous coal mines in the country. If you want to buy that mine, I'm afraid it won't cost 100 billion, and it's impossible for the mine manager to sell it. But, can this young man named Qi Yang really afford this price? That's 100 billion, and I'm afraid there is no one in the whole country that can get it. In an instant, many people present felt that there was a huge gap between themselves and Qi Yang. At this time, many people already believed what Qi Yang said. After all, how can a person who can spend money to buy a mine like the Dajin coal mine lie about the tens of thousands of tons of daily production? But, when did such a company appear in China? If he can really produce 110,000 tons of mines per day, how big is his scale? When thinking of this, everyone was inexplicably astonished. It is so shocking. However, after a long time, everyone gradually reacted. Especially after searching the internet, they discovered an amazing fact. Monopoly. Polar mining has monopolized the iron mines in the central area of Sichuan province. So, it's all true. Thinking of this, people unconsciously looked at the guy who just said that he was the first person in the private sector. You are just a fraction of others, and you are like a frog in a well, to speak so boldly in front of them. Everyone's gazes made that person want to find a crack in the ground and get in. It's really embarrassing. I myself, who can't even reach other people's fractions, yet comes to laugh at them. Seeing that the banquet was about to end, Xiaowu, who wanted to give Wang Shuya the ring, stood at the door and waited anxiously. The reason why he took out the ring was to chase after Wang Shuya, and then get all three. However, I didn't expect that Wang Shuya already had a boyfriend, and what's more, her boyfriend was so shameless. Take the ring away instead of the other party. That's a ring worth over $1 billion. The best diamond found so far in his mine was used. However, in front of so many people, he couldn't go or not. After all, the people present are basically famous people. If I give something to someone else, I have to go back. How can I mess around in the future? However, something happened that disappointed him. After the banquet was over, everyone started to walk out. At this time, Father Wang appeared beside Qi Yang. Xiaoyang, let's go, my old man wants to see you. What? Qi Yang was stunned for a moment, and then remembered that the old man mentioned by Father Wang was Wang Shuya's grandfather. Those are state-level cadres who have made great achievements in the development and construction of the Celestial dynasty. Thinking of meeting such a big man, Qi Yang felt a little nervous in his heart. This is one of the most powerful people in the entire Celestial dynasty. Following the father of the prince all the way to the west, after walking for a while, he came to a very unique courtyard house. In the second ring road, there is such a courtyard house, and it may take Qi Yang half a month's work to make it. Xiaoyang, go in, the old man is waiting for you inside. The prince brought Qi Yang to an antique door and said with a smile. Ask for flowers. Yes. Tea on me, just wait for me at the door. Qi Yang nodded, and after a confession, he went forward and knocked on the door. In this place, it is impossible for anyone to threaten Qi Yang. If Qi Yang can be threatened, then 100 tea on me is useless. Come in. After Qi Yang knocked on the door, a majestic voice came from inside. Qi Yang directly pushed the door open and strode in. Inside is an antique study room, and the utensils are all simple. But it seems that the materials used are very elegant. There was only one person inside, who looked about 70 or 80 years old, but he was in good spirits. This person, Qi Yang has met, often appears on the news channel. Grandpa. Qi Yang called directly to him. Although he and Wang Shuya were not married yet, and the other party did not admit that Qi Yang was Wang Shuya's husband, or even her future husband, it might be a bit abrupt to call her grandpa, but Qi Yang didn't care. In his opinion, it will be a matter of time, since if it is, it will be the same no matter what it is called. The other party looked at Qi Yang for a while, and then smiled. This young man is different from others, but he is very good. It seems that his precious granddaughter is quite picky. However, wanting to be his grandson-in-law is not an easy matter. Sit down. While speaking, he pointed to the chair next to him. After Qi Yang sat down, he said, I heard that you are running a mining company? Qi Yang naturally knew that the other party had already investigated his affairs clearly, but he still introduced it. I run a company called Polar Mining Group, which has many subsidiaries, but many companies have not yet found suitable mines. At present, there are 2 mines in the polar iron industry and polar coal industry. In addition, there are 2 mines in the polar drilling industry. There is one too. Tell me in detail. One of the 2 mines under the polar iron industry. Soon, Qi Yang gave a general introduction. Xiaoyang, you can make such achievements in half a year. There is no doubt that you are very good, but Shuya is my precious granddaughter. I hope she can be happy. It's natural. Qi Yang said directly. Men, although 3 wives and 4 concubines are not allowed now, it is fine to have 1 or 2 in private, but you must not let Shuya be wronged. Qi Yang was speechless in his heart. Is this something that the woman's grandfather should say? In fact, no one knew that Wang Shuya's grandfather was also a romantic and talented man when he was young. Let me ask you, what is your position on the polar mining industry? The old man asked again. If someone else asked Qi Yang this question, Qi Yang might be talking nonsense, but facing the old man, Qi Yang spoke out his thoughts. Although our celestial dynasty has become stronger, it is still weak in some respects. My celestial dynasty is a country that has been the center of the world since ancient times. The Western powers are afraid that we will rise again, and they will obstruct our development in every possible way. I am not reconciled why the development of our country is restricted by mere mining, so I gave them countless money. Qi Yang said excitedly, I want to expand the polar mining industry, integrate existing resources, and use the money from profits to open the country. The old man 570 was taken aback when he heard Qi Yang's words, how to open the country. Large-scale development of the mining industry, on the one hand, provides resources for domestic enterprises, and on the other hand, exports excess ore, thereby obtaining a large amount of funds. After a slight pause, Qi Yang said again, while vigorously developing domestically, go to neutral countries to form a considerable scale of resource development layout overseas, which has laid a solid foundation for the goal of improving quality and efficiency, and created favorable conditions. Scarce ore is transported back to the country. It's a good idea, but can it really be done? The old man seemed shocked by Qi Yang's words. He never thought that a young man would say such a thing. To be honest, if it's just for making money, my current few mines are enough for several lifetimes. Why should I travel around? My goal is not money. Money is just a tool for me to achieve my goal. Polar mining will definitely persist to develop, never to waver, to accumulate strength to the greatest extent, and to expand strategic resource reserves, so as to shrink, equalize, and catch up with international giants. This goal has a long way to go, and it is not so easy to achieve. The old man thought for a moment. Our empire is vast, with a vast land and abundant resources. We only need to develop it reasonably, and we will be able to obtain a large amount of capital. By breaking the blockade through capital, we will be able to transport external resources to the country again. Qi Yang said, this road is destined not to be peaceful, but I will continue to move forward. During this period, I am integrating and optimizing internal resources such as manpower, technology, capital, and channels, and conducting scientific and technological research at the same time. It can further promote the development of mineral resources. After stopping to take a breath, Qi Yang continued, as long as polar mining can continuously improve the level of resource control and strengthen resource reserves, it will be able to increase economic benefits for a long time. Now that it has achieved cost leadership, it has started to promote the development of resources with conditions and potential. The resource projects in the region will extend to the high end of the value chain in its field, and I believe that it will not take long for the polar regions to cultivate new competitive advantages. Waiting for me, only success. After a long silence, the old man said something to Qi Yang. You are very good. Next, I will submit a report to the higher authorities. I will try my best to make strategic adjustments, structural adjustments, transformation and upgrading of China's economic structure, and play a mainstream role in the development of the national mining industry. However, you must remember that there are advance and retreat in an orderly manner. The old man's words are very simple, but they are very important. With his promotion, the policy will be changed again to make it more suitable for the development of Qi Yang. The last sentence, advance and retreat in an orderly manner, is a suggestion to Qi Yang. Let Qi Yang take overall consideration and handle the advance and retreat relationship. It is easy to say, but it is very difficult to do this. If the old man really achieves this time, not only Qi Yang, but also those domestic companies with promising prospects, strong management, high profitability, and good development momentum will definitely participate. After chatting with the old man for a long time, Qi Yang left. As soon as he left, he was taken aback. I saw several big men walking up to Qi Yang with a young man who looked like he had been beaten miserably. Are these people trying to kidnap? But what is carrying a person? Just when Tianmi became vigilant, these big men directly put the young man on the ground. Sure enough, the kid who wanted to give Wang Shuya a ring. Then he said, "Mr. Chi, this guy wants to harm you, and we will help you solve it." Hearing the other party's words, Chi Yang didn't understand. What are these people going to do? We are Mr. Lewis's people. We are mainly here to send a message. Mr. Lewis wants to discuss something with you. This is an invitation. After finishing speaking, the strong man handed over an invitation card, and Tianmi stepped forward to take it. Who is Lewis? Chi Yang asked. Hearing this, the strong man said in a very sincere tone, Mr. Lewis is a famous middleman, whether it is oil or gold, he has done it. Oh? Oil? Gold? After Chi Yang heard this, his eyes lit up. This person is really worth seeing. Chi Yang opened the invitation and found that the time was an hour later. Moreover, the above said that he was invited alone. Why did he apply for a meeting between two people? It's okay to be free. Chi Yang couldn't help but go to the leaf trough. Glancing at Xiao Wu on the ground, this guy must want to get back the diamond ring. Chi Yang didn't intend to do anything to this man, but not only his diamond ring was gone, but his family's diamond mining business was almost gone. Soon, Chi Yang came to a hotel within the second ring road. It can be described as extremely luxurious here. As soon as he entered the door, there was a blonde, blue-eyed, tall and powerful white man walking up to Chi Yang with a smile. Immediately afterwards, the man cupped his hands with a 5.3 gesture that he did not know where to learn, and said, "Welcome, Mr. Chi Yang." Chi Yang took a brief look at this person. His skin was rough, but his gestures were very polite. Not bad. It's a pleasure to meet you, you must be Mr. Lewis. Chi Yang also followed his way and returned a salute, but this was the etiquette of the Tang dynasty? I don't know why Mr. Lewis invited me here? Chi Yang asked. Of course it's because I'm very interested in this mysterious East. There are business opportunities everywhere, and Mr. Chi Yang has very good business opportunities. Lewis looked at Chi Yang with piercing eyes, made an inviting gesture, and picked up a bottle of red wine at the same time. This is the real 1982 Lafite, which is rare now, and today is just a chance to try something new. Beauty, do you need a drink? The moment the red wine is opened, a mellow smell is released. No need. Chi Yang said directly. Lewis obviously thinks that Tianmi is Chi Yang's girlfriend, but it is precisely because of this deceptive appearance that it is easier for Tianmi to protect Chi Yang. After saying no, Chi Yang directly set his eyes on another white man behind Lewis. This person is like a piece of wood, and he hasn't moved a bit since he came in. However, Chi Yang could feel that this guy was not simple. He is my bodyguard, a man from Grizzly Bear Country, a very good guy, responsible for my safety. Even talking about the bodyguard, he is still like a sculpture, unchanged at all. It's dangerous for you to do things? Chi Yang leaned back on the chair, drank some red wine, and said in a chatty tone. Rich people are dangerous. Lewis laughed. I heard that you are playing gold and oil, this is no ordinary rich. Chi Yang laughed. Ha ha. You are not the same. You are not ordinary rich. Gold and oil are actually relatively safe, but it is inevitable to give customers some arms. As long as you come across this stuff, 12 people will definitely want it, your life. Lewis said indifferently, while opening the cigar box and handing it to Chi Yang, he said again, your country has very strict controls on those things, that's why I came here for vacation, in this capital, it is even more impossible for that thing to be used privately, it is simply heaven. Then why did Mr. Lewis invite me? Chi Yang asked. Lewis smiled and sat up straight, I'm very interested in Mr. Chi Yang's business, I wonder if there is anything I can do to help. Chi Yang shook the ashes from the cigar in his hand and sat upright. The topic is about to begin. Oh? Mr. Lewis, I'm afraid it will be difficult. After all, I am a coal and iron ore digger. The value of these things is not very high. I'm afraid it's not suitable for your business. Smuggling coal and iron ore is definitely a way to get your head squeezed. Coal mines and iron ore mines are indeed not suitable for our cooperation, but business opportunities are always born by chance. I heard that you still have hundreds of shell companies, and you haven't found a suitable mine? Many of these companies, the future we all have opportunities to work together. Lewis said with a smile. Oh? Shi Yang said, I didn't expect Mr. Lewis to know about such a thing. It's not a secret, right? You know, I've always been interested in the Asian region. Although I'm still in the groping stage, my intuition tells me that there must be many times of friendly cooperation between us. Really? Shi Yang raised his eyebrows slightly interested. For example? The diamond business is very profitable. But I don't plan to sell diamonds at the moment. Shi Yang said with a smile. I believe you will have something you want to sell abroad, but you can't sell it. I have a very professional team in charge of this kind of thing. Lewis said with a smile, for example, if I want to export oil from the Middle East, according to the embargo agreement, my behavior is illegal, but under the operation of my people, I can legally transport it out, and sold internationally. The meaning of Lewis's words is actually very obvious. He is telling Shi Yang that he is a middleman and can handle illegal goods for him. So, we really have the possibility of cooperation. Shi Yang laughed. I am a very honest businessman. When Lewis heard Shi Yang's words, he knew that there must be a place where Shi Yang could cooperate with him. I want a lot of mining equipment, all kinds, the price is right, as much as you want, don't worry about money, I have prepared 10 billion, of course, it is our currency. These equipment are huge, and the transportation cost will increase greatly. If it is a diamond, I only charge 5%, and gold is a 9% handling fee. Asterisk 50% Shi Yang said directly. Now, without huge benefits, this middleman will definitely not do it. Because, this road is not easy to walk. Many big countries are all blocking China in this regard. The risk of transporting these devices is also great. 50% of the price is equivalent to the price of 1.5 machines. However, the benefit that this machine can bring is definitely more than 1,000 times the cost of this machine. Lewis didn't expect Shi Yang to be so decisive. The price he originally planned to offer was only 40%, and he couldn't help showing a joyful expression on his face. No problem, I will use my iron ore in Australia to buy a lot of mining equipment, and then transport them here. Lewis said. Wait, you mean you have iron mines in Australia? Lewis was taken aback by Shi Yang's words. This is still a shell company, it's actually a manor. Lewis said. Manor? Many manor owners in Australia regard ore mining as a sideline, so it's normal. Lewis laughed. I want to buy a manor in Australia, but I don't know what process to follow. Shi Yang asked him. It's very simple to buy a farm in Australia, but if you have any requirements, I'll send someone to your attention. Lewis laughed. He thought it was something. Then I will trouble you. Shi Yang smiled. 607. The domestic Pisho project radiates outwards from Huatai City, and it works steadily because of the foundations of high-rise buildings here. However, this does not prevent Shi Yang from going to other countries to mine. Australia is a very good place. Australia is extremely rich in mineral resources, oil and natural gas. There are at least 70 kinds of mineral resources. Bauxite reserves rank first in the world, accounting for 35% of the world's total. The proven mines include 3.1 billion tons of bauxite, 15.3 billion tons of iron ore, 511 billion tons of bituminous coal, 411 billion tons of lignite, 20 million tons of lead, 10 million tons of nickel, silver, tantalum, gold, etc. There are also a lot of rare metals. Moreover, uranium mines that can be used as strategic materials have also reached a terrifying figure of 700,000 tons. Such a place is simply a cornucopia for Yang Shirshan. The land is vast, the population sparse, and the resources abundant. This is Shi Yang's definition of Australia. Haha, happy cooperation. After hearing Lewis's reply, Shi Yang readily extended his right hand. Pleasant cooperation. Lewis smiled and held Shi Yang's hand, and the two stood up together. This meeting is very good for Shi Yang. As long as the other party can achieve these two deals, polar mining will enter into a spurt of development. In a blink of an eye, a few days passed, and Shi Yang said goodbye to Wang Shuya and returned to Huatai City. The next morning, in the polar mining industry, in the small meeting room, Shi Yang sat on the front seat, and Lin Qingyin sat next to him. Academician Wang, I heard that you have thoroughly understood that small excavator. What questions do you have about mass production? Just mention it. Shi Yang looked at Academician Wang and other members of the scientific research department with a smile, and said, in the process of manufacturing excavators, many accessories such as motors, casting and forging parts, hydraulic parts, bearings, special gears, etc. are involved. These must have special production lines to produce them. Academician Wang said. Lin Qingyin said, from the perspective of general market rules, production is to serve demand. What kind of equipment does the people below need, and the equipment manufacturers above will produce such things? This has never happened before, so we must find some manufacturers to produce these parts, and what are we doing? Know a company that smelts a lot of metal, and even if they can't produce it, they must have a way. Yes, in fact it is. Shi Yang confirmed it first, and then said again, this method is the industrial chain of Western developed countries, and it is also the development of our country in recent years. I don't know what your plan is, Director Qi? Lin Qingyin asked. I'll take care of this matter. Shi Yang said directly, if you have any questions, tell them, and we will study together. This matter is actually very difficult. Although the design of the original parts of this excavator has been restored under the research of Academician Wang and others, it is very difficult to manufacture the same parts. Each thing has its own unique method of production, which is called the manufacturing process of the item. Take that simple home-cooked tomato scrambled eggs. Proposing that tomatoes can scramble eggs is called proposing the concept of products, which is equivalent to the project started by Qi Yang. However, this scrambled eggs with tomatoes, whether to scramble the eggs first or last, add sugar or not add sugar, these are the things that Academician Wang and the others do. However, with the recipe, it is up to the cook whether you can make a delicious tomato scrambled eggs. This cook is not Qi Yang, nor Academician Wang, but the factory below. A good chef can properly select the firepower, control the oil temperature, master the timing of each action, and confirm the timing of adding other condiments so as to make an excellent tomato scrambled eggs. However, if a rookie comes, even if he knows the recipe, it is impossible to cook it perfectly, and it is even more impossible to compare with the old cook. When the meeting was over, Shi Yang took the opportunity to inspect the system and gave orders to the system. The system will immediately analyze the materials of each part of the excavator. Start parsing. What Academician Wang and the others can do is to produce the engineering drawings of each part, so that others can manufacture the parts through the design drawings, so as to assemble a real excavator. However, they were unable to study how the material used now was produced, and could only provide other data. However, the system is different. The last time the system was upgraded, it got the analysis function, which is used to evolve the smelting process of these materials. After receiving Qi Yang's instruction, the system immediately starts the analysis function. This process lasted about a minute or so. After the analysis is completed, whether to generate a complete process can be input into the master's memory. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the corner of Qi Yang's mouth, and he took the information and left polar mining directly. On the way back, Qi Yang asked the system to transmit the analyzed process to his mind. That night, Qi Yang wrote and printed out all the craftsmanship in his mind in the form of words. Hey, Brother Bailey, at noon tomorrow, Jin Hui, I am treating you. It was already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night when Qi Yang printed out the information, so he directly called Bailey Qianlian and said, I'm not afraid that Bailey Qianlian is doing exercise and is frightened soft. Bailey Qianlian could naturally hear the joy in Qi Yang's tone, and couldn't help asking, Brother, is it possible that some happy event will happen? We will meet tomorrow because of a happy event. Qi Yang laughed. After speaking, hang up the phone directly. Jinhui is an ultra-luxury hotel in Huatai City, with a very high grade. Qi Yang directly gave way to a private room and served a lot of dishes. Even if Qi Yang has the craftsmanship in his hands now, he doesn't intend to make these parts himself. Because, his focus is still on the mine, don't be too distracted. Of course, this is only for the parts. As for the excavator, you still have to do it yourself. There are too many interests involved. As for parts production, Balakialian is a good candidate. He needs a partner. Two people start a new company, Shiyang Technology Shares, and then sees Balakialian to buy shares with personnel, equipment, workshops, etc. Of course, the management is also his. As for the shares, at least 50% belong to Chi Yang, and the remaining 50% depends on how much Bailey Chanlian is willing to pay for it. The reason why he decided to find Bailey Chanlian, on the one hand, was because Chi Yang and Bailey Chanlian had a fairly good relationship. Moreover, he knew Bailey Chanlian very well, and most importantly, Chi Yang had mastered his lifeline. Second, because Bailey Chanlian has a lot of experience in steel smelting. The most difficult part in the manufacture of these parts is not cutting, but the material itself. The third is that Balakialian has always been eager to obtain such a smelting process. For a partner like this, Chi Yang will naturally not think about others. However, when Chi Yang saw Bailey Chanlian coming in, he was also slightly taken aback. But, "Brother Bailey, did you lose your wallet? You look so ugly." "If I lose my wallet, I won't suffer from insomnia." I said half a sentence last night, and suddenly hung up the phone. Bailey Chanlian looked at Chi Yang with eyes, Wang Zhao's, full of resentment. "Okay, let me just say it straight, I have a special steel smelting process in my hand, but I don't have the energy to do it myself," Chi Yang said directly. "What? You mean special steel?" Bailey Chanlian was shocked. Special steel is different from traditional steel in that it is mainly composed of alloys and generally has good oxidation resistance, corrosion resistance, and high temperature resistance. This means that it can be used in extremely harsh environments. Therefore, special steel is mainly used in various special industries. Compared with traditional steel products, the market for special steel products is extremely huge. He, for special steel, has been longing for a day or two for a long time, but he has not been able to research it. He just has a product that is superior to traditional steel, but lower than special steel. After dinner, let's ask them to prepare a meeting room and have a good talk. Shi Yang laughed. Soon, they finished their meal and came to a small meeting room. Tianmi, make sure the integrity of the house, and then go outside to guard. Shi Yang explained and said directly. Bailey Chanlian was taken aback for a moment, and then saw Tianmi's familiar movements and began to investigate. He couldn't help being stunned. He always thought that Tianmi was just Chi Yang's secretary, but now, he realized that he was wrong. Tianmi turned out to be Chi Yang's bodyguard. All this is due to Tianmi's appearance, which is really too deceptive. If he hadn't seen this scene, even if Chi Yang told others that this woman was his bodyguard, no one would believe it. After all, a woman, a beautiful woman, dressed as a secretary, turned out to be a bodyguard. This kind of thing is always a bit unbelievable. Soon, only Chi Yang and Bailey Chanlian were left in the conference room. Under the soft light, Chi Yang picked up his teacup and took a sip. Bailey Chanlian did not speak, quietly waiting for Chi Yang to speak. As a businessman, and an excellent businessman at that, Bailey Chanlian seemed silent, but actually he was planning. Next, how much will Chi Yang contribute, how much will he contribute, and how the shares will be calculated. Brother Bailey, you should be very aware of the special steel market, right? Chi Yang laughed. 197. It's natural, and I'm also relieved to cooperate with you. Nonsense, can you not worry, my lifeline is in the hands of others? Now, two people run a steel factory, and one of them runs a mine, so he can't let his other factory run out of ore. Brother Bailey, we are old friends. I plan to cooperate with you this time, and it will be bigger than last time in the field of special steel. Shi Yang said with a smile. Have a blast. As the boss of Polar Mining, it must not be easy to talk about doing a big job. Immediately, Bailey Chanlian was so excited that he couldn't help nodding his head. Then I don't know how much you plan to pay? 500 million? Bailey Chanlian asked. Shi Yang's current worth of 500 million is absolutely nothing. However, Shi Yang has no intention of contributing. Seeing Chi Yang shook his head, Bailey Chanlian thought he had made a mistake, and counted again. Could it be possible to pay 1 billion? Based on his understanding of Qi Yang, Bailey Qianlian naturally knew that Qi Yang's spending of 1 billion was actually nothing. After all, the current daily turnover is 50 million. If Qi Yang, BCCJ, invests 1 billion, and he takes out another billion, with the 2 billion capital, Bailey Qianlian has absolute confidence that he can do a big job. Qi Yang looked at Bailey Qianlian's excited expression, and said with a chuckle, I plan to pay 2 billion, and besides, I also got the technology. When Bailey Qianlian was stunned, Qi Yang said again, I plan to fully invest. Wholly owned. This. Bailey Qianlian's pupils couldn't help but swell with blood. Qi Yang planned to do it alone, so what's the point of looking for him? Looking up at Qi Yang, his eyes were full of disbelief. He planned to invest 1 billion yuan, but now, Qi Yang said that he wanted to invest 2 billion yuan on his own. Also, what technology is he talking about? However, based on his own understanding of Qi Yang would never joke about this kind of thing. If there is no absolute thing in hand, Qi Yang will never say such a thing. Could it be that Qi Yang has mastered some kind of iron and steel smelting technology? If so. So scary. It is not difficult to understand why Qi Yang intends to go it alone. After all, then huge benefits are at hand. Bailey Qianlian's eyes had changed, becoming extremely eager, as if he was looking at Victoria's Secret. Seeing Bailey Qianlian's expression, Qi Yang immediately felt goosebumps. Qi Yang said seriously, you should know that there are academicians of the Academy of Sciences in my mine. This is a special steel smelting method. Not to mention leading the world, but it is definitely far ahead in China. After hearing Qi Yang's confirmation, Bailey Qianlian trembled all over. Far ahead in the country, this is enough. Immediately, in an instant, his face was flushed, and his blood was surging. What you said is true. Is there really such a powerful special steel smelting technology? Qi Yang nodded, confirming. At this moment, Bailey Qianlian was already extremely excited. The technology is far ahead of the past. How awesome is this? Hasn't Bailey Qianlian been most worried about his lack of technical level and advanced smelting technology? Now that Qi Yang has come up with such a technique, how can he not be excited? Brother Bailey, the focus is still on the polar mining industry, so I want to entrust my newly established company to you. What do you think? Qi Yang asked again, fame and fortune, fame comes first, and profit comes after. Brother Bailey, with a reputation, your Qianlian group may be able to go further. Although the company belongs to my polar mining industry, it can be named become 1,000 refinements. Hearing Qi Yang's very tempting words, Bailikian said in a heartbroken way, no problem, your polar mining industry is getting bigger and bigger, you must have a lot of things, and we are old friends, so naturally I will help you, but, you need to supply more ore. Bailey Qianlian patted his chest and said. As Qi Yang said, fame and wealth, fame and fortune, first fame, then profit. What money is there for a big name? Polar 1,000 trials, polar groups, after thousands of tempers, not bad. The president is Bailey Qianlian. Although the president does not have shares in Polar Qianlian, he does have a company called Qianlian Steel. If you can't buy Qi Yang's high-grade steel, you can naturally think of the Qianqian steel made in the polar region. In other words, after Qi Yang ate the meat, there was some soup left over, which just brought some benefits to Qianlian Iron and Steel Group. It can be regarded as making Bailey Qianlian's busy work not in vain. In addition, when Gigi Qianlian launched Special Steel, it was only through his hands that it was released. In this way, it may be possible to leave a light stroke in history. In this way, Qi Yang doesn't need to pay anything. He picks up an experienced CEO for nothing, works hard to do one more job, earns 2 more money, 1 job name, win-win. Well, that's natural. Qi Yang nodded and said, then let's go, I will pay for the money and technology, and you will help me manage the company. Of course, our relationship will definitely depend on your hard-earned money. That's why you look down on me, brother? Bailey Qianlian grinned and said, it's hard work to help brother. If you ask me to help, you think highly of me and feel sorry for me. Just read a few more tons of ore. The matter of ore is easy to talk about. I may be short of others, but I really don't lack ore. There are plenty of them. Time passed like this, and Qi Yang really started to pick up fish. Wang Shuya, who was wearing a sailor suit, came in and put a cup of tea on the table next to Qi Yang. After the winter vacation, Wang Shuya came to Qi Yang's house to stay for a few days. The reason why she dressed like this was naturally impossible because of Qi Yang's bad taste, but purely because of Wang Shuya's interest. She has always had a strong interest in all kinds of strange costumes, but due to some conceptual reasons, she doesn't want to expose too much skin outside like others, so when she is outside, she will wear conservative clothes. However, it is different in the Yang family. Apart from Qi Yang, there is no other man in the family. All the male bodyguards were outside the villa. Wang Shuya smiled, walked behind Qi Yang, and gently pinched his shoulder. Work every day, and take a break once in a while. In fact, it is a salted fish, and it still checks customer type information every day. It's easy for me when everything is on the right track. Qi Yang took a sip of tea, put down the cup, leaned back on the chair, enjoyed the kneading of his shoulders, and closed his eyes comfortably. Well, if only I could help you. Wang Shuya said with some disappointment. In fact, in her heart, she thinks that a woman like Lin Qingyin is more suitable for Qi Yang, because she can help Qi Yang in his career and has an outstanding appearance. In addition, Tianmi is also good-looking, and can always protect Qi Yang. If they are really together, they will be able to achieve real close-fitting embedded protection for 24 hours. What are you thinking, idiot? I just like you. Qi Yang denied without hesitation. Wang Shuya did not speak. But from that gentle smile, it can be seen that her mood has been relieved a lot. I plan to go to Australia tomorrow, do you want to go together? When she heard that she was going to Australia, a happy smile appeared on Wang Shuya's face. Of course I did, I'm going to prepare now. After finishing speaking, Wang Shuya ran back happily. Not long ago, Qi Yang received a call from Louis, who had transferred to several suitable farms willing to sell, and wanted Qi Yang to pick one. Early the next morning, Qi Yang and Wang Shuya sat in the back seat of the car, and Tianmi and another bodyguard sat in the front row. After arriving at the airport, Qi Yang, Wang Shuya and Tianmi went to Australia, while the other bodyguard drove back. Soon, they arrived at the airport. Qi Yang didn't bring anything, just bank cards and passports, but Wang Shuya brought a small suitcase. There are various changes of clothes, cosmetics and so on. Soon, the three of them boarded the plane, no doubt, it was first class, and now Qi Yang didn't care about the extra money at all, he just wanted to make himself more comfortable. Soon, the plane took off. This trip will take more than 2 hours to fly to Shanghai, and then fly from Shanghai to Shuya, Melbourne for 11 hours. It will take more than 15 hours to bring boarding and so on. Melbourne is the second largest city in Australia and the capital of the state of Victoria. At the same time, here is a world-famous tourist city, Australia's cultural and industrial centre. It can be regarded as the most famous cultural city in the southern hemisphere. It has been rated as the most livable city in the world and a world-famous international metropolis for many years. Before coming here, the first thing Yang knew about was the mine resources here. Qi Yang found that the main mineral resources in Victoria are gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, lead, zinc, antimony, bismuth, chromium, cobalt, manganese, mercury, molybdenum, nickel, tin, platinum, uranium, etc. And the reserves are definitely quite a lot. With so many resources, there is no doubt that this place will be a very good place. As the first stop for overseas mining, it is perfect. In addition, the transportation here is also very convenient. I heard that there was already public transportation 100 years ago. However, what Qi Yang cares about is the port. Because of mineral output, he can only choose ships, and he can't choose others at all. Unless it is an extremely rare or, it can be transported by air. Of course, the port of Melbourne did not disappoint Qi Yang. The port opened in 1889 has an area of 143,000 square meters, with more than 30 berths and 16 platforms. Because Qi Yang came here not in a hurry, so he didn't hurry, and when he arrived in Melbourne, it was already noon the next day. Nice to see you again, Mr. Qi Yang. When Qi Yang arrived in Melbourne, Louis was already waiting for Qi Yang at the airport. Seeking flowers, 0. Yeah, I thought you'd find the right place in the next year. Qi Yang said while shaking his hand. It's New Year's Eve. Louis was taken aback. Oh. I forgot, we celebrate Christmas and the New Year, and you are going to celebrate the New Year. It was only then that Louis remembered that there was a difference of nearly 2 months between the time he reported and the time Chi Young understood. My people found a farm with a size of 250,000 acres. I think only this size is worthy of your status on the ground. Ha ha ha. Louis said directly with a smile. Hearing his words, Chi Yang was stunned. He can only buy more than 5,000 acres of farms by looking for channels in China. I estimate that even if he comes to Australia, he can buy tens of thousands of acres of farms, so Louis will help early. 0. However, he never expected that Louis would buy such a huge farm. You should know that all farms in Australia have permanent property rights. As long as you buy them and the country is not destroyed, then you can always legally own them. 250,000 acres is equivalent to 152 mu of land, that is, equivalent to more than 1,000 square kilometers. Intuitively, this size is equivalent to 153,000 football fields, that is, equivalent to the size of a Hong Kong island. After understanding, Chi Yang learned that this farm is near a small town 500 kilometers northwest of Melbourne. This is a full 5 hours drive. In fact, this neighborhood is actually an important agricultural town in the northwest of Australia. It is mainly for dry land planting and sheep herding, with a vast wheat field and sheep grazing area, which is extremely macroscopic. The harvest season here is dry and hot, and the sunshine time is long, which can produce the world's top winter crops such as wheat and barley. But for some reason, the farm has not produced many crops in the past few years. In addition, the farmer owes a lot of gambling debts, otherwise it would be impossible to sell the farm. In addition, it is worth mentioning that there is still an iron mine in this farm, but for some unknown reason, it has been abandoned for many years. This is actually what Chi Yang wants to see the most. So, they agreed with Louis to visit the farm tomorrow, and he was very excited about this farm. Along with an unattractive road, a Lincoln galloped rapidly. After leaving Melbourne, within 50 kilometers, there is almost no traffic. The speed of the car has reached 100 miles. If it is placed in the country, it can only run on the high speed. Speeding all the way, looking from the inside of the car to the outside, all are vast plains. Most places look desolate, but occasionally you can see forests composed of eucalyptus, cypress, pine forests, etc. Brother Yang, we have passed the first farm for almost 2 hours, so we haven't entered the second one yet? Isn't this landlord too rich? This kilometer was actually built by 7 or 8 landlords on this road. Every time a chassis is passed, it will be marked on the road. They have already passed the road sign of the first house 150 kilometers, 377, but they still haven't seen the road sign of the second house. This is because Australia has a small population. There are only 30 million people in the whole country. How can I put it? There are more than 20 million people with household registration in the capital. Now the number of people living in the capital is steadily more than 50 million. After a slight pause, Chi Young continued, but Australia's land area is about 7.69 million square kilometers, and almost all of them live in the densely populated East Coast area. Such a large place is uninhabited, so it is natural to let the farms the Lord has planted the land. Hearing Chi Yang's words, Wang Shuya couldn't help but nodded. Brothers are really knowledgeable and talented. It is precisely because these vast lands have created countless good opportunities for large-scale agriculture and the unique natural conditions that Australia has become an exporter of agricultural products, not a country with large resources. Their resources are really rich. Louis sneered, he thought, these people just discarded the most profitable things. After 5 full hours, the sign I finally saw had the number 8 written on it. Good luck. Brother, this is where I found it. As long as you pass the sign, the rest of the site will be yours. Because this is the last one, the end of the road happens to be the villa where the villa farmer lives. Louis said to Chi Yang with a smile. Looking from the car window, the outside world is indeed very desolate, with red and yellow as the main tone everywhere, and occasionally some bushes can be seen. However, as it moved forward, the surrounding environment suddenly improved, and sparse trees appeared around it, and as it continued to move forward, it became more and more dense. The surroundings began to look lively, and then, cattle and sheep began to be seen in groups. The employees of the ranch are still there, about 50 people, managing the cattle and sheep in the nearby farmland. Lewis said with a smile. Why are there more trees here? Chi Yang asked. To be honest, the farms here are all restricted by one situation, that is water. The largest water source in this territory is a lake. There is a huge spring under the lake, which outputs water and continues when the lake is full, forming several small rivers, but this kind of river does not flow far. Hearing this, Chi Yang understood what was going on. However, this did not affect him very much. Sure enough, it didn't take long to see a huge lake. Brother Yang, you are so beautiful. Wang Shuya couldn't help exclaiming when she saw the huge lake. After passing the lake, you will see a larger plain, behind which there is a big hill. A huge house is built on the mountain. The house is full of European style, just like a small castle. And there is a small building complex near this huge house. This is where the staff live. Just as Chi Yang and the others got out of the car, a very fat white man walked over. Brother, this is the current owner of this farm, named Christian McIntosh. Lewis turned to look at the white man. This is Mr. Chi who wants to buy your farm. The white man looked at Chi Yang and said, Mr. Chi, hello, my name is the owner of Carey Farm. Of course, he speaks English, and for Chi Yang, except for Chinese, all Chi Yang languages are a nightmare. Fortunately, Wang Shuya and Tianmi are both familiar with English. He didn't directly talk about the acquisition. After all, before that, he always had to take a good look. After arranging the residences of Chi Yang and others, the fat white man said something. Mr. Chi, in order to welcome everyone, the party is ready, and I look forward to your presence. After running for a full 5 hours, they were naturally hungry, so at the invitation of the fat white man, several people came to the back of this castle-like villa. There is probably a small garden of tens of acres. It can be seen that this party is still very grand. In the center, a whole lamb is being roasted, and a strong fragrance is wafting out. Around the roasted lamb, there are various fruits and vegetables, as well as some barbecues, steaks, desserts and fine wines. Almost all the things here are produced by the farm itself. I hope you like it. The farmer said to Chi Yang. Early the next morning, the farmer took Chi Yang and others to fly a helicopter and began to observe the entire farm from the air. However, the other party knew that when Chi Yang wanted to visit the abandoned iron mine on this farm, Wabaozhu was also taken aback. He didn't think that someone would buy his own farm for that iron mine. However, since the client wants to see it, he will naturally not refuse. All the way to the west, looking down, sure enough, after leaving the lake, most of what I saw was a desolate, only the drizzling bushes. Shi Yan can't figure out why the crops here are the best in the world. Soon, the helicopter landed near the so-called abandoned iron mine. Old. This is Chi Yang's only idea for this iron mine. The mine that allows 3 or 4 people to pass through at the same time is actually reinforced with 5.2 millimeters of wood around it. How many years ago is this mine? Below is a very dilapidated track, on which there is a small car that can only be seen in movies. The kind of small mine cart that is pressed forward by manpower is used to transport iron ore. If such iron ore can dig out 10 tons of ore a day, Chi Yang would dare to write his name upside down. No wonder the farmer looked blank. This thing really has no temptation at all. Nobody would ever buy a farm for that. System, start scanning the iron ore here. Chi Yang explained directly, and looked around. The same is true for others. This kind of underground iron mine hundreds of years ago is really hard to see. Start scanning iron ore. An hour later, Chi Yang reluctantly boarded the helicopter. He loves this place. In just 1 hour, he has already scanned 500 million tons of mines in the vicinity. If he has enough time, Chi Yang is absolutely confident that he will build the world's largest open-pit iron mine here. The helicopter took off and flew over the territory again. You can see the wide view directly with the naked eye, or you can carefully look at the places you like through the telescope. About 2/3 of the entire farm is desolate, but the remaining 1/3 is very beautiful. It is full of vigor and fodder everywhere, and flocks of cattle and sheep can often be seen on the grass. Occasionally, some staff can be seen. In addition, not far from the lake, there is a large flat field. Because in Australia in December, it is summer, and it is the season of wheat harvesting. Several workers are driving harvesters to harvest the golden 12 yellow wheat. Brother Yang, there are so many camels over there. Wang Shuya shouted excitedly. She didn't know there were camels here before. Mr. Chi, in our place, wild camels, kangaroos, hares, and koalas often appear. Whoever owns these creatures has the right to shoot them and sell them. After the farmer explained a few words, Wang Shuya told Qi Yan what she said. Don Manifold nodded and said, "Boss, judging by the number, there are at least a few hundred. These camels probably migrated here because of the abundance of water and grass here, and it is estimated that they will migrate to other places after a while." Other places. This place is really beautiful, with lush water and grass. Compared with the arid and less rainy and desolate scenery in the vast areas of Western Australia, this place is completely different. There are a large group of wild camels coming, Zhang Wang, and it also shows that the environment here is good, there are sufficient water sources, and there are sufficient edible grasses, leaves and so on. On the way back, Qi Yang waved his hand and said, "I've taken a fancy to this land, and I can go through the formalities and pay directly when I go back." After hearing Qi Yang's words, Louis conveyed them directly to the farmer. The farmer said, "Mr. Qi, after I go back, we will sign the contract directly, and then go to the relevant department to go through the formalities." Just when Qi Yang was about to sign a contract with the farmer, a stick suddenly said, "Mr. Christian McIntosh, you cannot sign a contract with him." "Ha? Mr. Quan, why haven't you left yet? If you can't accept my price, you should leave quickly." Farmer Christian McIntosh turned his head and saw a person walking into the hall of his home, and suddenly said angrily, "I thought about it. I can take over your price. I came first, so this place should be sold to me." Quan Wuzhong said directly. At this time, Qi Yang already knew what they were talking about, and said directly, "Mr. McIntosh, don't worry about this poor man, you are still bargaining for such a good territory, let's sign the contract directly. The price here, you may not believe it, is just over 10 million Australian dollars. If it is converted into RMB, it is no more than 50 million yuan. This money, in China, might not even be enough to buy 1,000th of the land." The farmer directly nodded in agreement with Qi Yang's words. "A bargaining guy, not a poor ghost, you have already refused to deal before, so don't buy it. This land is mine, you can't sign it." Seeing that Qi Yang was preparing to sign, Quan No. 5 Middle School actually spoke Chinese, but the words were very strange. "Joke." Qi Yang snorted coldly, and allowed the guests to go straight to Ingji. "I said, you can't sign." While speaking, Quan Wuzhong actually took out a pistol in his hand. If it was any other place, if he took out his gun, it might scare others, but he couldn't imagine what kind of people were by his side now. "Ah!" Wang Shuya couldn't help but let out a cry. And the farmer trembled too. However, the moment he took out his pistol, Louis's grisly bodyguard and Yumi left the place in an instant. Although someone pointed a gun at him, Qi Yang didn't panic at all. With the two of Tianmi around, he would never have any problems. Only Qi Yang and Louis were present without any change, they could tell that this stick would be taken down soon. "I have signed the contract, we can go through the formalities at any time." The moment Qi Yang spoke, two voices came from everyone's ears. "Bump! Ah!" Everyone looked towards the sound. At this time, the gun in the stick's hand had almost fallen to the ground, and a hole appeared on his wrist, which began to bleed. Immediately afterwards, I saw that Tianmi instantly controlled the stick. The person who shot was Louis's bodyguard. The farmer was also taken aback, but didn't say anything. Such a situation has nothing to do with him at all. Qi Yang has signed the contract just now, and now, this is the one who deals with him. Moreover, when he saw that Qi Yang had to pay all the expenses in one lump sum, he was also extremely happy. Quan Wuzhong never thought that Qi Yang had such two masters in 677. He knew he was screwed. Qi Yang and others handed over the stick to the local police and legally resolved the trouble. Shi Yang knew that with Lewis's methods, it was impossible for this guy to leave Australia in his life. In Australia, there are still many procedures to go through to purchase this kind of freehold farm. The next day, the group arrived in Melbourne. The nearest place to complete the transfer procedures is Urban. After a busy day, the formalities have all been processed, but the completion of the formalities will be the day after tomorrow at the earliest. It was not easy to go back and forth, so naturally they lived in Melbourne. In other words, I must have nothing to do on the next day, since I have come here, so I took Wang Shuya and Tianmi for a stroll outside. In fact, the main thing is to look at the landmark buildings and buy special shopping malls. Melbourne is known as the City of Churches in the Southern Hemisphere. There are a large number of large churches left over from the Victorian period in the city, including the famous Wesleyan School, St. Paul's Cathedral, the Scottish Church, St. Bartlett's Cathedral and St. Michaelmas United Church, etc. When passing by a church, Shi Yang suddenly felt a familiar voice. He followed the familiar voice and looked over. I saw a young man, kneeling on one knee, holding roses, proposing marriage like a woman. Swallow, no matter in the present, in the past or in the future, I will love you as much as now. No matter what difficulties we may encounter in the future, I will never leave you alone. During the days with you, I deeply feel, what is happiness, what is love, after so much, I know very clearly that you are the person I love the most. Will you marry me? However, even in this church, he still failed to impress the girl. We didn't make an agreement before we came to Australia. After we stabilized, we were thinking about getting married. Chen Xianfei? Shi Yang was taken aback when he saw that person, a little surprised. How could this guy be in Australia? This person, officially half a year ago, was one of his brothers who lived in the same dormitory with him. Shi Yang never expected that he would run into a college classmate in Australia. After all, after graduating from university, going their separate ways, in a dormitory, with a few gay friends, without playing games, it is impossible to get together and chat. This guy is a top student in his dormitory, and his family background seems to be pretty good, although he can't compare with his mining. Give me a little more time, and I will definitely find a job. Seeing that the woman refused, Chen Xiangfei couldn't help feeling a little anxious, not knowing what to say. Have you considered my feelings? Have you thought about our future? You said that you have stabilized here. I quit my job and flew all the way from heaven, but now? Ha! The woman also looked at him with red eyes and questioned him. Seeing that his former brothers couldn't bear face anymore, Shi Yang couldn't help sighing. With the idea of making a rescue, he walked towards him. In such a situation, I am afraid that after some people hear it, they will inevitably feel ugly. Chen Xiangfei. Asterisk? Seeing someone greeting him, Chen Xiangfei was taken aback for a moment, then subconsciously looked up. After seeing Shi Yang, he couldn't help exclaiming, "Fuck, Brother Yang. Why are you here?" Because he was so surprised that his voice became a little incoherent. Long time no see. Shi Yang smiled. Sister-in-law. Chen Xiangfei looked at Wang Shuya who was holding Qi Yang's arm, and said. Because Qi Yang and Wang Shuya were together very early, Chen Xiangfei also knew each other. Back when Qi Yang and Wang Shuya were together, the roommates thought it was strange. After all, they actually went to the goddess of the business school. How are you doing now? How did you come to Australia? The smile on Chen Xiangfei's face couldn't tell whether it was bitterness or joy. I bought a small farm, and I'm going through the formalities these 2 days. Shi Yang laughed. Damn. Chen Xiangfei blurted out, although the farms in Australia are cheap, but that's not a small amount, and if you buy a farm here, do you want to settle down? You bought a farm? Is it possible to settle here? No, I just bought it for fun. Shi Yang said casually. Are you that Qi Yang? The girl Chen Xiangfei proposed to Qi Yang asked. I don't know which one you are talking about. Anyway, my name is Qi Yang. Qi Yang said casually. My name is Chao Yan, and I'm also from Huatai City. Chao Yan said with blinking eyes. Ha? Then you should be talking about me. Qi Yang nodded. The expression on Chen Shangfei's face was a bit awkward. What would these two people say? Fei, Shi Yang is very famous in my house, and now all the iron mines and coal mines in Huatai City belong to him. Chao Yan blinked and said to Chen Shangfei. Damn! Isn't your house a small iron mine? Chen Shangfei was shocked. It's rare to see, how about I treat you to a meal? That's so embarrassing, I agreed to invite you for this meal. Don't you give me face? Besides, I have a lot of people, so I'll pay for it. Next time you invite me. Qi Yang can see that Chen Shangfei's current economy may not be optimistic. He can't bring him a burden just because of reminiscing about the past. Chen Shangfei also saw what Qi Yang meant, so he nodded, all right then. By the way, who is this? My secretary, Tian Mi. Qi Yang said casually. Tian Mi's disguised identity is indeed a secretary. However, in the eyes of Chen Shangfei and Chao Yan, it was different. Corruption. Corruption of capitalism. Who doesn't know that there is something to do with the secretary, and nothing to do with the secretary? A group of 5 people came to a restaurant very quickly. At the dinner table, except for Tian Mi who was speechless, the other people became familiar with each other. After drinking some wine, Chen Shangfei began to talk about everything. At first, I thought I was holding an iron rice bowl, but I didn't eat any rice and the bowl was broken. If I had known about the contract with China Petroleum, I would have signed it. At the beginning, what he valued was that the wages of foreign companies were higher than those of state-owned companies, but unexpectedly, within a few days, the foreign companies closed down. He also lost his job. Now China Petroleum doesn't want you anymore? Yes, why not? Relying on the relationship at home, go back and train for 2 years, maybe you can become a section chief. Then why don't you go back? Shi Yang said to him. A wry smile appeared on Chen Shangfei's face. Qi Yang saw that he didn't speak, so he didn't ask the root cause. Speaking of which, I happen to have a job, are you interested? Chen Shangfei was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. My mining company needs people. Qi Yang continued. Chen Shangfei is an honest person, he was afraid of his own incompetence, so he followed Qi Yang to make things even more difficult for him. You are a talented student who is engaged in resource surveying, but I have a lot of work here that needs such a person. Qi Yang rolled his eyes at him and continued. Isn't your mine in China? Chen Shangfei was stunned. It should be said that most of my mines are in China. Qi Yang replied, most of the 3 words can be emphasized. Although it is possible to find a headhunting company and then hire a manager to come over to do this, but it is natural to have an acquaintance who is trustworthy. As for the technology, which one is better at exploring resources, because it is Huatai Jian? No mine. Can find rich ore. If you want to have mines, you must have them. Are you serious? Chen Shangfei has restrained his joking expression and looked at you, Qi Yang, with a serious face. Otherwise, don't you understand to UN survey very well? Qi Yang asked. Speaking of his professional affairs, Chen Shangfei suddenly became extremely excited. Qi Yang people are still spending their summer in Australia, and Huatai City seems to have exploded. When the tax returns at the end of the year came out, Xishan province was shocked. The polar railway industry pays the first tax, and the polar coal industry pays the second tax, and these 2 companies all belong to the same group, which is the polar mining industry. A group company established less than half a year ago has hundreds of companies under its umbrella, but almost all of them are empty shells. The industrial and commercial side wanted to investigate strictly, but found out that it was a big taxpayer, so they let him do whatever they wanted. However, these 2 companies have made polar mining the undisputed number 1 taxpayer, and they have left behind the second one. Seeing such a report, everyone thought, Wolf, here we come. This report also means that Qi Yang has become the number 1 group in Huatai City. In addition, after share analysis, Qi Yang has become the real richest man in Huatai. Now, anyone who pays attention to this matter knows that the chairman of Polar Mining Group, a 21-year-old young man, has become the richest man in Huatai City. However, Qi Yang has just completed the handover, and now, the farm completely belongs to Qi Yang. The old farmer's things have all been removed. By the way, didn't you say you found 2 farms for me? Where is the other one? In the back garden, Chi Yang asked Louis leisurely. What? 3:30, is it possible that you still want to buy another one? Louis said in a joking tone, but unexpectedly, Chi Yang gave a definite answer. Yeah, such a good land, and such a cheap land, I want to buy another one. Compared with the land of the Celestial Dynasty, this land is really no different from the free gift, and the land here is not freehold. Chi Yang said that, looking at it from the perspective of a Chinese person, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Since you want to buy it, I'll let someone get in touch. Coincidentally, that piece of land is the farm in front of us. Seeing that Chi Yang didn't seem to be joking, Louis said. You mean number 7? Chi Yang asked doubtfully. That's right, it's Tamiya. The farm that Chi Yang bought is at the end of this road, and it is also the 8th farm on this road. Therefore, Chi Yang's naming of the first few farms is directly number 1 to number 7. After all, the names of those farmers are really too difficult to remember. Why didn't you recommend me to buy that one before? Chi Yang wondered. I have also considered it, but you are mining, so naturally you are not very interested in agricultural products. This farm is already fully satisfied. In addition, this farm also has an abandoned iron mine. You may be interested, I just said this first. Summer. After Louis finished explaining, he paused, and then emphasized, as long as the store is full of crops, the price is also expensive. Which piece of land, the other party's offer is high. How much higher can it be? Chi Yang doesn't care about the extra point, anyway, he has a cheating tool, so he can post it anyway. After Chi Yang learned about the situation, he directly asked Louis to meet with the other party's farmer. The other party said that they would fly a helicopter over to have a detailed chat with him tomorrow morning. In the early morning of the next day, Chi Yang pushed Wang Shuya away from her arms, and went directly downstairs. The time was full, and an hour passed quickly. Brother, the other party is coming soon. Lu Yiqiang said. Sure enough, not long after, a helicopter landed outside the house. Immediately afterwards, several people came down from above. Among them was an old man who seemed to be about to die. And behind him, there are 2 people following, one looks somewhat similar to him, and the other is in a suit. It doesn't look like they are together. What Chi Yang didn't expect was that the guy who was somewhat similar to the old man could speak Chinese. Hello, you are Mr. Chi, our helicopter is ready to take a look at our farm at any time. The other party said directly to Chi Yang. Because of the relatively similar relationship between the 2 territories, BCCI soon came to the sky above their territories. Of course, Chi Yang also read the information on this ranch. The area here is much larger than the one he bought before, about 1,300 square kilometers. About 2/5 of the area is dense grassland, and the remaining 2/5 are farmland. Only 1/5 of the area is wasteland. It can be seen that this place is indeed much better than the previous one. On the helicopter, overlooking the territory, the field of vision is wide, but there are many restrictions. Fortunately, Chi Yang saw a hill. Perhaps, that is the highest point of this ranch. He couldn't help saying to the pilot, there is a mountain over there, let's go there and have a look. This mountain is called Beer's Peak, I named it. The old man said suddenly. Soon, the plane flew over the small hill, but because of the terrain, it could only go down by using the rope ladder. When he came near the mountain, Chi Yang realized that the height here is not that high. The battlefield area is even smaller. The strangest thing is that there is no grass growing here. You know, although the west side of this place is desolate, the east side is a lush pasture. Chi Yang looked at it unconsciously, very carefully. Suddenly, I seem to think of something. Isn't this the color that will be revealed when my hematite ore is about to be dug out? The moment this idea appeared, he turned on the system and let the system scan. And while Chi Yang is doing these things, everyone else's eyes are on Chi Yang. After all, Chi Yang is the real party A. While scanning, I had nothing to do, so I picked up the binoculars and looked over. Mr. Chi, the direction you are looking at is a railway, which is specially sent to the port, and it happens to be between me and the farmer over there. Qi Yang nodded in satisfaction. The direction he was pointing at was exactly the territory that Qi Yang had bought before. At first glance, Qi Yang is still very satisfied with this farm, which is larger than the previous one and does not look so desolate. The land is also very vast and flat, almost endless. If both farms are purchased, they can be expanded countless times in an instant. At noon, they came to the house on the farm, and it looked very different from before. In the small garden at the back of the house, under a huge parasol, there is a round table where several people sit and chat. Huatai City, which is about to celebrate the new year, is still at the coldest time of the year, but this time in Australia is the hottest time of the year. Therefore, it is naturally impossible to go out to do anything at noon. In the end, Qi Yang bought the territory for 12 million Australian dollars. In this way, starting from the 7th, all the territories belong to him, adding up to 2,500 square kilometers. This area is equivalent to 1.5 of the urban area of Beijing. Its size can be imagined. There was still some time, and Qi Yang took people to stroll around the territory. "Brother Yang, you are going too fast." Suddenly, Wang Shuya's voice came over. Hearing the sound, Qi Yang and the others hurriedly ran over as if they were very excited. "Brother Yang, look at this, it looks like gold." While speaking, Wang Shuya raised the ore in her hand, which looked about the size of a fist. Glittering gold, it really looks like a bit of natural gold. The so-called native gold is a naturally occurring gold element mineral, which is a natural gold nugget produced from vein or placer. Because the shape resembles a dog's head, it is also known as dog head gold. Chen Xiangfei looked at the stone in Wang Shuya's hand and couldn't help but get excited. "If it's natural gold, then you'll get rich." After Qi Yang took the stone, he turned to look at Chen Xiangfei. "You should take a look too." "Brother Yang, what's wrong?" Wang Shuya asked curiously. "This should not be natural gold, I think it's a bit like brass, or brass iron." While speaking, Qi Yang turned to look at Chen Xiangfei. Chen Xiangfei, as a mine prospector, naturally knows a little about these ores. "That's right, this should be brass." Natural gold is a naturally occurring gold element mineral with a golden yellow color and streaks. Chalcopyrite is a copper iron sulfide mineral with greenish-black pyrite streaks. The streaks of the ore are green-black, the pyrite is light yellow, the streaks are gray-green to black, and has a metallic luster, and it is mainly used for refining sulfuric acid. When Wang Shuya heard this, she looked regretful. "Brother Yang, I thought I got rich because I made people happy for nothing." "You became rich when you followed me," Qi Yang said casually. "The brain is active." "That's right, Australia's gold reserves are not small. I bought 2 territories myself, adding up to 2,500 square kilometers. Maybe I can really gather some gold." Immediately ordered, "System, scan the gold for me." Soon, Yang saw the 3-dimensional map. According to the scan, it contains a total of 35,200 tons of gold. "I wipe." Qi Yang was shocked. More than 35,000 tons of gold. You know, the number 1 gold mine in the world has produced only 30,000 tons of gold in a period of 150 years. This is the rhythm against the sky. However, Qi Yang was even more shocked at the back. What did he see? In that 3-dimensional view, there are scattered gold all around, which doesn't look like much. However, the small hill near him is the small blister where the helicopter landed before. Under the mountain bag, among the rocks, there is actually gold. In that case, it is estimated that even if Qi Yang gathers gold, he will not be able to achieve that density. Nature, indeed, is miraculous. Are gold mines gathered? All gathered in that mountain bag, or under the mountain bag, Qi Yang said directly. Soon, the system will be scattered around, and those scattered gold mines that have no development value are all refined and gathered under the small hill. According to Qi Yang's push, more than 10 kilograms of gold can be extracted per ton of the ore after gathering. 35,000 tons, or 35 million kilograms. In other words, next, 3.5 million tons of gold ore will be excavated here. There is really such a trace of terror. This time I really made a lot of money. 35,000 tons of gold, 35 billion grams of gold. Now the international gold price is 280 yuan per gram. Even if Qi Yang only sells it for 250 yuan per gram, it is 875 billion yuan. You know, now, the richest man in the world is only 111.8 billion yuan, which is equivalent to less than 700 billion yuan. The reserves of gold were so plentiful that Qi Yangfu next started exploring for iron ore. I don't know when the system will be able to explore all the ores in the range at the same time. One at a time, it's really troublesome. Qi Yang thought to himself. Scan multiple ores at the same time, system level 5 function. To Qi Yang's surprise, the system actually answered his question, which is amazing. Soon, the huge three-dimensional map changed again. After scanning, a total of 125 million tons of iron ore were found. Will it be gathered? Of course, the right territory, the other one is full of iron ore, which must be no less. Ask for flowers. This time it's really a big deal. In a few years, this place will become the largest open-pit iron mine in the world. At the same time, Qi Yang will also become the legendary gold supplier. Brother Yang, why are you suddenly happy? Are you laughing at me? Wang Shuya couldn't help pursing her mouth, and murmured to Qi Yang. Baby, why would I laugh at you, but, we found a great deal again. Qi Yang laughed. Ha! Everyone was taken aback. Tianmi, come here with a shovel. Qi Yang didn't say anything, and asked Tianmi to get the shovel. Then, surprise! Uproar! How could there be such a shallow mine in the world? Boss, this is really unbelievable. 0. Chen Xiangfei looked at the ground, his whole body was shocked, and his eyes were full of surprises. How can there be such a place in this world without even prospecting? The original owner had left the farm empty for hundreds of years without discovering the place. Really bad luck. However, in reality, if it were not for Qi Yang, the scene here would not be so shallow at all. The sun had already slanted to the west, and it looked like it was going to be dark, so Qi Yang and the others boarded the helicopter and flew to Gu number 8. Fortunately, Tianmi can fly a plane, otherwise, it would be really difficult for them. The next morning, Qi Yang didn't get on the plane, but woke everyone up and prepared to drive around the territory for a few laps. There is still a week before the Chinese New Year. Qi Yang plans to explore the ore situation in the territory during this time. Start working directly next year. But speaking, other people are also very interested in the scenery here. After all, the desolation here has a lot of character. Brother Yang, there are so many kangaroos over there. Hearing Wang Shuya's words, the eyes of the others all turned to that side. A kangaroo is any marsupial of the order kangaroo, found mainly in parts of Australia. Different species of kangaroos live in a variety of natural environments in Australia, from cool climate rainforests and desert plains to the tropics. Kangaroos are the tallest and furthest jumping mammals in the world. It's quite interesting to watch a dozen kangaroos, big and small, jumping forward. However, when Qi Yang looked through the telescope, he saw a place not far away, and he was very surprised. Tianmi, what is that place? Qi Yang believed that, as a qualified bodyguard, Tianmi must know where it was. After all, she needs to keep Qi Yang safe. That's the Carl Gully gold mine. Tianmi said without thinking. My territory is adjacent to a gold mine? Qi Yang asked suspiciously, why didn't he know? Yes. Tianmi confirmed, but according to the regulations, there is about a kilometer of blank space between the gold mine and your territory, which belongs to the Australian authorities. Looking at the nearby gold mine, Qi Yang had a bold idea. However, Qi Yang didn't care too much, after all, his gold mine was the big one. When they got tired of looking at the kangaroos, Qi Yang and the others set off again. For the next 3 days, Qi Yang wandered around the mine. Until one day, Qi Yang saw 953 flying a helicopter that he had never seen before in the sky, and it seemed to have the intention to land. Qi Yang frowned slightly. Tianmi, drive to that plane. Hearing Qi Yang's words, Tianmi flew directly to that side without saying a word. Not long after, Qi Yang and the others found the helicopter that had just landed. I saw a lot of people there, carrying various instruments. Shi Yang and Chen Shengfei looked at each other. Obviously, these guys wanted to explore the mine veins. In Australia, after Qi Yang signed the agreement and went through the process, this place has already been regarded as Qi Yang's private territory. Private property is strictly protected. If someone enters without the owner's consent, the owner of the territory has the right to attack. On the other hand, Qi Yang and the others approached them, and the leader took a few steps forward and said directly, "Hello, we are from the Joint Exploration Team, and we found that the magnetic field here is very strong, so we guess that there may be a lot of ore here. I want to explore here." Naturally, Qi Yang knew that there were iron mines here, so he said flatly, "I'm sorry, sir, this is a private property, and I don't need to conduct mine exploration." After Qi Yang finished speaking, Tianmi directly translated in a cold voice. Hearing Qi Yang's words, the man shook his head regretfully. "According to my many years of experience, there must be a lot of ore here, and these are make it impossible for any plants to grow here. I'll say it again, this is a private domain, you guys leave." Qi Yang said again. "Sir, we can." I said, "Get out." "How many ores are here?" "They all belong to Qi Yang. Qi Yang doesn't want the reserves here to be announced to the world, but these guys want to explore again and again." Qi Yang can't help shouting coldly. The foreigner shook his head regretfully, but the other person said, "Boy, I am." Roll. This is Qi Yang's territory, who cares who he is, if he keeps talking, he will die. Hearing Qi Yang's words, Tianmi tensed up instantly, and took out the gun from his waist. As the saying goes, money can turn ghosts, and the stick a few days ago made Qi Yang deeply aware that the outside world is not as good as the Celestial Dynasty, and self-protection still needs hot weapons. When the man saw the gun coming out, he immediately froze. Qi Yang sneered, completely looked down on this man, and waved impatiently, "Get lost." Naturally, Qi Yang could see that these guys were not good people and they must have plots. The people on the other side naturally knew that they were the ones who broke into other people's territory without permission, and the other party had already taken out their guns. If it continues, even if the other party kills, there will be absolutely no major problems. Therefore, he could only order his men to get on the helicopter, and soon, these people carried all the things onto the plane and flew directly into the sky slowly. Seeing the other party leave, Qi Yang and others also left. However, on the way back, he confessed that he should check those people just now. Right now, in a helicopter. The person who communicated with Qi Yang at the beginning had an ugly face and said, "Head, there may be a gold mine in that place just now." The man he called the head naturally wanted to investigate carefully, but he knew the laws of Australia very well. The sanctity of private property is inviolable. Obviously, that person before is the owner of this piece of land. If he did not have his permission, he would carry out the exploration without permission, and if he was caught, it would not be easy. It's better for us to leave temporarily and go back after they leave. Hearing his words, there was some movement on the other end, but he still said, "Forget it, go to another place first." Although these people have left, Qi Yang is still worried. It was decided that after the year, the Polar Security Company must send someone over. During this time, under Qi Yang's order, Lin Qingyin has established the security department as a separate company, and recruited a large number of soldiers, special forces, and armed police. After this period of time, regardless of price, there are already 800 security personnel, and this number is still increasing. Qi Yang plans to send 500 people here for security in the coming year. After all, there is no danger in the country, but here, something may go wrong. So, after going back, Qi Yang made an international call directly to Lin Qingyin and told about the matter. Lin Qingyin said that the task must be completed. The next morning, Qi Yang did not stroll around the territory as usual, but took Wang Shuya and Tianmi to Melbourne. Although the territory is already his, the mining procedures have not yet been completed. Before Qi Yang had learned which company in Melbourne was the most professional for his current situation, so he went directly to that place. "Mr. Qi, our president, Mr. Creek, is waiting for you. Let me take you there." Qi Yang had already contacted this company before coming here. Although this company has few people, it is absolutely professional. After all, there are people above them. Soon, Qi Yang came to the president's office, which was actually a cubicle. This president is fat and very enthusiastic. Mr. Chi, welcome. It turned out to be Chinese, although the tone of voice was weird. Hello, Mr. Crick 5.0, you are the best Australian I have ever seen in Chinese. Crick laughed loudly and said, by coincidence, by chance, 40 years ago, I once studied art with a teacher in Xishan province of your country. It is indeed a coincidence that I am from Xishan. Qi Yang laughed. After exchanging a few casual greetings, they went directly to the topic. Qi Yang knew that he couldn't believe everything this guy said, but he had been here for almost 20 years. Strength is definitely no problem, but it is inevitable that you will be tricked. Mr. Chi, you should also know that it is easy for Australians to go through mining procedures in Australia, but it is difficult for foreigners. You are from the Chinese dynasty. If you want to open a mine, it is absolutely best for me to give up my Chinese nationality and join Australia. That's the best policy. I believe that as long as the money is in place, Mr. Crick will have a good plan. Qi Yang said directly. Hearing Qi Yang's words, Crick showed embarrassment. If this is the case, it will only take more time, maybe about half a year. Qi Yang said with a smile, since Mr. Crick has eaten this bowl of rice, there must be a way to get it done quickly. I believe you, everything will be very simple when the money is in place. Crick was slightly silent when he heard Qi Yang's words, as if he was thinking about something. Mr. Qi, how about this, you pay 2 million Australian dollars, and I promise to get the license within 3 months. Interests often make people desperate, not to mention that in capitalist countries, you only need to provide money, and you will definitely get what you want. 3 million Australian dollars, 1 month. Qi Yang said lightly, in addition, I will add an extra 2 million Australian dollars if I get the gold mining procedures within 3 months. God. Fuck. 5 million. No, gold. Going to mine gold. Crick was stunned, somewhat unbelievable. However, he quickly realized, Mr. Chi, 12 is there gold in your territory? Is it my business? I have money, and I want a high-end certificate to pretend, how about it? In fact, Qi Yang doesn't care if others know about it. After all, it has legally become Qi Yang's private territory, and as long as Qi Yang doesn't sell it, he can't lose it. He just wanted to tease this little old man. After all, he finally found an outsider who could speak Chinese. Crick looked at Qi Yang in amazement, shock written all over his face. Although it is said that Australia has a huge amount of gold reserves, and is even responsible for several famous big gold madmen in the world, the annual gold production is huge. However, that can't be gold everywhere. In Crick's view, the appearance of gold in Qi Yang's territory is a very lucky thing. Gold has always been regarded as one of the safe haven commodities in the global financial market, and has even become a balanced stabilizer of asset portfolio returns. As we all know, there is an inverse relationship between gold and the rice dollar. When the rice dollar strengthens, the gold price weakens. Conversely, when the dollar weakens, the gold price strengthens. In recent years, the dollar has weakened, which also affects gold. This has caused the global gold price to hit new highs repeatedly, which has greatly increased Australia's gold production. Last year, gold production reached 317 tons, breaking the record of 314.5 tons. For local gold producers in Australia, the price of gold has been rising all the way, which makes local gold. Producers enjoy the best pricing conditions and push prices higher. Now, in the eyes of Australians, gold is synonymous with wealth. If Crick were to know the gold reserves in Qi Yang's territory, he would be scared to death. That number is really terrifying. However, he doesn't know now. After a brief shock, Crick said, Mr. Chi, you should know that gold mining procedures are very difficult. After completing the 2 procedures, the price. 8 million Australian dollars. Before Crick said the price, Qi Yang said it directly. Qi Yang knew that this guy was going to ask for a lot of money. After all, he finally saw a fat sheep like Qi Yang, so he opened his mouth first. 10 million Australian dollars, within 3 months. Qi Yang didn't speak, just looked at Crick quietly. Crick couldn't help but blush. This young man had seen through his thoughts. I know that it takes about 5 million Australian dollars to operate this matter, and I thank you for the remaining 3 million. Ordinary mines will be developed for 1 month and gold for 3 months. Otherwise, I will find another place. Shi Yang was definitely about the same, so he opened his mouth and said. When Crick heard Shi Yang's words, he knew that there was nothing to talk about. Mr. Chi, you are so powerful, I will sign the contract as you said, but the gold mine is really troublesome, and it will take at least 5 months. Shi Yang nodded, but I have to get the ordinary ore within a month. Hearing what Shi Yang said, Crick agreed. Next, soon, the two parties signed the contract. If they can't complete the above things, they need to pay a large amount of liquidated damages. Therefore, Shi Yang directly transferred the money to the other party. During this period of time, Shi Yang was so busy that he divided his territory into 3 areas, the iron mining area, the gold mining area, and the leisure area. These 3 areas correspond to iron mines, gold mines, planting and grazing respectively. Among them, iron mining areas and gold mining areas occupy the bulk. After various transportations during this period, the ore in this iron ore and gold mining area has become more and more, like a snowball, and it has become very huge. Among them, the total amount of gold has reached 40,000 tons, while iron ore has reached 7 billion tons. You know, the world's largest iron ore reserves are only 7.2 billion tons. When the formalities are completed, you only need to gently remove the soil above, and there will be a large amount of high-quality iron ore and gold mines. After finishing all this, Shi Yang and the others plan to set off to return to China. After all, 3 days is New Year's Eve. Before going back, Shi Yang made a lot of purchases in the city of Moser, which surprised many waiters. After all, few people buy so many things at once. Many things here are difficult to buy in China. Since the new year is coming, it is natural to buy a batch of New Year's goods. Soon, a few people boarded the plane back, and the things were checked in 400. After a day of tossing and turning, several people returned to Longcheng Airport. At this time, the bodyguard at home had already driven over to pick him up. Soon, they returned home. Shuya, let's spend New Year's Eve at Aunt's house. Without saying a few words, Mother Chi said happily. Ah! New Year's Eve. Wang Shuya's face blushed immediately. Although it was natural to spend the Chinese New Year with her man, she and Shi Yang are not married yet, isn't it a bit too early? I'd better ask my family. Wang Shuya struggled for a while. She actually wanted to be here. However, although she has a lot of family members, her parents only have one child. In fact, this is also a problem that many contemporary young people have. After all, according to the traditional habits of the Chinese people, the young couple should spend their time at the man's house on New Year's Eve, including the first day of the new year. However, a family composed of only children is also a bit troublesome. After all, it is not good for 4 elderly people to go to any house. After some discussion, Wang Shuya spent the Chinese New Year with Shi Yang. On the 2nd day of the first lunar month, she went to the capital and stayed there for a few more days. In fact, after Shi Yang met the old man last time, the matter between him and Wang Shuya had already been settled. The day before New Year's Eve, Shi Yang went to several mines and found that each mine was under stable construction, so he felt relieved. Lin Qingyin, sure enough, not bad. Shi Yang was very satisfied. Just after dinner, Shi Yang received a call from Bailey Chenlian. The gist is that, when it is developed, the first furnace of the special steel that Shi Yang needs will be opened tomorrow. It was already late at night, but the laboratory of Polar Dry Refining Company was brightly lit. All the staff are frantically verifying the data. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, the last day of the year. They hope that the first furnace of steel can be successfully refined tomorrow, so that the new year will be a new atmosphere. They will be the heroes of the Celestial Dynasty. Early the next morning, after Shi Yang arrived, the first furnace started. What is adopted is the method of making steel in the compound blowing converter, that is, different gases are blown into the bottom of the top blown converter to improve the stirring of the molten pool. At present, most countries in the world use this steelmaking method, and have developed various types of combined blowing converter steelmaking technology. Time flies, and the surrounding temperature rises very fast, and experts suddenly shouted, "Add ferrosilicon." Hearing his words, the workers beside him immediately added ferrosilicon that had been roasted red for a long time. Ferrosilicon contains more hydrogen, which can be removed after roasting, and preheating ferrosilicon can also accelerate melting. Add ferromanganese. At the moment of entering the slag, the expert gave a loud shout. Add copper. Shi Yang was a little confused about this point, so Balakialian explained, copper in steel can improve the hardenability and corrosion resistance of steel, and copper in steel is not easy to oxidize, so during the charging or oxidation period join when iron vanadium, molybdenum ferro, 17. Ferroniobium, tungsten iron, fabaron. With the order of the experts, dozens of total materials were added. Finally, success. However, everyone did not rest, and soon began to test these ores. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 huge test reports had appeared in front of Qi Yang and others. The previous expert got a copy, Qi Yang and Bailey Chanlian each got a copy. As each page was turned, the expert became more and more excited. Finally, the materials fell to the ground, and he fell down slowly. Seeing this scene, Bailey Chanlian hurried forward to support the expert, Old Wang. Because Bailey Chanlian had been looking forward to the result this time, he could only understand the report simply, not very clearly. Therefore, his eyes have been on this expert Wang. However, unexpectedly, expert Wang collapsed before telling himself the result. The moment he fell, he hurried forward to support him. Expert Wang, are you okay? Hurry to the hospital. However, he was very good at regaining consciousness, took out the medicine from his arms and swallowed it in one gulp, and soon he returned to normal. I'm fine, I'm sick, I didn't sleep yesterday, that's all. Old Wang, you still feel that you should go to rest, let's talk after resting. Bailey Chanlian said with concern. No, I can still stand it, just now Owen was too excited about the matter, successful. After trembling slightly, Lao Wang took a few deep breaths, calmed down slowly, and continued, we have accomplished a great feat, and the Celestial Dynasty will be proud of us. We have left a mark in the history of steel. A heavy stroke. Hearing this, Qi Yang and Bailey Chanlian couldn't understand, it was a success. This time the metal worked. Bailey Chanlian said again with a trembling voice, Old Wang, is it true? This steel is excellent. It's more than excellent. Expert Wang said tremblingly, this is no longer excellent. A masterpiece. It is simply a masterpiece. There is such an excellent steel. I didn't expect that I could participate in such a steel smelting in my life. After several summaries, that is, all the existing steel in Tianqiao is rolled in all directions. Corrosion resistance. High temperature resistance. Low temperature resistance. Very good, the press conference will be held in the first month, and then we will seize the time to smelt a few furnaces, and strive to become more proficient in craftsmanship and more stable in quality. Bailey Chanlian quickly made a decision. By the time things here are over, it is already New Year's Eve. However, at Qi Yang's house, there is no such thing as a New Year's Eve dinner. What the family really must eat together is the next morning, which is the first meal of the new year. Watching the Spring Festival Gala, and going to bed after the Spring Festival Gala ends at 1 o'clock. Get up early the next morning, and the family gathers for dinner. Then it's New Year's greetings. A busy day has passed. In previous years, there would be so many relatives, but, after all, with more money and stronger people, there would be more relatives. Qi Yang doesn't care, as long as they don't make trouble. Soon, the day was over, and early the next morning, Qi Yang and Wang Shiya went to Longdu and flew to the capital. Because the old man has already recognized Qi Yang, naturally there will be no bloody plots of rich and powerful disputes. Moreover, because of Qi Yang's relationship, today, all members of the Wang family are together again. This is the first time in so many years that we are still together on the second day of the first lunar month. In the restaurant, there are 3 big round tables filled with sumptuous delicacies. 3 tables, 2 tables for young people, and 1 table for the rest. Because Qi Yang and the others arrived late, there were just 2 seats left, which were obviously reserved for them. Grandpa is here. Shi Yang had just sat down when he heard a young man beside him say. The old man appeared, and everyone else stood up. Everyone sit down, let's have dinner, this is the first time our family has eaten together this year. The king's crime. Suddenly, he looked around and said, Shi Yang, you and Shuya come over to my side, pointing to the empty seat next to him while talking. As soon as these words came out, all the young people looked at Shi Yang with envy. What an honor it is for such a big family to be able to sit beside the old man on such a grand occasion. This also means that everyone in the entire Wang family must give Qi Yang face, because the old man likes it. After Qi Yang stepped forward, Wang Fu gave Qi Yang a brief introduction to the people in their family. During the meal, the grandfather said to Qi Yang, I heard that you have established 2 large farms in Australia? Yes, there are mines inside. Qi Yang said directly. It's very difficult to open a mine abroad, and it's even more difficult to transport it back to the country. The old man said in a deep voice. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I will go to the mountain. Qi Yang said as he drank the wine in his glass with burning eyes. Good, if a mountain doesn't come towards me, I will walk towards 3, Hearing Qi Yang's words, the old man grew up and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Seeing the old man's expression, the people present were more and more shocked. The old man hadn't been so happy for a long time. The time for a meal passed quickly, and before leaving, the old man told Qi Yang to let him spend a few more days in the capital while he had nothing to do during the Chinese New Year. After finishing speaking, he left. In fact, for such a big family, a marriage certificate is not very important. Because, sometimes, after some things, everything is settled. No matter what happens in between, it is almost impossible to change. Therefore, Qi Yang didn't even need to go to the guest room, and directly stayed in Wang Shuya's room. Seeing the pink-based room, Qi Yang was taken aback, but she didn't expect Wang Shuya to like this kind of tone. As for Tianmi, it is in a nearby guest room. Here, close protection is absolutely necessary. After all, the outside is heavily guarded, and the inside is patrolled by guards, all armed with guns, who can come in and cause trouble. In the early morning of the next day, Qi Yang originally said that he would take Wang Shuya for a stroll, but in 9:03, Wang Shuya said that she wanted to visit someone with Qi Yang. This person is none other than Wang Jiangwo, who was promoted a few months ago. Didn't Uncle Wang be promoted to the provincial capital? Why is he in the capital? Come back for the new year? Qi Yang wondered. No, Wang Uncle was transferred to the Jingqing Iron and Steel Company 1 month after he went to the provincial capital. Wang Shuya explained. When leaving, it was natural to call Shang Tianmi, and the 3 of them went directly to Jingshi Mountain. When he arrived at Jingqing Iron and Steel Company, Qi Yang couldn't help sighing with emotion. This is the feeling and grandeur of a giant steel crocodile. Compared with this place, Taiyue Steel is like a small rural place, just like a younger brother. You two are Mr. Qi and Ms. Wang, right? Qi Yang, Wang Shuya and Tianmi just got off the car. Immediately a young man came up and asked Yang. This young man belongs to the secretariat and serves the leaders. Just now Wang Jiangwo told him to come out to pick up people. Although Qi Yang and the others got off the taxi, he didn't show any disdain. After all, they may be Mr. Wang's friends, since BCCB and Mr. Wang are always friends. How could it be so simple? Maybe they just arrived in the capital. Led by the young man, Qi Yang and Wang Shuya soon came to Wang Jiangwo's office. Seeing Qi Yang and Wang Shuya, Wang Jiangwo seemed very happy. Xiaoyang, Shuya, sit down quickly. In fact, although Wang Jiangwo is also surnamed Wang, he is not from the Wang family, or in other words, he only has a little relationship with him, so he is not eligible to participate in yesterday's banquet. A few people chatted, and they talked about Qi Yang's career. Xiaoyang, what's your iron mine like now? When Wang Jiangwo was still in Taiyue, he signed a contract of 5 million tons with Qi Yang. Although the contract was signed before leaving, he was still under a lot of pressure. In Wang Jiangwo's view, even if Qi Yang's iron ore can really expand its production, it is estimated that the ore will be delivered by the end of this year. The 5 million tons has already been delivered. Qi Yang laughed. Not only the 5 million tons have been delivered, but we have also signed another contract for 8 million tons. Okay. Wait a minute, Xiaoyang, you said you completed the contract of 5 million tons. It's only been 4 or 5 months? Wang Jianghuo's face suddenly changed. After that, I continued to expand. The production capacity of that iron mine reached 70,000 tons per day. After the railway was built, it could continue to expand. In addition, I also bought another iron mine. I didn't expect to remove the upper layer of mine. After that, all the ores below turned out to be high-grade ores. Now, the two mines add up to a daily output of 120,000 to 30,000 tons, which is no problem at all. After hearing Qi Yang's words, Wang Jianghuo was already shocked. Half a year ago, he was still producing several hundred tons per day, but now, he has already produced 120,000 to 300,000 tons per day. In such a short period of time, Qi Yang is really a genius to operate the mine to such a level. Awesome. Just when Wang Jianghuo was about to continue talking to Qi Yang, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the office. There was no displeasure on Wang Jianghuo's face, but he was actually a little unhappy in his heart. After all, I have confessed myself, when you are receiving guests, you knock on the door in your heart. If there is nothing important, just wait to eat shit. Please come in. After Wang Jianghuo's words fell, a capable man with white hair on his head walked in. He naturally knew that Wang Jianghuo was receiving important guests, but he did not expect that the person Wang Jianghuo was receiving was so young. He nodded apologetically towards Qi Yang and Wang Shuya. It was a simple greeting, and then looked at Wang Jianghuo with a serious face. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry to bother you. Now there is a very urgent matter that needs to be reported to you immediately. What's the matter? The executive has always been steady, this time it must be a big event. Wang Jianghuo immediately lost his dissatisfaction. However, when that person saw Qi Yang and Wang Shuya, he hesitated to speak. Wang Jianghuo said, "They are all our own people, let's talk about it." After hearing Wang Jianghuo's words, he reported directly. To put it simply, the 5 Australian mining companies that worked with them unilaterally raised the price of iron ore by 10 points, or 10%. For such a huge purchase volume, 10% is a huge expense. After listening to the report, Wang Jianghuo's expression became serious. This matter is not simple. These people actually raised prices at the same time. There must be other people behind this incident. The rapid economic development of China has stimulated the prosperity of the iron and steel industry, and the development of the iron and steel industry must require a large amount of iron ore. However, the domestic mining technology is not good enough, which leads to the need to import a large amount of ore. Under the leadership of some international mining giants, the international iron ore price can be said to be rising steadily. It must not be easy to increase the price again now. However, the import of iron ore must be controlled by others. Wang Jianghuo's face turned ugly, and he began to think about countermeasures. Wang Shuya couldn't help asking Qi Yang, "Brother Yang, don't you have iron ore?" Qi Yang is naturally rich in iron ore. The 2 mining areas in Huatai City have an output of more than 100,000 tons per day. The huge mine in Australia is about to start digging. When it starts in Australia, Qi Yang will instantly become a world-class iron ore owner. Especially when Australia's iron mines develop and become the world's #1, it may not be very difficult. Qi Yang nodded and said, "Uncle Wang, I have a lot of iron ore, how much do you need?" Wang Jianghuo couldn't help shaking his head. "Qi Yang, unless you can supply all of your iron ore, it's just a drop in the bucket, and it's almost impossible to reach the quantity." "You mean, almost 100,000 tons per day?" Qi Yang asked. This figure is a little scary for his own production, and now some people actually say that his mine is just a drop in the bucket. Qi Yang was not happy all of a sudden. In fact, from Wang Jianghuo's point of view, although Qi Yang's polar mining industry has already been able to produce more than 100,000 tons per day, it must be almost the same now. It is simply impossible to have too many mines left. No one in the world knows that iron ore is a seller's market, not a buyer's market. The seller will never have excess goods as inventory. In this way, even if Qi Yang is given to him, it can only be a small part. Hearing his explanation, Yang couldn't help laughing. Seeing that Qi Yang was confident and smiling, Wang Jianghuo was full of doubts. Uncle Wang is afraid that I don't have many mines? Let me tell you, all the iron mines in Huatai, Linshur, Quanyang, and the 3 cities have been sold to me. In addition, I also bought a lot of territories in Australia. It will be officially mined this month. After Wang Jiangwo, it was impossible for Qi Yang to joke about this matter. A strong joy appeared in the eyes. The person on the side naturally heard and saw the performance of the two, and was immediately overjoyed. Unexpectedly, this young man owns a mine at home. Qi Yang, how many mines are there? Wang Jiangwo asked. Qi Yang's face remained unchanged and he said, I'm bragging if I talk too much, but I can still afford a contract of 20 million tons. 20 million tons. Hearing Qi Yang's words, Wang Jiangwo and Wang Jiangwo's faces were full of excitement and joy. Now that it is determined that Qi Yang is not lying, the crisis is instantly resolved. Even people like them who have been in high positions all year round can't suppress the joy in their hearts after all. Let me ask, who can keep calm in front of such a huge ore? Qi Yang, when did you get the mine in Australia and what is the scale? Wang Jiangwo looked at Qi Yang, couldn't help swallowing, and looked at Qi Yang in shock. After all, for so many years, it is not that no one wants to open a mine abroad. However, there are many problems. In fact, Qi Yang is also wondering whether these people are stupid. Don't they know that money can turn ghosts around? Especially in capitalist countries, money can even make money go away. The scale is not bad, slightly bigger than mine in China. Qi Yang said casually. Mr. Qi, I don't know, what is the grade of the ore in your mine? Another person asked Qi Yang. Well, it depends on how much you pay. All the ores in my 2 main mines in China and the mine in Australia have a grade of 65. After a slight pause, Qi Yang continued, because of me, Huatai's iron ore can't last anymore, so I bought them all, and these have low-quality ores. The second half of Qi Yang's sentence made them ignore it, and they were just shocked at the moment. The quality is so good. The man's eyes were full of disbelief, and he turned to look at Wang Jiangwo. Although Wang Jiangwo didn't know the ores in foreign countries like this, he knew the ores in Huatai City very well. That quality is simply against the sky. However, it doesn't matter that the grades of the 2 mines in Huatai City are so high, even the quality of the foreign mine is the same, which somewhat surprised Zhu Jiangwo and Qi Yang's luck. Since the iron ore is very good, with high grade and a large amount of ore, it is natural to purchase it. Wang Jiangwo said to the person beside him, in this case, let's sign a contract of 20 million tons, what do you think? I think it's okay. The man said quickly after hearing this. 20 million tons of iron ore. Even a fool who has never touched iron ore knows that this is not a small amount. Although the price of iron ore has risen now, it is still calculated in 1,000, 10,000 tons is 10 million, and 10 million tons is 10 billion. An order of 20 billion yuan was placed in a few hasty sentences of a few people. Qi Yang is naturally very happy. After all, he got the mine in Australia, completed the formalities, completed the transportation, and finally found out that he couldn't sell it, so it would be embarrassing. Ask for flowers. Unexpectedly, Wang Jiangwo directly consumed 20 million tons this time. This figure is really terrifying. In the next year, there is no need to find someone to buy. After the contract was signed, Wang Jiangwo originally wanted to hold a press conference. However, this was directly rejected by Qi Yang. After all, as the ancients said, people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. It's better to keep a low profile. After staying in the capital for 3 days, Qi Yang returned to Huatai again. Wang Shuya didn't follow. After all, the winter vacation was coming to an end, and she hadn't stayed at home for a few days. After returning to Huatai City to rest for a day, early the next morning, Qi Yang decided to go to polar region Qianlian to have a look. See how things are going these days. However, just as Qi Yang and Tianmi were on their way to the polar region, Tian Yuan suddenly became vigilant. Someone is following behind. Qi Yang was taken aback by Tianmi's words, and soon, he looked at the dashcam. Sure enough, I saw a black BMW running behind, unhurriedly, right behind Qi Yang. Since when? Qi Yang frowned and said. when we are about to leave the urban area," Tianmi said. At first, Tianmi didn't think he was following them, but after they changed a few paths, he found that the other party was still following them. You must know that the location of the Polar Thousand refinement is a bit secluded. It is almost impossible for someone to travel with them all the way from the city to the present. Tianmi, find a place to stop and let them pass. I want to see if these people want to do something. Soon, Shi Yang gave the order, so that if the other party is no longer in the field of vision, it is normal. If it reappears, some means will have to be resorted to. Tianmi nodded, and quickly followed Qi Yang's method. After a while, their car overtook Qi Yang. Then, just after passing by, the car suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, he reversed the car and backed up. What kind of flamboyant operation is this? Could it be that criminals are so rampant now? P.S. Don't sleep today, start tomorrow, and update regularly. However, soon, two little old men got out of the car. Hello, Mr. Qi, I didn't expect us to meet again. One of the little old men looked at Qi Yang and said, You are? Qi Yang was a little confused. He seemed to have seen this person somewhere, but he just couldn't remember. Thousand Iron and Steel Group. The old man reminded him, and Qi Yang instantly remembered that he had seen this person last time in the laboratory of Chanlian Iron and Steel. However, he doesn't seem to be a member of the Ganlian group. Mr. Qi, can we have a good talk? Another person hurriedly took out his business card. The above is very simple, there is only one name. I do the engine. After chatting for a while, Qi Yang knew that these two people actually got the news from Taizong Steel, and they went to the 953 to see if they could meet his requirements. Hearing this, Qi Yang frowned slightly. Someone actually leaked the news. You know, in the early stage, Qi Yang planned to use all the special steel to build excavators. Still, research the engines. It might be a good thing to let them stay. After thinking for a while, Qi Yang directly stated that he took these two people there. Tianmi, let's continue to go to the polar region for training. Soon, the Wrangler took the BMW and drove to the polar region at high speed. In the past few days, Bailey Chinlian could be said to be smiling from ear to ear. Happy. Once this thing is successful, it will simply be a money printing machine. Once it is announced to the outside world, a large number of orders will be obtained immediately. Money is like falling from the sky. The only regret is that the factory is now small and produces less. Maybe it can't satisfy Qi Yang's consumption. Today is the day to start work. Because of being too excited, Bailey Chinlian directly tripled his salary, allowing him to start work one day earlier. Old Wang, Qi Yang is here. Bailey Chinlian saw the car coming not far away at a glance. It was Qi Yang's car. However, the next moment, he saw a car following behind Qi Yang. Sure enough, as Qi Yang expected, the two experts he brought here are acquainted with Comrade Lao Wang, who researches and develops special steel. However, after the two experts saw the experimental data, they became anxious. Pointing to Qi Yang and others, you guys are making fakes. Impossible, how could there be such steel? Lao Wang, we have known each other for 20 years, I never thought that you are such a person. Although these two experts are not in the same field, they all have to deal with metals. Naturally, they are very familiar with materials science, especially metals. They naturally know that it is impossible for domestic metal materials to achieve such a situation. Not to mention domestic, even foreign, they have never seen such materials. I didn't lie to you, the facts are like this. Anyway, this is the data of our special steel. Lao Wang said without showing any weakness. Old Wang, you old bastard, you are so old, why are you doing these stupid things? How can this thing be real? And this is not how it is made. This is what you want. There is no guarantee for the evening festival. Several people argued like this. At this moment, Qi Yang said directly, facts speak louder than words. You two experts, you can go to the laboratory to test it yourself, and it's over. Hearing Qi Yang's words, the experts in the quarrel suddenly froze. Yes, as long as they test it in front of them, it's over. Not long after, an exclamation came from the laboratory. Damn! Oh my god! I'm so excited, I didn't expect to see such steel in my life. President Xi, Mr. Bailey, Lao Wang, I was impulsive just now. After calming down, the expert stepped forward and apologized respectfully to Qi Yang and others. Naturally, Qi Yang would not care about such a small matter. Time flies, these two experts are doing various research in the laboratory. Suddenly, he stepped forward, grabbed Qi Yang's hand, and said excitedly, "Boss Qi, we are researching an engine, but now there is such a material, I don't know. We can even out some of you when the output goes up," Qi Yang said, "however, not now, I need a lot of this kind of steel now. President Xi, this is related to. My business concerns the future of the country." Without waiting for the man to finish speaking, Qi Yang said directly. The words of the two were blocked in an instant, but after a slight pause, the man said again, "President Xi, we are also for the future of the country." "Oh? Tell me." Qi Yang said with a trace of curiosity. "The engine is like the human heart. It plays an important role in automobiles, airplanes, ships, etc. A good engine can." Barbara, the expert, was not too tired, and kept talking. In the end, Qi Yang was really impatient and said, "Things are not as important as mine. Since you want to use this research engine, then go to the R&D department of polar mining." Hearing Qi Yang's words, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. The parts one made of these steels will all be used for combined processing to become a new type of excavator, which is the excavator I got from the mine. After a slight pause, Qi Yang continued, "Everyone who has been to my mine knows this kind of excavator, one can be better than 6, but the fuel consumption is comparable. It is not a problem to double the mining speed." Looking at the shocking expressions of several people, Qi Yang continued, "Our country has a vast territory and abundant resources. What resources do we not have? Once this kind of excavator is popularized, a large amount of ore materials will not be restricted by foreign countries, and the country's industrialization will be greatly accelerated. You have to know that China is a big country. Now, there are close to 1.4 billion people, and the average number of people in China is 374. What do you mean?" Bailey Qianlian was a little dazed when he heard the last sentence. Qi Yang took out Tianmi's notebook and opened a form. "Just to build houses, we need to consume at least 1 billion tons of iron ore every year, and there are other industries that add up to consume how much it is hard to imagine." While speaking, Qi Yang opened another graph, which was a statistical graph. Last year, the ore recorded in our country was only 100 million tons. However, the annual import of iron ore to Hong Kong reached 1.1 billion tons. Almost all of these are ores from Australia and America. Our country has rich ore veins. Why should we buy mines from their country at a high price? Qi Yang's words deeply shocked the people in front of him. After a passionate speech by Qi Yang, the engine expert decided to join polar mining and work hard for the revival of the country. After seeing this person, Academician Wang was stunned for a moment. His old friend actually came over. Two people, one who was engaged in machinery and the other who was engaged in engines, will inevitably know each other. In this way, it is even simpler. In the evening, when Qi Yang was on his way home, he received a phone call. International calls. "Louis, what's the matter?" Qi Yang answered the phone. "I'm in trouble, would you like to take a bet?" Louis pondered slightly. Qi Yang was naturally unwilling to gamble, but after hearing what this guy said, Qi Yang decided, wool. In short, it was Louis who found the oil veins and even got the mining rights. It's just a dick. However, a person who has obtained a huge benefit represents a huge risk. Oil, known as the blood of industry, is of great strategic significance. This has been the case since the 20th century. Over the past century, human life and wars have all been inextricably linked to oil. Since people began to extract oil from the ground in the middle of the 19th century, the position of oil in the world has become more and more important. It can be said that oil has become an important strategic material in the world today. Petroleum is inseparable from the country's industry, agriculture, transportation, and national defense, as small as everyone's basic necessities of life. The processing of oil has affected everyone in this world. There are about 500 kinds of various oil products including fuel, lubricating oil, asphalt, paraffin, etc. There are even more kinds of petrochemical products such as synthetic resin, synthetic fiber, and synthetic rubber, at least 1,500 kinds. There are countless fine chemical products such as surfactants, additives, adhesives, dyes, paints, spices, medicines, pesticides, and auxiliaries. Shi Yang believes that as long as you can control oil, you can control the whole world. Petroleum has long been a country's strategic reserve resource, which plays a vital role in any country's economic development and social progress. Petroleum economy has always been an integral part of world economic development. With the help of the system, Shi Yang naturally wants to control the oil. However, he has never had an opportunity. As long as you can save me from Babylon, I am willing to transfer all the information about this oil mine, including the right to develop it, to you. Do you want to go to Babylon? Shi Yang is a little tangled, because Babylon is now the king of war. And the real reason for this war, for no reason, is precisely because of oil. Shi Yang was a little confused, but finally decided to save him. Now, the interests between the two people are very high. First of all, a large number of mining equipment has not been sent to China. This point is extremely important. Most people don't have the courage to do this, because it will offend a large number of countries. And this guy has the courage, the channel, and the courage to do it. In addition, saving him this time will also bring huge benefits. Oil, what an exciting thing. After much thought, Shi Yang contacted Duanyu Bodyguard Company. Royal Shield Bodyguard Company is based in the Celestial Dynasty, but it radiates around the world. It has branches all over the world, and has successfully provided security services for influential people in various industries many times. Security tasks. What? Are you going abroad again? How long? For Qi Yang to disappear for another period of time, Lin Xingyin actually gave Bin Bin a surprise, or rather, she was no stranger to it. This guy is really a hands-off shopkeeper, but every time he disappears suddenly and comes back, he will bring extremely shocking things. It won't be long. It's still about the mine. I'll be back in a week or so. I'll trouble you during this time. The company's matter, Lin Xingyin's voice was rather helpless. Of course it's the old rules, you can deal with it yourself. On Qi Yang's way to Babylon, Louis has been controlled. In fact, this is not the first time Louis has faced such a dangerous situation. After all, this is what he does. However, before he cooperated with Blackwater International and with the help of the MIDI Marine Corps, he was rescued. However, this time it was suspended because of huge benefits. Now, the right to exploit an oil mine in his hands is enough for the giant MIDI crocodile to eat him. He never imagined that he got such a reminder by accident. Soon, Shi Yang came to Basra. It has a history of 1,500 years, and it has become the center of economy and trade 1,500 years ago. After World War II, with the rapid development of Babylon's oil industry, Basra became the base of petrochemical industry and the center of oil export. The wars of the past few years have made it difficult to live here. It looks a bit deserted, but perhaps because this is the first place full of religious atmosphere that Qi Yang has seen, it has a special feeling instead. Mr. Qi Yang, we are from Duanyu Company. As soon as Qi Yang got off the plane, a few people who seemed to be from the Celestial Dynasty walked over. These people are the bodyguards that Qi Yang has appointed. 30 heavily armed bodyguards. 027 Soon, Qi Yang arrived at the appointed place, but Louis was no longer there. However, he saw the bodyguard from Grizzly Bear Country. Qi Yang learned that a group of unknown persons had kidnapped Louis. When Qi Yang came to the destination where Louis was kidnapped, he asked the people from the bodyguard company to start exploring. 1 person on the roof, 8 on the 3rd floor, 6 on the 2nd floor, and 10 in the yard. From the outside alone, there are 24 enemies that can be seen. Under such circumstances, it is almost impossible to rescue people without being detected. Therefore, we can only fight. Qi Yang turned his attention to those bodyguards. However, at this moment, Tianmi said, I already have a plan. Qi Yang didn't know why. When he came to Yilik this time, every bodyguard he met seemed to be respectful to Tianmi. It seems that it is very awe-inspiring. Hearing Tianmi's plan, these people didn't say anything, and directly implemented it. In this way, Shi Yang doubted whether Tianmi really knew these districts. I have carried out 30 missions here. Just when Shi Yang was imagining casually, Tianmi explained. Night falls. Kill the sentry on the roof of the 3rd floor. Receive. After that person was killed, in an instant, more than 30 people directly sneaked into it. It was a massacre. Shi Yang, I have learned a lot. Before the militants could react, their necks had already been broken. Not to mention anything else, this matter is worth the money spent. In less than half an hour, they had checked all the militants here. Shi Yang walked in, looked at Louis who was squatting in the corner, and went up to remove the things on his head. I didn't expect that you really came to save me. When Louis saw Shi Yang, he immediately became very excited. Immediately, he bowed to Shi Yang very sincerely. If there is anything that can help you in the future, please feel free to tell me. The matter between us is not over yet. Shi Yang laughed. However, just as Shi Yang and the others were about to evacuate, a group of people came not far away, and they were shocked when they saw the situation here. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Attack, give me. Seeing this situation, the dozens of bodyguards quickly opened fire and led Shi Yang to look for shelter. Neither Shi Yang nor Louis picked up a gun. Boom! At this moment, a leader suddenly fell to the ground with a voice. The person who shot was none other than Tianmi. Taking advantage of the momentary commotion, he hurriedly drove to break through. After more than an hour, Shi Yang and the others did not see any enemy again. Louis smiled and said, "It's impossible for them to keep staring at us not to fight, and it will be easy to come down soon." Louis said about the flowers, but no one paid attention to him. Immediately afterwards, he turned on the CPS on the car, pointed to a location and said, "This is the oil field I know." Seeing such a scene for the first time, Shi Yang was not too nervous. And Louis even hummed a ditty, really big-hearted. As night fell, Shi Yang leaned on his seat and looked at Louis. "How far is it?" "Don't worry, we have enough water, food and drink, and it will be almost the same in 1.5 days." Louis shrugged. Shi Yang couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard his words. Obviously he saved this guy, but what he said was as if he saved himself. Along the way, there are refugees everywhere. This world is not as good as Shi Yang imagined. The war is not over, but the powerful country protects him very well. Along the way, at least saw hundreds of refugees. Among these people, the men are basically in a very sluggish state, and the women, because they have wrapped up their qualifications tightly, cannot be seen, but, Shi Yang guessed, they are all in the same state. Stop at noon, the bodyguards take turns to patrol and eat. Another group of refugees passed by. Where are these people going? Tianmi thought for a while. These people will be sent to neighboring countries, to be civilians for the rest of their lives, the kind who can hardly even afford to eat. I can't even afford to eat. Shi Yang smiled. Perhaps, this is the awareness that the weak in a war-torn country should have. The law of the jungle has always been this principle since ancient times. He must become stronger. To make the world tremble for him. He wants to be strong. Boom! Suddenly, the surroundings became chaotic. Gunshots! In an instant, the Yangtze refugees not far away trembled and whimpered softly. Those men, everyone's face is full of horror. They no longer have the momentum they should have, perhaps, they have already been appointed. Damn it, fight back, who are these people? Shi Yang gritted his teeth and panted heavily, looked at the dozens of people rushing over, and said coldly. They are members of the slave hunting team. The main thing is to capture all the people they see. The men will either die or join them, the women will be captured as comfort, and the children will be brainwashed and used as tools of war. May I have a bullet, sir? I want to preserve my chastity so that, I'll be on my way. Religious people are often terrible, willing to die for their beliefs. Shi Yang said flatly, I can't. There was a trace of anger in his eyes. Slave catchers, what a disgusting thing. There was the sound of rattling machine guns in the distance, but almost all of the bullets were empty. This is, they want to catch alive. However, they never imagined that 30 well-armed and experienced bodyguards were waiting for them. Fire. Soon, the two sides exchanged fire. War, no doubt about it. It was all over very quickly. Shi Yang is more and more fortunate that he is willing to spend money. Just as Qi Yang and others got into the car and were about to leave, Qi Yang saw the girl who had just talked to him standing beside the car. Just don't know what to say. Boss, he wants you to take her away. Tianmi said. Qi Yang didn't expect that Tianmi could also speak Ceylon, but after thinking about it, Tianmi also said that he had completed dozens of missions here, which seemed to make sense. Forget it, take her with you, and put him down in the next city. Qi Yang originally wanted to refuse, but finally agreed. Do you want to eat? After a while, Qi Yang handed a box of biscuits to the smudged girl. Through Tianmi's communication with her, Qi Yang knew that this girl was called Wafia, and if it was real, she would still be an underage child. His parents and relatives have all been killed. What are your plans when you arrive in the neighboring country? No plans, go to a refugee camp, receive humanitarian aid, and then see if there is any man who is willing to buy me back home. I am still a virgin, it should be fine if I dress up a little bit. This, perhaps, is the consciousness that a woman should have in a country at war, Li Qianzhao, or the indifference to the world. After walking day and night, Tianmi said, it's almost there. The next morning, Qi Yang woke up jolted. Coming. His target was not an oil field, but a nearby city. Now replenish the food and water in the city, take a rest, and then go to the oil field to explore grams. Qi Yang is now very much looking forward to taking a hot bath and getting a good night's sleep. A war-torn place is really not a place for people to stay. Fortunately, there is a neutral city here. According to the regulations, no matter which side is involved, it cannot attack here. Tianmi, I have a bad feeling. Qi Yang said. Tianmi is not like this. Having experienced several wars, she can naturally smell the smell of war. The smell of death. This is the consequence of huge benefits. Oil interests. Fuck. Finally leave those ghost places. Louis looked at the city close at hand, couldn't help excitedly. I have to go back tomorrow. Qi Yang said flatly. Qi Yang's words instantly made Louis's expression unnatural. Yes. Take a day off and go to that damn place tomorrow. However, Louis quickly adjusted his mentality and looked at Qi Yang with an ambiguous expression. Does he know Qi Yang's habits, when the latter is with his bodyguards? Bring this refugee with you, probably want to double. How do you plan to deal with it? Or go to the United States with me, and join the Mormon church to be able to have polygamy? Hearing what Louis said, Qi Yang lightly shook his head. Wanted with you? Boss, although my status is not suitable for talking, but the little girl just said that you punished those demons. Even if you are a pagan, she is willing to be your wife as a gift, and will be as docile as a camel, dress you and your other wives, just ask for a place for her. After a pause, Tianmi said again, their gods stipulate that they cannot marry pagans. Fuck. Qi Yang didn't expect that this little girl would plot against his body. Need a green card? Louis laughed. Keep it for yourself as a funeral object. Qi Yang said flatly. Actually, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. Those rich people in your country have several women, so it's okay. Louis didn't care about Qi Yang's words, and said with a smile. After resting overnight in the city, several people continued to set off the next day. The rest of the journey was very smooth, and even small-scale sandstorms were not encountered. The convoy of more than 30 people is not only moving forward, but will soon reach the destination this time. The clever thing is that this time the itinerary has just collected all the war zones. Night fell quickly. Don't worry, the few of us slept soundly. You can do whatever you want, we can't see or hear. Get out. I would. After a few days, the girl showed extraordinary language talent. He has even been able to communicate in simple Chinese. Although, the tone is still weird. I heard that you can't marry a heathen. Qi Yang twitched slightly. I believe Allah won't care. She shook her head. You eradicated those demons who did evil in Allah's land. You are a hero. Because of you, I did not die in humiliation. Since then, I am your private property. Shi Yan looked at the girl in front of him, and finally said nothing. No one cares about having another beautiful woman by their side. On the third day, everyone finally arrived at their destination. As the semi-transparent three-dimensional map in front of him became more and more obvious, Shi Yang found that, starting from 600 meters underground, the ground showed a dark brown color, which was very clear. Shi Yang determined that this is oil. I really don't understand what you are doing here. With your current strength, even if you legally own this oil field, you probably won't be able to exploit it. Shi Yang nodded slightly. Yes, I was thinking that we should have our first oil field soon, and I have decided to invest here and build our first oil field here. What? Wang Weiwei cheers up. Ding Yuan and others were pleasantly surprised. This was Qi Yang's very clear answer, and he had already decided to invest here to build the first large oil field of the Polar Mining Group. Secretary Tian accompanied Qi Yang to investigate. After receiving such a clear answer, he happily took out his mobile phone and immediately reported to Chen Yuetwei. Minister, I have some good news for you. Chairman Wang has decided to invest in the construction of their first, large oil field in Fuchuan. Qi Yang looked happy, and made such a clear decision, mainly because the results of the system scan were too gratifying. In the past, a geological survey team conducted preliminary exploration here, and found oil resources of more than 1 billion tons. Remember, this is only a resource reserve, not a recoverable amount. Just now Su Jiwan also reminded that his experience, here the recoverable quantity should be small. In front of Qi Yang, oil reserves and recoverable volumes can be directly equated. According to the system scan, there are many oil reservoirs in this oil field, of different sizes, and many of them are buried as deep as 1,000 meters, or even more than 2,000 meters. They belong to extremely deep oil layers, and it is very difficult to exploit them. The total amount of oil was also scanned, and within a radius of only 50 kilometers, the total reserves of oil resources reached 2.36 billion tons, much higher than the original prediction of the geological team. 2.36 billion tons. Qi Yang knows that if he builds a large oil field here, with such a huge resource reserve, he doesn't need to transport the oil in Bohai Bay. There is so much oil, it is enough to mine for many years. No wonder Qi Yang looked obviously happy, and made such a clear decision right away. This oil field, Qi Yang, will decide. Lu Yu also became happy. Brother Yang, you have decided to build your first big oil field here. Qi Yang nodded and said, yes, but in the future, I will definitely build a world-famous large oil field here, and this day will not be far away. Qi Yang is going to do oil extraction sooner or later, but not now. Now, Qi Yang's thinking is very clear, and he naturally knows that the water in a certain area is too deep, and if he enters rashly with his current strength, the outcome will definitely be bad. However, it only takes a little time for the Polar Mining Group to develop and grow. At that time, no one will dare to say anything about the development of uranium mines, let alone oil development. After getting the situation here, Qi Yang proposed to return to the city. It made a few people a little confused. Risking his life, he came here to watch for 5 minutes, and then he was about to leave. What kind of trickery is this? However, others naturally wouldn't say anything. In the evening, after a drinking party with several people, Louis left. He also promised that the first batch of mining machines will arrive in Huatai City within a month. Early the next morning, Qi Yang woke up and found that the girl beside him was sleeping peacefully. He looked at Tianmi beside him and asked, what's going on? You are the boss, I have no right to control your private life. Tianmi said lightly. Meeting Qi Yang is the luck of her life. At noon, at 12 o'clock, Qi Yang bought an extra ticket and flew directly to Dubai, and then planned to fly back home from Dubai. There are 2 people when they come, and 3 people when they return. Qi Yang intends to bring the girl Wafia to the Celestial Dynasty. Naturally, he wants to let her obtain the Celestial citizenship. The requirements are simple but very difficult. One of the requirements is the Celestial Green Card. The Chinese Green Card is the permanent residence permit for foreigners. This is the most difficult green card to get in the world. Because of the war, the current Wofia has no household registration, so Chi Yang can only spend a full 10,000 meters of gold to get her a passport and a green card from the United States. Then from the identity of the United States, get the identity of China. China's green card requirement is to meet one of the 7 conditions. For example, direct investment in China has been stable for 3 consecutive years and has a good tax record. Apparently, Wofia doesn't qualify. The second type is a major and outstanding contribution to Huayu and the special needs of the country. Obviously, it has nothing to do with Wafia at all. The third type is that Wafia has a child under the age of 18 who has a legal status in the Celestial Dynasty, or has been married to a Celestial Dynasty person for 5 years. Obviously, there is still nothing wrong with her. After research, Chi Yang found that the only way is to hold the position of Deputy General Manager, Deputy Factory Director or above in Huaxia, or have the title of Associate Professor, Associate Researcher, or above, and enjoy the same treatment. For Chi Yang, this point is much simpler. In a blink of an eye, several people had returned to the Celestial Dynasty. No, the plane got off at the capital airport. When they came to the city, the nightlife had already begun. The feasting lights, the constant flow of vehicles, and the bustling streets left Wofia stunned. Is this still the world he is familiar with? Back in Huatai City, Chi Yang directly bought another house for Wofia to live in. On the 4th day, Chi Yang went home after Wofia was settled. Congratulations to the master for completing the achievement of a total output of 10 million tons, the system is being upgraded. Congratulations to the master for completing the 3-state achievement of extremely solid, liquid, and gaseous states, the system is being upgraded. The system has been upgraded, the scanning range has been expanded to a radius of 50 kilometers, the scanning depth has reached 30 kilometers, and the quality of gathering has increased by 10% on the previous basis. The system is upgraded, the scanning range has been expanded to a radius of 100 kilometers, and the scanning depth has reached 50 kilometers. The scanning function is unlocked, and all ores within the range can be scanned at the same time. Fuck. 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 Looking at the 4 messages that suddenly appeared in front of him, Chi Yang was completely blinded. How is this system upgraded? It's so unexpected every time. Unexpectedly, it was upgraded. Happiness came too suddenly. If it were any person with a bad heart, he would probably be scared to death by the sudden arrival of this system. Up to now, Chi Yang knows the principle of this ghost system. The conditions for each upgrade are also different. Could it be that he couldn't upgrade if he wanted to? What the hell are solid, gaseous, liquid, and triple-state minerals? When did he have gas and liquid? Petroleum gas. When his mother left, Chi Yang put all those small stones in front of his desk, and looked at them suspiciously. Then, I took out my notebook and searched, and found a fibrous aggregate composed of pyroxene minerals mainly composed of jadeite minerals. Step on the horse, emerald. Among these few stones, there are actually 2 emeralds. Chi Yang thought for a while, and took water to get rid of the dust on it. It was found that the surface of the 2 stones was indeed very uneven, with many fine patterns on them. In addition, there are some black stone ringworms, which look like they have been crawled over by earthworms. Looks like ditches and ditches, very ugly. Seeing all these performances, Chi Yang has already believed it 80%. Chi Yang was also a little curious, why the old man got the rough jadeite. After all, there are very few origins of jadeite, 060. Only the southwestern region of the Celestial Dynasty, Midi, Yamatai, Grizzly, and Hanshawati have these countries. And Hanshawati is the country with the highest output and the best quality, so jadeite is also called Hanshawati jade. After the Qing dynasty, a large number of Hanshawati jade from Hanshawati became popular in the palace. Most of the daily necessities such as bowls and chopsticks, bowls, boxes, etc. used by emperors, empresses and concubines in the harem are made of jadeite, and the most famous person who loves jadeite is Empress Dowager Cixi, whose obsession with jadeite is almost crazy. The old man logically said that he had never been to those areas, so why could he get rough stones? Although Chi Yang was a bit entangled, but soon he did not take it to heart. After all, that's not the point. The point is, the system is getting better and better. Now, the entire Huatai, all the ores that may be mined by them, have been scanned by the system. Geological reserves of coal are 15.3 billion tons, pyrite is 320 million tons, hematite is 580 million tons, and bauxite is 312 million tons. No one would have thought that during that night, earth-shaking changes took place in the underground of Huatai City. Because of Qi Yang's Pishou project, all the iron and coal mines in Huatai City are now in Qi Yang's hands. It can be regarded as a submine of polar mining. After a little contemplation, Qi Yang integrated most of the resources on the mine. Randomly select 7 or 8 mines, remove most of their ores, leave the untouched ones, which are still low-grade ores, and concentrate and optimize the remaining ores, as well as scattered ores, and send half of them directly to mines 1 and 2. The remaining half is randomly assigned to the remaining 2 or 3 mines that are not passive. In this way, in the next few months, 7 or 8 mines will be exhausted in the hands of Qi Yang, but the remaining mines will all produce high-grade ore. Next is the coal mine. The coal mine, to be honest, it is not a good distribution. 15.3 billion tons, how can it be excavated faster? First, the natural thought is to spread out. However, the 2 large coal mining areas that I have now are quite far apart, which is a bit inappropriate. The best way is to choose several coal mines and distribute them. Because Huatai City has always been an important place, and all the branches of state-owned enterprises are here. After thinking about it, Qi Yang decided not to touch the ore of this state-owned enterprise. 5 billion tons will be sent to Jinshan Gold Min Metals. The remaining 10 billion will be randomly allocated to all mines except the state-owned enterprise. Because, those mines all belong to Qi Yang. Early the next morning, Qi Yang asked Tianmi to drive to a small scenic spot nearby. This is General Manager Qi Yang of Polar Mining. Bailey Qianlian introduced to another person beside him. After finishing speaking, he turned his head to look at Qi Yang, and said, "This is the boss of Jinxiao Group, Xiaoren." 17. Jinxiao Group, Qi Yang knows, started with mechanical equipment, and then involved in several fields such as real estate, energy, and jewelry. What happened this time was that the Polar 1000 refining company needed a large amount of mechanical equipment, worth more than 5, so Qi Yang was allowed to appear here. In fact, Bailey Qianlian had already discussed most of the things with them before, and now it is mainly about signing contracts. The time was full, and an hour passed like this. The 2 parties have signed a contract, and several people are very happy about this. After all, it's a win-win thing. However, at this moment, Xiaoren suddenly received a call. Xiaoren, who was originally happy, suddenly turned gloomy. "Brother Joe, what's the matter?" Bailey Qianlian saw that Xiaoren's expression was a little bit bad, and asked with concern. The 12 jewelry companies under our group said that the gold suppliers who have been cooperating with us will now increase their prices by 10%, and they will also reduce our gold share." Xiaoren said with a cold expression. Every year, the subordinate jewelry company can also bring them good income, but if the price is raised and the gold share is reduced, for them, it is very likely that there will be no profit, or even loss of money. Reduce your gold share? Who do they want to increase it to? Qi Yang asked. In today's world, the consumption of gold jewelry is not small. Therefore, in response to the response of several major countries in the world, all gold suppliers will divide the gold with a fixed value every month into tens or hundreds of pieces. Today, reducing the gold supply of Jinxiao will definitely increase the amount of gold in a certain company. Otherwise, the output of gold suppliers themselves has declined. Energy in the cloud. Xiaoren's eyes were sharp, and his tone was cold. Yunzhong Energy intends to enter the jewelry industry, break the unspoken rules of the industry, raise prices to suppliers privately, and take away part of the shares of dozens of companies. What? Yunzhong Energy enters the jewelry industry? Bailey Qianlian was also shocked when he heard the words. No one knew that Yunzhong Energy is a coal mine and is responsible for the second largest open-pit coal mine in the country. Why would they want to enter the jewelry industry? I heard it's the brother-in-law of their chairman. When Xiaoren mentioned the brother-in-law, everyone understood. So that's the case, but if Yunzhong Energy does this, isn't he afraid that his peers will resist him? Bailey Chinlian nodded, but asked with some doubts. Brother Bailey, what's the point of being boycotted by peers? As long as you don't get boycotted by consumers, it's fine. That's a sideline of Yunjong energy. Shi Yang said lightly, as long as they are still mining. Yes, Mr. Chi is right, they are mining, and it doesn't matter if they are boycotted by the jewelry industry. Xiaoran looked upset, he didn't expect to be tricked by someone suddenly this time, and he didn't know how to fight back. Won't the future development of Jinxiao jewelry be hit hard? Bailey Chinlian asked. No way, I was negligent this time, everyone, I'm sorry, the next priority is to find a stable gold supplier, I still have to go there in person. Xiaoran also knew that the loss this time would be a bit big, but he didn't panic and knew the core of solving the problem. Hey, don't worry, I won't be polite to you. Hearing this, Shi Yang smiled. After negotiating this matter, both of them are also very happy. Xiaoran was happy that the jewelry company's gold reserves would never run out of gold in a few days. But what Shi Yang is happy about is that he sells a copy before he starts digging, which is a good start. After the meeting, we will have a small meeting. The next meal was Bailey Chinlian's treat again, this time only the two of them. Originally, all the special steels planned to be produced were for Qi Yang's own use. As a result, a fatal problem was discovered. The engine was not good, and one was assembled, but the power was not enough, so Qi Yang decided that half of the next special steel would be sold, and the other half would be used to assemble excavators. Waiting for a breakthrough in technical difficulty, with the fastest speed, all the graphics technology will be innovated. Because of this, the special steel press conference of Gigi Chinlian will also be held in 3 days. In fact, many people have already started preparations at a large conference hotel in Dragon City. In order to ensure the effect of the press conference, Bailey Chinlian thought very carefully, and did not choose to be in Huatai City, but went to the provincial capital of Longcheng. Moreover, the rich and powerful have contracted an entire floor, more than 5,000 square meters. The person responsible for the progress of the preparations for the news release is a vice president of GD Chinlian. This time I have asked people to invite a large number of media, including some well-known domestic media and online broadcasting companies. In addition, I have also invited several foreign media, and these media have expressed that they will definitely come to this press conference. Shi Yang heard the words and nodded, don't be afraid to spend money. The more you spend, the more we will earn in the future. These people, let them eat well and live well, and pay for their hard work. Don't hurt our reputation. Of course, I have been in this industry for decades, so I understand the truth. By the way, in order to improve others' awareness of our special steel, I have invited many professionals and potential customers to come over. Bailey Chinlian hopes that he can win a large number of orders during the press conference. If he can win a large number of orders, then the future Polar Chinlian will definitely be rich in money. You don't have to tell me so much. I can rest assured that you can do things. After this press conference is over, I will give you 2 more sets of technology for smelting special steel. 2 sets. When Bailey Chinlian heard Qi Yang's words, he was a little dazed. When did steel technology, especially this special steel technology, flood? It turned out to be 2 sets directly. Soon, the two of them finished their meal, settled down after eating, separated from Qi Yang, and Bailey Chinlian went directly to the provincial capital. Had a good chat with the vice president in charge of the press conference, and explained. The guests attending our press conference should arrive one after another starting tonight. How is the reception going? Bailey Chinlian asked. Don't worry about this. I have prepared 4 luxury buses to wait at the train station and the airport respectively. In addition, I have prepared more than a dozen high-end commercial vehicles at these locations to receive some important guests. The vice president paused, and continued, the guest room is also ready, and the 2 surrounding hotels have all been booked. It is enough to receive guests this time. After listening to the vice president's detailed report, Bailey Chinlian felt relieved and said, well, you did a good job in this matter, everything is going according to plan, don't make any mistakes. Although Bailey Chinlian is almost 50 years old, he is full of ambition at the moment. I want to borrow another 500 years from the sky to take a good look at this beautiful mountain and river. time flies, and it's time for a press conference in the blink of an eye. The moment Bailey Chanlian and expert Wang appeared on the stage, applause and shudders rang out. Today, let's get straight to the point. Everyone, please take a look at the performance and various data of the Polar No. 1 Special Steel. While talking, items of data appeared on the big screen behind the two of them. These data are all about this special steel data. These data are very detailed, and in the eyes of everyone, these data are also extremely astonishing. Those people in the industry all posted a book and laughed. Ha, I thought they were so amazing. I'm afraid they are crazy? How dare you announce this kind of data at the press conference? The stats above are astonishing. Even if it is MIDI, I am afraid that there is absolutely no steel that can reach such a statistic in the steel used by civilians. How could their newly established company have such technology? In other words, at this moment, no one believes that this kind of iron ore is real. Thinking of this, they looked at Bailey Chanlian and expert Wang with contempt. Some even had a hot temper, just let out a cold snort, and left the scene without looking back. What a waste of their time. I believe that none of you believe these data, and I don't want to come over and explain, go to steel. Just when Bailey Chanlian was thinking about what 520 was going to say, a voice suddenly came from the auditorium. The person who made the sound was undoubtedly Qi Yang himself. While talking, Qi Yang walked quickly to the stage and said, "What the ancestor said is good, what you hear is not what you hear, and what you see is believing. I am the major shareholder of GD Chanlian. Among you present, there must be many people who know how to do it? Anyone who wants to try it will come up." Hearing Qi Yang's words, Bailey Chanlian was taken aback. What the hell, he didn't think of such a good method. Soon, a bunch of people appeared, pushing small carts one by one, and steels of various shapes and sizes were brought up. At the same time, test benches were brought up one by one. With such complete preparations, people can't help but start to doubt, do they really have such technology? Evidently, they have convinced themselves that they believe in this matter. However, since everything is here, there is no reason not to give it a try. Then, from the mouth of an old expert, came out, fuck, shit. An old expert, BCBB, with excellent literary accomplishments suddenly uttered such an angry roar, which made everyone look away. What did I see on the horse? This riding horse is really Mr. Chen? Could it be that people from the polar region asked him to be a trustee? I don't see it. Is it possible that their steel is really good? Shoot. Not far away, the measuring cup in the hand of another middle-aged man fell directly to the ground. It also attracted the attention of many people in the past. Soon, everyone discovered that everyone on the stage became very weird. Could it be that this is the emperor's new clothes? Only educated and cultivated people can feel something? Seeing those people doing various experiments with great excitement, Qi Yang didn't worry at all whether the technology would be leaked. The girl said, "President Qi, I think this price is very high. Our country will definitely purchase a large amount of steel like this. I wonder if there are some discounts for foreign markets." It turned out to be a native of Yamatai, and everyone looked at Qi Yang one after another, wanting to see what Qi Yang had to say. Sorry, I think everyone may not be clear. What I just said is the price of facing the Celestial Dynasty. Qi Yang smiled lightly, and immediately made many foreign businessmen present feel bad. Facing the foreign market, it is still 10,000 yuan. Hearing the second half of Qi Yang's sentence, everyone was a little baffled. Since they were all 10,000 yuan, why did they say the previous sentence? Then, immediately after, two words appeared in Yang's mouth, yuan. $10,000. As we all know, there are not a few special steel products whose price reaches 8,000 yuan, but my steel is better than theirs, so it is 10,000 yuan. In addition, this lady from the Yamatai kingdom, I think you may be thinking too much. I don't plan to open the Yamatai kingdom right now. Yamatai is poor in natural resources. Except for a very small amount of mineral resources such as coal, natural gas, and sulfur, the main raw materials and fuels needed for other industrial production must be imported from overseas. Qi Yang doesn't like Yamatai country, so, taking the road of resource empire, naturally won't allow their country to have any resources. Those present who are not human beings naturally know what Qi Yang means. I don't sell it, and you still want to get cheap, so you won't give any extra money. In the meeting place, many people burst out laughing, only the person from Yamatai country blushed. However, on such an occasion, he can't have an attack, otherwise, there is really nothing to do. In fact, people all over the world know that China is a big country that consumes steel. Qi Yang wants to satisfy the entire market of China, but he doesn't know how long it will take. When the country can't digest it, or the market is reformed again, Qi Yang will sell these steels to countries such as Omi, and get back all the money they have made from the heavens over the years, including principal and interest. As for the Yamatai country, a country that has very few resources except that kind of resources, Qi Yang intends not to give them. In the future, step on a horse and feel the malice from the world. Okay, now there is one more chance, just that young lady. While Qi Yang was speaking, he pointed to a good-looking female reporter and said. When everyone was expecting what question the female reporter would ask, she actually asked a weird question. Qi Dong, do you have a girlfriend? Ha ha, how could it be possible for someone as handsome as me not to have a girlfriend? Alright, this press conference is officially over. You can dine at the hotel, or you can leave directly. If you want to buy mines, make an appointment with President Bailey time. After finishing speaking, Qi Yang turned around and left. A grand and crisis-filled press conference was perfectly resolved under Qi Yang's understatement. The lunch prepared by Bailey Qianlian was very rich, and each table cost tens of thousands of yuan. However, most people left in a hurry after the press conference. After all, they eat whatever they eat, and the feeling of eating well is different from actually getting money. It feels like going back to make news. Whoever takes the lead will be reborn. Therefore, those who participated in the luncheon were basically those who were not short of money and wanted to get special steel or technology. As the saying goes, there are more monks and less meat, so it is not that simple to buy special steel. In the end, Bailey Qianlian decided to divide this year's share of steel into 100% and proceed in a bidding situation. Whoever wins the bid has the qualification to purchase special steel. For this result, everyone is full of sorrow and joy. 100% of the big companies can get a copy, but obviously, it is difficult to buy more, and the money spent becomes a dark number, and it will definitely require a lot of extra money. The small companies are happy, they must have the opportunity to obtain special steel, but this is an opportunity, but also a crisis. Wang Pengyuan walked in. Dong Qi, I heard that you have something to do with me. Qi Yang smiled and said, sit down. Seeing that Qi Yang was going to pour tea for himself, Wang Pengyuan quickly poured it for himself. After a short chat, Qi Yang directly cut to the point. Qi Yang said, didn't I ask you to manufacture a large number of excavators without engines? Stop manufacturing for now. Hearing Qi Yang's words, Tian Pengyuan was slightly startled. Before, I was rushing to do it, and I felt a little strange. Why produce these excavators without engines? However, Qi Yang asked to step up production. Now, it suddenly said, let the production be suspended. What is this for? Wang Pengyuan asked puzzledly, Dong Qi, did something happen? Qi Yang smiled and turned his screen 493 over, and said, accidents are out of the question. With my current strength, it is impossible for an accident to stop the excavator business. The main reason is that I have more important things. Need you to complete. You look at these things. When Wang Pengyuan heard Qi Yang's words, he quickly appeared in front of Qi Yang. Above, all of them are mining machines. Mr. Qi, Wang Pengyuan looked at the documents in front of him tremblingly. These are all the design data of mechanical equipment. I believe that with the data, you can definitely build it. Qi Yang looked at the somewhat incoherent Wang Pengyuan and said with a smile. Wang. Pengyuan opened a few seriously, it seems. Looking at it, his face has been covered with excitement and excitement. Wang Pengyuan said excitedly, Dr. Qi, you have such a powerful design. These devices are truly groundbreaking. This is an epic-making design. This designer is really amazing, absolutely amazing. With these designs, there are too many guarantees, Director Qi, within 3 years, I am sure to become the #1 in the entire industry of Tianqiao. Wang Penyuan even danced excitedly, his fingers still gesticulating in the air. Looking at the entire celestial dynasty, there is absolutely no such machinery. Once these machinery are produced, they must be an innovation. An innovation to the entire Chinese mining industry. Productivity will increase dramatically. Although he is only the manager of the company and has no shares, he can already imagine himself becoming a character in the history books. More than 100 years later, the textbook tells the history of the development of the Chinese Empire after the founding of the People's Republic of China. Maybe his name will appear on it. Seeing his expression, Shi Yang said with a smile, "Mr. Wang, you have to take a good look at this information package. If it leaks out, what happens will be bad." While speaking, Shi Yang unplugged all the computer lines and so on, and continued, "I will watch it later, just watch it on this computer. I will remove all the network modules and so on for you. Where there is an internet, it is not safe." Finally, Shi Yang added another sentence. The press conference of Gigi Qinlian arrived as scheduled. Even, it exceeded everyone's expectations. The CCTV news report lasted for 2 minutes, making this matter fermented to the extreme. This press conference is undoubtedly very successful. First came the crazy output of online media, followed by major media and even CCTV. Inspired by the big media, the internet media broke out again. In just one day, the traffic search volume reached 13 million times, and so did the blog. Even half an hour of prime time was spared on Zishantai to broadcast the story of the polar mining industry. Although Shishan TV's ratings are mediocre, it is still a provincial TV station and has a huge weight. Even the Million Times, one of the largest media outlets in Midi, published this matter. Of course, it only occupied a small area. Even Shi Yang suspected that they were short-sighted and wanted to mock polar mine. There is also a lot of noise on the internet. I didn't expect that my great Heavenly dynasty would also research such a special steel, which can hang and beat the 12-meter emperor. What can I say? I have no regrets in this life to enter the Celestial Dynasty. I love the Celestial Dynasty. Don't be stupid, you know how to brag every day. Just because they can achieve such data, they are just talking shit. Damn it, Tudun, you. Go and lick your foreign father. My great dynasty has produced a large number of talents. It has been the center of the world since ancient times. Although it is not as good as foreign countries in some aspects now, it won't be long before my dynasty can stand on top of the world again. That's right, I'm waiting to see other industries in our country also slap on me and ravage foreign countries. However, I am not educated. Go to Polar. Polar is awesome. Humph. What kind of rubbish polar mining? I've never heard of it. Wait for them to be slapped in the face, and start a new life. That is, it's ridiculous for a company that can't recognize the reality to be blindly arrogant and compare itself with others all day long. With all due respect, if this kind of steel in the polar region really reaches that kind of data, I, Kai Kunken, will eat 10 caddies of shit in live broadcast. Don't send it to me, I will eat it warm. It's disgusting. Don't pay attention to those scoundrels. Although I know what kind of steel is. Like, I believe in them. I believe that my dynasty will be able to crush and beat those developed countries. Shi Yang doesn't care much about those noisy things on the internet. After all, he doesn't have the energy to deal with those trolls who are looking for a sense of presence on the internet all day long. When his great cause is completed, he alone will become a person who can affect the entire human process. He will be the uncrowned king of mankind. Any country that wants to develop must seek his help. Early the next morning, Shi Yang handed over a stack of materials to Bailey Chenlian. These materials are different from those previously handed over to Polar Power. Those materials were obtained by himself from Midi. Although it is said to be shady, even if it is leaked, it is still under Qi Yang's control. However, the ones handed over to Polar Dry Smelting Special Steel Company are different. These data are special steel data with different functions obtained from various parts of Juzi through systematic scanning. For example, heat-resistant and high-temperature-resistant, friction-resistant, stainless steel, etc. A variety of functions have surpassed the world's top level. Fuck. 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 Looking at these data, Bailey Qianlian instantly gave the appearance of having a cerebral hemorrhage and kept yelling. Fuck. If this thing is successfully smelted, I'm sure that the Polar 1000 refinery will be registered with the military, and maybe it will become a key protection target. Shi Yang just smiled lightly. I don't care about those, all you have to do is to develop the polar training well. Shi Yang's goal is to build a resource empire, where materials and heavy industries can complement each other. Today, Shi Yang intends to establish a company again, named Polar Group, which is divided into Polar Mining Group Company, Limited, Polar Metallurgical Group Company, Limited, Polar Industry Group Company, Limited, Polar Security Group Mailbox Company. There are hundreds of shell companies under the Polar Mining Group, as well as the Polar Iron Industry, Coal Industry, Drilling Industry, etc. Polar Metallurgy currently has only one subsidiary, Polar 1000 Refining, and Polar Industrial Group has only Polar Power. However, Shi Yang believes that it will not take long before these three complementary subordinate groups will be displayed in front of the world in a posture that surprises everyone. The last Polar Security Group Limited is a very special company. Shi Yang intends to open it overseas. Resources represent interests. Such a huge benefit, in the future, will definitely involve countless enemies. He needs a security company that can truly protect his mine. Or rather, a war company. Of course, on the bright side, this company will be a private military and security consulting company. However, after leaving Bailey Qianlian and arriving at the current office of Polar Mining, it was already dark. Lin Xingyin has already come to drive, she should have returned home. Shi Yang came here to reform and reorganize the entire company. After thinking for a while, Shi Yang directly called Lin Xingyin. In Shi Yang's plan, there are still things to do tomorrow. The restructuring of the company still needs to be carried out as soon as possible. Moreover, this matter is more troublesome, it is better to talk about it in person. However, when he called, but no one answered, Shi Yang was also taken aback. Immediately, she called her secretary. The final conclusion is that she arrived home safely more than an hour ago. The more Shi Yang thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, so he drove directly to Lin Xingyin's house. I rang the doorbell several times in a row, but no one opened the door. However, there is no trace of damage on the door. Anyway, the more Shi Yang thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and finally, Shi Yang couldn't take it anymore. A person who usually looks very stable, after being stimulated to a certain extent, will definitely think about a lot of things, and then explode. Tianmi, can you open this door? Tianmi shook her head when she heard Shi Yang's words. Although she is very capable, it is impossible to break through a high-level anti-theft door without tools. As for breaking the door, that's not the bodyguard's job. Then, something that shocked Tianmi happened. Even, doubts in the stands, Shi Yang wants to protect himself. I saw that Shi Yang took 2 steps back, took a deep breath, then arched his legs, exhausted all his strength, and kicked the door lock. Soon, Shi Yang sent Lin Xingyin to the emergency room. After a while, a doctor walked up to Shi Yang and asked, "Are you Ms. Lin Xingyin's husband?" "I'm her friend, please tell me if you have any questions," Shi Yang said to the doctor. "It's like this. Ms. Lin Xingyin only suffered from mild food poisoning. In her case, it should be because she ate undercooked beans. The saponin in the skin of beans and the hemagglutinin in beans will have a strong effect on the gastrointestinal tract. If the green beans are not ripe, people may be poisoned if they eat them." The doctor showed his professional level very concisely and clearly, and then handed over the bills to the day. The meaning is very simple: I am a professional, pay the money, get the medicine, let the nurse do the rest, rest. Holding the receipt, Shi Yang ran around and spent about 2,000 yuan. Then, the nurse went to give Lin Xingyin an infusion. Shi Yang couldn't help laughing wryly. This disease is really not something ordinary people can look down on. Although he doesn't care about this little money, he doesn't know how many people can't get better medical treatment because of this little money. Shi Yang was wondering if his employees would get sick in the future, and he would pay for their illnesses. Then, Shi Yang came to the ward, casually brought a chair from one side, and sat on the edge of Lin Xingyin's bed. Tianmi followed behind Shi Yang. I said you are really serious, so you can't pay attention to it. Make yourself 807 like this. Call me if you feel uncomfortable. Can I ignore you? Even call your secretary? Qi Yang looked at Lin Qingyin on the hospital bed and said. Isn't it because the beans are not ripe? Just spit it out. Why are you making such a fuss? Although Lin Qingyin's tone of voice was indifferent, but in fact, at this moment, her heart seemed to be surrounded by a warm atmosphere. Hee, isn't it just that the beans are not ripe? You must have fainted before. If I didn't happen to look for you, when your secretary looks for you tomorrow, you will find that you are hard. Qi Yang viciously said. Aren't you here? Lin Qingyin pouted slightly, but did not speak, and quickly retracted the words on the edge of her mouth. How could she say something like that? How could she have thought that way? It seems that it is true that Dojio has been messed with so badly that he is starting to talk nonsense. I fell ill. It seems that it has nothing to do with you? After a long time, for some reason, Lin Qingyin spoke abruptly. Nonsense, of course it has something to do with it. Qi Yang retorted directly. Just kidding, if there is no you, who will work? Could it be me? You really trouble you. Lin Qingyin closed her eyes gently, and squeezed out such a sentence. You're welcome. Qi Yang waved his hand and said with concern, Are you hungry? Just tell me if you want something to eat, don't be polite to me. I'm sleepy. Lin Qingyin completely closed her eyes, ignoring Qi Yang's question. Soon, Lin Qingyin's breathing calmed down. Qi Yang looked at the drip hanging above, and then covered Lin Qingyin with the quilt. After a night of hard work, Lin Qingyin had completely returned to normal the next day. What did you want me for so late last night? Lin Qingyin asked. One thing, the most important thing, I plan to set up a company. Qi Yang said. You have set up hundreds of them, and this one is not bad. Lin Qingyin gave Qi Yang a blank look and said. No, I plan to directly establish another polar group. The current Polar Mining will become a subsidiary group. In addition, Polar Industry Group and Polar Metallurgy Group will also be established. Early the next morning, Qi Yang brought Wafeya and Tianmi to launching Ancient Culture Street. The main reason for coming here this time is that a small stone gambling festival was held here recently. It looks so old here. Wafeya couldn't help saying that it was the first time she saw an antique place. It has been passed down for more than 2,000 years, and now it is considered a tourist attraction. Qi Yang said with a smile. Then, are you here to buy antiques? Zhuang Rui was a little confused by Song Jun's words. No, there aren't any good antiques here, and I'm not interested in them. I'm mainly here to gamble on stones. Qi Yang laughed. Gambling is not good, said Wofia. Ha ha. Good luck does play a big role in stone gambling. Basically, there is not much skill at all, but I am different. Qi Yang laughed. This thing is for me. Moreover, it doesn't matter if you lose, you can make it back in a day or two if you play small gambling stones. There are actually many ways to bet on stones. From the Qing dynasty to the Republic of China, there was a jargon in the jewelry industry called gambling shop. It is a rough stone trade, and success depends entirely on luck. It is like gambling or lottery to invest in the future. This is gambling on stones. I said that Polar Mining will mine all the ores in the world, and this emerald is naturally among them. This time I come here to have fun, and next time I will directly engage in emerald mines. Qi Yang laughed loudly, causing the surroundings to squint. Obviously, everyone thought Qi Yang was bragging. After all, anyone can build an emerald mine. Qi Yang doesn't care about the gazes of those mortals. They will eventually see that Qi Yang has become a resource tycoon. During this time, Qi Yang had a brief understanding of all the precious ores. Among them, there are two types of real jade, soft and hard. Generally speaking, earth jade refers to nephrite jade, and jadeite jade has another popular name, which is the jadeite we will see today. Of course, jadeite is considered jadeite, but jadeite is not necessarily jadeite. The sale of rough jadeite is one of the most mysterious transactions in the jewelry world. The mystery lies in the word betting on stones. There is often a layer of skin on the surface of emeralds. Due to oxidation, most of the skins directly turn brownish red or brown-black, or even some other variegated colors. Therefore, generally speaking from the outside, the true face of Lushan Mountain cannot be seen at all. As soon as he entered the market, a three-dimensional map that only he could see appeared in front of Qi Yang. Qi Yang couldn't help making a sound, then went straight to the booth closest to him, and picked up a small, unremarkable, irregular stone. The three-dimensional map shows that this stone has a touch of green on it, which is a little prominent in the entire venue. Qi Yang said directly, "I want this, can you cut it?" Of course, this stone is $18,000. 1,000. After some bargaining, Qi Yang bought it for 3,000 yuan. Qi Yang is not short of money, but it doesn't mean he can let others take advantage of him. Then, Gesher, and then, Ice Jadeite. Then, start with 3 million. Good start. In less than 10 minutes since I came in, I made 3 million. It really is a good stone, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it. After speaking, Qi Yang turned and left. Little brother, stop by. The price is negotiable. How about 200,000? Seeing that Qi Yang turned around and left, the boss said hastily. Just 100,000. Qi Yang said flatly. 150,000. It can't be lower, this is already my cost price. 100,000, whether you like it or not. In the end, Qi Yang bought the stone for 100,000 yuan. This time, even though it was 100,000 yuan, it was a steady profit. The green light of this stone is one of the largest in the entire periphery. This little brother buys a piece of waste rock for 100,000 yuan, so he must not be very good at business. At this moment, one by one old man suddenly said. Qi Yang looked, only 440 saw this person standing with Diamond Wang Lawu. Really? How do you know that my rock is a waste rock? Also, if I don't know how to do business, how could the name of Mr. Diamond King beside you fall on me, right? Old Mr. Wu, clam clack. Qi Yang looked at the old man calmly, and said lightly. But what Qi Yang said surprised everyone around him. There are also diamond mines in the Celestial Dynasty. Those who play gems here naturally know that the Diamond King is the title of the owner of the largest diamond mine in the country. Unexpectedly, at such a young age, Qi Yang turned out to be the current Diamond King. Although he is the Diamond King, he may be very good at doing business, but this is the president of the Jade Association, Zhu Zhongtian. At this time, another person said. Really? The Diamond King is only a master in the diamond industry, but he is definitely not as good as Chairman Zhu Zhongtian when it comes to betting on stones. Since even Chairman Zhu Zhongtian thinks this stone is a waste rock, then this stone must be a waste stone. Anyway, this boss is the king of diamonds, so he won't be short of a mere 100,000 yuan. It's just for fun. For a while, the people present discussed frantically. Almost everyone thinks that Qi Yang bought the waste rock, but, as the king of diamonds, Qi Yang certainly doesn't care about the mere 100,000. Young man, betting on stones is not something that can be played by just one person. Many people lose their fortunes by accident, but you, the Diamond King, don't know how to. Entertainment is still possible. Zhu Zhongtian seems to be in the mocking mode. Old man, you are actually jealous, forget it, since you want to be slapped in the face so much, then come on. After finishing speaking, Qi Yang turned around and said, let's explain the stone on the spot. With the depth cut of 2 calcite masters. The not-so-small stone was quickly untied in half, but in this half, it was full of gray stone powder and gravel. Not a tinge of emerald green came through. Boss, based on our many years of experience in dismantling rocks, I'm afraid there is no need to dismantle this rock. It must be a waste rock. That's right, young man, if you're giving up, you can take this half as a lesson and store it up, it won't feel good after you finish it. Zhu Zhongtian's taunting mode continued. You two continue to explain, this is a tip. After speaking, Qi Yang directly threw the 2 piles of money over. At a glance, there are tens of thousands of dollars. Since ancient times, Gesher only tipped Gesher's master when the stone was produced, but Qi Yang gave it directly, which made the people around him a little confused. Perhaps, this is the world of the rich. Chu Zhongtian looked at Qi Yang's movements, and snorted coldly, I really don't want to die until I reach the Yellow River. Let's see why you can't turn back when you hit a difficult wall. The original stone is still shrinking, but there is still no green. Young man, you'd better take this stone home, offer 3 sticks of incense every day, kowtow 3 times, and make a wish. Maybe decades later, there will be emeralds in it. The work of dissolving the stone was soon completed. A bull-sized glass jadeite finally revealed the true face of Lushan Mountain. When it appeared in the eyes of the world, everyone was shocked. Such a large piece of glass was cut out. It's so rare. Fuck. A complete glass is very clear, bright and transparent after being rinsed with a bowl of water. In addition, there seems to be a layer of fluorescence on the surface, which is extraordinarily beautiful. Chu Zhongtian really turned into a big egg. Looking at the glass jade with the mouth of a bowl, a feeling of big egg spontaneously arose. He really didn't expect that there was really jade in it, and it was such a big piece of glass. Such a perfect emerald appeared in front of everyone, and a new wave of bidding began again. I'll pay 60 million. At this moment, a middle-aged man shouted confidently, which immediately caught everyone by surprise. The price increased by 20 million in an instant. 12 sir, we are willing to pay 60 million to buy this piece of glass. I don't know what you want. The middle-aged man who was asking the price followed behind a woman, who looked like a bodyguard, and the woman walked slowly to Qi Yang. This woman looked a bit pretty, but Qi Yang completely ignored her and said flatly, sorry, I don't plan to sell this piece of jade. Sir, according to the current market price, the value of your piece of jade is only about 50 million. We offered 60 million, which is already the highest price. I hope you can think about it carefully. Obviously, the woman didn't want to give up this piece of jade, and continued to speak to Qi Yang. I don't pay attention to a mere 50 or 60 million yuan, and I won't sell it. Qi Yang doesn't care if the other party is a beautiful woman or not. If a beautiful woman wants to buy her own things, she must fail to sell them. After finishing speaking, Qi Yang turned around and left. After several hours of struggle, Yang spent almost tens of millions. Someone took a cart of rough stones back. Each of these rough stones can produce emeralds. As for Qi Yang himself, he took Wafiyet and Tianmi to have a meal together, and then came to the largest house on Ancient Culture Street. Here is the place Lao Wu said before. Qi Yang can see from the 3-dimensional map that there are several large jadeites here. Unexpectedly, the woman who wanted to buy him in the morning was also inside. Mr. Qi, hello. Seeing Qi Yang appear, the woman came again and said hello to Qi Yang. Just now she couldn't buy Qi Yang's jadeite, so she asked someone to investigate Qi Yang's information. If you don't check, you don't know. If you check, you will be shocked. More than half a year ago, starting a business with debts of 3 billion was even worse than starting from scratch. In just half a year, he became the richest man in Huatai City. It owns several mine companies, etc. What's even more bizarre is that there are hundreds of companies under his name found on the internet. Its ambition is vigorous. Hello? Qi Yang replied politely and ignored the other party. Soon, the main event will begin. Hello everyone, I won't say much about the rules. If you like a stone, write down the price on the bidding document, and then put it in the box next to me. After the bidding is over, sing the bid, and the one with the highest price wins. After finishing speaking, the old man had a meeting and took the next step. When the red cloth was opened, there was an uproar in the audience. Anyone with a bit of experience can tell that these stones are a bit tricky. The people on the field began to boil, and they began to chatter and discuss. It's green. Master Jesher shouted happily. In the first round, if it doesn't even come out green, wouldn't it be cold? Hearing his words, the spirits of the people present were shocked, and everyone's eyes were focused on it. Sure enough, a touch of green appeared on the gray stone powder. I saw that piece of green stone gradually revealing its true face as the stone-resolving master continued to cut it. Qi Yang looked at the fist-sized, shiny glass-like jade that appeared in the gravel, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The number 9 stone is cut out of waxy jadeite. According to the valuation of industry experts, it is About 50 million. As the old man announced the conclusions drawn by the experts, everyone present was elated. It's actually worth 50 million. With a bit of 20 million yuan, the value of 50 million yuan can be cut out. Not to mention a big profit, but it is also quite satisfactory. I don't know how about number 11? The host saw that it was almost done, and shouted, "Unlock the number 11." Immediately, the emotions of the people in the venue were aroused again. The rough stone of number 11 is smaller than that of number 7, so it can be cut very quickly. With the cutting of the stone master, it gradually deepens. Lao Wu's breathing began to become short of breath. His diamond mine is finished, and he can only rely on the jewelry company he opened before. Emerald is very important to him. Lao Wu stared fixedly at the stone, not daring to blink. He bought it for 50 million yuan. If it is this one, he will lose money. In his company, the working capital is mostly cold. However, with the gradual cutting of the number 11 stone, disappointment appeared in the eyes of everyone present. There was no green shadow at all, and the eyes were full of dust. Lao Wu's face turned extremely ugly, but he was still fantasizing in his heart. The number 7 stone also cut out the emerald at the last moment, and in the morning, I will also be able to cut out the emerald in the last 10 minutes. Lao Wu kept comforting himself in his heart to resist the deep anxiety in his heart. Those people around think so too. After all, there are lessons learned from the past. However, the ending has long been doomed. There is no green at all. From the 3D diagram, Shi Yang saw that among the 18 stones, he was the only one without green. After a while of cutting, the true face of Lushan Mountain came out, and it was a stone. Ha 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 ha. Do not. The old man's eyes were about to crack, his eyes were scarlet, and his face was full of disbelief. He paid a high price himself, and asked President Chu Zhongtian to come over, and then paid a high price to buy this stone, as if there was no wool. When I thought about spending more than 60 million yuan, I bought an ordinary stone. Lao Wu seemed to have aged many years in an instant. The host looked at this scene, his cloudy eyes were full of splendor, and he looked at an old man not far away. These are the rough stones provided by the Emerald King. Could it be that the Emerald King did it on purpose? The Emerald King is the Emerald King, his vision is indeed vicious. Next, cut the 18th stone. The host looked at the remaining stones and chose stone number 18. On the 18th, Shi Yang offered 15 million yuan. Therefore, this is also a stone that Shi Yang is more optimistic about. Bark. It took too long for the cutting machine to start, and it kept rubbing against the stones, making an ear-piercing sound, and the number 14 stone, which was not favored by everyone, was slowly cut open. When the entire emerald came out, there was an uproar in the audience. Everyone's eyes are full of incredible. It's really a glass species. Between them, there is a crystal clear and fluorescent transparent emerald. Everyone's face is full of surprise. The tone is full of incredible. Why? Why can his stone cut glass seeds, but my standard king is just a pile of waste rock? Lao Wu's eyes were red, and he couldn't help but clenched his fists, his teeth were about to be crushed. Jealousy, jealousy. The host looked at the particularly eye-catching transparent emerald, his deep eyes were full of surprise. Unexpectedly, what the big man said was weird, not only that King Biao was weird, but also that other stones were also weird. Immediately afterwards, his heart tightened. No. Even the legendary big man can't judge these rough stones, why Qi Yang can judge? Everyone present knew that with Qi Yang's identity and financial resources, it would not be a problem to get all the rough stones. However, Qi Yang directly ignored Biao Wang and took down all the others. This matter is even more weird. Everything that happened today revealed a deep sense of weirdness. It's incredible. Follow the stone dissolving master to continue to analyze the stone. Soon, this shocking glass jadeite appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was shocked and couldn't make a sound. Too big. It is too big. Emerald the size of a baby's head, have you ever seen it? Even the host was shocked after seeing such a big emerald. He has been in this business for 30 or 40 years, and he has only seen such a large jade a few times. TSK. Such a large piece of glass can make at least 7 or 8 bracelets, and the remaining material is enough for a dozen ring earrings and so on. Moreover, it is made of glass, so it is very valuable. It should be a sky-high price. Yeah, breaking 100 million is probably simple, but it's really too big. From my point of view, the value of this kind of glass should be around 150 million. Of course, if it is made into jewelry, it will definitely be more expensive. The host said with a smile. 150 million. Everyone was a little shocked. Looking at Qi Yang is full of envy. Lao Wu and the others had extremely gloomy faces. Qi Yang actually got such a valuable, BCA's emerald. Ha, it's just small money, Boss Qi is really a genius. But this little money probably means nothing to you. The woman who wanted to buy Qi Yang before said with a smile. It's a little bit arrogant to say it in a small way. It's a medium thing. After all, it's a few days' income. Qi Yang laughed. Soon, the old man in charge asked the master to continue to analyze the stones. After a while, other rough stones were released. Qi Yang is all a small profit. Next, it's the last stone this time. The host announced in full. Immediately, he looked at the stone expectantly. He always felt that the stone this time was definitely not simple. Hearing the old man's words, everyone couldn't help but look at Qi Yang and Lao Wu. The gaze towards Qi Yang is obviously envious and jealous, while the gaze towards Lao Wu seems to be ridiculed and pitiful. Lao Wu had never received such gazes before, and finally, unable to bear the humiliation, I'm not feeling well, so I'll take my leave first. After finishing speaking, he turned around and left, followed by Xiao Wu. In less than 2 months, Lao Wu lost his throne of Diamond King, and now he is even more confused. After Lao Wu left, everyone's eyes naturally fell on Qi Yang. Qi Yang smiled lightly and said, I was lucky enough to cut out a lot of jade today, and I am very grateful to the masters. If the masters are willing, they can join my polar branch. Qi Yang simply said a few words, thanking the master and the old man who interpreted the stone for him, and then brought the topic to the polar group, and even poached corners. Afterwards, Qi Yang simply said a few words, and the stone gambling festival ended. A short period of 2 days. The three of Qi Yang were just about to leave when the host came up and asked, May I ask what your name is? Title? Qi Yang was a little puzzled. This person asked himself what is his title. What title? What title? It's the title issued by the Tianqiao Jade Association. The host explained. The title issued by the Jade Stone Association? Qi Yang was even more confused. What the hell is the Jade Agreement, and it has something to do with him? It seems you don't know. Seeing the puzzled look on Qi Yang's face, the host naturally saw that Qi Yang really didn't know these things. The stone gambling business is entirely based on experience and vision. Of course, luck is also indispensable. However, apart from luck, the Jade Stone Association has divided titles and levels for the amazing talents in the stone gambling world. The host paused, and continued to explain, I was awarded the title of Jade Master by the Jade Association because I gambled several stones, including a piece of top-level jadeite. And above the Jade Grandmaster, is the Jade King. The Jade King's status is so high, not only in the stone gambling and jewelry industry, but also in society. Of course, the Emerald King is not the pinnacle. On top of this, there is also the title of the Emerald Emperor, but at present, there is only one Emerald Emperor in the country, and, in the near future, I am afraid that it will disappear. What does it have to do with me? Qi Yang asked lightly. He still doesn't know what these titles are for. As long as any jewelry company has a jadeite king in charge, the global jadeite industry will give a bit of face, and the raw materials are here, so there is no need to worry. After listening, Qi Yang showed a hint of interest. What is the standard? The host was slightly taken aback, and said, if you cut out 5 pieces of jade in a row with an average price of more than 100 million yuan, you will be the king of jadeite. The average price of 5 consecutive yuan is over 100 million? After Qi Yang heard it, he felt a little unbelievable, but after thinking about it, he seemed to have completed it. That's right. This request is very exaggerated, even unbelievable, but this is why the Jade King is respected by the jade industry. The host laughed. Actually, you are already considered the Emerald King. You can cut out the glass Emperor Green, and such a large piece is likely to be Crown King with one stone. After all, among the Emerald Kings, it is rare to be able to cut it out. Moreover, your achievements today, very touching. The host looked at Qi Yang with deep eyes, his eyes were full of sighs, and his face was actually a bit complicated. After thinking about it again and again, Qi Yang decided to wait. It's not because of anything else, just because the company is developing rapidly and there is a shortage of people. Lin Xingyin is so busy now that she can't take her time off, and she doesn't have the energy to do these things at all. Before Qi Yang arrived home, Chen Wanxian started an international call. That's right, it's an international call. At this moment, he should be in Australia, which belongs to Qi Yang's territory. Some time ago, Qi Yang successfully poached the wall and got $1 million from the City Design Institute to polar mining. Not long after joining, Qi Yang sent him to Australia. Several large mines in China have almost developed, and the huge resources in Australia cannot be wasted. Speaking of it, Australia is only 2 or 3 hours earlier than China. It's getting dark now, and it should have just gotten dark in Australia. 047 Qi Yang simply said a few words to let them take a good rest first. Early the next morning, a few people from far away in Australia drove an off-road vehicle to the mine. Xian Professional and his party of 5, together with several people from the mine, soon arrived at the location of the iron mine. Expert Xian will follow Qi Yang's request that this area be planned as the largest iron mine in the world. Not one, but the biggest, far and away kind. Qi Yang told Expert Xian the areas where the gold mines and pastoral farmland were located, and told him not to touch these areas, and plan other areas as he pleased. Regardless of whether Expert Xian aimed at the number 1 iron mine or the number 2 iron mine in Mount Huatai, his planning was very appropriate. This is the main reason for Qi Yang to poach someone. After all, he is a capable person. Expert Xian, knowing that Qi Yang is going to plan the largest iron mine in the world, has no doubts. He no longer doubted Qi Yang. After all, Qi Yang, so terrifying. For the first time, the daily output was 20,000 tons, and the area with a daily output of 100,000 tons was reserved. He didn't believe it, but now it is almost 100,000 tons. The second time, it was necessary to produce 80,000 per day directly, and now it can produce 40,000 per day, and I am afraid it will not be long before it can be realized. Therefore, since Qi Yang said that he wants to be number 1 in the world, he intends to directly follow the number 1 in the world. As for Qi Yang's words, now Qian experts, including several of his assistants, absolutely believe it. The largest iron mine in the world. Thinking of these words, they were so excited that they couldn't fall asleep. What a feat! Such a feat is accomplished in my own hands, and this life is worth it. When seeing the vast expanse of land, Expert Qian immediately thought of something. The largest iron mine in the world will take shape on this piece of paper. At this time, Qi Yang was already preparing to go to Huatai Mountain Mine. He received news a few days ago that many military leaders will come over today. At the same time, at the intersection of the Huatai City Expressway, several Yongshire vehicles from Tian galloped by. After they passed by, those people at the toll booth were talking about it. I just saw that the front co-pilot is a major general. I saw 3 generals. There are many senior colonels, and I haven't seen one lower than the senior colonel. Damn it, with so many people coming here, is it possible that we are going to conduct military exercises in our employment city? After all, now is a peaceful age, and seeing so many military officers at once, they are either in a meeting or conducting military exercises. The Huatai mine now has a daily output of 80,000 tons. The mighty scene can be imagined when entering the road outside the mining area. However, when setting foot in the mine, it will still bring great shock to people. There are no high-rise buildings in the huge mining area, and all the sites are red. The ore piled up into a mountain was continuously loaded onto the heavy truck by several excavators. Next to the vast yard, there is a train moving slowly. Further away, the surface of the mountain has been hollowed out, leaving only scarlet red. Numerous machines are constantly rotating on it, and the ore is sent to a very wide conveyor belt, and then passes through a machine to be turned into ore powder. In China, have never seen such a shocking scene. Such a scene shocked every one of the soldiers who had just entered the Huatai mining area. Of course, shock is relative. When they came in, the polar people were also very shocked. A dozen warriors led the way, followed by Dongfeng's small trucks, followed by 5 or 6 vehicles. From this point of view, at least 100 people came. Such 12 scenes made them wonder whether they were here to discuss business, or to mess things up. In the leading warrior's car, except for the driver, the remaining 3 people are impressively 1, 2, and 3 generals. Ha, Lao Tang, Lao Wu, this is the largest iron mine owned by Polar Mining, how about it? The lieutenant general looked ahead and said with a smile. The 2 people called Lao Tang and Lao Wu nodded unconsciously. My heart was filled with shock. Although they had received a lot of news before, they still couldn't help being surprised when they saw it for the first time. They had never seen such a large iron mining area, it was too big. Apart from coal mines, they really couldn't think of any other mines that could reach such a scale. After all, the mining area of Mount Huatai was planned to produce 100,000 tons of iron ore per day, and now it can produce 80,000 tons per day, so the scale is naturally very large. In addition, Xi Yang intentionally did this, and the site is still expanding, towards the direction of a daily output of 200,000 tons. Of course, according to research, the limit here is 300,000 tons per day, otherwise, even if there is a railway, it will be impossible to transport it out. Commander Chi, this time is really an eye-opener. When I was in MIDI, I never saw such a shocking scene. Judging from the meaning of the ore, they are all high-quality hematite. It's really amazing. The general known as Lao Tang said with a smile. I don't know what foreign mines look like, but I have never seen such a large mine in China. In addition, look at those excavators, they look very advanced, and there, that one is the same as a small building big guy, how did they get it from Polar Mining? Hearing old Wu's words, several other people were also shocked, and suddenly realized that the incomparably huge Big Mac. How did they get Polar Mining? In the square in front of the office building, which is the site of where they are now, there is a huge wall. From a distance, it looks like a beautiful mural, but if you look closely, you will find that it is actually a plan, or a map. This painting was designed by Qi Yang at a high price. When these people approached and saw the plan, they were all shocked. This mine is even bigger and unbelievable than they imagined. Lao Tang couldn't help but change his face. He had been in MIDI for many years, and he had never seen such a huge mine. Mr. Chi is really ambitious. Not to mention domestically, even in the international arena, I am afraid that few mines dare to build like this. It is really, really terrifying. It seems that it can reach a daily output of more than 10 tons? Old Wu also said. The daily output here is now 80,000 tons, and the initial construction can reach 100,000 tons. When this plan is completed, the daily output will be at least 200,000 tons. If it goes well, it can even reach 300,000 tons. If it is not for the geographical location, he said maybe more. Xi Yang said with a smile. 80,000 tons. 100,000 tons. 200,000 tons. 300,000 tons. These numbers, like bombs, constantly bombarded the minds of these generals. Such a scene, we naturally want to look around, and if we see it at night, let's go at night. Second Uncle Wang said with a smile, isn't it, brothers? Hearing Uncle Wan's words, the soldiers present immediately shouted, yes. The sound was like a rainbow, and the sound shook the mining area. Since that's the case, let's put the quilt on and visit my first mining area in the extreme iron industry. Shi Yan laughed and said. At this time, the leaders of the city also rushed over. When they saw these soldiers and leaders, they were also taken aback. After the two sides greeted each other, they decided to visit together. An ore stockyard capable of holding 300,000 tons of ore powder. A conveyor belt capable of transporting ore for 1 kilometer. All of these people were deeply shocked. Mr. Chi, over there is the mining area. When we came here, we saw a giant. I wonder if we can take a closer look. What they want to see is naturally an excavator that can shovel down tons of ore. That giant, since it was obtained by Qi Yang, has hardly rested, and has been digging there continuously. They wanted to see it, but naturally it didn't matter, so Qi Yang led them to the mining area. On the road, they also saw a lot of excavators 1 meter away. Compared with other domestic excavators, these excavators seem to be very powerful. However, because the heart is about the Big Mac, there are Big Macs in the head, although it is strange, but he didn't ask any questions. This excavator, I named it the Breakthrough Excavator, is intended to break through. To be honest, this giant excavator came in disgrace. Although this excavator is rewarded by the system, there must be a reasonable explanation. After all, Qi Yang's current identity has already made the state machine work. This machine is called a Breakthrough Crawler Hydraulic Excavator. I valued its ability at the beginning. The whole machine weighs 298 tons, the engine power is 1044 kilowatts, and the standard bucket capacity is 17 cubic meters. The height of the machine is 7.6 meters, and the width of the vehicle is 7.8 meters, the track center distance is 5 meters, and the track ground length is 6.3 meters. A single bucket can dig up to 35 tons of materials at a time, which is equivalent to lifting 30 cars. The maximum excavator force is 1,150 knots, 117 tons, and the maximum crushing the force reaches 1,070 knots, 109 tons, and the maximum flat thrust reaches 1,123 knots, 115 tons. Everyone was shocked, and Qi Yang continued, because of its power, I took the risk to buy it from abroad without going through the customs of the two countries. Galloping all the way, Huang Pu, the mine manager of the number 2 mining area, rushed straight to the Huatai Mountain mining area. Seeing from a distance, the equipment here has increased again, and the whole person can't hold back. He ran directly towards Qi Yang. As a result, before he rushed over, the surrounding soldiers noticed something unusual, and in an instant, one by one raised the guns in their hands. Hey, uncle, that's one of us. Qi Yang said hastily. Huang Pu only noticed that Qi Yang was surrounded by many big men, but he didn't notice that there were so many guns around. Also was taken aback. Qi Yang actually saw his appearance and thought why he came here. Qi Yang smiled helplessly, and said, this is Huang Pu, the mine manager of the number 2 mining area of our GTA industry, which can now produce 40,000 tons per day. Governments, leaders, hello, my name is Huang Pu. Old Joe, I know why you came here. Let's talk about it later. Let's go to the cafeteria first. Soon, they came to a restaurant not far away. The 3-story restaurant, according to Qi Yang's request, has been providing free meals in a self-service situation. Eat as much as you want, but there is one thing that must not be wasted. Whoever wastes it will definitely have very serious consequences. The meals provided by the restaurant are all on the first floor, and the first and second floors are all seats, which is enough to accommodate enough areas for employees to eat. Leaders, don't be disgusted. Our canteen treats everyone equally. Everyone picks up meals from 860. There is no small stove. After a while, everyone can pick up tableware at the door, and then everyone goes to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is specially vacated. Employees can't go up. When he was about to enter the cafeteria, Yang said with a smile. Ha, Xiaoyang, which one of us doesn't endure hardships and endure hardships, what do we dislike? Uncle Wang said. That's right, what Commander Wang said is right. Those who are doing these are either your own people in the polar regions, or soldiers, or those who have gone to the countryside for experience. They eat the same food as the workers' brothers. What's wrong? Then, they were stunned. Everything in the cafeteria was completely different from what they had imagined. There are all kinds of stir-fried dishes, meat and vegetarian ones, braised pork and so on, anyway, chicken, duck and pork are all available, rice-steamed buns and so on, as well as soup and juice, and some fruits. As far as I can imagine, what is missing is fish and seafood. But there are a little grilled squid and kebabs on the side. Moreover, looking around, those workers are completely accustomed to it. Obviously, this is not a pretense, it is usually like this. The working meals here, really rich. The people present all looked at Qi Yang in a different way. A young company boss actually set up such a dining environment for his employees. And it's all free, and the daily cost in this area is definitely not small. They have never seen any boss who would take such painstaking efforts for the food of the employees. Everyone, don't wait. You can take what you like. The conditions are simple. You can make a living. In addition, for the sake of safety, the company completely bans alcohol, so I can't invite you to drink at noon. After Qi Yang saw those leaders coming in, he didn't do anything, and 100 or so soldiers behind him were still queuing up. Wait a few more minutes like this, and the employees will come over, so don't bet on the road. Hurry up and take what you like, you don't need to be polite with this. Kid, we are all our own. Second Uncle Wan finally came to his senses and said with a smile. Qi Yang, high-level officials from the polar region, the military, and people from the city all went up to the third floor with what they wanted to eat. However, during the meal, everyone didn't talk about the topic, but just talking nonsense to each other. At present, in the entire polar group, only the coal mine in Linshur has a guest house, and no other places have a guest house, but the military naturally has a place for them to live. Early the next morning, Qi Yang and others went to the military station together, and went to the polar region with them. It takes about 30 kilometers from the urban area to Qianlian in the polar region, and it takes about half an hour. Soon, they arrived at the factory of Qianlian in the polar region. Today, Bailey Qianlian didn't come out, but directly waited for the military personnel to go over at GD Qianlian. After receiving the news that Qi Yang had set off, Bailey Qianlian led the senior management to the gate of the factory. Director Qi and Secretary Liu of the Municipal Party Committee have already met with people from the military, and they will arrive at the factory in less than half an hour. Bailey Qianlian said with a smile, "This matter is very important, I hope you will not neglect it." However, at this moment, 2 Fengtian cars drove up not far away. Bailey Qianlian frowned slightly. Should all the customers be rejected today? Yes, General Manager Bailey, all customers today have been pushed. Several high-level people present also frowned slightly. A lot of customers have come to the factory recently, and they all want to buy special steel, but they can't get in without an appointment. Today's customers have been postponed. Why are there still irrelevant people coming over now? After a while, the military leaders will come over. All the high-level people are here to welcome the military people. These people must hurry up and leave. And inside the 2 cars, a person from Yamatai said to the person beside him, "Look at those people from China, they are all high-level people here, and they all came to the door to greet people from our Fengtian company. Why don't you sell us steel? That shareholder is really stupid. Who doesn't like money?" Yeah, what Mr. Yamamoto said is right. On the side, a guy with a wicked face said with a smile. Go, let them get out of the way. I'm the head of Fengtian's purchasing department in Tianchao. Even if I want to see their boss, I won't get off at the gate of this factory. How conceited this Yamamoto is, he completely forgot that he came uninvited, and no one on the polar region knew he was coming. However, in his cognition, as long as he reported his name, no matter which private raw material company's boss in Tianchao, he would immediately go out to greet him in person. Be polite like a grandson. In this case, he will have the upper hand, and will buy raw materials at a cheaper price under negotiation. This is the experience he has summed up every time he went to other companies since he became the head of the procurement department of Tianchao district. The little boy got out of the car immediately when he heard what Yamamoto said, but before he could walk over, he was stopped by the security guard. Hello, who are you looking for? Today's appointments should have been cancelled, right? The company also clearly stipulates that no one can enter except the people of the factory, not to mention the special situation today. Because the big bosses from the military are coming over, all appointments have been cancelled, and the company's senior management is waiting here. These people's visits must be against the rules. If it weren't for the worry that this might be a big customer, the security guards would have chased them away at the wrong time. Damn you! We are from Fengtian Automobile Purchasing Department. We will inform the boss of your company that Fengtian Purchasing Director is visiting and ask the boss to come over to greet you. What the hell? Are you from Yamatai Kingdom? What the hell is Phone Tian's procurement director? I've never heard of it, but Director Chi said that he won't do business with the people of Yamatai, who are their idiots. I really thought President Bailey was here to welcome you. Why don't you go to heaven on horseback? If it weren't for the company's regulations not to beat people, I would also beat devils today. Fuck you, get out of here. In a hurry, several security guards kept scolding. On the road leading to the Polar 1000 refining factory, a convoy was galloping. Except for Qi Yang's car, all of them were warriors in military vehicles. Tianmi drives, Qi Yang thinks about things. At this moment, Bailey Qianlian called. Bailey Qianlian explained the matter to Qi Yang in the fastest way. After thinking for a while, Qi Yang said, if they don't leave, chase them with force. If they don't get out of here, use a bulldozer to give them a break. After receiving Qi Yang's order, it was obvious that Bailey Qianlian could let go. After a while, the convoy formed by Qi Yang and others arrived not far from the factory. From a distance, one can see that the scale of this factory is not small. Moreover, it seems that it is still expanding outwards. When the convoy came over, the two 140 guys who got in the way were gone. After getting off the bus, I gave a brief introduction and let each other know who they are. After you went on a tour, Qi Yang brought these people to the laboratory. To be honest, the special steel we used last time was not the best steel here. We have 7 other kinds of steel here, each of which has unique characteristics. Qi Yang said with a smile. Although the technology he gave here has not yet been mass-produced, some samples have been made. That is to say, we have a total of 8 types of special steel, but only 7 of them we plan to sell, and the remaining one, after it appears, I want to only use it for the military. Qi Yang's words stunned the generals present. However, after seeing the data of super steel, they all smiled happily. Soon, everyone drove to the office. The topic of this trip has just begun. Obviously, special steel is an important place for military industrial groups. Even, the military industry group proposed to sign a strategic cooperation agreement with Qi Yang. This also made Qi Yang stunned. Strategic cooperation is to achieve in-depth cooperation based on common interests based on long-term win-win considerations. The so-called strategy is to start from the whole, consider the interests of each other, and maximize the interests of the whole. Once the polar region signs this agreement with the military industry, the military will even help Qi Yang complete many things. I am afraid that there are really few companies that can sign such an agreement with the military industrial group in the entire Celestial dynasty. Soon, Qi Yang signed a contract with the people from the military industry group. Now that we have reached a strategic cooperation, let's contribute to the security issues at the steel mill. We can take a platoon of people to come over to assist security. After Lao Wu saw the agreement was signed, he laughed and said directly. A platoon is composed of the platoon head and 3 directly subordinate units on the axis. Counting it down, there are about 40 people in a platoon. Moreover, what he meant was obviously to send soldiers with real guns to guard the steel factory. Regarding this point, Qi Yang naturally would not refuse. Ha, General Wu, thank you very much. Are you talking about Tianmi? Qi Yang asked. You don't know? Lao Tang was a little astonished, and immediately looked at Tianmi. Since she doesn't say anything, then it's hard for us to say anything. There is nothing to say, the female soldier king, that's it. Tianmi said. Lightly, and stopped talking. Since Tianmi didn't want to say anything, Qi Yang didn't care. Anyway, the other party can absolutely be trusted, and that's enough. After the military personnel left, Qi Yang finally got what Bailey Qianlian wanted to tell him yesterday, but was delayed all the time. Molybdenum mine is in a hurry. Molybdenum ore is a must for special steel. However, it is not that suppliers are unwilling to supply molybdenum ore, but that molybdenum ore is really not enough. Molybdenum is a metal element that was discovered relatively late. It was only extracted from molybdenite by chemists in 1792. Because metal molybdenum has the advantages of high strength, high melting point, corrosion resistance, wear resistance and so on, it has been widely used in industry. Molybdenum is one of the essential raw materials for smelting special steel. In the metallurgical industry, the role of molybdenum is to produce various alloy steel additives, or form advanced alloys with tungsten, nickel, cobalt, zirconium, titanium, vanadium, rhenium, etc. to improve its high temperature strength, or resistance and corrosion resistance. Molybdenum-containing alloy steel is very good for manufacturing transportation devices, locomotives, industrial machinery, and various instruments. Certain stainless steels containing 4% to 5% molybdenum can be used to produce precision chemical instruments and equipment used in seawater environments. High-speed steel with molybdenum content of 4% to 9.5% can be used to manufacture high-speed cutting tools. Alloys of molybdenum, nickel and chromium are used to manufacture metal components of aircraft, corrosion-resistant parts on locomotives and automobiles. Alloys of molybdenum, tungsten, chromium, and vanadium are the best materials for manufacturing alloy components and parts of warships, tanks, guns, rockets, and satellites. However, the mining of molybdenum ore is relatively difficult, and there are too few places containing molybdenum ore. So, always yield. However, in this world, anyone can slow down their development because there is no mine, but Qi Yang cannot. He is a man with a system. Following the words wrapped around me, speaking out, Qi Yang began to act. Now the function of the system is so powerful that he only needs 30 minutes to know the reserves of all the mines in the entire central part of the Western Mountain. As we all know, molybdenum ore mainly comes from molybdenite. Molybdenum is distributed throughout the region, but the resources are actually relatively small. Only a few countries have molybdenum mines. In China, the reserves of molybdenum are definitely among the top in the world. There are molybdenum mines in Ontario, Yu Province, Linji, Sichuan, Nanhai, and other provinces, and the reserves are large. It is a pity that the mining technology of the Celestial Dynasty cannot be effectively developed. Qi Yang, before this, in fact, had already registered a company called Polar Molybdenum Industry. Molybdenum is very important to the current polar regions. Therefore, Qi Yang naturally needs to find a molybdenum mine. After all, relying on others is never as good as relying on yourself. Han Jian, long ago, refers to the scum of the Han nationality. But now, it generally refers to people who take refuge in foreign invaders, are willing to be driven by them, or lure foreign countries to invade their motherland and sell the interests of the motherland. But in the Celestial Dynasty, there will never be a shortage of such people. For a mere 10,000 yuan, the Yamamoto devils bought a person and desperately framed polar mining. Chen Guden from Urxiankyo got a mere 10,000 yuan, and started looking for someone to pretend to be a monk, a Taoist, feng shui, yin and yang, etc., wandered around the polar region, and then told some superstitious rumors, and then spread the source, plus, his handling quickly spread around. What is said to destroy feng shui and form evil spirits? Or something. Then, I found some old guys, pretending to be scholars or something, holding a bunch of useless things, blind Heba tested them, and then publicized what they said: it is poisonous, polluting the environment, the groundwater should not be polluted, and no one is alive. Gotta eat. As the saying goes, 3 people become a tiger, and soon, the news spread. The next step is to gather people, make trouble, and block the door. Such a situation made it impossible for GD Qianlian to continue to operate normally. In the end, they could only choose to call the police. However, people are taken away today, and they will come again tomorrow. It is impossible for the police to stay here forever. On this day, Chen Guden from Urxian Bridge blocked the entrance of polar mining, followed by dozens of people. I heard that you gave my company an ultimatum. What do you two want to tell me? Qi Yan looked at the gangster in front of him and asked calmly. Do you know that your factory has destroyed the feng shui of our Nanpo village, and the pollution is so serious? Let me tell you, as long as I make the dog eggs for a day, you will not going to work. Chen Guden chuckled, his eyes were full of mouse light, and he exhaled a smoke ring proudly. Our factory is absolutely in line with national guarantees, and now it is a society ruled by law, so we must be responsible for what we say. Qi Yang was non-committal, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a faint smile filled his face. We don't care about that, anyway, you know how to break feng shui, you just can't do it. Yes, lose money. If you don't lose money, don't even think about driving. You guys are breaking the law, do you know that? Follow your mother's pressure, don't even think about starting work if you don't lose money. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. After speaking, start making calls directly. Seeing Qi Yang's actions, these people only thought that Qi Yang was calling the police, and they didn't care at all. Anyway, it will come out in a few days at most. However, a shocking scene appeared. I saw 30 or 40 people, wearing military uniforms, walking over neatly. Just when these people were shocked, these soldiers had already come to the front of Qi Yang and protected Qi Yang and the others. Mr. Qi, Mu Zilong, leader of the Polar Independent Platoon, is reporting to you. Mu Zilong came in front of Qi Yang, put his legs together, straightened his waist, saluted a military salute, and said loudly, "Platoon leader Mu, the next work will be hard work." There was a faint smile on Qi Yang's face, and all of this was under his control. Immediately, Qi Yang's expression darkened suddenly, and he turned to the people who blocked the door and said, "Do you know what is the consequence of blatantly rushing into the military management area and interfering with the military management area?" Because of the importance of molybdenum mines, Qi Yang invested 3 billion in polar molybdenum. Next, the Polar Group's first bidding will be completed within 1 month. Bidding is a term in the bidding industry, which refers to the tenderer, that is, the buyer, who issues a bidding notice or bidding form in advance, and proposes the name and item of the commodity to be purchased at the specified time and place, and invites bids. People, that is, the behavior of the seller to participate in the bidding. To put it simply, Qi Yang issued a request for everyone in the world, and everyone who was interested can go to him to buy a bidding document and sign up. Then, the person who bought the bid went back to complete the design plan, quotation, completion time, qualification certificate, etc. according to Qi Yang's bidding documents. In the end, all the companies that want to earn Qi Yang's money will submit their completed bids to the polar region, and after scoring, select the most suitable person to complete the construction work. Because the construction work this time is too cumbersome, and the time is tight, Qi Yang divided this construction project into several packages. For example, Package 1 is an office building, Package 2 is a canteen, Package 7773 is a molybdenum or refinery, Package 4 is an ore stacking yard, Package 5 is a road. There are a total of more than 20 packages, including the construction of the entire mining area, as well as subsequent equipment, network construction, office environment, and so on. Let all major companies compete fairly, and ensure that each package can choose the most suitable company. When the construction is about to be completed, the mining machines on the west mountainside will directly enter and start mining in the fastest way. Strive to be the fastest and most stable. At that time, the manganese nodule treatment plant, molybdenum or refinery, etc. will be transferred in all directions, and the output will continue to rise. It won't take long for the production line to stabilize enough to supply internal demand, followed by the second and third phases of the project. It is estimated that when the second phase of the project is completed, the land of the first mine will be able to rival the output of the entire Chinese Empire and become the number one in Asia. At the same time that the third phase of the project was completed, Qi Yang gathered most of the ore from the surrounding 2 provinces here. At that time, Qi Yang had already begun to gradually grasp this lifeline. It only needs to be supplemented by improper means to let the other 6 major companies close down, or to acquire their companies. Then, the polar regions will monopolize this molybdenum ore, which is very widely used. At this time, Qi Yang, no matter at home or abroad, at least on the surface, directly became a mining boss. Monopoly is always the most profitable. Qi Yang set the time for the first phase of the project to be completed within 3 months. However, it is said that it is 3 months, such as office buildings, it will take more than half a year soon. Therefore, Qi Yang's request became that the first phase of the project must be completed within 3 months to allow the mining industry to operate normally. The first phase of the project will be completed in half a year. The second phase of the project is a continuous expansion, which will take a year. However, during this year, the speed of mining and the persistence of production will continue to increase. The third phase of the project is expected to take 3 years at the fastest. This time may sound very long, but compared to the huge benefits, this time is nothing. The only problem, I'm afraid, is that there are long nights and many dreams. In addition, while Qi Yang was doing this, he also started to plan another thing. While searching for molybdenum ore, he found another kind of ore, rare earth. The first phase of the project of polar molybdenum is mainly to build a new office area and the most basic operating equipment. Material and labor costs add up to 2 billion. However, Qi Yang's budget for this release is 3 billion. In order to make those related companies go crazy. Moreover, repeated emphasis on the first period proves that there will be a second and third period. As long as the first period of cooperation is happy, then the next few periods will naturally become our own. In the face of huge benefits, even if these companies are all big companies, they will squeeze their heads and want to take over Qi Yang's job. The location of the bid opening was not very far away, it was in the Baosher Grand Hotel in the Prairie Province. 86 companies, each of which has a very thick bid document, at least half a meter high. Soon, it was time to sing the bid. A total of 86 companies participated in the bidding activities this time, including 1, 25 companies, 2, 31 companies, B and 10 won companies. Because a company can cast several packages at the same time, it is much larger than the number of 86 when calculated individually. After those present had confirmed that the tender was sealed, it was time to announce the price. The price of package 1 Guangmo Company is 1.3 million yuan, and that of Liaoyang Group Company is 1.42 million yuan. The bidding process is mainly to let everyone present know the prices of other companies, so as to ensure that the prices are open, fair, and just. After the results are announced, it is time for experts to rate other qualifications, as well as bidding goods, etc. The price only accounts for 30% of this score, and the rest will be judged by other aspects. The one with the highest score will win the bid, sign the contract, supply the goods, or complete the construction. This process took a full 6 days. Because there are too many companies participating in the bidding. The first and second packages came out on the first day, and then, as time went by, the 6-day period was finally over. After the bid evaluation was over, Qi Yang signed the contract immediately, allowing them to start quickly. He couldn't wait to get up. The atmosphere was very good, and Qi Yang felt happy for a while. He was about to say something when he found a notification sound on his mobile phone. He was afraid that it was something important, so he quickly took it out. Just as he was signing the contract with these people, Qi Yang's cell phone suddenly rang several times. Subconsciously take it out and open it. Immediately, he was happy. The smile on Qi Yang's face became more and more obvious. Double happiness. Lin Qingyin at the side also noticed Qi Yang's abnormality, and couldn't help asking, "My big boss, the contract has been signed, why are you so dazed?" "Ha, great news, the procedures for our gold mine in Australia have been completed, and the polar gold industry has finally come into play." Ah, double happiness. After several months, Qi Yang finally completed all the formalities and documents related to gold. As long as Qi Yang is willing, he can dig and develop gold mines in his own territory at any time. This is gold. Gold, one of the more precious metals, is valued by human beings. Gold, which is extremely valuable all over the world, can be regarded as a special currency. On the helicopter, Qi Yang looked down at the vast territory. Soon, a small mountain appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the mountain bag has been surrounded by barbed wire. The defense of these wires? As soon as Qi Yang's voice came out, the person next to him said, "Dong Qi, don't worry, all these wires have been powered on, and there are cameras all around, and people are watching 24 hours a day. If there is any problem, I will come forward see." "Ha, Guoqiang, I'm still very assured of your ability, let's go down," Qi Yang said with a smile. The person Qi Yang calls Guoqiang is the head of the Polar Security Australia region, responsible for the overall security of Qi Yang's territory. He used to be a big military officer, but when he was 40 years old, he chose to leave the army. Soon, the helicopter landed 443. Qi Yang, Tianmi, Guoqiang, Lewis's bodyguards. 5 people came to the factory together first. Gold refineries are used to refine gold or into gold. These equipment are not a big deal in the United States. Through Lewis, we quickly got enough equipment. There are dozens of sets of 8 or 9 kinds of equipment, including electrolysis equipment, highly integrated reactors, heating and stirring pacifiers, etc. Now, as long as the gold mine is mined, the mine can be refined at an extremely fast speed. After seeing the refinery, the next target is naturally the vault. Here, at least billions of meters worth of gold will be stored in the future. Moreover, this is on the premise that gold is deposited in the bank every month. At the end of the refinery, there is an elevator that only goes to the basement level. This elevator leads to the vault. To open the elevator, let the elevator descend, and open the elevator. The palm prints and passwords of 3 people are required. After leaving the elevator, there is a long corridor. At the end of the corridor, there will always be people guarding in turn. If there is no person inside, anyone who passes through this corridor will be cut directly. After walking through the corridor, there is a huge door. The strength of this door, even if it is bombed, there will be no problem. To enter this door, you need to scan Guoqiang's pupils and the fingerprints of the other 3 people. In this way, he passed through 3 gates and finally entered the real vault. The area is not very large, but if you want to fill this vault, you need at least 10 billion meters of gold. The defense here, Xi Yang, is also very directional. 10 meters underground, reinforced concrete with a thickness of more than 5 meters. It is completely impossible for someone to enter without attracting others. After watching these scenes, Xi Yang couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Not bad, very good, Guoqiang, you did a very good job. After visiting the vault, Guoqiang led Xi Yang to the monitoring room. This is actually the basement floor of the office building. You will find that the house of more than 300 square meters is surrounded by dense monitors. These are the camera images in the entire gold mining area. These cameras are enough to completely cover the entire mining area. Whether it is the surrounding barbed wire fence, or other places in the mining area, even including the mining area that has not yet started digging, all are within the scope of monitoring. In front of the display screen, about 30 people were sitting, staring at the monitor the whole time. The field of vision of these people is actually repeated, which is almost the area where 3 people see the field of vision of 2 people. The next step is to weigh the separated small gold particles, record them, and then send them to another work area. There, these gold particles will be melted, and then cast into gold bars with the logo of Polar Gold Industry branded on them. Soon, over time, the first gold bars were minted. Xi Yan led everyone into the work area. For the first time, it is natural to pay attention. Xi Yang put on white gloves and wrapped around one of the gold bars. Suddenly, a heavy weight appeared in his hands. Ah, our gold is finally born. These gold bars still look quite delicate, especially the logo of Polar Gold Industry on it, which looks very exquisite. A total of 12 gold bars were produced in the first batch. These, Xi Yang will collect them all as collectibles and give them to some important people. Under normal circumstances, these completed gold bars will undergo strict weighing procedures again, and then be stored in the vault underground of the factory. 12. When the amount of gold reaches a certain level, they will choose to sell part of it, and the part that is not sold can go directly to the Tianqiao Bank branch not far away. Of course, the bank is expected to ship it to the country as well. However, Xi Yang does not need to take care of this. Anyway, after depositing it, no matter what the problem is, he can remove so much deposit. In the next few days, Xi Yang mainly wandered around his 2 mines and the manor area. Basically, I go to see the gold mining situation every day, the construction situation of the iron mine, and the next situation of the miners' town.